Hello viewers, I am Muhammad Abdul Habib. Welcome you all to our application AIMS tutorial. In this video, we'll be discussing all the problems for intermediate first year accountancy syllabus for Telugu Academy publications for Telangana State Board of Intermediate Education. Here is the serial number that we are going to discuss. Here is the name of the topic that we are going to discuss, or the name of the chapter that we are going to discuss, along with the page numbers of Telugu Academy reader for first year accountancy. And here are the total number of problems that we are going to discuss. So the first topic that we are going to discuss is classification of accounts under traditional method. The page number is 29 and we are going to discuss this topic. So here I have taken it as one problem. Next we'll be discussing chapter 2, recording of business transactions, in which we'll be discussing journal entries and ledger, and the page numbers for this topic. These topics are from 61 to 68 in the reader, and the total number of problems that we are going to discuss are 17. Then we'll be discussing chapter 4, preparation of subsidiary books. The page numbers are from 110 to 118, and the total number of problems that we are going to discuss are 27. 15 problems are related to the chapter, to the topic purchases book, purchase returns book, sales book, sales returns book. Then the remaining 12 problems are related to the topic opening entry, journal, proper. Next we'll be discussing chapter 5, cash book, from page number 149 to page number 162, in which we'll be discussing total 22 problems. So these 22 problems cover the topic cash book, in which we'll be discussing simple cash book, 2-column cash book, 3-column cash book, and then analytical petty cash book. Then we'll be discussing chapter 6, bank reconciliation statement, from page number 187 to page number 192, and the total number of problems that we are going to discuss under this chapter are 15. So in this we'll be discussing problems on balance as per cash book, balance as per passbook, overdraft balance as per cash book, overdraft balance as per passbook. Then we'll be discussing chapter 7, trial balance, from page number 204 to 212, and the total number of problems that we are going to discuss are 20. Then we'll be discussing chapter 8, rectification of errors, from page number 237 to page number 240, and the total number of problems that we are going to discuss are 15. Then we'll be discussing chapter 9, final accounts of sole trading concerns, from page number 270 to 275, and the total number of problems that we are going to discuss are 15. Then we'll be concluding with last chapter, chapter 10, preparation of final accounts, from page number 327 to 346, and the total number of problems that we are going to discuss are 20. So among all these chapters and the topics, the total number of problems that we are going to discuss in this video are 152. So in this video, we are going to cover total 152 problems. So let us start with our topics. The first topic that we are going to discuss is classification of accounts under traditional method. Accounts are classified according to traditional method as well as modern method, but here we are discussing only traditional method. So classification of accounts under traditional method. Under traditional method, accounts are classified as personal accounts and impersonal account. तो traditional method के हिसाब से accounts का classification कैसा करें हम? एक personal account करें, दूसरा impersonal account करें. Impersonal accounts are further classified as real accounts and nominal accounts. So therefore, classification of accounts as per traditional method has 3 accounts. One is personal account, next is real account, next is nominal account. So first let us discuss personal account. Personal account, transactions that are related to persons are recorded under personal account. So जो चीज इंसानों से related है वो हम personal account में record करेंगे. Further, persons are classified into 3 categories: natural persons, example Abdul Habib Saab; artificial persons, example Abdul Habib Saab and Co, that is a firm. Next, representative persons, example salary payable to Abdul Habib Saab. So here persons का मतलब क्या? इंसान. तो इंसान जो है वो यहाँ पे 3 तरह से क्लासिफाई करे. एक नेचुरल इंसान, मतलब जो पैदाइशी इंसान है, बाय बर्थ दे आर पर्सन्स, एग्जांपल अब्दुल हबीब साहब. नेक्स्ट वी हैव आर्टिफिशियल पर्सन. आर्टिफिशियल पर्सन का मतलब क्या? दे आर नॉट पर्सन्स बाय बर्थ. ये लोग पैदाइशी इंसान नहीं है. दे एग्जिस्ट ओनली इन द आइज ऑफ लॉ. तो जैसे कि बैंक्स है या कंपनीज है, दे एग्जिस्ट ओनली इन द आइज ऑफ लॉ. तो ये लोगों की पहचान सिर्फ कानून की नजरों में है, इसीलिए हम ये लोगों को पैदाइशी नेचुरल पर्सन्स नहीं बोल सकते. तब क्या बोलेंगे हम? आर्टिफिशियल पर्सन्स बोलेंगे. नेक्स्ट वी हैव द कैटेगरी रिप्रेजेंटेटिव पर्सन. सो दीज ट्रांजैक्शंस रिप्रेजेंट ए पर्सन, एग्जांपल सैलरी पेएबल टू अब्दुल हबीब साहब. सो हियर वी आर नॉट डायरेक्टली डिस्कसिंग अबाउट अब्दुल हबीब साहब, वी आर डिस्कसिंग अबाउट द सैलरी which is payable by the organization to Abdul Habib Saab. So here persons are classified into 3 categories: natural persons, those who are persons by birth; artificial persons, those who are not persons by birth and exist only in the eyes of law; and representative persons. So these transactions indirectly represent persons. So the other examples of personal account are owners, creditors, debtors, banks, etc. Who are owners? The persons who start the business, they are called as owners. जो लोग business शुरू करते हम वो लोगों को owner बोलते. Next we have creditors, मतलब owner ये भी एक इंसान है. Next we have creditors. Who are creditors? The persons to whom business owes the amount, they are called as creditors. जिन लोगों को business पैसे बाकी है उन लोगों को हम creditor बोलेंगे. Next we have debtors. Who are debtors? The persons who owes the amount to the business. जिन लोगों से business को पैसे आना है, they are called as debtors. Next we have bank. Bank is also an artificial person. So all these fall under the category of persons. Some are natural persons, some are artificial persons, and some may also represent persons. So now let us discuss the rules for personal account. The rules for personal account are debit the receiver, credit the giver. मतलब अगर वो पर्सन का पोजीशन रिसीवर है तो वो बंदे का नाम हम डेबिट में लिखेंगे. अगर वो पर्सन का पोजीशन गिवर है तब हम वो बंदे का नाम क्रेडिट में लिखेंगे. Here are the examples. The first transaction is cash paid to Abdul Habib Saab. So in this transaction, the name of the person specified is Abdul Habib Saab. So इस बार Abdul Habib Saab ये transaction person से related है. So the transactions which are related to persons will be recorded under personal account. What are the rules for personal account? If the person is receiver, his name should be debited. If the person is giver, his name should be credited. So this time Abdul Habib Saab is receiver, so his name will be debited. And the journal entry will be Abdul Habib Saab account debit 50,000 to cash account 50,000, and the narration will be being cash paid to Abdul Habib Saab. So here Abdul Habib Saab is receiver, so his name is debited, and we are paying cash. So cash is going from the business, so cash will be credited, and the narration will be recorded as being cash paid to Abdul Habib Saab. Let us try to understand the personal account with another example. Cash received from Abdul Habib Saab rupees 75,000. So the transaction is given as cash received from Abdul Habib Saab. So again the name of the person is given as Abdul Habib Saab. This time the position of this person is of giver. So इस बार ये बंदे का position giver है. In our previous transaction his position was of receiver, so his name was debited. In this transaction his position is of giver, so his name will be credited. And as cash is coming into the business, cash will be debited, and the journal entry will be cash account debit 75,000 to Abdul Habib Saab account 75,000, and the narration will be being cash received from Abdul Habib Saab. तो समझ में क्या आया? जब किसी इंसान की बात होती, अगर वो बंदे का पोजीशन रिसीवर है तो वो बंदे का नाम डेबिट में लिखेंगे. अगर वो बंदे का पोजीशन गिवर है तब वो बंदे का नाम हम क्रेडिट में लिखेंगे. Next, continuing with another classification of accounts, real accounts. Transactions that are related to assets are recorded under real account. जो चीज assets से related है वो चीजों को हम real account में record करेंगे. What are assets? Assets are the resources which a business organization owns. तो जो चीज बिजनेस में अपनी ज्यादा रहती हम उन चीजों को assets बोल के बोलते हैं, जिसको हम अपनी आंखों से देख सकते, इस्तेमाल कर सकते. Few examples of assets are cash, land and building, furniture, computer, etc. कैश पैसा ये हकीकत में एग्जिस्ट करता है, इसको आप देख सकते, इसका इस्तेमाल कर सकते. लैंड एंड बिल्डिंग, जमीन और बंगला, ये आप अपनी आंखों से देख सकते, इसको खरीद सकते या इसको बेच सकते. नेक्स्ट वी हैव फर्नीचर एंड कंप्यूटर. फर्नीचर एंड कंप्यूटर कैन बी सीन, दे कैन बी यूज्ड, दे कैन बी परचेज एज वेल एज दे कैन बी सोल्ड. तो जो चीज हकीकत में है जिसको हम खरीद सकते या बेच सकते, मतलब द ट्रांजैक्शंस व्हिच आर रिलेटेड टू असेट्स. व्हाट आर असेट्स? असेट्स आर द रिसोर्सेज व्हिच ए बिजनेस ऑर्गेनाइजेशन ओन्स. तो ये चीजें हकीकत में एग्जिस्ट करते. अब ये सब चीजें बिजनेस में कैसा आते? लैंड एंड बिल्डिंग्स हम खरीदते, फर्नीचर हम खरीदते, कंप्यूटर हम खरीदते. वी परचेज लैंड एंड बिल्डिंग इन बिजनेस, वी परचेज फर्नीचर, वी परचेज कंप्यूटर. कैसा खरीदते? बाय पेइंग कैश. कैश इज आल्सो रियल अकाउंट, मतलब पैसा भी सही में एग्जिस्ट करता. तो व्हाट आर द रूल्स? अब ये चीज लैंड एंड बिल्डिंग खरीद रहे तो होता क्या? लैंड एंड बिल्डिंग अपने को आती, अपने पास से पैसे चले जाते. तो एक चीज आ रही, एक चीज जा रही. जो चीज आ रही हम उसको व्हाट कम्स इन बोलते, जो चीज जा रही हम उसको व्हाट गोज आउट बोलते. वॉट एवर, if you are purchasing anything, the thing will be coming, so it will be recorded as what comes in, it will be debited. Then we need to pay for it, अपने पास से पैसा जाता, then it will be termed as what goes out, then it will be credited. Let us discuss real account with some examples. Here are the examples. Purchased furniture rupees 45,000. हम क्या कर रहे? फर्नीचर खरीद रहे. तो होता क्या? फर्नीचर बिजनेस में आता, अपने पास से पैसा जाता. So debit what comes in, मतलब अपने को क्या आ रहा? फर्नीचर आ रहा. Credit what goes out, मतलब अपने पास से क्या जा रहा? फर्नीचर जा रहा. So the journal entry will be furniture account debit 45,000 to cash account 45,000, and the narration will be being furniture purchased. Let us try to understand real accounts with another example where we will be selling furniture. Sold furniture rupees 50,000. In a previous transaction we purchased furniture, so furniture was coming into the business and cash was going from the business. This time we are selling furniture, means we will be receiving cash and furniture will be going from the business. So what are the rules for real account? Debit what comes in, credit what goes out. When we are selling furniture we will be receiving cash, so cash will be debited, and we need to give our furniture. So furniture अपने पास से चले आता, so furniture will be credited. So when we purchase furniture, furniture आ रहा था, पैसे जा रहे थे. So furniture account debit what comes in to cash account, credit what goes out. But this time we are receiving cash and in return we are giving furniture. So इस बार पैसा आ रहा, फर्नीचर जा रहा. खरीदे वक्त फर्नीचर आ रहा था, पैसे जा रहे थे. इस बार बेच रहे हैं तो अपने को पैसे आ रहे हैं, अपने पास से फर्नीचर जा रहा. So the generative will be cash account debit 50,000 to furniture account 50,000 and the narration will be being furniture sold. Now let us discuss another classification of accounts which is nominal accounts. Nominal का मतलब क्या? जो चीज सिर्फ नाम के वास्ते रहती, आगे कैरी फॉरवर्ड नहीं होती. Example, the transactions that are related to expenses and losses, incomes and gains are recorded under nominal account. What are expenses? What we pay for. What are losses? That we have suffered in our business. What are incomes? What we have earned. What are gains? The profits that we have earned in our business. So ये जो expense है, expense का मतलब क्या? खर्चा. Income का मतलब क्या? आमदनी. So someone expenditure is someone else income. Someone's loss is someone else gain. किसी का खर्चा, किसी और की आमदनी, किसी का नुकसान, किसी और का फायदा. So जो चीज एक्सपेंस या लॉस रहती या इनकम एंड गेन रहती, these transactions will be recorded under nominal account. So what are nominal accounts? Nominal accounts are the namesake accounts which cannot be carried forward, जिसको हम आगे carry forward नहीं कर सकते. Few examples of nominal accounts are salaries, rent, electricity bill, fees, etc. तो nominal account का मतलब क्या? जो चीज सिर्फ नाम के वास्ते एग्जिस्ट करती, वो आगे कैरी फॉरवर्ड नहीं होती. जैसे कि ह्यूमन बीइंग्स हैव ब्रेकफास्ट इन द मॉर्निंग, देन अगेन दे फील हंग्री, अगेन इन द आफ्टरनून दे हैव लंच, देन अगेन इवनिंग दे हैव सम रिफ्रेशमेंट और सपर, देन अगेन एट नाइट दे हैव डिनर. सो सुबह ब्रेकफास्ट करे थे बट दोपहर में फिर दोबारा लंच करते, शाम में कुछ रिफ्रेशमेंट्स हो, फिर दोपहर में लंच करने के बावजूद शाम में कुछ रिफ्रेशमेंट स्नैक्स ऐसा होते, फिर रात में फिर भूख लगती, फिर डिनर करते. As a tenant will be paying the rent for the month of January, then again we need to pay the rent for the month of February. कोई भी किराएदार अपने मकानदार को ये नहीं बोल सकते कि मैं जनवरी का किराया दे दिया, फरवरी का किराया नहीं देता. तो जनवरी में जो किराया पे करे वो जनवरी में खत्म, फरवरी में दोबारा आपको किराया पे करना है. The whatever the electricity bill that we have paid for the month of March, it will get lapsed in the month of March itself. Again we need to pay the electricity bill for the month of अप्रैल. तो कोई ये नहीं बोल सकते कि मैं मार्च की लाइट की बिल पे कर दिया, अप्रैल की नहीं बनता, अप्रैल की बन गया, मई की नहीं बनता, नहीं बोल सकते आप. मैं फर्स्ट स्टैंडर्ड की फीस पे कर दिया, अब मेरी स्कूलिंग खत्म हुए तक मैं फीस पे नहीं करता, नहीं बोल सकते आप. फर्स्ट स्टैंडर्ड में जो फीस पे करे वो फर्स्ट स्टैंडर्ड में खत्म हो जाती. सेकंड स्टैंडर्ड में हम पढ़ रहे, दोबारा वी नीड टू पे फीस फॉर सेकंड स्टैंडर्ड. सेकंड स्टैंडर्ड की बन गई, फिर थर्ड स्टैंडर्ड पढ़ रहे, थर्ड स्टैंडर्ड की फीस पे करना पड़ता. तो नॉमिनल का मतलब क्या? ये चीज कब का जब लैप्स हो जाती, सुबह जो ब्रेकफास्ट करे वो सुबह में खत्म, वो डाइजेस्ट हो गया, दोपहर में फिर लंच करते, फिर वो डाइजेस्ट हो जाता, फिर रिफ्रेशमेंट स्नैक्स करे, सपर कुछ भी कर लिया आप, वो भी डाइजेस्ट हो जाता, फिर रात में डिनर करते, वो भी डाइजेस्ट हो जाता. तो किसी के पास ये नहीं बोलते सुबह ब्रेकफास्ट करे, दोपहर में लंच करे, रात में डिनर करते, अब कल 3 टाइम खाना नहीं देते, नहीं बोलते. आज जो खाए वो आज खत्म, कल जो खाएंगे वो कल खत्म. तो आज की चीज कल काम में नहीं आती, कल की चीज परसों काम में नहीं आती. तो एक बार हम जो खर्चा करें वो खर्चा वापस दोबारा रिपीट होता. फॉर एग्जाम्पल आई हैव परचेज्ड ए पेन, तो दोबारा मेरे को फिर पेन की जरूरत पड़ती तो मैं एक और पेन खरीदूंगा. तो पहली बार में पेन खरीदा तो वही पैसों से दूसरा पेन नहीं आएगा. तो ये क्या है? नॉमिनल है. नॉमिनल का मतलब क्या? ये चीज आगे कैरी फॉरवर्ड नहीं होती, कब का जब लैप्स हो जाती. सो फ्यू एग्जांपल्स ऑफ नॉमिनल अकाउंट्स आर सैलरीज, रेंट, इलेक्ट्रिसिटी बिल, फीस एक्सेट्रा. तो यहाँ पे ये चीजें क्या रहते, किसी के लिए खर्चा रहता, किसी के लिए इनकम रहता. सो इट इज एक्सपेंडिचर फॉर समवन एंड इनकम फॉर someone. As an employee will be getting salaries. For an employee, salary is an income, but from employer point of view, salary is an expenditure. So if you are discussing about expenditure, from employer point of view, salary is an expenditure, whereas from employee point of view, salary is an income. If you are discussing about rent, from tenant point of view, rent is an expenditure, whereas from owner landlord point of view, rent is an income. Electricity bill, if we are paying electricity bill, it is our expenditure, but from electricity department, from point of view of electricity department, it is an income. From student point of view, fees is an expenditure, but from management point of view, fees is an income. So now let us discuss the rules for nominal account. What are the rules for nominal account? Debit all expenses and losses, credit all incomes and gains. खर्चा या नुकसान रहा डेबिट में लिखो, आमदनी या फायदा रहा क्रेडिट में लिखो. Here are the examples. Paid salaries rupees 25,000. Paid salaries का मतलब क्या? हम सैलरी पे कर रहे, it is our expenditure. So what are the rules for nominal account? debit all expenses. So expense का नाम क्या है? Salary है. So we'll be writing the entry as salaries account debit 25,000 to cash account, as cash is going from, when we pay salary, cash will be going from the business. So cash falls under the category of real account. What are the rules for real account? Credit what goes out. So as per this rule, cash is going from the business, so cash will be credited, and the journal entry will be salaries account debit 25,000 to cash account 25,000, and the narration will be being salaries paid. If you are paying rent, the journal entry will be rent account debit to cash. If you are paying electricity bill, then the journal entry will be electricity bill account debit to cash. If you are paying fees, then the journal entry will be fees account debit to cash. If you are paying for advertisement expenses, then the journal entry will be advertisement expenses account debit to cash. If you are paying telephone bill, then the journal entry will be telephone bill account debit to cash. Now let us discuss another transaction under nominal account. Here we are receiving salaries. The transaction is receive salaries. So this time it is an income. As per the rules of nominal account, credit all incomes and gains. So the name of the income is salaries. So this time we are receiving cash, and cash falls under the category of real account. What are the rules for real account? Debit what comes in. As cash is coming into the business, cash will be debited, and salaries, as it is an income, it will be credited. In this transaction, salary was expenditure, so salary was debited. In this transaction, salary is an income, so salary will be credited. Here the journal entry was salaries account debit to cash, because we were paying salaries. Here the journal entry is cash account debit to salaries, because we are receiving salaries. Now let us discuss chapter 2, recording of business transactions, that is journal entries, followed by the topic ledger accounts. So now we'll be discussing problems from Telugu Academy Publications, first year accountancy syllabus for Telangana State Board of Intermediate Education. Here is the chapter 2, recording of business transactions, journal entries, page number 61, question number 1. Mr. Anil started business with cash rupees 75,000 on 1st January 2019. The details of business transactions for the month of January are as follows. Prepare journal. So we are required to prepare journal entries, and the owner of the business is Mr. Anil, and he has started his business on 1st January 2019. Here is the format for journal entries. The format is date, particulars, LF, which stands for ledger, folio, debit amount rupees, credit amount rupees, and the heading will be taken as journal entries in books of Mr. Anil. So he has started his business on January 1, 2019, and he has invested rupees 75,000 in the business. So cash is coming into the business. So as per the rules of real account, debit what comes in, cash is coming into the business, so cash will be debited, and whatever has been invested by the owner into the business, it will be termed as his capital. So it will be recorded as to Anil's capital, or else it can also be just recorded as to capital account. And the journal entry will be cash account debit 75,000 to Anil's capital account 75,000, and the narration will be being business started. Then the other transactions were given as 2019 January 2nd, cash sales 10,000. Cash sales का मतलब क्या? हम पैसे लेके बेच रहे. So again cash is coming into the business, so cash will be debited, and sales, it is an income, so it will be credited. So the date will be taken as January. In date column we'll be writing the date as January 2nd. In particulars column we'll be writing the journal entry as cash account debit 10,000 to sales account 10,000, and the narration will be being goods sold for cash. Next we have the transaction on January 5, goods purchased for cash 12,000. Purchase of goods for cash in the sense we are purchasing goods, and in return we need to pay cash. Purchases, it is an expenditure. As per the rules of nominal account, debit all expenses, purchases will be debited, and as cash is going from the business, it will be credited. So the date will be taken as January 5. The journal entry will be purchases account debit 12,000 to cash account 12,000, and the narration will be being goods purchased for cash. Then after January 5, we have a transaction on January 7. Goods sold on credit to Rahim 20,000. On credit का मतलब क्या? उधारी में बेच रहे हम. So when we are selling the goods on credit, we are not going to receive cash immediately. अपन सामान तो बेच दे रहे, it is an income. So sales, as per the rules of nominal account, it is an income, so sales will be credited. But in return, we should receive cash. But as we have sold the goods on credit, we are not going to receive cash immediately. So the customer who has purchased the goods from us, he will be paying us cash at some date in future. So in such a situation, we'll be writing the name of the person to whom we have sold the goods. So as we have sold the goods to Rahim Baba, we'll be writing his name as Rahim account debit to sales. So here we sold goods to Mr. Rahim. So the journal entry on January 7 will be recorded as Rahim account debit 20,000 to sales account 20,000, and the narration will be recorded as being goods sold to Rahim. After January 7, we have a transaction on January 8. Sale of goods. Sale of goods का मतलब क्या? हम सामान बेच रहे. So in return we'll be receiving cash. So cash is coming into the business, and sales, it is an income. So the date will be taken as January 8. The journal entry will be cash account debit 20,000 to sales account 20,000, and the narration will be being goods sold. Then after January 8, we have a transaction on January 9. Wages paid. So we are paying wages. It is an expenditure. wages paid 5,000 rupees. So the general entry on January 9 will be wages account debit 5,000 to cash account 5,000 being wages paid, and the date will be taken as January 9. Then we have a transaction on, after January 9, we have a transaction on January 10, cash deposited into bank. Cash deposited into bank का मतलब क्या? हम अपना पैसा ले जाके बैंक में जमा कर रहे हैं, तो अपने पास से पैसे जा रहे हैं, किसको जा रहे हैं? बैंक को जा रहे हैं. So as bank is the receiver, bank falls under the category of artificial person. What are the rules for personal account? Debit the receiver. As bank is the receiver, bank will be debited, and as cash is going from the business, it will be credited. So the general entry on January 10 will be bank account debit 8,000 to cash account 8,000, and the narration will be being cash deposited into bank. After January 10, we have a transaction on January 13, कैश पेड टू महेश. कैश पेड टू महेश का मतलब क्या? इस बार हम पैसा पे कर रहे हैं. किसको पे कर रहे हैं? महेश को पे कर रहे हैं. इससे पहले बैंक को दिए थे, बैंक अकाउंट डेबिट टू कैश लिखे, अब महेश को दे रहे हैं. So this time the general entry will be महेश account debit to cash account. The date will be taken as January 13, and the general entry will be महेश account debit 6,000 to cash account 6,000, and the narration will be being cash paid to महेश. After January 13, we have a transaction on January 15, मशीनरी परचेज्ड फॉर कैश. हम मशीन खरीद रहे, बदले में उसकी कीमत अदा करते, तो मशीनरी अपने को आती, अपने पास से पैसे जाते. सो द जनरल एंट्री विल बी, the date will be taken as January 15, and the general entry will be machinery account debit 12,000 to cash account 12,000, and the narration will be being machinery purchased. After January 15, we have a transaction on January 18, purchased goods from Anita. Purchases, it is an expenditure. So we are purchasing from Anita. It is a credit transaction. कैसा पहचानना? When we are selling good, when we are purchasing goods or we are selling goods and the name of a person is specified, then it falls under the category of credit transaction. So here we are purchasing goods. It is an expenditure, but we are not paying cash immediately. In such a situation, we'll be writing the name of the person from whom we have purchased the goods. जैसा यहाँ पे सामान बेचे थे, बेचे वक्त उधारी में बेचे, तो जो बंदे को बेचे वो बंदे का नाम लिख लिए थे. Here we sold the goods and we have recorded the name of the person to whom we sold the goods. Similarly, here we are purchasing the goods, then we'll be writing the name of the person from whom we have purchased the goods. Purchases is an expenditure and the Anita is giver of the goods, so her name will be credited. Here sales was an income. Here the person who have received the goods, his name will be debited. So the general entry on January 18 will be purchases account debit 5,000 to Anita account 5,000, and the narration will be being goods purchased from Anita. After January 18, we have a transaction on January 20, cash received from Ms. Ramya 3,000 rupees. So here we are receiving cash from Mrs. Ramya. So cash is coming and Mrs. Ramya is giver. So it will be recorded as cash account debit to Mrs. Ramya account 3,000. That general entry on January 20 will be recorded as cash account debit 3,000 to Mrs. Ramya account 3,000, and the narration will be taken as being cash received from Mrs. Ramya. Then after January 20, we have a transaction on January 22, paid commission 1,500. Paid commission का मतलब क्या? हम कमीशन पे कर रहे, अपने पास से पैसे जा रहे. It is an expenditure. So the general entry on January 22 will be commission account debit to cash account. January 22 commission account debit 1,500 to cash account 1,500, and the narration will be being commission paid. After January 22, we have a transaction on January 24, paid for postage and stationery 500. We are paying for postage and stationery. It means that it is an expenditure. So again, cash is going from the business. Postage and stationery, it is an expenditure. It will be debited. So the general entry will be January 24, postage and stationery account debit 500 to cash account 500, and the narration will be taken as being paid for postage and stationery. After January 24, we have a transaction on January 27, cash drawn from bank for personal use. So here Mr. Anil is the owner of the business. Owner of the business, as he invests the amount into the business, it will be termed as his capital. जो भी पैसा owner अपने business में invest करते, हम उसको capital बोलते. Sometimes if the owner is in need of funds for his personal expenses, he can withdraw the amount from the business. कभी कभार owner को अपने जाती कामों के लिए पैसों की जरूरत रहती, तो owner business में से पैसा अपने जाती काम के लिए निकाल भी सकते. तो यहाँ पे मिस्टर अनिल क्या कर रहे हैं? बैंक से पैसे निकाल रहे, अपने पर्सनल कामों के लिए निकाल रहे. कितना निकाल रहे? 7,000 रुपए निकाल रहे. It will be termed as drawings. So it can be recorded as Anil's drawings account debit to bank account. As he is withdrawing the amount from bank, it will be recorded as January 27, Anil's drawings account debit 7,000 to bank account 7,000, and the narration will be recorded as being cash drawn from bank for personal use, or else this entry can also be simply recorded as drawings account debit to bank account. या तो ओनर के नाम के साथ ड्राइंग्स लिखेंगे या सिर्फ ड्राइंग्स भी लिख सकते हैं. Next, after January 27, we have a transaction on January 30, received rent 1,200. Received rent का मतलब क्या? अपने को किराया आ रहा. It is an income. Cash is coming and rent is an income. So the general entry on last day will be taken as January 30, cash account debit 1,200 to rent account 1,200, and the narration will be taken as being rent received. Next, continuing with next problem, page number 62, question number 2. past journal entries in books of Mr. Ram. So the heading will be taken as journal entries in books of Mr. Ram, and the format will be the same. Date, particulars, LF, it stands for ledger folio, debit amount rupees, credit amount rupees. The first transaction is given on 2019 March 1st as Ram commenced business with cash 1 lakh rupees. So here Mr. Ram has started his business with a investment of 1 lakh rupees. So cash is coming into the business. So the date will be taken as 2019 March 1st. 2019 March 1st, as cash is coming into the business, cash will be debited, and whatever has been invested into the business, it will be termed as Ram's capital account. So our general entry will be cash account debit 1 lakh to Ram's capital account 1 lakh being business started, or else it can be simply recorded as cash account debit to capital account being business started. Then we have another transaction on March 2nd as cash deposited into Canara Bank. Deposit 60,000. Deposited का मतलब हम अपना पैसा लेके आके बैंक में जमा कर रहे हैं. तो अपने पास से पैसा जा रहा, किधर जा रहा? Canara Bank में जा रहा. So the general entry on March 2nd will be taken as March 2nd Canara Bank account debit to cash account 60,000, and the narration will be being cash deposited into bank. अपने पास से पैसा जा रहा, Canara Bank में जा रहा. Then after March 2nd we have a transaction on March 4, purchased from Rama 4,000. Purchased का मतलब क्या? हम सामान खरीद रहे. किससे खरीद रहे? रामा से खरीद रहे. It is an expenditure. As the name of a person is given, it is a credit transaction. In such a situation, we will be writing the name of the person from whom we have purchased the goods. So the date will be taken as March 4, and the entry will be purchases account debit 4,000 to Rama account 4,000, and the narration will be being goods purchased from Rama. Next, after March 4, we have a transaction on March 6, purchased computer and paid by check 15,000. परचेज कंप्यूटर मतलब हम कंप्यूटर खरीद रहे, उसकी कीमत चेक से अदा कर रहे हैं. तो कंप्यूटर आ रहा, अपने पास से चेक जा रहा. चेक का काम कहाँ खत्म होता? बैंक में खत्म होता. सो द जनरल एंट्री ऑन March 6 will be computer account debit to bank account 15,000, and the narration will be being computer purchased and paid by check, and the date will be taken as March 6. Then we have a transaction on March 9. Ram withdrew cash for personal use 5,000 rupees, personal expense. So as discussed in previous problem, the owner of a business can withdraw cash for his personal expenses. So it will be termed as drawing. So the general entry will be Ram's drawings account debit to cash account 5,000. So here it can be either recorded as Ram's drawings account debit 5,000 to cash account 5,000 being cash drawn for personal use, or else it can also be recorded as just simply drawings account debit to cash account. And the date will be taken as March 9. Then after March 9, we have a transaction on March 13. फर्नीचर परचेस्ड 10,000 रुपीज. फर्नीचर परचेज 10,000 का मतलब क्या? हम फर्नीचर खरीद रहे, बदले में उसकी कीमत अदा कर दे. सो फर्नीचर इज कमिंग इनटू द बिजनेस एंड कैश इज गोइंग फ्रॉम द बिजनेस. सो द जनरल एंट्री ऑन March 13 will be furniture account debit 10,000 to cash account 10,000, and the narration will be being furniture purchased. Next, after March 13, we have a transaction on March 15, return goods to Rama. In a previous transaction, we have purchased goods from Rama, where we have recorded the general entry as purchases account debit to Rama. Now, as we are returning goods to Rama, so here we purchased goods from Rama. So the general entry here was recorded as purchases account debit to Rama account. Now, as we are purchases, it was an expenditure. Now, as we are returning goods to Rama, it will be decrease in our expenditure. So it will be termed as purchase returns. So purchases जो debit में था, it was an expenditure. Now as our expenditure is being reduced, so it comes to credit as purchase returns. तो यहाँ पे वो credit में आ जाएंगे purchase returns. हम सामान किसको वापस कर रहे हैं? रामा को वापस कर रहे हैं. तो खरीदे वक्त जो एंट्री लिखे थे purchases account debit to Rama account, this entry will be now reversed as Rama account debit to purchase returns account, as it is decrease in expenditure, and the narration will be taken as being goods returned to Rama, and the amount will be taken as 500. After March 15, we have a transaction on March 18, Amir return goods. When the name of a person is given and it is given as return goods, it means that it is a transaction of sales returns. 1,000 rupees. Sales, it is an income, it will have credit balance, whereas sales returns, it is decrease in income, it will have debit balance. So the general entry will be sales returns account debit to Amir account. Sales returns, it is decrease in income, and to Amir account, as he is the giver of the goods, his name will be credited, and the date will be taken as March 18, and the general entry will be sales returns account debit 1,000 to Amir account 1,000, and the narration will be being goods returned by Amir. Then after March 18, we have a transaction on March 20 as advertisement expenses paid 1,000 rupees. So advertisement expenses, it is an expenditure. So it will be recorded as advertisement expenses account debit to cash account. So the date will be taken as March 20, and the general entry will be recorded as advertisement expenses account debit 1,000 to cash account 1,000, and the narration will be taken as being advertisement expenses paid. After March 20, we have a transaction on March 25. March 23, deposited cash into Canara Bank 3,000 rupees. So cash is going and Canara Bank is the receiver. So the general entry on March 23 will be Canara Bank account debit 3,000 to cash account 3,000, and the narration will be being cash deposited into bank. After March 23, we have a transaction on March 25. Goods withdrawn for personal work 2000. So as discussed, the owner of a business can withdraw cash from business for personal use. Similarly, if the owner is in need of some goods belonging to the business, he can also withdraw goods from his business. ओनर अपने बिजनेस में से दो चीजें निकाल सकते, एक जरूरत पड़ने पे पैसा अपने बिजनेस से निकाल सकते, दूसरा बिजनेस का सामान अपने जाती काम के लिए इस्तेमाल कर सकते. फॉर एग्जांपल, अब्दुल हबीब साहब हैज ए डेट्स बिजनेस. अब्दुल हबीब साहब का खजूर का बिजनेस है. अगर जरूरत पड़ी तो बिजनेस में से पैसे निकालेंगे, या फिर घर में इफ्तार पार्टी है तो खजूर लेके जाएंगे. तो या तो बिजनेस से पैसा लेंगे या तो बिजनेस से सामान लेंगे. बोथ आर कंसिडर्ड एज ड्राइंग्स. अगर ओनर बिजनेस से पैसा निकाले तभी भी हम उसको ड्राइंग्स बोलेंगे. ओनर अगर बिजनेस से सामान ले रहे तभी भी हम उसको ड्राइंग्स बोलेंगे. अगर पैसा ले रहे तो जनरल एंट्री आएंगी ड्राइंग्स अकाउंट डेबिट टू कैश. अगर सामान ले रहे तो जनरल एंट्री आएंगी ड्राइंग्स अकाउंट डेबिट टू purchases. So the journal entry on March 25 will be recorded as Ram's drawings account debit 2000 to purchases account 2000, and the narration will be recorded as being goods drawn for personal use. अब यहाँ पे purchases it was an expenditure, it will always have debit balance, ये पढ़े थे. बट इस बार purchases credit में क्यों लिख रहे? बिकॉज ये जो सामान बिजनेस में लाए थे, क्यों लाए थे? खरीद के क्यों लाए थे? बेचने के लिए लाए थे. But when the owner is utilizing the goods for his personal use, he will not pay for it. And this good will not be available for selling to customer. क्योंकि हम लाए थे कस्टमर को बेचने के लिए, बट क्योंकि खुद ओनर अपने जाती काम के लिए इस्तेमाल कर ले रहे, तो ये बिजनेस में अब बेचने के लिए अवेलेबल नहीं रहता. सो ऑलरेडी हम परचेज करे वक्त इसको डेबिट में बता दिए थे. इन ऑर्डर टू रिड्यूस अवर परचेजेस इट विल नाउ बी क्रेडिटेड, and the journal entry will be either recorded as simply it can be recorded as drawings account debit to purchases, or else it can also be shown with the name of the owner as Ram's drawings account debit 2000 to purchases account 2000, and the narration will be being goods drawn for personal use. After March 25, we have a transaction on March 27. Cash paid to Ramesh 3900 and discount received 100 rupees. Cash paid to Ramesh का मतलब क्या? हम रमेश को पैसे पे कर रहे, अपने पास से पैसे जा रहे. So the journal entry will be Ramesh account debit to cash account. कैश कितना पे कर रहे? 3900 पे कर रहे. इसके साथ कंटिन्यूशन क्या दिया हुआ है? डिस्काउंट रिसीव्ड 100 रुपीज. डिस्काउंट रिसीव मतलब ये अपने को फायदा है. सो एज पर द रूल्स ऑफ नॉमिनल अकाउंट क्रेडिट ऑल इनकम्स एंड गेन्स. डिस्काउंट इज ए गेन, so discount will be credited as to discount account 100 rupees. So the total will be 3900 plus 100 rupees, it becomes 4000. So the journal entry on March 27 will be Ramesh account debit 4000 to cash account 3900 to discount account 100 rupees, and the narration will be being cash paid to Ramesh and receive discount. इसका मतलब क्या? रमेश का जो कैलकुलेशन था वो 4000 था, जिसमें से हम 3900 पे कर रहे, 100 रुपीज डिस्काउंट ले रहे. नेक्स्ट, the transaction is on March 29 and the transaction is cash withdrawn from bank March 28. The transaction is on March 28. Cash received from Ramu 2800 and discount allowed 200. So इस बार अपने को पैसा आ रहा तो हम डिस्काउंट देते, तो ये अपने लिए लॉस है. सो द इससे पहले के ट्रांजैक्शन में हम पे करे थे तो अपने को डिस्काउंट मिला था, वो गेन था अपने लिए, वो फायदा था. इस बार अपने को पैसे आ रहे हैं तो अपन डिस्काउंट देना पड़ता, तो ये अपने लिए नुकसान रहता. सो द जनरल एंट्री विल बी कैश अकाउंट डेबिट 2800, डिस्काउंट अकाउंट डेबिट 200 टू रामू अकाउंट 3000. ये सब किसकी मेहरबानी है? रामू की मेहरबानी है. तो रामू का जो कैलकुलेशन था वो 3000 का था, जिसमें से वो बंदा अपने को 2800 कैश दे रहा, 200 का हम वो बंदे को डिस्काउंट दे रहे, तो ये अपने लिए नुकसान है. सो द जनरल एंट्री ऑन March 28 विल बी कैश अकाउंट डेबिट 2800, डिस्काउंट अकाउंट डेबिट 200 टू रामो अकाउंट 3000. In this transaction we were paying cash, so discount was an income, so discount was credited. In this transaction we are receiving cash, so discount this time discount is a this time we need to allow the discount, so discount is a loss, so discount is debited. Next, after March 28 we have a transaction on March 29. Cash withdrawn from bank for office use 6000. कैश विथड्रॉन फ्रॉम बैंक का मतलब क्या? पैसे ला रहे हैं, बैंक से ला रहे हैं. फॉर ऑफिस यूज का मतलब क्या? इन दिस प्रॉब्लम वी डिस्कस दैट द ओनर ऑफ द पर्सन कैन विथड्रॉ कैश फॉर हिज पर्सनल यूज. ओनर अपने जाती काम के लिए पैसा निकाल सकते हैं, बट ओनर बिजनेस का पैसा बिजनेस के काम के लिए भी निकाल सकते हैं. तो यहाँ पे ये जो फॉर पर्सनल यूज है ये बताता है कि जाती काम के लिए निकाल रहे हैं. ये ऑफिस यूज है, इट स्पेसिफाइज दैट द अमाउंट हैज बीन विथड्रॉन फ्रॉम द बिजनेस बट फॉर ऑफिशियल पर्पस. मतलब ऑफिस का पैसा, बिजनेस का पैसा बिजनेस के काम के लिए निकाल रहे हैं आप, तो अब हम उसको ऑफिस यूज बोलेंगे. तो इस बार एंट्री क्या आएंगी? अपने को पैसा आ रहा, कहां से आ रहा? बैंक से आ रहा. सो द जनरल एंट्री विल बी, द डेट विल बी टेकन एज March 29 एंड द जनरल एंट्री विल बी रिकॉर्डेड एज कैश अकाउंट डेबिट टू बैंक अकाउंट. अपने को पैसा आ रहा, बैंक से आ रहा. सो द डेट विल बी टेकन एज March 29 एंड द एंट्री विल बी कैश अकाउंट डेबिट 6000 टू बैंक अकाउंट 6000 एंड द नरेशन विल बी बीइंग कैश ड्रॉन फ्रॉम बैंक फॉर ऑफिस यूज. After March 29 we have a transaction on March 30. Salaries paid by check. So salary is paid by check, it is an expenditure. By check का मतलब क्या? आप चेक से दे रहे हैं, अपने पास से चेक जा रहा, so it is an expenditure, it will be shown as March 30, salaries account debit 8,000 to bank account 8,000, and the narration will be taken as being salaries paid by check. Then we have another problem, page number 62, question number 3. Generalize the following transactions in books of Akbar. So the heading will be taken as general entries in books of Mr. Akbar, and the format will be the same: date, particulars, LF, which stands for ledger folio, debit amount rupees, credit amount rupees. The transactions are given for the year 2019 for the month of March, and the first transaction is given as 2019 March 1st. Akbar started business with cash 50,000. मतलब business में 50,000 रुपए आ रहे हैं. Whatever has been invested, it will be called as owner's capital. So the journal entry on 2019 March 1st will be recorded as cash account debit 50,000 to Akbar's capital account 50,000, being business started, or else it can be simply recorded as cash account debit to capital account 50,000. Then after March 1st, we have another transaction on March 2nd as cash sales 30,000. मतलब हम पैसे लेके बेच रहे हैं. So cash is coming into the business. Sales is an income. So the date will be taken as March 2nd, and the general entry will be cash account debit 30,000 to sales account 30,000, and the narration will be being goods sold. And after March 2nd, we have a transaction on March 4. Cash purchases 40,000. Cash purchases का मतलब क्या? हम पैसा खरीद रहे या पैसे देके खरीद रहे? पैसे देके खरीद रहे. So it is an expenditure. Cash is going from the business. So per debit all expenses. So the date will be taken as March 4, and the general entry will be purchases account debit 40,000 to cash account 40,000, and the narration will be being goods purchased for cash. After March 4, we have a transaction on. After March 4, we have a transaction on March 6. Sold goods to Mahesh 35,000. So it is a credit transaction. How to identify it is a credit transaction? When we are purchasing goods or we are selling goods and the name of a person is given, it becomes a credit transaction. So sales, it is an income. Sales will be credited. So as we are not going to receive cash immediately, then we'll be writing the name of the person to whom we sold goods. So the date will be taken as March 6. And as we sold goods to Mahesh, his name will be debited, and sales, it is an income. So sales will be credited, and the general entry will be Mahesh account debit 35,000 to sales account 35,000, and the narration will be being goods sold to Mahesh. After March 6, we have a transaction on March 9. Bought goods from Radhika 25,000. Bought का मतलब क्या? हम सामान खरीद रहे हैं. Purchases, it is an expenditure. Again, the name of a person is given. So at the time of purchasing goods or at the time of selling goods, the name of a person is specified. It becomes credit transaction. इधर बेचे थे, उधारी में बेचे थे. इधर खरीद रहे हैं, उधारी में खरीद रहे हैं. So purchases, it is an expenditure. So purchases will be debited. And as we are purchasing on credit, we are not going to pay cash immediately. Then in such a situation, we'll be writing the name of the person from whom we have purchased the goods. So the date will be taken as March 9, and the general entry will be recorded as purchases account debit 25,000 to Radhika account 25,000, and the narration will be taken as being goods purchased from Radhika. After March 9, we have a transaction on March 11. Sold goods to Swati for cash 10,000. So here we are selling goods, and the name of a person is also given. But along with the name of a person, here the continuation is given as for cash. जैसे कि इससे पहले के ट्रांजैक्शन में bought goods from Radhika, यहाँ पे हम सामान, जैसे कि फिर 6th के ट्रांजैक्शन में sold goods to महेश बोला, वैसा 11th के ट्रांजैक्शन में sold goods to स्वाति बोल रहा. तो ये क्रेडिट ट्रांजैक्शन था, ये कैश ट्रांजैक्शन है. कैसा? यहाँ पे सिर्फ नाम देके रुक गया, तो वो उधारी का ट्रांजैक्शन था. बट यहाँ पे कंटिन्यूएशन फॉर कैश बोल रहा, मतलब हम स्वाति से पैसे देके खरीद रहे हैं. सो इट बिकम्स अ कैश ट्रांजैक्शन. सो कैश इज कमिंग एंड सेल्स, इट इज एन इनकम. सो दिस टाइम द जनरल एंट्री विल बी रिकॉर्डेड एज March 11, कैश अकाउंट डेबिट 10,000 to sales account 10,000, and the narration will be being goods sold for cash. Then after March 11, we have a transaction on March 15. Mahesh returned goods. So the transaction which we did with Mahesh was on March 6. So when we sold goods to Mahesh, we have recorded the general entry as Mahesh account debit to sales. Sales was an income. So income will be credited. Now as Mahesh is returning goods, our income will be reduced. So sales returns is decrease in income. So sales returns will be debited, and as Mahesh is the giver of the goods, Mahesh's name will be credited. So the general entry which we have recorded on March 6, Mahesh account debit to sales, will now be reversed as sales returns account debit to Mahesh account 5,000 debit, 5,000 credit, and the narration will be taken as being goods returned by Mahesh, and the date will be taken as March 15. Then we have a transaction on March 18. Commission received 1,000 rupees. अपने को पैसे आ रहे हैं, commission के नाम पे पैसा आ रहा. So it will be recorded as cash account debit to commission account. पैसे आ रहे हैं, commission के नाम पे आ रहा. Commission is an income. So the date will be taken as March 18. Entry will be cash account debit 1,000 to commission account 1,000, and the narration will be being commission received. Then after March 18, we have a transaction on March 19. Office expenses paid 500 rupees. So we are paying for office expenses. It is an expenditure. Cash is going. So the general entry will be office expenses account debit to cash account. The date will be taken as March 19. Office expenses account debit 500 to cash account 500, and the narration will be being office expenses paid. So next transaction is on March 20. Cash paid to Pramod. We are paying to Pramod. Cash is going. Pramod is the receiver. So the general entry will be Pramod account debit to cash 6,000. So here the journal entry on March 20 will be Pramod account debit 6,000 to cash account 6,000, and the narration will be being cash paid to Pramod. After March 20, we have a transaction on March 22, return goods to Radhika 2,000. So when we purchase goods from Radhika, we have recorded the journal entry as purchases account debit to Radhika. Now as we are returning goods to Radhika, our expenditure will be reduced, so it becomes purchase return. So as Radhika is now receiver of the goods, her name will be debited, and purchase returns, it is decreasing in expenditure, so it will be credited, and the journal entry on March 22nd will be Radhika account debit 2,000 to purchase returns 2,000, and the narration will be being goods returned to Radhika. Then after March 22, we have a transaction on March 25, goods withdrawn for domestic use. Domestic use का मतलब personal use. तो ओनर अपने बिजनेस में से जाती काम के लिए पैसा भी निकाल सकते हैं, सामान भी निकाल सकते हैं. अगर ओनर पैसा निकाल रहे, then the journal entry will be drawings account debit to cash. अगर सामान निकाल रहे, then the journal entry will be drawings account debit to purchases. तो अब अपन क्या निकाल रहे हैं, सामान निकाल रहे हैं. So the journal entry will be Akbar's drawings account debit 6,000 to purchases account 6,000, and the date will be taken as March 25, and the narration will be being goods drawn for personal use. Then after March 25, we have a transaction on March 27. Cash received from Anand 3,800, discount allowed 200. Cash received मतलब अपने को पैसा आ रहा, discount allowed मतलब अपने को discount देना पड़ता है. It is a loss to the organization. So the journal entry on March 27 will be cash account debit 3,800. We are receiving cash. Discount account debit 200. We are allowing discount. So it is a loss to Anand account. To Anand account. तो ये सब किसकी मेहरबानी है, आनंद की मेहरबानी है. The amount will be taken as 4,000 rupees. So the narration will be being cash received and discount allowed. After March 27, we have a transaction on March 28. Interest received 500. Interest received मतलब अपने को पैसा आ रहा, कौन से नाम पे आ रहा, interest के नाम पे आ रहा. So cash is coming into the business. Interest is an income. So it will be shown as cash account debit to interest account, and the date will be taken as March 28, and the narration will be recorded as being interest received 500 on debit side, 500 on credit side. Then we have a transaction on March 29. Cash paid to Raman 4,900, discount allowed by him 100. हम रमन को पैसा पे कर रहे हैं, तो इस बार अपने को डिस्काउंट मिल रहा. So this time discount, it is an gain. So the journal entry will be Raman account debit to cash to discount. So the date will be taken as March 29. Raman account debit to cash account कितना पे कर रहे, 4,900 पे कर रहे, to discount account 100 rupees अपने को डिस्काउंट मिल रहा. So 4,900 plus 100, it is 5,000 rupees. तो इसका मतलब क्या, रमन का जो कैलकुलेशन था वो 5,000 का था, जिसमें से हम 4,900 पे कर रहे, 100 रुपए अपने को डिस्काउंट मिल रहा. Then after March 29, we have a transaction on March 31st. Commission paid 300 rupees. Commission paid का मतलब क्या, ये अपने लिए खर्चा है, it is an expenditure, so it will be debited. The journal entry will be commission account debit to cash account, and the narration will be being commission paid. The date will be taken as March 31st, and the entry will be commission account debit 300 to cash account 300, and the narration will be being commission paid. Continuing with question number 4, page number 63. Question number 4, generalize the following transactions in books of Bhagat. The transactions are given for the year 2019 for the month of January. So the heading will be general entries in books of Mr. Bhagat. The format will be date, particulars, LF stands for ledger folio, debit amount rupees, credit amount rupees. The first transaction is given on January 1. So the date will be taken as 2019 January 1st. Commenced business with cash 40,000 and furniture worth 10,000. उसका मतलब क्या, इस बार मिस्टर भगत बिजनेस जो शुरू कर रहे उसमें 40,000 रुपए पैसा इन्वेस्ट कर रहे, 10,000 का फर्नीचर इन्वेस्ट कर रहे. तो अब तक जितने भी प्रॉब्लम्स कर रहे उसमें सिर्फ ओनर पैसा इन्वेस्ट कर रहे थे, तो कैश अकाउंट डेबिट टू कैपिटल लिखे. बट इस बार ओनर बिजनेस में पैसा भी ला रहे हैं, फर्नीचर भी ला रहे हैं. सो द डेट विल बी टेकन एज 2019 January 1st. कैश अकाउंट डेबिट कितना पैसा आ रहा, 40,000. फर्नीचर अकाउंट डेबिट कितने का फर्नीचर आ रहा, 10,000. तो ओनर का कैपिटल कितना हो गया, 40 plus 10 50,000. So it will be recorded as to Bhagat's capital account 50,000, and the narration will be being business started. तो अब हम क्या करेंगे, either cash account debit 40,000, furniture account debit 10,000, to capital account 50,000 लिख सकते हैं, या to Bhagat's capital account 50,000 लिखेंगे. Then after January 1st, we have a transaction on January 2nd. Sold goods to Suchitra 20,000. Sales, it is an income. So when we are selling goods and the name of a person is given, it is a credit transaction. Always remember that when we are purchasing goods or we are selling goods and the name of a person is specified, it becomes a credit transaction. So as we are selling goods on credit, we are not going to receive cash immediately. In such a situation, we will be writing the name of the person to whom we sold goods. So as we sold goods to Suchitra, the journal entry on January 2nd will be Suchitra account debit 20,000 to sales account 20,000, and the narration will be being goods sold. After January 2nd, we have a transaction on January 3rd. Purchased machinery 30,000. We are purchasing machinery. So machinery is coming into the business. Cash is going from the business. So the date will be taken as January 3, and the entry will be machinery account debit 30,000 to cash account 30,000, and the narration will be being machinery purchased for cash. After January 3, we have a transaction on January 5. Paid rent 5,000. So paid rent का मतलब क्या है? ये अपने लिए expenditure है. So we are paying rent. So cash is going from the business. Rent is an expenditure. So the general entry on January 5 will be rent account debit to cash account. January 5 rent account debit 5,000 to cash account 5,000, and the narration will be being rent paid. After January 5, we have a transaction on January 9. Paid electricity bill 1,000 rupees. तो हम electricity bill pay करें. Again it is an expenditure. इससे पहले रेंट पे करे थे तो रेंट अकाउंट डेबिट टू कैश लिखे. अब इलेक्ट्रिसिटी बिल पे करे तो अब इलेक्ट्रिसिटी बिल अकाउंट डेबिट टू कैश लिखेंगे. So the date will be taken as January 9 and the entry will be electricity bill account debit 1,000 to cash account 1,000, and the narration will be being electricity bill paid. After January 9, we have a transaction on January 12. Sold goods for cash 6,000. Sold goods for cash का मतलब क्या? हम पैसे लेके सामान बेच रहे. Cash is coming. Sales it is an income, so sales will be credited. So the general entry on January 12 will be cash account debit 6,000 to sales account 6,000, and the narration will be being goods sold for cash. After January 12, we have a transaction on January 15. Bought goods on credit from Nikhil 10,000. Bought का मतलब क्या? खरीदना. On credit का मतलब क्या? उधारी में खरीदना. From Nikhil का मतलब क्या? निखिल से उधारी में खरीद रहे. So purchases it is an expenditure. As we are purchasing from Nikhil, we will be writing the name of Nikhil. So the general entry on January 15 will be purchases account debit 10,000 to Nikhil account 10,000, and the narration will be being goods purchased from Nikhil. After January 15, we have a transaction on January 18. Paid wages 5,000. So we are paying wages. So it is an expenditure. So wages will be debited and cash will be credited. So the general entry on January 18 will be wages account debit to cash account 5,000, 5,000, and the narration will be being wages paid. After January 18, we have a transaction on January 21. Interest received through check. Interest received through check का मतलब क्या? अपने को interest आ रहा. It is an income. तो चेक का मतलब अपने को चेक आ रहा. बैंक अकाउंट डेबिट. चेक का काम कहाँ खत्म होता है? बैंक में खत्म होता है. बैंक अकाउंट डेबिट कौन से नाम पे आ रहे हैं? पैसे इंटरेस्ट के नाम पे आ रहे हैं. So the general entry on January 21 will be bank account debit 5,000 to interest account 5,000, and the narration will be being interest received through check. After January 21, we have a transaction on January 25. Advertisement expenses paid 3,000. Advertisement expenses हम पे कर रहे हैं तो अपने पास से पैसा जा रहा. So advertisement expenses it is an expenditure. So it will be recorded as January 25 advertisement expenses account debit 3,000 to cash account 3,000, and the narration will be being advertisement expenses paid. Next, page number 63, question number 5. Generalize the following transactions in books of Dinesh. So who is the owner here? Mr. Dinesh. So the heading will be taken as general entries in books of Mr. Dinesh, and the format will be date, particulars, LF which stands for ledger folio, debit amount rupees, credit amount rupees. The transactions are given for the year 2019 for the month of April. So here the date is taken as 2019 April 1st. Dinesh started business with cash 50,000. तो ओनर क्या कर रहे हैं? 50,000 से बिजनेस स्टार्ट कर रहे हैं. So business में 50,000 रुपए आ रहे हैं. So cash is coming into the business. Cash will be debited. Whatever has been invested into the business, it will be termed as owner's capital. So the general entry will be either cash account debit to Dinesh capital, or else it can be simply recorded as cash account debit to capital account 50,000, and the narration will be being business started. Then we have a transaction on April 2nd, sale of goods for cash 10,000. हम पैसे ले रहे हैं, सामान बेच रहे हैं. Cash is coming, sales is an income. So the general entry on April 2nd will be cash account debit 10,000 to sales account 10,000, and the narration will be being goods sold. Next, we have a transaction on April 4, purchase of goods for cash 15,000. We are purchasing goods and in return we'll be paying cash for it. So the date will be taken as April 4. Purchases is an expenditure. Cash is going, so cash will be credited. So the general entry will be purchases account debit 15,000 to cash account 15,000, and the narration will be being goods purchased for cash. Then we have a transaction on April 6, sold plant and machinery for cash. हम पैसे ले रहे हैं, प्लांट एंड मशीनरी बेच दे रहे हैं, तो अपने पास से प्लांट एंड मशीनरी चले आ रही. दिस टाइम वी आर नॉट गोइंग टू रिकॉर्ड इट एज सेल्स बिकॉज वी आर नॉट सेलिंग गुड्स, वी आर सेलिंग एन एसेट. तो अपने पास से एसेट चले आता, तो पैसे आ रहे हैं, प्लांट एंड मशीनरी चल जा रही. सो द जनरल एंट्री ऑन April 6 will be cash account debit 5,000 to plant and machinery account 5,000, and the narration will be being plant and machinery sold. Then after April 6 we have a transaction on April 10, cash paid to Rahim. So cash is going, and as Rahim is the receiver, his name will be debited. So the general entry on April 10 will be Rahim account debit 3,000 to cash account 3,000, and the narration will be being cash paid to Rahim. And after April 10 we have a transaction on April 14, salary is paid 8,000. So salary is paid, it is an expenditure. Salaries will be debited, and as we are paying cash, cash will be credited, and the general entry will be salaries account debit to cash 8,000, and the narration will be being salaries paid, and the date will be taken as April 14th. Next, continuing with next problem, page number 64, question number 6. Generalize the following transactions in books of Atmaram. So who is the owner here? Atmaram, Mr. Atmaram. So the heading will be taken as general entries in books of Mr. Atmaram, and the format will be date, particulars, LF, which stands for ledger folio, debit amount rupees, credit amount rupees. The transactions are given for the year 2019 for the month of January. So the first date will be taken as 2019 January 1st. Started business with cash 25,000. So cash is coming into the business, and whatever has been invested into the business, it will be called as owner's capital. So here the general entry will be either cash account debit 25,000 to Atmaram's capital account 25,000, or else simply it can be recorded as cash account debit to capital account, and the narration will be being business started. Then we have a transaction on January 3rd, purchased computer 5,000. So computer आ रहा, पैसे जा रहे हैं. So the general entry on January 3rd will be recorded as computer account debit 5,000 to cash account 5,000, and the narration will be being computer purchased. Then we have a transaction on January 6th, purchased goods for cash 6,000. So purchases, it is an expenditure. As we are purchasing, we need to pay cash for it. Cash is going from the business. So the general entry on January 6th will be purchases account debit 6,000 to cash account 6,000, and the narration will be being goods purchased for cash. Then we have a transaction on January 7, purchased goods on credit from Mahesh 8,000. On credit का मतलब उधारी में, from Mahesh का मतलब महेश से उधारी में खरीद रहे हैं. So the transaction done on January 7 is of purchases. In the transaction which we did on January 6, even we purchased on January 6, even on 7 we are purchasing. So purchases was an expenditure then, purchases is an expenditure now. So purchases was debited, even now purchases will be debited. But on the transaction that we did on January 6, we paid cash for it. So cash was credited. This time we are not paying. So in such a situation, we'll be writing the name of a person from whom we have purchased. So as we purchase goods from Mahesh, the general entry on January 7 will be purchases account debit 8,000 to Mahesh account 8,000, and the narration will be being goods purchased from Mahesh. After January 7, we have a transaction on January 10, purchased goods and paid by check 7,000. So again, we are purchasing, it is an expenditure, but in return we are paying, but we are paying through check. So check का काम कहाँ खत्म होता है, बैंक में खत्म होता है. So it will be credited as to bank. So the date will be taken as January 10, and the general entry will be purchases account debit 7,000 to bank account 7,000, and the narration will be being goods purchased and paid by check. If you notice these three transactions, January 6, January 7, January 10, we are purchasing. But on January 6, we paid cash. So the general entry was purchases to cash. On January 10, we are paying through check. So the general entry is purchases account debit to bank. Whereas on January 7, we are purchasing on credit. So the general entry is purchases account debit to Mahesh. तो समझ में क्या आया? इंसान जो खरीदता है या तो पैसे देके खरीद सकता है, या तो चेक देके खरीद सकता है, या उधारी में खरीद सकता है. तो जब पैसा देके खरीद रहे, when we are purchasing by making cash payment, the general entry will be purchases account debit to cash. When we are purchasing by making check payment, then the general entry will be purchases account debit to bank. When we are neither paying cash nor we are paying through check, then we'll be writing the name of a person from whom we have purchased the goods, and this will be considered as credit transactions. And these two transactions where we paid through cash and check, these two transactions will be considered as cash transactions. तो पैसा देके खरीद सकते, चेक देके खरीद सकते, या उधारी में खरीद सकते. पैसा दिए वक्त परचेजेस टू कैश लिखना, चेक दिए वक्त परचेजेस टू बैंक लिखना, उधारी में खरीदे वक्त जो बंदे से खरीद रहे वो बंदे का नाम लिखना. After January 10, we have a transaction on January 12, sold goods for cash 10,000. हम सामान बेच रहे हैं, अब बदले में पैसा आ रहा. So cash is coming. Sales is an income. So the general entry on January 12 will be sales cash account debit 10,000 to sales account 10,000, and the narration will be being goods sold. Then after January 12, we have a transaction on January 14. Goods sold for 15,000, of which 8,000 received in cash and by check 7,000. मतलब हम जो टोटल सामान बेच रहे हैं वो 15,000 का बेच रहे, जिसमें से अपने को 8,000 कैश आ रहा और 7,000 का चेक आ रहा. तो अपने को क्या क्या आ रहे, दो चीजें आ रही. एक कैश आ रहा 8,000, दूसरा चेक आ रहा 7,000. तो कैश अकाउंट डेबिट 8,000, बैंक अकाउंट डेबिट 7,000, क्योंकि चेक का काम कहाँ खत्म होता, बैंक में खत्म होता. To sales account, sales it is an income, so 15,000 will be credited. So the general entry on January 14 will be cash account debit 8,000, bank account debit 7,000, to sales account 15,000, and then narration will be being goods sold for cash and check. Next, coming to problem number 7, page number 64, question number 7. Generalize the following transactions. 2019 March 1st, Mr. Anthony commenced the business with cash 13,000 and stock 7,000. So who is the owner here? Mr. Anthony. So the heading will be taken as general entries in books of Mr. Anthony. The format will be date, particulars, LF, which stands for ledger folio, debit amount rupees, credit amount rupees. The date will be taken as 2019 March 1st. So as Mr. Anthony is commencing business with cash and stock, commencing का मतलब क्या, शुरू करना. तो business में दो चीजें आ रही, cash आ रहा, stock आ रहा. So whatever is coming into the business, first it will be debited. तो पैसे पहले पैसे आ रहे, cash account debit 13,000, stock account debit 7,000. तो पैसा भी आ रहा, stock भी आ रहा. To whatever has been invested into the business, it will be termed as his capital. तो ये Anthony का capital है. So the general entry will be cash account debit 13,000, stock account debit 7,000 to Anthony capital account 20,000. 13 plus 7, 20,000. So the general entry can be recorded as cash account debit, stock account debit to Anthony's capital, or else it can also be simply recorded as cash account debit, stock account debit to capital account. Next we have a transaction on March 2nd. Bought plant 5,000. Bought का मतलब क्या खरीदना, क्या खरीद रहे हैं, प्लांट खरीद रहे हैं, तो अपने को क्या आता, प्लांट आता, अपने पास से क्या जाता, पैसा जाता. So the general entry on March 2nd will be recorded as plant account debit 5,000 to cash account 5,000, and the narration will be being plant purchased. Then we have a transaction on March 3rd. Paid for postage 500 rupees. So when we are paying for postage, cash will be going from the business. So postage is an expenditure. So the general entry on March 3rd will be postage account debit to cash account 500, and the narration will be being cash paid for postage. Then we have a transaction on March 5, paid for sundry expenses 500 rupees. So we are paying for sundry expenses. So cash is going from the business. Sundry expenses, that is an expenditure. So when we paid for postage, the general entry was postage to cash. So now as we are paying for sundry expenses, the general entry for on March 5 will be sundry expenses account debit 500 to cash account 500, and the narration will be being sundry expenses paid. After March 5, we have a transaction on March 6. Paid into bank 10,000 rupees. Paid into bank का मतलब क्या, अपने पास से पैसे जा रहे हैं, बैंक में जा रहे हैं. So the general entry will be March 6, bank account debit 10,000 to cash account 10,000, and the narration will be being cash paid into bank. Then we have a transaction on March 7. Paid salaries. हम salaries pay कर रहे हैं, अपने पास से पैसा जा रहा. Salaries, it is an expenditure. So the general entry on March 7 will be salaries account debit 5,000 to cash account 5,000, and the narration will be being salaries paid. Then after March 7, we have a transaction on March 9. Cash withdrawn from bank for office use 1200. कैश विथड्रॉन का मतलब क्या, पैसे निकाल रहे हैं. फ्रॉम बैंक का मतलब क्या, बैंक से निकाल रहे हैं. फॉर ऑफिस यूज का मतलब क्या, ऑफिस के काम से लिए निकाल रहे हैं. तो पैसा आ रहा, बैंक से आ रहा. तो कैश अकाउंट डेबिट टू बैंक अकाउंट. The general entry on March 9 will be cash account debit 1200 to bank account 1200, and the narration will be being cash withdrawn from bank for office use. Continuing with the same topic, general entries, page number 64, question number 8. This is the last problem under the topic general entries. Then we'll start ledger accounts. So write general entries in books of Sudha. So who is the owner here? Sudha. So the heading will be general entries in books of Sudha, and the format will be date, particulars, LF, which stands for ledger folio, debit amount rupees, credit amount rupees. The transactions are given for the year 2019 for the month of April. And the first transaction is given as started business with a capital of 90,000. So the date will be taken as 2019 April 1st. Cash is coming into the business, and whatever has been invested by the owner into the business, it will be termed as capital. So the general entry will be cash account debit 90,000 to Sudha's capital account 90,000, and the narration will be being business started. Then we have the same date on April 1st. The owner has did another transaction as purchased goods from Tarun on credit 20,000. On credit का मतलब क्या, उधारी में खरीदना. Purchases, it is an expenditure, so purchases will be debited. So as we are purchasing goods on credit, we are not going to pay cash immediately. In such a situation, we will be writing the name of a person from whom we have purchased the goods. So as we purchase goods from Tarun, the general entry on April 1st will be recorded as purchases account debit 20,000 to Tarun account 20,000, and the narration will be being goods purchased from Tarun on credit. Then we have a transaction on April 2nd, sold goods to Sonu 30,000. So we are selling goods and the name of a person is given. Always remember that when we purchase goods or when we sell goods and the name of a person is given, it becomes a credit transaction. So when we are selling goods, we are not going to receive cash immediately as we sold goods on credit. In such a situation, we will be writing the name of a person to whom we sold the goods. So as we sold goods to Sonu, the general entry will be Sonu account debit to sales. Date will be taken as April 2nd, 30,000, and the narration will be being goods sold to Sonu. After April 2nd, we have a transaction on April 3rd. Purchased goods from Raghav for cash. So here we are purchasing goods and the name of a person is given. But along with the name of a person, its continuation is given as for cash. मतलब हम सामान खरीद रहे हैं, राघव से खरीद रहे हैं, पैसे देके खरीद रहे हैं. In such as even name and cash both are specified. We need to ignore name and we need to consider cash. जब नाम और cash दोनों दिया हुआ रहता, हम नाम को अनजान मार देना, cash को consider करना. So we are purchasing and in return we are paying cash. So the general entry on April 3rd will be purchases account debit to cash account. April 3rd, purchases account debit 25,000 to cash account 25,000, and the narration will be being goods purchased from Raghav for cash. After April 3rd, we have a transaction on April 4. Sold goods to Tony for cash. Sold goods to Tony का मतलब क्या, हम टोनी को सामान बेच रहे हैं for cash. Again here we are selling goods and the name of a person is given. It was a credit transaction, but इसका continuation क्या दिया, for cash बोल दिया. मतलब टोनी को बेच रहे हैं, पैसे लेके बेच रहे हैं. तो अब नाम और कैश दोनों दे दिया, तो क्या करना, नाम लाइट ले लेना, कैश कंसिडर करना. नाम को अनजान मार दिया, कैश कंसिडर कर रहे हैं. सो कैश इज कमिंग, सेल्स इज एन इनकम. So the general entry on April 4 will be cash account debit 16,000 to sales account 16,000, and the narration will be being goods sold for cash. After April 4, we have a transaction on April 5. Goods returned to Tarun 5,000. यहाँ पे हम तरुण से सामान खरीदे थे, तब जनरल एंट्री लिखे थे purchases account debit to Tarun account. So it was an expenditure. Now as we are returning goods to Tarun, it will be decrease in expenditure. So the journal entry will be reversed first. So Tarun account debit to purchases जो था वो purchase returns हो जाएगा. So the journal entry on April 5 will be Tarun account debit 5,000 to purchase returns account 5,000, and the narration will be being goods returned to Tarun. Next, after April 5, we have a transaction on April 6. Bought furniture for cash 15,000. तो bought furniture का मतलब अपने को furniture आ रहा, अपने पास से पैसे जाते हैं. So it will be recorded as April 6 furniture account debit 15,000 to cash account 15,000, and the narration will be being furniture purchased for cash. Then after April 6, we have a transaction on April 18. Sold goods to Sudeep 12,500. So here we are selling goods and the name of a person is given. It means it is a credit transaction. So we'll be writing the name of a person to whom we sold the goods. So as we sold goods to Sudeep, the journal entry on April 18 will be Sudeep account debit 12,500 to sales account 12,500, and the narration will be being goods sold to Sudeep. After April 18, we have a transaction on April 19. Goods returned by Sudeep 2,000. मतलब ये जो बंदे को अभी 12,500 का सामान बेचे, इसमें से 2,000 का सामान वो बंदा वापस कर रहा. तो बेचे वक्त हम एंट्री लिखे थे Sudeep account debit to sales. It was an income. As he is returning the goods, it is reduction in income. That is, it becomes sales returns. So the journal entry will be first reverse. So Sudeep to sales जो लिखे थे उसको reverse करेंगे. तो sales जाके वो क्या हो जाएगा? Sales returns हो जाएगा. So now the journal entry on April 19 will be sales returns account debit 2,000 to Sudeep account 2,000, and the narration will be being goods returned by Sudeep. After April 19, we have a transaction on April 25. Cash received from Sudeep 5,500. हम पैसा रिसीव कर रहे, किससे रिसीव कर रहे? सुदीप से रिसीव कर रहे. कैश आ रहा, किससे आ रहा? सुदीप से आ रहा. सो द जनरल एंट्री विल बी कैश अकाउंट डेबिट टू Sudeep account. तो अपने को पैसा आ रहा, सुदीप से आ रहा. So the journal entry on April 25 will be cash account debit 5,500 to Sudeep account 5,500, and the narration will be being cash received from Sudeep. After April 25, we have a transaction on April 28. Goods taken by Sudha for domestic use 3,000. Domestic use का मतलब क्या? Personal use. Goods taken मतलब ओनर अपने बिजनेस में से अपने जाति काम के लिए सामान भी विथड्रॉ कर सकते हैं. So this time the journal entry will be either simply drawings account debit to purchases account, or else it can be recorded as Sudha's drawings account debit to purchases account. तो purchases क्रेडिट में लिखने की वजह क्या है? हमेशा purchases वो एक्सपेंडिचर रहता है, वो डेबिट में रहता है. इस बार क्रेडिट में लिखने की वजह क्या है? हम सामान जो खरीद के लाए थे वो सेल करने के लिए लाए थे, बट एज द ओनर इज विथड्रॉइंग द गुड्स फॉर पर्सनल यूज, वी आर रिड्यूसिंग द वैल्यू ऑफ परचेजेस with the amount of the goods withdrawn by the owner. So purchases जो डेबिट कर दिए थे उसको कम करने के लिए purchases क्रेडिट में लिखेंगे. So the journal entry on April 28 will be Sudha's drawings account debit 3,000 to purchases account 3,000, and the narration will be being goods withdrawn by Sudha for personal use. So with this we have completed the topic journal entries. Now let us start question number 9, in which we are required to prepare journal entries as well as we need to post them in ledger accounts and balance the same. Here is the question. Page number 65, question number 9. Generalize the following transactions of Mr. Prahlad and post them in ledger and balance the same. तो अपने को क्या करना है? पहले मिस्टर प्रहलाद के बुक्स में जर्नल एंट्रीज लिखना है, फिर उसके लेजर अकाउंट्स बनाना है, फिर उसकी बैलेंसिंग करना है. तो इसके तीन पहलू है. वी हैव थ्री पार्ट्स इन दिस. First part is preparing journal entries, next part is posting them into ledger accounts, the third part is balancing the ledger accounts. So the transactions are given for the year 2019. For the month of February, Prahlad invested 50,000 cash into the business. So the first heading will be taken as journal entries in books of Mr. Prahlad, and the format will be date, particulars, LF, which stands for ledger folio, debit amount rupees, credit amount rupees. Prahlad has invested 50,000 cash into the business. Cash is coming into the business. Whatever has been invested into the business, it will be termed as Prahlad's capital. So the journal entry on 2019 February 1st will be cash account debit 50,000 to Prahlad's capital account 50,000, and the narration will be being business started. Next we have a transaction on February 3rd. Paid into bank 6,000. Paid into bank का मतलब क्या? हम पैसे बन रहे हैं, बैंक में बन रहे हैं, अपने पास से पैसा जा रहा, बैंक में जा रहा. So the journal entry on February 3rd will be bank account debit 6,000 to cash account 6,000, and the narration will be being cash paid into bank. Then we have a transaction on February 5. Purchased furniture for 2,000. हम फर्नीचर खरीद रहे हैं, बदले में पैसा दे रहे हैं. फर्नीचर आ रहा, अपने पास से पैसा जा रहा. So the journal entry on February 5 will be furniture account debit 2,000 to cash account 2,000, and the narration will be being furniture purchased. Next we have a transaction on February 7. Purchased goods for 5,000. हम सामान खरीद रहे हैं, बदले में पैसा दे रहे हैं. So the date will be taken as February 7. The journal entry will be purchases account debit 5,000 to cash account 5,000, and the narration will be being goods purchased. Then after February 7 we have a transaction on February 10. Sold goods for 10,000. Sold goods का मतलब क्या? हम सामान बेच रहे हैं, अपने को पैसे आते. So cash is coming, and as we are selling goods, it is an income. So the journal entry on February 10 will be cash account debit 10,000 to sales account 10,000, and the narration will be being goods sold for cash. After February 10, we have a transaction on February 15. Withdraw cash from bank 2000. Withdraw cash मतलब पैसे निकाल रहे हैं. From bank का मतलब बैंक से निकाल रहे हैं. तो अपने को पैसे आ रहे हैं, बैंक से आ रहे हैं. So cash account debit to bank will be the general entry, and the date will be taken as February 15, and the amount will be taken as 2000, and the narration will be recorded as being cash drawn, withdrawn from bank. After February 15, we have a transaction on February 25. Paid interest 800 rupees. So हम interest pay कर रहे हैं. It is an expenditure. अपने पास से पैसा जा रहा है. Interest will be debited, cash will be credited. So the date will be taken as February 25. Interest account debit 800 to cash account 800, and the narration will be being interest paid. After Feb 25, we have a transaction on Feb 28. Paid salaries 8,000. So we are paying for salaries. Again, it is an expenditure. So salaries will be debited and cash will be credited. So the date will be taken as Feb 28, and the general entry will be salaries account debit 8,000 to cash account 8,000, and the narration will be taken as being salaries paid. So हम जो क्वेश्चन के जो तीन पहलू थे, रिकॉर्ड जनरलाइज द फॉलोइंग ट्रांजैक्शंस, ये कर दिए. अब अपने को क्या करना बाकी है? पोस्ट देम इन लेजर एंड बैलेंस द सेम. पहले लेजर अकाउंट्स बनाना है, फिर बैलेंसिंग करना है. सो फर्स्ट लेट अस डिस्कस हाउ डू वी प्रिपेयर लेजर अकाउंट्स. पहले तो हम ये सीखेंगे कि कितने लेजर अकाउंट्स बनाना है. तो जनरल एंट्री में जितने नाम है, how many accounts are involved, we are going to prepare those many accounts. जैसे कि in our first journal entry, the accounts involved are cash account debit to Prahlad capital account. So we'll be preparing two accounts from this journal entry. One is cash account, next is Prahlad's capital account. तो एक account बनेगा cash account, दूसरा account बनेगा Prahlad capital account. So first we'll be preparing cash account, then we'll be preparing Prahlad capital account. In our second journal entry, we have two names. One is bank and next is cash. So already we prepared cash account, so now we are going to prepare only bank account. तो इसमें एक और account बढ़ जाएगा जिसका नाम रहेगा bank account. Then the third journal entry is furniture account debit to cash account. So as already we prepared cash account, now we'll be preparing only furniture account. So अब एक और account बढ़ जाएगा जिसका नाम रहेगा furniture account. Then the next journal entry after furniture to cash is purchases to cash. So as already we prepared cash account, now we'll be preparing only purchases account. So एक और account बढ़ जाएगा जिसका नाम रहेगा purchases account. Then after purchases account debit to cash, we have a general entry cash account debit to sales. So as already we prepared cash account, we'll be preparing only sales account. तो अब एक और account बढ़ जाएगा जिसका नाम रहेगा sales account. So here we have sales account. Then after this, we have a general entry cash account debit to bank account. So as cash and bank both accounts have already been prepared, we are not going to add any more account. So इसमें ये cash account भी बन गया, bank account भी बन गया. तो अब कुछ additions नहीं करेंगे. Then we have general entry as interest account debit to cash. So as already we prepared cash account, now we'll be preparing interest account. तो एक और account बढ़ जाएगा जिसका नाम रहेगा interest account. Then the last journal entry for this problem is salaries account debit to cash account. So as already we prepared cash account, we are not going to prepare cash account again. Then we'll be adding one more account which will be called as salaries account. तो इसमें एक और account का इजाफा हो जाएगा salaries account. तो जनरल एंट्रीज देखते हुए हम सिर्फ ये सीखे कि कितने लेजर अकाउंट्स बनाना है. अब लेजर अकाउंट्स कैसा बनाना है ये सीखना बाकी है. So we have just learned how many ledger accounts are to be prepared, but how to prepare ledger accounts still we have to discuss. First, let us discuss the format for ledger accounts. The format for journal entry was date particulars LF debit amount rupees credit amount rupees, whereas the format for ledger account will be date particulars JF, which stands for journal folio amount rupees, date particulars JF, journal folio amount rupees. Towards extreme left will be writing DR debit, towards extreme right will be writing CR credit, and the name of the account will be taken as cash account. So अब how to prepare ledger accounts, कितने ledger accounts बनाना है ये देख लिया. अब कैसा बनाना है ये देख लेंगे. ledger accounts बनाने के लिए दो simple techniques बताता हूँ. वो दो simple techniques क्या रहते? First technique is सुबह के account में शाम का नाम लिखे तो शाम के account में सुबह का नाम लिखना. दिन के account में रात का नाम लिखे तो रात के account में दिन का नाम लिखना. हम के account में तुम का नाम लिखे, तुम के account में हम का नाम लिखना. अच्छे के अकाउंट में बुरे का नाम लिखे, बुरे के अकाउंट में अच्छे का नाम लिखना. टॉम के अकाउंट में जेरी का नाम लिखे, जेरी के अकाउंट में टॉम का नाम लिखना. वीर के अकाउंट में जारा का नाम लिखे, जारा के अकाउंट में वीर का नाम लिखना. अम्मा के अकाउंट में नाना का नाम लिखे तो नाना के अकाउंट में अम्मा का नाम लिखना. अन्ना के अकाउंट में तमुड़ू का नाम लिखे तो तमुड़ू के अकाउंट में अन्ना का नाम लिखना. तो समझ में क्या आया? कैश का जब अकाउंट बनाते इसमें हम प्रहलाद कैपिटल का नाम लिखेंगे. तो प्रहलाद कैपिटल का अकाउंट जब बनाएंगे इसमें कैश का नाम लिखेंगे. So when we prepare bank account, we'll be writing the name of cash. When we prepare cash account, we'll be writing the name of bank. So in furniture account, we'll be writing the name of cash. In cash account, we'll be writing the name of furniture. In purchases account, we'll be writing the name of cash. In cash account, we'll be writing the name of purchases. In cash, we'll be writing the name of sales. In sales account, we'll be writing the name of cash. In cash account, we'll be writing the name of bank. In bank account, we'll be writing the name of cash. In interest account, we'll be writing the name of cash. In cash account, we'll be writing the name of interest. In salaries account, we'll be writing the name of cash. In cash account, we'll be writing the name of salaries. I repeat, सुबह के अकाउंट में शाम का नाम लिखे तो शाम के अकाउंट में सुबह का नाम लिखना. आज के अकाउंट में कल का नाम लिखे तो कल के अकाउंट में आज का नाम लिखना. टॉम के अकाउंट में जेरी का नाम लिखे, जेरी के अकाउंट में टॉम का नाम लिखना. तो अपनी जनरल एंट्री क्या है, पहले कैश अकाउंट डेबिट टू कैपिटल अकाउंट. तो अब ये एंट्री के बेसिस पे हम दो अकाउंट्स बनाएंगे, एक कैश अकाउंट बनाएंगे, दूसरा प्रहलाद कैपिटल अकाउंट बनाएंगे. तो अपना टेक्निक क्या था, कैश का जब अकाउंट बना रहे तो खुद कैश का नाम नहीं लिखेंगे, किसका लिखेंगे, प्रहलाद कैपिटल का नाम लिखेंगे. सो नो एज वी आर प्रिपेयरिंग कैश अकाउंट, सो इन कैश अकाउंट वी कैन नॉट राइट द नेम ऑफ कैश, देन वी नीड टू राइट द नेम ऑफ प्रहलाद कैपिटल. तो पहले तो ये समझ में आया कि किसका नाम लिखना है, जिसका अकाउंट बना रहे हैं खुद उसका नाम लिखना नहीं है. फिर किसका नाम लिखेंगे आप, अपोजिशन पार्टी जो भी रहेंगी वो पार्टी का नाम लिखेंगे. जैसे कि वी आर प्रिपेयरिंग कैश, सो वी आर नॉट गोइंग टू राइट द नेम ऑफ कैश, तब क्या करेंगे, प्रहलाद कैपिटल का नाम लिखेंगे. प्रहलाद कैपिटल इज ऑन क्रेडिट साइड ऑफ द जनरल एंट्री. एट द टाइम ऑफ पोस्टिंग इनटू द लेजर इट विल बी पोस्टेड ऑन डेबिट साइड. So this time it will be posted as 2019 February 1st to Prahalad Capital account 50,000 rupees. Then we'll be seeing all the entries and we'll be posting and we'll be completing cash account. तो पहली एंट्री का एक पहलू हो गया. Then bank account debit to cash. As we are preparing cash account, we cannot write the name of cash. We need to write the name of bank. Bank is on debit side of the general entry. At the time of posting, it will be posted on credit side as February 3 by bank account 6,000 rupees. So here it will be posted as February 3 by bank account 6,000 rupees. Then we have another general entry as February 5 furniture account debit to cash. So as we are preparing cash account, we cannot write the name of cash. We need to write the name of furniture. Furniture is on debit side of the general entry. At the time of posting, it will be posted on credit side as February 5 by furniture account 2,000 rupees. Then we have another transaction on February 7 as purchases account debit to cash. So as we are preparing cash account, we cannot write the name of cash. We need to write the name of purchases. Purchases is on debit side of the general entry. At the time of posting, it will be posted on credit side as February 7 by purchases account 5,000 rupees. Then after February 7, we have a transaction on February 10, cash account debit to sales. So as we are preparing cash account, we cannot write the name of cash. So we need to write the name of sales. Sales is on credit side of the general entry. So at the time of posting into the ledger, it will be posted on debit side as February 10 to sales account 10,000 rupees. Then we have another transaction on February 15, cash account debit to bank. So as we are preparing cash account, we cannot write the name of cash. We need to write the name of bank. Bank is on credit side of the general entry. So at the time of posting into the ledger, it will be posted on debit side as February 15 to bank account 2,000 rupees. Then again, we have the general entry as interest account debit to cash. So as we are preparing cash account, we cannot write the name of cash. We need to write the name of interest. Interest is on debit side of the general entry. So at the time of posting into the ledger, it will be posted on credit side as February 25 by interest account 800 rupees. Then we have another general entry as salaries account debit to cash. So as we are preparing cash account, we cannot write the name of cash. We need to write the name of salary. Salaries is on debit side of the general entry. At the time of posting, it will be posted on credit side as February 28 by salary account 8,000 rupees. Now we'll be balancing it. How to balance it? First, we'll be doing the total on debit side, followed by the total on credit side. The total on debit side is 50 plus 10, 60, 60 plus 2, 62,000. Whereas the total on credit side is 6 plus here 8,000 plus 5,000, 13,000, 13 plus 2, 15, 15 plus 6, 21,000, 21,800. So the total on debit side is 62,000, whereas the total on credit side is 21,800. So in दोनों में कौन सा total ज़्यादा है? 62,000 ज़्यादा है. So highest total will be recorded on both the sides. 62,000 will be recorded on debit side of cash account as well as 62,000 will be recorded on credit side of cash account. Now subtracting the small value from 62,000, 21,800 will be subtracted from 62,000. 62 minus 21. 41 minus 800 it becomes 40,200 which will be recorded as by balance carried down. तो यहाँ पे हम टोटल 62,000 लिखे, काउंट करें तो 62,000 है भी, इधर भी हम टोटल 62,000 लिखे, बट व्हेन वी काउंट वी हैव द वैल्यू एज ओनली 21,800. तो अब यहाँ पे कितने पैसे कम पड़ रहे? 40,200 कम पड़ रहे, which will be recorded as by balance carried down, and the date will be taken as the last day for the month of February, which will be February 28, and the same will be brought down on opposite side. तो बाई का opposite क्या है? 2 है, क्रेडिट का opposite क्या है? डेबिट है. So it will be balanced on opposite side as to balance brought down. Same जितना carry करे थे तो brought down करेंगे 40,200 and the date will be taken as its immediate next day. What is the next day after February 28? It is 2019 March 1st. अब हम सिर्फ कैश अकाउंट बनाए, अब अपने को दूसरे अकाउंट भी बनाना है. तो दूसरा अकाउंट क्या था? Prahalad Capital. So now we'll be preparing Prahalad Capital account. The format for which will be the same: date, particular general folio amount rupees, date, particular general folio amount rupees. Towards extreme left we'll be writing DR debit, towards extreme right we'll be writing CR credit, and the name of the account will be taken as Prahalad Capital account. अब अपना रूल क्या था? सुबह के अकाउंट में श्याम का नाम लिखे तो श्याम के अकाउंट में सुबह का नाम लिखना। तो कैश के अकाउंट में प्रहलाद कैपिटल का नाम लिखे तो प्रहलाद कैपिटल के अकाउंट में कैश का नाम लिखना। उधर डेबिट में लिखे थे, इधर क्रेडिट में लिखना। तो जैसा कि कैश के अकाउंट में प्रहलाद कैपिटल का नाम लिखे थे, अब प्रहलाद कैपिटल के अकाउंट में कैश का नाम लिखेंगे। अब कैश के अकाउंट में प्रहलाद कैपिटल का नाम डेबिट में लिखा हुआ था, अब प्रहलाद कैपिटल के अकाउंट में कैश का नाम क्रेडिट में लिखेंगे। एंड द डेट विल बी टेकन एज 2019 February 1 by cash account 50,000 rupees. As this was the only transaction of capital account, we do not have any other transactions relating to capital. दूसरे किसी एंट्री में कैपिटल का जिक्र कहीं भी नहीं करें। So now we'll be balancing it. कैसा बैलेंस करेंगे? सिर्फ क्रेडिट में अपने यहाँ टोटल 50,000 है। The total on credit side is 50,000. डेबिट में हम क्योंकि अब तक कुछ नहीं लिखे, the total on debit side will be 0. तो इन दोनों में कौन सा टोटल ज्यादा है? 50,000 ज्यादा है। So 50,000 will be recorded on debit side as well as 50,000 will be recorded on credit side. अब इधर 50 लिखे काउंट करे तो 50,000 है भी, इधर 50,000 लिखे बट काउंट करे तो 0 ठेंगा है। तो हम इसको बैलेंसिंग करने के लिए क्या करेंगे? The date will be taken as 2019, the last day of the month of February 28 to balance carried down 50,000. The same will be recorded on opposite side as by balance brought down 50,000 and the date will be taken as its immediate next day, which will be 2019 March 1st. Then we'll be preparing another account. तो तीसरा अकाउंट कौन सा बनाना था अपने को? बैंक अकाउंट बनाना था। तो अब ये पूरे ट्रांजैक्शंस में बैंक के दो ट्रांजैक्शंस है, एक February 3rd, दूसरा February 15। तो सिर्फ हम ये दो ट्रांजैक्शंस की पोस्टिंग करेंगे क्योंकि फर्स्ट ट्रांजैक्शन में बैंक का जिक्र नहीं है, तो फर्स्ट वाली जनरल एंट्री की पोस्टिंग बैंक अकाउंट में नहीं होंगी। क्यों? क्योंकि अपने को जो दावत में इनवाइट करे नहीं, वो दावत हम अटेंड करते नहीं। सो वी डू नॉट अटेंड एनी फंक्शन इन विच वी हैव नॉट बीन इनवाइटेड। तो ये एंट्री में अपना नाम है ही नहीं, तो ये एंट्री की पोस्टिंग अपने अकाउंट में होती ही नहीं। अपना रूल क्या था? सुबह के अकाउंट में शाम का नाम लिखे तो शाम के अकाउंट में सुबह का नाम लिखना। तो जो दावत में अपने को बुलाए वो दावत में हम जाएंगे, जो एंट्री में अपना नाम है ही नहीं वो एंट्री की पोस्टिंग अपने अकाउंट में हम करते ही नहीं। सो नो एज वी आर प्रिपेयरिंग बैंक अकाउंट, तो फर्स्ट एंट्री में बैंक का नाम ना डेबिट में है ना क्रेडिट में है, तो फर्स्ट एंट्री की पोस्टिंग नहीं होंगी। तो समझ में क्या आया? अपन जो अकाउंट बना रहे, वॉट एवर द अकाउंट दैट वी आर प्रिपेयरिंग, ओनली if the name of that account is in general entry either on debit side or on credit side, that entry will be posted in that respective account. If that account if the general entry doesn't resemble with the name of the account that we are preparing, then we are not going to post the general entry in that particular account. जो account हम बना रहे और वो general entry में अपना वो नाम है ही नहीं, तो वो entry की posting वो account में होंगी नहीं। So as we have only two entries with relates to bank on February 3rd and February 15th, only these two entries will be posted in bank account. What is the technique? बैंक अकाउंट बना रहे तो बैंक के अकाउंट में बैंक का नाम नहीं लिखेंगे, किसका लिखना? कैश का नाम लिखना। कैश इज ऑन क्रेडिट साइड ऑफ द जनरल एंट्री, सो एट द टाइम ऑफ पोस्टिंग इट विल बी पोस्टेड ऑन डेबिट साइड एज February 3 टू कैश अकाउंट 6,000 रुपीज। तो बैंक अकाउंट बनाते वक्त हम उसको डेबिट में लिखेंगे। फर्स्ट द फॉर्मेट फॉर बैंक अकाउंट विल बी द सेम, डेट पर्टिकुलर जनरल फोलियो अमाउंट रुपीज, डेट पर्टिकुलर जनरल फोलियो अमाउंट रुपीज। Towards extreme left will be writing DR debit, towards extreme right will be writing CR credit, and the name of the account will be taken as bank account. Here it is recorded as 2019 February 3rd to cash account 6,000. Next we have another transaction on February 15. तो February 15 का ट्रांजैक्शन क्या था? कैश अकाउंट डेबिट टू बैंक, पैसे निकाल रहे हैं, बैंक से निकाल रहे हैं। सो एज वी आर प्रिपेयरिंग बैंक अकाउंट, वी कैन नॉट राइट द नेम ऑफ बैंक, वी नीड टू राइट द नेम ऑफ कैश। कैश इज ऑन डेबिट साइड ऑफ द जनरल एंट्री, सो एट द टाइम ऑफ पोस्टिंग इट विल बी पोस्टेड ऑन क्रेडिट साइड एज by cash account. So here it will be recorded as 2019 February 15 by cash account 2,000. Now we'll be balancing it. How do we balance it? The total on debit side of bank account is 6,000, whereas the total on credit side is 2,000. तो दोनों में कौन सा टोटल ज्यादा है? 6,000 ज्यादा है. So on both the sides we'll be writing the total as 6,000, 6,000. Now subtracting 2,000 from 6,000 will be left out with an amount of 4,000, which will be recorded as by balance carried down 4,000, and the date will be taken as the last day for the month of February, which will be February 28, and the same will be brought down on opposite side as 2019 March 1st to balance brought down 4,000 rupees. Now we'll be preparing furniture account. So we have only one entry of furniture. So only this transaction on date 5 February 5 will be posted. So as we are preparing furniture account, we cannot write the name of furniture. We'll be writing the name of cash. Cash is on credit side of the general entry, so at the time of posting it will be posted on debit side as 2019 February 5 to cash account 2,000. Now we'll be balancing it. The total, क्योंकि ये एक ही ट्रांजैक्शन था तो एक ट्रांजैक्शन की पोस्टिंग कर दिए, अब इसका टोटल करना है। द टोटल ऑन डेबिट साइड इज 2,000, तो इसकी बैलेंसिंग कर रहे हैं। तो द टोटल ऑन डेबिट साइड इज 2,000, whereas the total on credit side is 0 as we have recorded nothing. So इधर टोटल 2,000 लिखे काउंट करे तो है, इधर टोटल 2,000 लिखे बट काउंट करे तो 0 है। तो इसको बराबर करने के लिए क्या करेंगे? द डेट विल बी टेकन एज द लास्ट डे फॉर द मंथ ऑफ February, which will be 2019 February 28 by balance carried down 2,000. The same will be recorded on opposite side as 2019 March 1st to balance brought down 2,000. नेक्स्ट फर्नीचर अकाउंट के बाद कौन सा अकाउंट बनाना है अपने को? परचेजेस अकाउंट। तो परचेजेस का भी अपने को सिर्फ ये एक ट्रांजैक्शन है February 7 के दिन, तो परचेजेस का सिर्फ एक ही एंट्री की पोस्टिंग करेंगे। परचेजेस के अकाउंट में परचेजेस का नाम नहीं लिखेंगे, किसका लिखना है, कैश का लिखना है। कैश इज ऑन क्रेडिट साइड ऑफ द जनरल एंट्री, सो एट द टाइम ऑफ पोस्टिंग इट विल बी पोस्टेड ऑन डेबिट साइड. So it will be the day first account will be prepared as purchases account, and the format will be date particular general folio amount rupees, date particular general folio amount rupees. Towards section but will be writing DR debit, towards section but will be writing CR credit, and then date will be taken as 2019 February 7. It will be recorded as to cash account, क्योंकि हम परचेजेस का अकाउंट बना रहे, परचेजेस के अकाउंट में परचेजेस का नाम नहीं लिख सकते, किसका लिखना, कैश का लिखना. Cash was on credit side of the general entry. At the time of posting, it will be posted on debit side as to cash account 5,000 rupees. Now this should be balanced. कैसा बैलेंसिंग करेंगे, the total on debit side is 5,000. क्रेडिट साइड हम कुछ नहीं लिखे तो टोटल जीरो आएगा. तो दोनों में कौन सा टोटल ज्यादा है, 5,000 ज्यादा है. So on debit side and on credit side the total will be taken as 5,000 5,000. Now in order to make it equal to 5,000, it will be balanced as 2019 February 28 by balance carried down 5,000. The same will be recorded on opposite side as 2019 March 1st to balance brought down 5,000 rupees. Then we'll be preparing sales account. So sales के भी अपने को कितने जनरल एंट्रीज है, सिर्फ एक जनरल एंट्री है. So only the transaction on February 10 will be posted in sales account. How do we prepare sales account? As we are preparing sales account, we cannot write the name of sales. Then we need to write the name of cash. Cash is on debit side of the general entry. At the time of posting into the ledger, it will be posted on credit side. तो हम sales account बनाएंगे. Sales account भी कैसा बनाएंगे? The format for which will be date particular general folio amount rupees, date particular general folio amount rupees. Towards section but will be writing DR debit, towards section but will be writing CR credit, and the name of the account will be taken as sales account. So sales के अकाउंट में हम सेल्स का नाम नहीं लिखेंगे, किसका नाम लिखेंगे, कैश का नाम लिखेंगे. जनरल एंट्री में कैश डेबिट में था तो पोस्टिंग में किधर आ जाएगा, क्रेडिट में आ जाएगा. सो द डेट विल बी टेकन एज 2019 February 10 by cash account 10,000, and the same will be balanced as 10,000 on credit side, 10,000 on debit side. तो अब यहाँ 10,000 लिखे, काउंट करे तो 10,000 है, इधर 10,000 लिखे बट काउंट करे तो कुछ भी नहीं है. In order to make it equal to 10,000, we'll be balancing it as 2019 February 28 to balance carried down 10,000. The same will be brought down on opposite side as 2019 March 1st by balance brought down 10,000 rupees. Then after sales, we'll be preparing interest account. इंटरेस्ट अकाउंट का सिर्फ ट्रांजैक्शन February 25 के दिन है, तो अब इंटरेस्ट के अकाउंट में इंटरेस्ट का नाम नहीं लिख सकते, किसका लिखेंगे, कैश का लिखेंगे. कैश इज ऑन क्रेडिट साइड ऑफ द जनरल एंट्री. एट द टाइम ऑफ पोस्टिंग इट विल बी पोस्टेड ऑन डेबिट साइड एज टू कैश अकाउंट. तो इंटरेस्ट का अकाउंट बनाएंगे. पहले इंटरेस्ट का फॉर्मेट आएगा, डेट पर्टिकुलर जनरल फोलियो अमाउंट रुपीज, डेट पर्टिकुलर जनरल फोलियो अमाउंट रुपीज. टुवर्ड्स सेक्शन बट विल बी राइटिंग DR डेबिट, टुवर्ड्स सेक्शन बट विल बी राइटिंग CR क्रेडिट, and the name of the account will be taken as interest account. So in interest account we cannot write the name of interest, then we need to write the name of cash. So cash is on credit side of the general entry. At the time of posting into the ledger, it will be posted on debit side, and the date will be taken as 2019 February 25 to cash account 800 rupees. So this needs to be balanced. The total on debit side is 800, whereas the total on credit side is 0. So on both the sides we'll be writing the highest total as 800 800. Now in order to make it equal to 800, we'll be balancing it as 2019 February 28 by balance carried down 800. The same will be recorded on opposite as 2019 March 1st to balance brought down 800 rupees. Now we'll be preparing the last account for this problem, salary account. So salary का भी अपने को एक ही ट्रांजैक्शन था, वो कब था, Feb 28 के दिन था. So salary के अकाउंट में salary का नाम नहीं लिख सकते, किसका नाम लिखेंगे, कैश का नाम लिखेंगे. Cash is on credit side of the general entry. So at the time of posting into the ledger, it will be posted on debit side. So here we'll be preparing salary account. The format for which will be date particular general folio amount rupees, date particular general folio amount rupees. Towards extreme left will be writing DR debit, towards extreme right will be writing CR credit, and the name of the account will be taken as salary account. So in salary account we cannot write the name of salary, we need to write the name of cash. The date will be taken as 2019 Feb 28 to cash account. Cash was on credit side of the general entry. At the time of posting in ledger, it will be posted on debit side as to cash account 8,000. Now we'll be balancing salary account. How do we balance salary account? The total on debit side is 8,000, whereas the total on credit side is 0. So 8,000 is more than 0. So on both the sides we'll be writing the total as 8,000 8,000. In order to make it equal to 8,000, we'll be balancing it on 2019 February 28 as by balance carried down 8,000. The same will be brought down on opposite side as to balance brought down 8,000, and the date will be taken as its immediate next day, which will be 2019 March 1st. Now continuing with the same topic, ledger, page number 65, question number 10. So from here, from this problem onwards, we'll be discussing personal ledger. अब तक जो प्रॉब्लम करे थे वो सिर्फ एक जनरल लेडजर था. जनरल लेडजर मतलब एंट्री में जो जो अकाउंट्स इन्वॉल्व रहते, हर अकाउंट के लिए हम सेपरेट अकाउंट बनाते. अब यहाँ पे क्या करेंगे, जो बंदे का नाम दिया सिर्फ वो बंदे के ट्रांजैक्शंस दिए हुए रहेंगे, सिर्फ वो बंदे से रिलेटेड अकाउंट में हम एंट्री करेंगे. सो दिस इज पर्सनल लेडजर. Page number 65, question number 10. Prepare Pawan account from the following. The transactions are given for the year 2018 for the month of March. So the account name will be taken as Pawan account, and the format will be date particular general folio amount rupees, date particular general folio amount rupees. Towards section first will be writing DR debit, towards section right will be writing CR credit, and the name of the account will be taken as Pawan account. The transactions are given for the year 2018 for the month of March. तो अपने को डायरेक्ट लेजर अकाउंट्स बनाना है, बट जस्ट फॉर एक्सप्लेनेशन पर्पस आई विल बी फ्रेमिंग द जर्नल एंट्री, देन विल बी पोस्टिंग देम इनटू द लेजर। ये सिर्फ एक्सप्लेनेशन पर्पस के लिए एंट्री लिखते हुए समझा रहा हूं मैं। एग्जाम में अपने को विदाउट राइटिंग द जर्नल एंट्रीज डायरेक्ट लेजर पोस्टिंग करना है। द फर्स्ट ट्रांजैक्शन इज गुड्स परचेज्ड फ्रॉम पवन। तो इसकी जर्नल एंट्री क्या आती? परचेजेस अकाउंट डेबिट to Pawan account. So as we are preparing Pawan account, we cannot write the name of Pawan in Pawan account. We need to write the name of purchases. Purchases is on debit side of the journal entry. So at the time of posting, it will be posted on credit side as 2018 March 1st by purchases 38,000. Then we have a entry. Then we have a transaction on March 6. Cash paid to Pawan 5,000. Cash paid to Pawan का मतलब क्या? हम पवन को पैसा पे कर रहे, तो अपने पास से पैसा जा रहा, इसको दे रहे, पवन को दे रहे. So the journal entry will be Pawan account debit to cash account. So as we are preparing Pawan account, we cannot write the name of Pawan in Pawan account. We need to write the name of cash. Cash is on credit side of the journal entry. So at the time of posting into the ledger, it will be posted on debit side as 2018 March 6 to cash account 5,000 rupees. Then we have a transaction on March 10. Goods returned to Pawan 1500. इधर हम पवन से सामान खरीदे थे, तब जनरल एंट्री लिखे थे परचेजेस अकाउंट डेबिट टू पवन. अब पवन को सामान वापस कर रहे हैं, तो अब जनरल एंट्री आएंगी पवन अकाउंट डेबिट टू परचेज रिटर्न्स अकाउंट. पवन अकाउंट डेबिट टू परचेज returns account. So as we are preparing Pawan account, we cannot write the name of Pawan. We need to write the name of purchase returns. Purchase returns is on credit side of the journal entry. So at the time of posting into the ledger, it will be posted on debit side as March 10 to purchase returns 1500 rupees. Then we have a transaction on March 14 paid to Pawan by check. इस बार हम पवन को पेमेंट कर रहे हैं, चेक से पेमेंट कर रहे हैं. So the journal entry will be Pawan account debit to bank account. So as we are preparing Pawan account, we cannot write the name of Pawan in Pawan account. We need to write the name of bank. Bank is on credit side of the journal entry. So at the time of posting into the ledger, it will be posted on debit side as to bank account. So the date will be taken as March 14 to bank account. Then after March 14, we have a transaction on March 20 as discount allowed by Pawan. तो इस बार अपने को पवन से डिस्काउंट मिल रहा, तो ये अपने लिए फायदा है. तो ये अपने लिए फायदा है, तो इस बार जनरल एंट्री क्या आएंगी? पवन अकाउंट डेबिट टू डिस्काउंट अकाउंट. तो इस बार अपने को डिस्काउंट मिल रहा, सो द जनरल एंट्री विल बी पवन अकाउंट डेबिट to discount account. So as we are preparing Pawan account, we cannot write the name of Pawan. We need to write the name of discount. Discount is on credit side of the journal entry. So at the time of posting into the ledger, it will be posted on debit side as March 20 to discount account 500 rupees. Then we have a transaction on March 26. Goods purchased from Pawan for cash. हम पवन से सामान खरीद रहे हैं, बदले में पैसा देके खरीद रहे हैं. So the journal entry will be purchases account debit to cash account. सामान खरीद रहे हैं, पैसा देके खरीद रहे हैं. सो परचेजेस अकाउंट डेबिट टू कैश अकाउंट. व्हाट इज द अकाउंट दैट वी आर प्रिपेयरिंग? पवन अकाउंट. सो ये एंट्री में पवन का नाम ना डेबिट में है ना क्रेडिट में है, मतलब अपने को ये दावत में बुलाई नहीं, तो अपन ये दावत में जाते ही नहीं. ये एंट्री में अपना नाम है नहीं, तो ये एंट्री की पोस्टिंग ये अकाउंट में होंगी नहीं. So ये transaction dated 26 will not be posted in Pawan account because we do not have the name of Pawan in this entry. Next we have the last transaction for this problem, Feb 28, March 28. फर्नीचर परचेज्ड फ्रॉम पवन 8,000 रुपीज. फर्नीचर खरीद रहे अपन, तो अपने को क्या आ रहा? फर्नीचर आ रहा. फर्नीचर अकाउंट किससे खरीद रहे अपन? पवन से खरीद रहे. फर्नीचर अकाउंट डेबिट टू पवन अकाउंट. सो एज वी आर प्रिपेयरिंग पवन अकाउंट, वी कैन नॉट राइट द नेम ऑफ पवन. वी नीड टू राइट द नेम ऑफ फर्नीचर. Furniture is on debit side of the journal entry. So at the time of posting into the ledger, it will be posted on credit side as March 28 by furniture account 8,000. Now how do we balance this account? Doing the total on debit side followed by the total on credit side. The highest total will be recorded on both the sides, and then it will be balanced as balance carried down and balance brought down. The total on credit side is 38 plus 4, 38 plus 8, 46,000, whereas the total on debit side is 1500 plus 500, 2000, 2 plus 6, 8000, 8 plus 5, 13,800. डेबिट साइड का टोटल 13,800 है, क्रेडिट साइड का टोटल 46,000 है. सो दोनों में कौन सा टोटल ज्यादा है? 46,000 ज्यादा है. सो 46,000 will be recorded on debit side, 46,000 will be recorded on credit side of Pawan account. तो अब यहाँ 46,000 लिखे, अकाउंट करे तो 46,000 है भी. डेबिट साइड 46,000 लिखे, बट अपने पास 46,000 नहीं है. कितने थे? फिर 11, 12, 13, 13,800 थे. तो अपने को कितने पैसे कम पड़ रहे? 32,200 कम पड़ रहे. कौन से साइड कम पड़ रहे? डेबिट साइड कम पड़ रहे. सो इट विल बी रिकॉर्डेड एज टू बैलेंस कैरिड ऑन 32,200 एंड द डेट विल बी टेकन एज द लास्ट डे फॉर द मंथ ऑफ मार्च. मार्च की लास्ट डे क्या आएंगी? 31 मार्च आएंगी. दिस विल बी ब्रॉट डाउन ऑन ऑपोजिट साइड. तो अब डेबिट साइड अपन कैरी डाउन करें, तो इसके ऑपोजिट साइड ब्रॉट डाउन करेंगे बाई बैलेंस ब्रॉट डाउन. तो कैरी डाउन 2 में हुआ था, तो उसका ऑपोजिट ब्रॉट डाउन होगा बाई बैलेंस ब्रॉट डाउन. और कैरी डाउन हमेशा टोटल के ऊपर होता. कैरी डाउन विल बी डन अबव द टोटल एंड ब्रॉट डाउन विल बी डन बिलो द टोटल. ब्रॉट डाउन हमेशा टोटल के नीचे होता एंड द डेट विल बी टेकन एज इट्स इमीडिएट नेक्स्ट डे. कैरी डाउन की जो डेट रहेंगी ब्रॉट डाउन की, उसकी इमीडिएट नेक्स्ट डे रहेंगी. सो द डे आफ्टर 31st March is April 1st. So it will be brought down on April 1st as by balance brought down 32,200. Next, page number 66, question number 11. Prepare Sudha account from the following. So again, we are required to prepare personal account. The heading will be Sudha account and the format will be date particulars general folio amount rupees, date particulars general folio amount rupees. Towards extreme left will be writing DR debit, towards extreme right will be writing CR credit, and the name of the account is taken as Sudha account. Again, we are required to prepare personal ledger account without writing general entries. Just for explanation purpose, I am writing the general entries here. So the first transaction is given on 2018 February 1st as amount due from Sudha 8,000. Amount due from Sudha का मतलब क्या? अपने को सुधा से पैसे आना है. कितने पैसे आना है? 8,000 रुपए आना है. So it is an asset. Sudha owes the amount to the business. So Sudha falls under the category of debtors. Debtors is an asset. Who are debtors? जिन लोगों से अपने को पैसे आना रहता, उन लोगों को हम debtors बोल के बोलेंगे. So it is an asset. All assets have debit balance. So it will be shown on the debit side as 2018 February 1st to balance brought down 8,000 rupees. Next we have a transaction on February 4. Goods sold to Sudha 11,000. मतलब हम सुधा को सामान बेच रहे. तो अपने लिए जनरल एंट्री क्या आएंगी? Sudha account debit to sales account. So as we are preparing Sudha account, we cannot write the name of Sudha. We need to write the name of sales. Sales is on credit side of the general entry. So at the time of posting into the ledger, it will be posted on debit side as February 4 to sales account 11,000 rupees. Next we have a transaction on February 12. Goods returned by Sudha. इधर हम सुधा को सामान बेचे. अब सुधा से अपने को सामान वापस आ रहा. So the general entry will be sales returns account debit to Sudha account. So as we are preparing Sudha account, we cannot write the name of Sudha. We need to write the name of sales returns. Sales returns is on debit side of the general entry. So at the time of posting into the ledger, it will be posted on credit side as by sales returns account 4,000 rupees. Date will be taken as 2018 February 12. Then we have a transaction on February 16. Cash received from Sudha 3,000 rupees. Cash received का मतलब क्या? अपने को पैसे आ रहे हैं. किसके पास से आ रहे हैं? सुधा के पास से आ रहे हैं. So the general entry will be cash account debit to Sudha account. So as we are preparing Sudha account, we cannot write the name of Sudha. We need to write the name of cash. Cash is on debit side of the general entry. So at the time of posting, it will be posted on credit side as February 16 by cash account 3,000 rupees. Then we have a transaction on Feb 22 as received check from Sudha. तो इस बार अपने को पैसे आ रहे हैं, but check की शक्ल में आ रहे हैं. Check का काम कहाँ खत्म होता? बैंक में खत्म होता. So the general entry will be bank account debit to Sudha account. So as we are preparing Sudha account, we cannot write the name of Sudha. We need to write the name of bank. Bank is on debit side of the general entry. So at the time of posting into the ledger, it will be posted on credit side as February 22 by bank account 6,000 rupees. Then we are given with a transaction that on February 28 that Sudha account is settled with 10% discount. तो ये क्या है? हम बैलेंसिंग करते वक्त देखेंगे. So first doing the total on debit side of Sudha account followed by the total on credit side of Sudha account. So the total on debit side of Sudha account is 19,000. Sudha से अपने को पहले से 8,000 आना था और 11,000 का सामान बेचे हम. तो total amount that we have to receive from Sudha is 19,000 rupees. So the total on debit side is 19,000 whereas the total on credit side is 6 plus 4 10, 10 plus 3 13,000. 19,000 जो आना था, 19,000 कैसा आना था? पहले से मंथ के स्टार्टिंग में 8,000 आना था, फिर 11,000 का सामान बेचे. तो टोटल 19,000 we have to receive from Sudha, of which she has returned goods worth 4,000. So 19 minus 4 it becomes 15,000. Then again she paid cash 3,000. 15 minus 3 it becomes 12,000. Then again she gave a check of 6,000. So 12 minus 6 again it becomes 6,000. तो अब अपने को सुधा से और कितने पैसे आना है? 6,000 रुपए आना है. तो अब 6,000 के लिए क्या कर रहे हैं हम? सुधा अकाउंट इज बीन सेटल्ड विद 10% डिस्काउंट. तो 6,000 का 10% क्या होता? इट इज 600. कैसा होता? The simple technique for calculating 10% is जितने zeros है उसमें से एक जीरो कम कर देना. So 6,000 का 10% करे तो 600 आया. तो 6,000 जो आना था इसमें से हम क्या कर रहे? 600 रुपए डिस्काउंट दे रहे. तो अपने को कितने पैसे आएंगे? 5,400 आएंगे. For which the journal entry will be cash account debit 5,400, discount account debit 600 सुधा अकाउंट. ये सब किसकी मेहरबानी है? सुधा की मेहरबानी है. टोटल अमाउंट इज 6,000 रुपीज. सो अपनी जनरल एंट्री क्या है? कैश अकाउंट डेबिट, डिस्काउंट अकाउंट डेबिट टू सुधा अकाउंट. So as we are preparing Sudha account, we cannot write the name of Sudha. We need to write the name of cash and discount. Cash and discount both are on debit side of the general entries. So at the time of posting, it will be posted on credit side as by cash account 5,400, by discount account 600. Now this account is balanced. मतलब सुधा का पूरा हिसाब यहाँ पे बराबर हो जा रहा. अब टोटल करिए आप दोनों तरफ 19,000 आ जाएगा. तो अपने को कुछ पैसे कमी नहीं हो रहे क्योंकि अपन अकाउंट सेटल कर दे रहे. सेटल कर दे रहे का मतलब क्या? क्लोज कर दे रहे. तो ना अब सुधा से कुछ आना है ना हम सुधा को कुछ देना है. So it will be balance. तो नहीं करेंगे हम बैलेंस इन द सेंस ये दोनों बराबर हो जाएगा. तो इसको कैरी डाउन बार डाउन करने की जरूरत नहीं पड़ेगी. Next, page number 66, question number 12. Prepare Swami account from the following. The transactions are given for the year 2018 for the month of January. The format will be date particulars, general folio amount rupees, date particulars, general folio amount rupees, and the name of the account will be taken as Swami account. Towards extreme left will be writing DR debit. Towards extreme right will be writing CR credit. Again, with the help of transactions, we need to prepare ledger accounts directly, but still just for explanation purpose, we'll be discussing journal entries. Then we'll be posting them in ledger accounts. The transaction is given on January 2nd, 2018, January 2nd as amount due to Swami 12,000. इस बार amount due to Swami का मतलब क्या? हम स्वामी को पैसे बाकी है. So this time it is a liability. All liabilities have credit balance. So अगर अपने को पैसे आना था तो वो asset था, तो इससे पहले के प्रॉब्लम में सुधा से पैसे आना है तो टू बैलेंस ब्रॉट डाउन लिखे. इस बार हम स्वामी को पैसे देना है तो इस बार हम उसको क्रेडिट में लिखेंगे 2018 January 2nd by balance brought down 12,000 rupees. Then we did other transactions with Swami are given in the question as goods purchased from Swami. हम स्वामी से सामान खरीदे तो जनरल एंट्री क्या आएंगी इसकी? Purchases account debit to Swami account आएंगी. So this time the general entry will be purchases account debit to Swami account. So here the general entry will be purchases account debit to Swami account. So as we are preparing Swami account, we cannot write the name of Swami. We need to write the name of purchases. Purchases is on debit side of the general entry. So at the time of posting, it will be posted on credit side as January 8 by purchases account 16,000 rupees. Then we have a transaction on January 15. Goods returned to Swami. हम यहाँ पे स्वामी से जो सामान खरीदे थे ना, अब स्वामी को वो सामान वापस कर रहे हैं. So the general entry will be Swami account debit to purchase returns. So as we are preparing Swami account, we cannot write the name of Swami. We need to write the name of purchase returns. Purchase returns is on credit side of the general entry. So at the time of posting, it will be posted on debit side as 2018 January 5 to purchase returns 5,000 rupees. Then we have a transaction on 20 as cash paid to Swami. So we are paying cash to Swami. Cash is going from the business. Swami is the receiver. So the general entry will be Swami account debit to cash account. So as we are preparing Swami account, we cannot write the name of Swami in Swami account. We need to write the name of cash. Cash is on credit side of the general entry. So at the time of posting in the ledger, it will be posted on debit side as January 20 to cash account 16,000 rupees. Then we have a transaction on January 24, goods purchased from Swami 9,000 rupees. So we are purchasing goods from Swami. So the general entry will be purchases account debit to Swami account. As we are preparing Swami account, we cannot write the name of Swami in Swami account. We need to write the name of purchases. Purchases is on debit side of the general entry. So at the time of posting into the ledger, it will be posted on credit side as January 24 by purchases account 9,000 rupees. Then the last transaction on January 30 is given as Swami account is settled by check with 10% discount. मतलब फिर से हम स्वामी का टोटल करेंगे. अब हम स्वामी को जो भी दे देना है वो चेक से सेटलमेंट कर दे रहे हैं. फर्स्ट विल बी डूइंग द टोटल ऑन डेबिट साइड फॉलोड बाय द टोटल ऑन क्रेडिट साइड. तो इस बार अपन पहले से स्वामी को देना था, फिर वो बंदे 12,000 देना था और 16,000 9,000 का सामान खरीदे तो और 25,000 बढ़ गए तो 37,000 टोटल हो जाना, जिसमें से हम 5,000 का सामान वापस करें तो 32,000 देना है, जिसमें से हम 16,000 दे दिए तो और 16,000 बाकी रहते. कैसा रहते? द टोटल ऑन क्रेडिट साइड इज 37,000 whereas द टोटल ऑन डेबिट साइड इज 21,000. तो कितने का शॉर्टेज आ रहा? 37 minus 21, 3 minus 2 1, 7 minus 1 6, 16,000. तो अपने को कितने पैसे देना है स्वामी को? और 16,000 रुपए देना है, जिसमें से वो अकाउंट हम सेटल कर रहे. कैसा कर रहे? 10% डिस्काउंट से कर रहे. सो 16,000 का 10% निकालना है. व्हाट इज द सिंपल टेक्निक फॉर कैलकुलेटिंग 10%? फर्स्ट it will be recorded as 16,000 into 10 by 100, but the simple technique is एक जीरो कम कर देना है तो 1,600 रुपए डिस्काउंट हो जाते. तो 16,000 में से 1,600 का अगर आपको डिस्काउंट मिल रहा है तो अपने को पेमेंट कितनी करना है? 14,400 करना है. सो दिस वी आर पेइंग थ्रू चेक. तो पहले दे रहे किसको? स्वामी अन्ना को दे रहे. सो द जनरल एंट्री विल बी स्वामी अकाउंट डेबिट. कितने देना था? 16,000 देना था, बट इसमें से हम होशियारी क्या करें? टू बैंक अकाउंट डिस्काउंट करा लेके 14,400 दे रहे. डिस्काउंट अकाउंट अपने को डिस्काउंट कितना मिला? 600 का डिस्काउंट मिला. सो एज वी आर प्रिपेयरिंग स्वामी अकाउंट, वी कैन नॉट राइट द नेम ऑफ स्वामी इन स्वामी अकाउंट. वी नीड टू राइट द नेम ऑफ बैंक एंड डिस्काउंट. बैंक एंड डिस्काउंट आर ऑन क्रेडिट साइड ऑफ द जनरल एंट्री. सो बोथ दीस विल बी रिकॉर्डेड ऑन डेबिट साइड ऑफ जनरल एंट्री एज टू बैंक अकाउंट 14,400 टू डिस्काउंट अकाउंट 1,600. अब ये अकाउंट बराबर बैलेंस हो जाएगा, मतलब दोनों तरफ टोटल सेम आ जाएगा 37,000 37,000. तो अपने को कुछ कैरी डाउन बार डाउन करने की जरूरत नहीं पड़ती. नेक्स्ट, continuing with next problem, page number 66, question number 13. Prepare machinery account from the following. तो इस बार अपने को क्या करना है? machinery account बनाया है. So this time we are not preparing personal account, we are preparing asset account. So the transactions are given for the year 2018 for the month of March and we are required to prepare machinery account. So the format will be the same: date, particular general folio, amount rupees, date, particular general folio, amount rupees. Towards section must will be writing DR debit, towards section by will be writing CR credit, and the name of the account will be taken as the asset account. कौन सी asset है वो? machinery है, तो machinery लिखेंगे. अगर furniture रहता तो furniture account लिखते थे, computer रहता तो कंप्यूटर अकाउंट लिखते थे. अपने को मशीनरी अकाउंट बनाओ बोला तो मशीनरी अकाउंट बना रहे. सो विदाउट राइटिंग द जनरल एंट्रीज वी नीड टू पोस्ट देम इनटू लेडजर अकाउंट. जस्ट फॉर एक्सप्लेनेशन पर्पस वी विल बी राइटिंग जनरल एंट्रीज, then we'll be posting them in ledger accounts. The first transaction is given on 2018 March 1st as purchased furniture from Virat and Company. हम फर्नीचर मशीनरी खरीद रहे हैं, विराट एंड कंपनी से खरीद रहे हैं. तो अपने को क्या आ रहा? मशीनरी आ रही. किसके पास से आ रहा है ये? विराट and company. So as we are preparing machinery account, we cannot write the name of machinery in machinery account. We need to write the name of पहले किससे खरीद रहे? विक्रम से खरीद रहे. So here the journal entry will be machinery account debit to Vikram and Co account. So as we are preparing machinery account, we cannot write the name of machinery in machinery account. We need to write the name of Vikram and Co. Vikram and Co is on credit side of the journal entry. So at the time of posting into ledger, it will be posted on debit side as to Vikram and Co 42,000. Then we have purchased machinery from Virat and Co 16,000. तो इस बार हम journal entry क्या लिखेंगे? Machinery account debit to Virat and Company account. So as we are preparing machinery account, we cannot write the name of machinery in machinery account. We need to write the name of Virat and Co. Virat and Co. Virat है सिर्फ. So Virat is on credit side of the journal entry. So at the time of posting into the ledger, it will be posted on debit side as March 6 to Virat account 16,000 rupees. Then we have the transaction as machinery costing 8,000 sold for 5,000. हम क्या कर रहे हैं? 8,000 की मशीनरी 5,000 में बेच दे रहे हैं. तो अपने को पैसा कितना आ रहा? कैश अकाउंट डेबिट 5,000 रुपीज. जबकि वो मशीन थी कितने की? 8,000 की थी. तो अपने को नुकसान हो रहा कितने का हो रहा? 3,000 का. तो प्रॉफिट एंड लॉस अकाउंट डेबिट 3,000. तो अपने पास से जो मशीन जा रही वो कितने की जा रही? 8,000 की चले जा रही. सो द जनरल एंट्री विल बी कैश अकाउंट डेबिट 5,000, प्रॉफिट एंड लॉस अकाउंट डेबिट 3,000 टू machinery account 8,000. So as we are preparing machinery account, we cannot write the name of machinery in machinery account. We need to write the name of cash and profit and loss account. Cash and profit and loss are on debit side of the journal entry. So at the time of posting into the ledger, those will be posted on credit side as by cash account 5,000, by profit and loss account 3,000 rupees. Then we have another entry on March 16 as depreciation provided on machinery. Depreciation means decrease in the value of asset. So all assets have debit balance. So as we are providing depreciation on asset, its value will be decreased. So it's a loss to the organization. So depreciation will be debited as depreciation account. तो ये किस पे provide कर रहे हैं हम? Machinery पे provide कर रहे हैं. So the general entry will be depreciation account debit to machinery account. As we are preparing machinery account, we cannot write the name of machinery. We need to write the name of depreciation. Depreciation is on debit side of the general entry. At the time of posting, it will be posted on credit side as March 16 by depreciation account 3,000 rupees. Then we have a transaction on 22nd as purchased goods from Swami. तो इस बार हम क्या कर रहे हैं? सामान खरीद रहे. किससे खरीद रहे? स्वामी से खरीद रहे. तो the general entry will be purchases account debit to स्वामी account. So हम जो अकाउंट बना रहे हैं वो क्या बना रहे हैं? मशीनरी का बना रहे हैं. जबकि एंट्री क्या आ रही? परचेजेस अकाउंट डेबिट टू स्वामी अकाउंट आ रही. तो ये एंट्री में मशीनरी का नाम है ही नहीं, ना डेबिट में है ना क्रेडिट में है. तो इसकी पोस्टिंग ये अकाउंट में हम करेंगे भी नहीं. नेक्स्ट we have a transaction purchase of machinery for cash. Last transaction क्या है? मशीन खरीद रहे हैं, बदले में पैसा दे रहे हैं. So the general entry will be machinery account debit to cash account. अपने पास से पैसा जा रहा. So as we are preparing machinery account, we cannot write the name of machinery in machinery account. We need to write the name of cash. Cash is on credit side of the general entry. So at the time of posting into the ledger, it will be posted on debit side as March 30 to cash account 8,000. Now balancing it. How do we balance it? 42 plus 8, 50, 50 plus 10, 60, 60 plus 6, 66,000. The total on debit side is 66,000, whereas the total on credit side is 5 plus 3, 8, 8 plus 3, 11. 11,000. तो दोनों में कौन सा total ज्यादा है? 66 ज्यादा है. So 66,000 will be recorded on debit side of machinery account, as well as 66,000 will be recorded on credit side of machinery account. Now subtracting 11,000 from 66,000, we are left out with an amount of 55,000, which will be recorded as by balance carried on 55,000. The same will be brought down on opposite side as to balance brought down 55,000, and the date for carried on will be taken as the last day for the month of March, which will be March 31st, and the same will be brought down on opposite side on its immediate next day, which will be April 1st. Next, page number 67, question number 14. Page number 67, question number 14. Prepare ledger. Prepare ledger accounts from the prepare ledger accounts from the following particulars in books of Rani. So we are required to prepare general ledgers. The transactions are given for the year 2018 for the month of June. June 1st it is given as received the cash from Shiva. तो इसकी जनरल एंट्री क्या आती? कैश अकाउंट डेबिट टू शिवा अकाउंट आती. तो अपन दो अकाउंट बनाएंगे, कैश अकाउंट बनाएंगे, दूसरा शिवा अकाउंट बनाएंगे. तो कैश के अकाउंट में किसका नाम लिखेंगे? जैसे कि इसकी जनरल एंट्री क्या आएंगी? कैश अकाउंट डेबिट टू शिवा अकाउंट. Cash account debit Shiva account. So we will be preparing two accounts. One is cash account, next is Shiva account. So cash के अकाउंट में शिवा का नाम लिखेंगे, शिवा के अकाउंट में कैश का नाम लिखेंगे. So कैश के अकाउंट में शिवा का नाम, यहाँ पे जनरल एंट्री में शिवा क्रेडिट है, तो लेडजर पोस्टिंग में क्या आएगा? डेबिट हो जाएगा 2018 जून 1st टू शिवा अकाउंट 75,000. जब शिवा का अकाउंट बनाएंगे उसमें कैश क्रेडिट में लिखेंगे हम. तो इधर शिवा का जो अकाउंट बनेगा तब हम कैश क्रेडिट में लिख देंगे 2018 जून 1 बाय कैश अकाउंट 75,000. देन वी हैव अनदर ट्रांजैक्शन एज बॉट गुड्स फॉर कैश 40,000. तो इसकी जनरल एंट्री क्या आएंगी अपने को? परचेजेस अकाउंट डेबिट टू कैश अकाउंट. तो इसके लिए जनरल एंट्री आएंगी परचेजेस अकाउंट डेबिट टू अकाउंट डेबिट टू कैश अकाउंट. सो अब इसकी पोस्टिंग क्या करेंगे हम? परचेजेस के अकाउंट में कैश का नाम लिखेंगे, कैश के अकाउंट में परचेजेस का नाम लिखेंगे. So as we are preparing cash account, in this we'll be writing it as by purchases account June 4 by purchases account 40,000. Then फिर purchases के account में to cash लिखेंगे 40,000. 2018 June 4 to cash account 40,000. Then we have another transaction on June 6 as sold goods to Suresh, जिसकी जनरल एंट्री आएंगी सुरेश अकाउंट डेबिट टू सुरेश अकाउंट डेबिट टू सेल्स अकाउंट. सो इसकी पोस्टिंग सुरेश के अकाउंट में हम टू सेल्स लिखेंगे, सेल्स के अकाउंट में हम बाय सुरेश लिखेंगे. सो इन सुरेश अकाउंट विल बी राइटिंग इट एज टू सेल्स अकाउंट, whereas in sales account will be 2018 June 6 to sales account 40,000, whereas in sales account will be writing it as 2018 June 6 by Suresh account 40,000. And we have another transaction as bought goods from Praveen 12th के दिन हम प्रवीण से सामान खरीद रहे. तब इसकी जनरल एंट्री क्या आएंगी? परचेजेस अकाउंट डेबिट टू प्रवीण अकाउंट. परचेजेस अकाउंट डेबिट टू प्रवीण अकाउंट. So this will be posted in purchases account as to Praveen account, whereas in Praveen account as by purchases account. तो इसकी पोस्टिंग कैसा करेंगे हम? परचेजेस के अकाउंट में टू प्रवीण लिखेंगे, प्रवीण के अकाउंट में बाय परचेजेस लिखेंगे. तो परचेजेस के अकाउंट में जून 12 टू प्रवीण 50,000 लिख रहे, प्रवीण के अकाउंट में बाय परचेजेस 50,000 लिख रहे. तो यहाँ पे प्रवीण के अकाउंट में 2018 जून 12 बाय परचेजेस 50,000 लिख रहे. Then we have another transaction on June 16 as sold goods to Ganesh. तो इस बार हम क्या करें? गणेश को सामान बेच रहे. So the general entry will be Ganesh account debit to sales account. So this will be posted in two accounts. गणेश के अकाउंट में टू सेल्स लिखेंगे, सेल्स के अकाउंट में बाई गणेश लिखेंगे. So first in Ganesh account it will be posted as to sales account, whereas in sales account it will be posted as by Ganesh account. तो सेल्स के अकाउंट में हम बाई गणेश लिख देंगे जून 16, फिर गणेश के अकाउंट में टू सेल्स लिखेंगे. So in Ganesh account we'll be writing it as 2018 June 16 to sales account 35,000. And after this we have another transaction as withdrawn cash for personal use. तो हम जाति काम के लिए पैसा निकाल रहे. तो इस बार जनरल एंट्री क्या लिखेंगे? ड्रॉइंग्स अकाउंट डेबिट टू कैश अकाउंट. ड्रॉइंग्स अकाउंट डेबिट टू कैश अकाउंट. तो अब कैश के अकाउंट में बाय ड्रॉइंग्स लिखेंगे, ड्रॉइंग्स के अकाउंट में टू कैश लिखेंगे. सो फर्स्ट इन कैश अकाउंट विल बी राइटिंग इट एज बाय ड्रॉइंग्स अकाउंट. तो कैश के अकाउंट में जो है ना जून 20 बाय ड्रॉइंग्स 20,000 है, तब ड्रॉइंग्स के अकाउंट में जून 20 टू कैश 20,000 बताएंगे हम. सो इन कैश एंड ड्रॉइंग्स अकाउंट विल बी राइटिंग इट एज June 20 to cash 20,000 rupees. Then we have another transactions given as received commission. Received commission का मतलब क्या? अपने को पैसे आ रहे, कौन से नाम पे आ रहे? कमीशन के नाम पे आ रहे. So cash account debit commission account. So in cash account we'll be writing the name of commission. तो commission के अकाउंट में हम कैश लिखेंगे. So कैश के अकाउंट में टू कमीशन लिखे, कमीशन के अकाउंट में बाय कैश लिखेंगे, सेम एंट्री कमीशन के अकाउंट में कैसा पोस्ट करेंगे, बाय कैश बोल के पोस्ट करेंगे. So here we have commission account 2018 June 26 by cash account 2000 rupees. Then we have another transaction as paid rent paid salaries. दो transactions है, paid rent है, paid salaries है. तो paid rent की जनरल एंट्री क्या आएंगी, rent account debit to cash account, rent account debit to cash account. So in cash account we will be writing the name of rent, in rent account we will be writing the name of cash. So cash के account में by rent लिखेंगे, rent के account में to cash लिखेंगे. So here it will be recorded as, in cash account it will be recorded as by rent account. So in cash account it will be recorded as by rent account, June 30 by rent account 5000 rupees. In rent account it will be recorded as to cash account 5000 rupees. So here it is recorded as June 30 to cash account 5000 rupees. Then we have the last transaction for this problem as salaries paid. हम क्या पे कर रहे हैं, salary पे कर रहे हैं. So the general entry will be salaries account debit to cash account. Salary account debit to cash account. So in salary account we'll be writing to cash, in cash account we'll be writing it as by salary. तो cash के account में by salary लिखेंगे, salary के account में to cash लिखेंगे. तो cash के account में June 30 by salary 10,000 लिखिए, salary के account में June 30 to cash लिख देंगे. Now we'll be balancing all these. तो ये भी अपने को सिर्फ जनरल लेडजर का प्रॉब्लम था. अब अपन एक एक अकाउंट की बैलेंसिंग करेंगे. कैसा करेंगे, फर्स्ट विल बी डूइंग द टोटल ऑन डेबिट साइड फॉलोड बाय द टोटल ऑन क्रेडिट साइड. जो भी टोटल ज्यादा रहता है वो दोनों तरफ लिख के स्मॉल वैल्यू को हाईएस्ट वैल्यू में से माइनस करेंगे. द टोटल ऑन डेबिट साइड इज 75 प्लस 2 77,000, whereas the total on credit side is 40 plus 20 60, 60 plus 10 70, 70 plus 5 75. So 77,000 is more than 75,000. So on both the sides we'll be reading the total as 77,000 77,000. Subtracting 75,000 from 77,000, we are left out with an amount of 2,000, which will be recorded as by balance carried down 2,000. The same will be shown on opposite side as to balance brought down 2,000, and the date will be taken as the last day for the month of June, which will be June 30, and the same will be brought down on opposite side as July 1st 2018 to balance brought down 2,000. Then we'll be balancing Shiva account. The total on credit side is 75,000, whereas the total on debit side is 0, as we have recorded nothing. So the highest total 75,000 will be recorded on both the sides. In order to make it equal to 75,000, we'll be balancing it as to balance carried down 75,000. The same will be brought down on opposite side as by balance brought down 75,000. Here the date will be taken as the last day for the month of June, which will be June 30 2018, and the date for brought down will be its immediate next day, which will be July 1st 2018. Now we'll be balancing purchases account. How do we balance purchases account? The total on debit side is 50 plus 40 90,000, whereas the total on credit side is 0. So on both the sides we'll be writing the total as 90,000 90,000. In order to make it equal to 90,000, we'll be balancing it as by balance carried down 90,000, and the same will be brought down on opposite side as to balance brought down 90,000. For carried down, the date will be taken as 2018 June 30. For brought down, its immediate next day will be taken as 2018 July 1st. Then we'll be balancing Suresh account. The total on debit side is 40,000, whereas the total on credit side is 0. So 40,000 will be recorded on both the sides. Now in order to make it equal to 40,000, it will be recorded as 2018 June 30 by balance carried down 40,000. The same will be brought down on opposite side as 2018 July 1st to balance brought down 40,000. Then after Suresh account, we have sales account. The total on credit side is 40 plus 35 75,000, whereas the total on debit side is 0. So the total 75,000 will be recorded on both the sides, and it will be balanced as 2018 June 30 to balance carried down 75,000. The same will be brought down on opposite side as by balance brought down 75,000, and the date will be taken as 2018 July 1st. Now we'll be balancing Ganesh account. The total on debit side is 35,000, whereas the total on credit side is 0. So 35,000 will be recorded on both the side as 35,000 35,000. In order to make it equal, it will be balanced as 2018 June 30 by balance carried down 35,000. The same will be brought down on opposite side as 2018 July 1st to balance brought down 35,000. Now we'll be balancing Praveen account. The total on debit side is 0, whereas the total on credit side is 50,000. So 50,000 is more than 0. So on both the sides we'll be writing the total as 50,000. In order to make it equal to 50,000, it will be balanced as 2018 June 30, but to balance carried down 50,000. The same will be shown on opposite side as 2018 July 1st by balance brought down 50,000. Then we will be balancing drawings account. The total on debit side is 20,000, whereas the total on credit side is 0. So 20,000 is more than 0. So on both the sides we'll be writing the total as 20,000 20,000. In order to make it equal to 20,000, we'll be balancing it as by balance carried down 20,000. The same will be shown on opposite side as to balance brought down 20,000. Here the date will be taken as 2018 June 30. The same will be brought down here as 2018 July 1st. Now we'll be balancing commission account. The total on credit side is 2,000, whereas the total on debit side is 0. So 2,000 will be recorded on both the sides, and it will be balanced as 2018 June 30 on debit side as to balance carried down 2,000. The same will be brought down on opposite side as 2018 July 1st by balance brought down 2,000 rupees. Then we'll be balancing rent account. The total on debit side is 5,000, whereas the total on credit side is 0. So on both the sides, we'll be adding the total as 5,000, 5,000. Here it will be balanced as 2018 July 30 by balance write down 5,000. The same will be brought down on opposite side as 2018 July 1st to balance brought down 5,000 rupees. Then we'll be balancing salary account. The total on debit side is 10,000, whereas the total on credit side is 0. So on both the sides, we'll be writing the total as 10,000, 10,000, and it will be balanced on credit side as 2018 June 30 by balance write down 10,000. The same will be brought down on opposite side as to balance brought down 10,000, and the date will be taken as 2018 July 1st. Next, continuing with page number 67, question number 15. From the following information, prepare Praveen account as on 31st March 2014. The transactions are given for the year 2018 for the month of March. The first transaction is given as March 7, balance due from Praveen, 3,500. The format is date particulars general folio amount rupees, date particulars general folio amount rupees. Towards section left will be writing DR debit, towards section right will be writing CR credit, and the name of the account will be taken as Praveen account. बैलेंस ड्यू फ्रॉम प्रवीण का मतलब क्या, आपने को प्रवीण से पैसे आना है. इट विल बी शोन ऑन डेबिट साइड एज टू बैलेंस ब्रॉट डाउन 3,500 rupees. Next, we have a transaction sold goods to Praveen. Without writing the general entries, we need to complete the problem. But just for explanation purpose, we'll be discussing general entries. Then we'll be posting them in ledger account. So transaction क्या है अपना, sold goods to Praveen 1,500. sold goods to Praveen का मतलब क्या, हम प्रवीण को सामान बेच रहे हैं. So the general entry will be Praveen account debit to sales. Praveen account debit sales account. So as we are preparing Praveen account, we cannot write the name of Praveen. We need to write the name of sales. Sales is on credit side of the general entry. So at the time of posting into the ledger, it will be posted on debit side as to sales account 1,500 rupees. Then we have another transaction as purchased goods from Praveen 1,000 rupees. So when we are purchasing goods from Praveen, the general entry will be purchases account debit to Praveen account. So as we are preparing Praveen account, we cannot write the name of Praveen. We need to write the name of purchases. Purchases is on debit side of the general entry. So at the time of posting into the ledger, it will be posted on credit side as 2018 March 10 by purchases account 1,000 rupees. Then we have a transaction paid cash to Praveen 800 rupees. So हम प्रवीण को पैसा पे कर रहे. So the general entry will be Praveen account debit to cash account. अपने पास से पैसा जा रहा है, किसको दे रहे, प्रवीण को दे रहे. So the general entry will be Praveen account debit to cash. As we are preparing Praveen account, we cannot write the name of Praveen. We need to write the name of cash. Cash is on credit side of the general entry. So at the time of posting into the ledger, it will be posted on debit side as March 15 to cash account 800 rupees. Then we have a transaction on 23 as received cash from Praveen 500. अपने को पैसा आ रहा, किसके पास से आ रहा, प्रवीण के पास से आ रहा. Cash account debit किसके पास से आ रहा, प्रवीण के पास से आ रहा. So the general entry will be cash account debit to Praveen account. As we are preparing Praveen account, we cannot write the name of Praveen. We need to write the name of cash. Cash is on debit side of the general entry. At the time of posting, it will be posted on credit side as March 23 by cash account 500 rupees. Then we have a transaction on 25 return goods to Praveen. खरीदे वक्त purchases to Praveen लिखे थे, अब वापस करते वक्त क्या करना, Praveen account debit to purchase returns लिखना. The general entry will be Praveen account debit to purchase returns. So as we are preparing Praveen account, we cannot write the name of Praveen. We need to write the name of purchase returns. Purchase returns is on credit side of the general entry. At the time of posting into the ledger, it will be posted on debit side as March 25 to purchase returns 200 rupees. Now it is given as Praveen account is settled with 10% discount. इसको कुछ भी डेट दिया हुआ नहीं है, तो ये जो मंथ का प्रॉब्लम है वो मंथ की लास्ट डेट में हम अकाउंट सेटल करेंगे. तो Praveen account is settled with 10% डिस्काउंट बोला, तो पहले अपन डिफरेंस अमाउंट क्या है मालूम करेंगे. The total on debit side is 3 plus 1 4 5,000 5,800 6,000. The total on debit side is 6,000, whereas the total on credit side is 1,500. 6,000 minus 1,000 5,000, 5,000 minus 500 4,500. तो अपने को जो टोटल अमाउंट पे करना है वो कितना पे करना है, आपने को जो टोटल अमाउंट आना है वो कितना आना है, 4,500 रुपीज आना है. तो अब इसमें से हम क्या करें, 10% डिस्काउंट दे रहे हैं. 4,500 का 10% कैलकुलेट करेंगे. 4,500 इंटू 10 पे 100 विच विल बी 450. कैसा आएगा, सिंपल टेक्निक क्या है, एक जीरो कम कर देना. तो 4,500 में से अगर 450 डिस्काउंट दे रहे तो अपने को कितने पैसे आएंगे, 4050 आएंगे. इसकी जनरल एंट्री क्या आएंगी, अपने को पैसे आ रहे, कैश अकाउंट डेबिट कितना पैसा आ रहा, 4050 आ रहा. हम डिस्काउंट दे रहे, इट इज ए लॉस टू अस. सो डिस्काउंट अकाउंट डेबिट कितना लॉस बियर कर रहे हैं हम, 450. तो ये सब किसकी मेहरबानी है, प्रवीण अन्ना की मेहरबानी है. इट विल बी रिकॉर्डेड एज Praveen account. Total amount was 4,500. So as we are preparing Praveen account, we cannot write the name of Praveen. We need to write the name of cash and discount. Cash and discount are on debit side of the general entry. At the time of posting, it will be posted on credit side as by cash 4050, by discount 450. अब इसका टोटल करेंगे तो अकाउंट दोनों तरफ सेम आ जाएगा. Next, problem number 16. Page number 68, question number 16. Prepare Vamshi account from the following. The transactions are given for the year 2018 for the month of August. Balance due to Vamshi 4,400. Due to Vamshi का मतलब क्या? हम Vamshi को पैसे देना है. It's a liability. It will have credit balance. First, we'll be preparing Vamshi account. The format will be date particular general folio amount rupees. Date particular general folio amount rupees. Towards estimate we'll be writing DR debit. Towards estimate we'll be writing CR credit, and the name of the account will be taken as Vamshi account. So as we have to pay the amount to the Vamshi, it's a liability to the organization. It will be recorded on credit side as 2018 August 1st by balance brought down 4,400 rupees. Then we have a transaction on August 5th. Purchased goods from Vamshi. तो अपन क्या करेंगे? ट्रांजैक्शन की एंट्री लिखते हुए, एक्सप्लेनेशन पर्पस के लिए एंट्री लिखते हुए उसको हम पोस्ट करेंगे. So for purchased goods from Vamshi, the journal entry will be purchases account debit to Vamshi account 1500. The general entry will be purchases account debit to Vamshi account. Purchases account debit to Vamshi account. So as we are preparing Vamshi account, we cannot write the name of Vamshi. We need to write the name of purchases. Purchases is on debit side of the journal entry. So at the time of posting into ledger, duly posted on credit side as August 5 by purchases account 1500 rupees. Then we have a transaction on August 10 as sold goods to Vamshi 1200 rupees. So the general entry will be Vamshi account debit to sales account. Vamshi account debit to sales account. So as we are preparing Vamshi account, we cannot write the name of Vamshi. We need to write the name of sales. Sales is on credit side of the journal entry. So at the time of posting into ledger, duly posted on debit side as 2018 August 10 to sales account 1200 rupees. Then we have a transaction on 13 as received the check from Vamshi 1000 rupees. Received check का मतलब क्या? अपने को पैसे आ रहे हैं. किसके पास से आ रहे हैं? Vamshi के पास से आ रहे हैं. Bank account debit to Vamshi account. Bank account debit to Vamshi account. So as we are preparing Vamshi account, we cannot write the name of Vamshi in Vamshi account. We need to write the name of bank. Bank is on debit side of the journal entry. At the time of posting into ledger, it will be posted on credit side as by bank account 1000 rupees. Then we have a transaction on 17 as paid cash to Vamshi. तो हम Vamshi को पैसा पे कर रहे हैं. तो अपने पास से पैसा जा रहा. किसको जा रहा? Vamshi को जा रहा. Vamshi, the general entry will be Vamshi account debit to cash account. So as we are preparing Vamshi account, we cannot write the name of Vamshi in Vamshi account. We need to write the name of cash. Cash is on credit side of the general entry. At the time of posting, it will be posted on debit side as to cash account 100 rupees. Then we have a transaction Vamshi return goods. So Vamshi return goods का मतलब क्या है? Sales return से. Sales was an income, it will be recorded on debit side, credit side. Whereas sales return, it is decrease in income, it will be recorded on debit side as sales returns account debit. कौन वापस करे सामान? Vamshi वापस करे. So the general entry will be sales returns account debit to Vamshi account. So as we are preparing Vamshi account, we cannot write the name of Vamshi in Vamshi account. We need to write the name of sales returns. Sales returns is on debit side of the general entry. At the time of posting, it will be posted on credit side as August 23rd by sales returns account 200 rupees. Then we have a transaction on 29 as purchased goods from Vamshi. हम सामान खरीद रहे. किससे खरीद रहे? Vamshi से खरीद रहे. So the general entry will be purchases account debit to Vamshi account. So as we are preparing Vamshi account, we cannot write the name of Vamshi. We need to write the name of purchases. Purchases is on debit side of the general entry. At the time of posting into ledger, it will be posted on credit side as August 29 by purchases account 500 rupees. Now it is given as Vamshi account is settled with 10% discount. As date has not been specified, we will be taking as the last day for the month of August, which will be August 31st. तभी अपन पहले बैलेंसिंग करने से पहले, सेटल करने से पहले टोटल करके डिफरेंस अमाउंट मालूम करेंगे कि क्या पैसे देना है. The total on credit side is 4 plus 1 5,000 6,000 6,000 7,000 7,600. The total on credit side is 7,600, whereas the total on debit side is 1,300. So 7 minus 1 6, 6 minus 3 3, 6,300. तो अपने को कितने पैसे आना है? 6,300 हम पे करना है. So 6,300 जो है ना, इसका 10% कितना होता? 10 divided by 100, it will be 630. बट अपने को परसेंटेज 10% देना नहीं है. कितना परसेंटेज देना है? 5% डिस्काउंट देना है, which will be half of it, which will be 315. 600 का आधा 300, 30 का आधा 15 रुपए. तो 6,300 में अगर हम 315 डिस्काउंट दे रहे तो 6,300 में से 300 निकाल दिए 6,000. 6,000 में से 10 रुपए निकाल दिए 5,990. 90 में से 5 रुपए निकाल दिए 6,900. 5,000 6,000. अपने को टोटल अमाउंट 1,300. 1,300 300 1. So 7 minus 1 6. 7,000. तो अब अपने को जो अमाउंट पे करना है वो कितना पे करना है? It will be 5,985. 5,985. For 5,985, 596 6300 बराबर है। तो अब अपने को जो पैसे पे करना है वो कितने पैसे पे करना है पे करना है 5985 पे करना है। किसको पे करना है? वंशी को पे करना है। वंशी अकाउंट डेबिट, ये बंदे को देना कितने था? 6300 देना था। दे रहे कितना हम? एंड इट इज सेटल, तो कुछ भी नहीं दे रहा तो कैश दे रहे समझना। तो कितना पैसा दे रहे? 5985 दे रहे। अपने को डिस्काउंट क्या मिल रहा? 5% मिल रहा, मतलब 315 रुपए। 5985 590 590 प्लस 10 6000 6300। तो वंशी को जो 6000 देना था, 6300 देना था, उसमें से हम 5985 पे कर दे रहे, 315 डिस्काउंट मिल रहा। सो एज वी आर प्रिपेयरिंग वंशी अकाउंट, वी कैन नॉट राइट द नेम ऑफ वंशी इन वंशी अकाउंट, वी नीड टू राइट द नेम ऑफ कैश एंड डिस्काउंट. Cash and discount are on credit side of the journal entry at the time of posting. Those will be posted on debit side as to cash 5985, to discount 315, and the account will be settled as 7600. And continuing with the last problem for the topic ledger, then we'll start a fresh topic. Sub ledger ka page number 68, question number 17. Prepare Anuruddh account from the following. The transactions are given for the year 2018 for the month of December. So the format is date particulars general fully amount rupees, date particulars general fully amount rupees. Towards section must will be writing DR debit, towards section must will be writing CR credit, and the name of the account will be taken as Anuruddh account. So the first transaction is given as amount due from Anuruddh, मतलब अपने को अनिरुद्ध से पैसे आना है. It will be shown on debit side. It is an asset. It will have debit balance as to balance brought down December 1st 2018 December 1st to balance brought down 1900 rupees. Then we have a transaction on December 9 as sold goods to Anuruddh. हम अनिरुद्ध को सामान बेच रहे. अब अपनी जनरल एंट्री क्या आएंगी? अनिरुद्ध अकाउंट डेबिट टू सेल्स. अनिरुद्ध अकाउंट डेबिट to sales account. So as we are preparing Anuruddh account, we cannot write the name of Anuruddh in Anuruddh account. We need to write the name of sales. So sales is on credit side of the journal entry. At the time of posting into the ledger, it will be posted on debit side as December 9 to sales account 1000 rupees. Then we have a transaction on 12th as purchased goods from Anuruddh. So जब हम अनिरुद्ध से सामान खरीद रहे तब आप जनरल एंट्री क्या लिखेंगे? Purchases account debit to Anuruddh account. So as we are preparing Anuruddh account, we cannot write the name of Anuruddh in Anuruddh account. We need to write the name of purchases. Purchases is on debit side of the general entry. At the time of posting, it will be posted on credit side as 2018 December 12 by purchases account 700 rupees. Then we have a transaction as return goods to Anuruddh 15th. तो जहाँ पे जब अनिरुद्ध से सामान खरीदे थे, purchases to Anuruddh लिखे. अब अनिरुद्ध को हम क्योंकि सामान वापस कर रहे हैं, the general entry will be Anuruddh account debit to purchase returns account. So as we are preparing Anuruddh account, we cannot write the name of Anuruddh. We need to write the name of purchase returns. Purchase returns is on credit side of the general entry. At the time of posting, it will be posted on debit side as December 15 to purchase returns account 200 rupees. Next we have a transaction on December 20 as Anuruddh return goods. तो यहाँ पे हम अनिरुद्ध को सामान बेचे थे, तब अनिरुद्ध टू सेल्स लिखे. इस बार वो बंदा अपने को सामान वापस कर रहा. So the general entry will be sales returns account debit to Anuruddh account. So as we are preparing Anuruddh account, we cannot write the name of Anuruddh in Anuruddh account. We need to write the name of sales returns. So sales returns is on debit side of the general entry. At the time of posting, it will be posted on credit side as by sales returns 100 rupees. Then we have a transaction on 25th as received a check from Anuruddh 400 rupees. तो अपन अनिरुद्ध से पैसा ले रहे हैं, अपने को पैसा आ रहा, चेक से आ रहा, चेक की शक्ल में आ रहा पैसा. तो बैंक अकाउंट डेबिट कौन दे रहे हैं? अनिरुद्ध दे रहा. Anuruddh account. As we are preparing Anuruddh account, we cannot write the name of Anuruddh in Anuruddh account. We need to write the name of bank. Bank is on debit side of the general entry. At the time of posting, it will be posted on credit side as December 25 by bank account 400 rupees. Next we have the last transaction as paid cash to Anuruddh. हम अनिरुद्ध को पैसा पे कर रहे हैं. So the general entry will be account debit to cash account. So in Anuruddh account, we cannot write the name of Anuruddh. We need to write the name of cash. Cash is on credit side of the general entry. At the time of posting, it will be posted on debit side as December 28 to cash account. So now we have completed all the transactions which were given in this problem. We are just required to balance the account. तो इस बार अपने को कुछ account settlement के बारे में नहीं बोला, तो सिर्फ total करके carry down bar down करेंगे. The total on debit side is 1000, 2000, 2900, 3500, 3700. The total on debit side is 3700, whereas the total on credit side is 78, 1200. So 3700 ज़्यादा है. So on both the sides will be writing the total as 3700, 3700. Subtracting 1200 from 3700, we are left out with an amount of 2500, which will be recorded on credit status by balance carried down 2500, and the date will be taken as the last day for the month of December, which will be December 31st. The same will be brought down on opposite status to 2019 January 1st to balance brought down 2500 rupees. So with this we have completed chapter 2, recording of business transactions, journal entries and ledger accounts. Now let us start a fresh chapter, chapter 4, preparation of subsidiary books. So there are 8 kinds of subsidiary books: purchases book, purchase returns book, sales book, sales returns book, bills cash book, bills receivable book, bills payable book, then journal proper. So among these 8 subsidiary books, we have problems. In this chapter, we'll be discussing problems on purchases book, purchase returns book, sales returns book, and then we'll be discussing problems on journal proper. And next chapter, we'll be discussing cash book, problems on cash book. So we don't have problems on bills receivable book and bills payable book. So whenever we purchase goods, we'll be writing the journal entries as purchases account debit to. जब कभी भी हम सामान खरीदते हैं तब जनरल एंट्री क्या लिखते हैं? परचेजेस अकाउंट डेबिट टू कैश अकाउंट. Otherwise we purchase and make the payment through check, so the journal entry will be purchases account debit to bank account. Otherwise we purchase goods on credit, then the journal entry will be purchases account debit to अब्दुल हबीब साहब अकाउंट. तो अब यहाँ पे जो सामान खरीद रहे हम, इधर हम पैसा पे करे तब जनरल एंट्री लिखे परचेजेस अकाउंट डेबिट टू कैश. इधर हम चेक देके खरीदे तब जनरल एंट्री लिखे परचेजेस अकाउंट डेबिट टू बैंक. इधर हम सामान उधारी में खरीद रहे तब जो बंदे से खरीदे वो बंदे का नाम लिख रहे परचेजेस अकाउंट डेबिट टू अब्दुल हबीब साहब अकाउंट. सो व्हाइल वी प्रिपेयर परचेजेस बुक, सो हियर वी रिकॉर्ड ओनली क्रेडिट ट्रांजैक्शन. सो ये जो 3 ट्रांजैक्शन है परचेजेस के, एक में हम पैसा दे रहे, एक में चेक दे रहे, एक में उधारी में खरीद रहे. सो व्हाइल प्रिपेयरिंग परचेजेस बुक वी रिकॉर्ड ओनली ट्रांजैक्शंस ऑफ क्रेडिट एंड वी डू नॉट रिकॉर्ड ट्रांजैक्शंस ऑफ कैश. तो हम क्या करेंगे, ये जो कैश ट्रांजैक्शंस है, पैसा देके खरीद रहे और चेक देके जो खरीद रहे, ये ट्रांजैक्शंस इधर रिकॉर्ड नहीं करेंगे. ओनली क्रेडिट ट्रांजैक्शंस विल बी रिकॉर्डेड इन सब्सिडियरी बुक्स. मतलब ये जो परचेजेस अकाउंट डेबिट टू अब्दुल हबीब साहब अकाउंट, ये जो जनरल एंट्री है, सिर्फ ये रिकॉर्ड करेंगे. अगर पैसा देके खरीद रहे तो नहीं लिखना है, चेक देके खरीद रहे तो नहीं लिखना है, सिर्फ उधारी में खरीदे तो लिखना है. कैसा पहचानना उधारी का ट्रांजैक्शन है? खरीदे वक्त या बेचे वक्त किसी इंसान का नाम दिया हुआ रहता. When we purchase goods or when we sell goods, the name of a person will be specified in the transaction. Then it will become a credit transactions. And in purchases book, sales book, we are going to record only credit transactions and we are going to ignore cash transactions. अब हम अगर A से खरीदे तब अपनी जनरल एंट्री क्या आती? परचेजेस अकाउंट डेबिट टू A. अगर B से खरीद रहे तब अपनी जनरल एंट्री क्या आती? परचेजेस अकाउंट डेबिट टू B. If we are purchasing goods from A, the general entry will be purchases account debit to A account. If you are purchasing goods from B, the journal entry will be purchases account debit to B account. If you are purchasing goods from C, the journal entry will be purchases account debit to C. Then if you are going to purchase from D, the journal entry will be purchases account debit to D. तो हर बार एंट्री में कॉमन क्या रह रहा? परचेजेस कॉमन रह रहा. बदल रहा क्या? सिर्फ क्रेडिट A, B, C, D ये बदल रहा. अब हम क्या करेंगे, बार बार ये चीज एंट्री लिखने के बजाय, when the business transactions are voluminous, then instead of recording the journal entries for each and every transaction, the business will opt for subsidiary books. They will be maintaining records in subsidiary books. तब एक बुक ले लेंगे, सीधा सीधा वो बुक का नाम क्या करेंगे? परचेजेस बुक रख देंगे. अब उसमें पूरी एंट्री लिखने के बजाय, जैसे कि यहाँ पे हम A से खरीदे तो परचेजेस टू A लिखे, B से खरीदे तो परचेजेस टू B लिखे. So instead of writing in this way, they'll be just maintaining a book with the name purchases book, and they'll be just noting the date and the name of the person from whom they have purchased and the amount for the value of which they have purchased goods. So सिर्फ एंट्री लिखने के बजाय वो डेट लिख लेंगे, जो बंदे से खरीदे वो बंदे का नाम लिख लेंगे, कितने का सामान खरीदे उतना अमाउंट लिख लेंगे. Let us discuss page number 110, question number 1. Record the following transactions in purchases book. The transactions are given for the year 2019 March 1st. Purchased goods from Anil. First, the format for purchases book will be date, particulars, inward invoice number, LF details, amount rupees. The date will be taken as 2019 March 1st. तो हम 2019 के दिन March 1st के दिन सामान खरीद रहे. किससे खरीदे? अनिल से खरीदे. So here the date will be taken as 2019 March 1st. किससे खरीदे? अनिल से खरीदे. In particulars will be writing it as Anil. 2000 का सामान खरीद रहे, इन अमाउंट विल बी राइटिंग इट एज 2000 rupees. Next we have a transaction on March 3rd, bought goods from Raju 4000 rupees. So the date will be taken as March 3. In particulars will be writing it as Raju and the amount will be taken as 4000 rupees. Then on March 7, purchase goods from Srikanth 5000, trade discount 10%. So pehle the date will be taken as March 7. In particulars will be writing it as Srikanth and the amount 5000 will be recorded in details column first. Because we have to calculate trade discount, then the final amount will be recorded in amount column. So trade discount kitna de rahe, 10%. So here it will be recorded as less trade discount. First we'll be calculating 10% of 5000. 5000 into 10 by 100 it is 500 rupees. Subtracting 500 from 5000 it becomes 4500 rupees. यहाँ पे हम ये 2000 4000 डायरेक्ट क्यों लिखे, वहां पे अपने को कुछ भी डिस्काउंट नहीं था, यहाँ पे डिस्काउंट है तो डिस्काउंट कैलकुलेट करके फाइनल अमाउंट बाहर लिख रहे. Then we have a transaction on March 13, goods purchased from Venkat 1600. So the date will be taken as March 13. In particulars, we'll be writing it as Venkat and the amount will be taken as 1600. Then we have a transaction on March 18, purchased goods from Mahesh 1400. So the date will be taken as March 18. In particulars, we'll be writing it as Mahesh and the amount will be taken as 1400. Next we have a transaction on March 24, purchases. इसका मतलब क्या, हम सामान खरीद रहे बट यहाँ पे किसी इंसान का नाम दिया हुआ नहीं है, तो इसकी जनरल एंट्री क्या थी, परचेजेस account debit to cash account. So here we are purchasing goods, but किससे खरीद रहे हो कुछ भी स्पेसिफाई करा हुआ नहीं है, किसी बंदे का नाम दिया हुआ नहीं है, इसका मतलब क्या, हम पैसे देके खरीद रहे. So when we are purchasing through cash, it becomes a cash transaction. So while preparing subsidiary books, we are not going to record cash transactions. We have nothing to do with cash transactions. So उसके लिए एक नोट लिखेंगे, transaction dated March 24th is a cash transaction, hence it is not recorded in purchases book. And after March 24, we have a transaction on March 26, purchase goods from Ashok 2500. So in date column, we'll be writing it as March 26. In particulars, we'll be writing it as Ashok and the amount will be taken as 2500 rupees. अब जो बंदे से जो बंदों से खरीद लिए हम वो पूरे एक साथ रिकॉर्ड कर लिए. सो ये सब्सिडियरी बुक्स मेंटेन करने से फायदा क्या है, एक साथ अपने को पूरे सप्लायर्स के डिटेल्स मिल जा रहे, कौन से दिन कौन से बंदे से खरीदे, कितने का सामान खरीदे, टोटल कितने लोगों को पैसे बाकी है, कितना अमाउंट किसको बाकी है. अगर कोई सवाल करे व्हाट इज द अमाउंट ड्यू टू अनिल, we can say it as 2000 rupees and we have purchased on 2019 May 1st. If someone asks what is the amount due to Venkat and what is the date on which we have purchased from Venkat, so we can answer it as March 13. We have purchased on March 13 and to Venkat we are liable to pay an amount of rupees 1600 rupees. अब आखिरी में ये मंथ एंड पे क्या करेंगे, इसका टोटल करेंगे, तो इसका टोटल पूरा करें तो कितना आ रहा, 16000 आ रहा. So it will be recorded as total 16000. तो इसका मतलब क्या, हम अपने सप्लायर्स को टोटल अमाउंट कितना देना है, 16000 देना है, अनिल को 2000 देना है, राजू को 4000 देना है, श्रीकांत से 5000 का सामान खरीदे थे, 500 का डिस्काउंट मिला तो 4500 देना है, वेंकट को हम 1600 देना है, महेश को 1400 रुपए देना है, अशोक को 2500 देना है. नेक्स्ट कंटिन्यूइंग विथ सेम टॉपिक, परचेजेस बुक, क्वेश्चन नंबर 2, page number 110, question number 2. Prepare purchases book from the following. The format for purchases book is date, particulars, inward invoice number, LF, details, amount rupees. The name of the book will be taken as purchases book. How do we prepare purchases book? सिर्फ डेट के कॉलम में डेट लिखना है, पर्टिकुलर्स के कॉलम में जो बंदे से खरीद रहे वो बंदे का नाम लिखना है, अमाउंट के कॉलम में कितने का सामान खरीद रहे वो अमाउंट लिखना है. The first transaction is given on 2018 April 1st as purchased goods from Shekhar 4000 rupees. So the date will be taken as 2018 April 1st. In particulars column will be writing it as Shekhar and the amount will be taken as 4000 rupees. Then after April 1st we have a transaction on April 4, cash purchases. Cash purchases का मतलब क्या, हम पैसा देके खरीद रहे. So it is a cash transaction. It will not be recorded in purchases book. जिसकी जनरल एंट्री आएंगी purchases account debit to cash. तो अब इसमें जो है ना किसी इंसान का नाम दिया हुआ नहीं है, ये क्रेडिट ट्रांजैक्शन नहीं होता. As it is not a credit transaction, it will not be recorded in purchases book. इसके लिए एक नोट लिखेंगे, transaction dated April 4th is a cash transaction, hence it is not recorded in purchases book. Then we have a transaction on April 8, bought goods from Sham 8000 rupees, trade discount 5%. So as we have trade discount in this transaction, the amount will be recorded in details column first. Then after doing the calculations, the final amount will be recorded in amount column. First, the date will be taken as April 8. In particulars column, we'll be writing it as Sham and the amount 8000 will be recorded in details column. Less trade discount, 5% of 8000 is 400 rupees. 10% of 8000 is 800. 5% will be half of it, which is 400. Subtracting 400 from 8000, the final amount will be 7600 rupees. Then we have a transaction on April 12, goods purchased from Karthik 2400. So the date will be taken as April 12. In particulars column, we'll be writing it as Karthik and the amount will be taken as 2400 rupees. Then we have a transaction on April 18, purchased goods from Naresh 3000. The date will be taken as April 18. In particulars, we'll be writing it as Naresh and the amount will be taken as 3000 rupees. Then we have a transaction on April 25, purchased furniture from Akash. तो जब हम आकाश से फर्नीचर खरीद रहे तब अपनी जनरल एंट्री क्या आती, फर्नीचर अकाउंट डेबिट, फर्नीचर आ रहा किसके पास से ले रहे हैं, आकाश के पास से ले रहे हैं. So the journal entry will be furniture account debit to Akash account. So in this journal entry we do not have the name of purchase on debit side or on credit side. So as we have we do not have our name, this entry will not be posted in purchases book. तो अब इसके लिए भी एक नोट लिखेंगे, ट्रांजैक्शन डेटेड April 25 is related to purchase of asset that is furniture, hence it is not recorded in purchases book. तो समझ में क्या आया, परचेजेस बुक में दो चीजें नहीं लिखना. एक, कैश ट्रांजैक्शन रिकॉर्ड नहीं करना, पैसे देके खरीद रहे तो नहीं लिखना, पैसे लेके बेच रहे तो नहीं लिखना. दूसरा ट्रांजैक्शन जो नहीं लिखते वो क्या है, परचेज ऑफ असेट. इफ यू हैव नोटिस द ट्रांजैक्शंस इन दिस प्रॉब्लम, इन ऑल द ट्रांजैक्शंस इट वाज गिवन एज परचेज्ड गुड्स, बॉट गुड्स, गुड्स परचेज्ड, परचेज्ड गुड्स. हर बार गुड्स गुड्स बोला, मगर इस बार ये ट्रांजैक्शन में क्या बोला, इंस्टेड ऑफ गिविंग इट एज गुड्स, सामान बोलने के बजाय किसी एसेट का नाम दे दिया, जैसे कि फर्नीचर बोला. तो यहाँ पे अपने को क्लैरिटी मिल जा रही कि हम क्या खरीद रहे. So when we are purchasing asset, we are not going to record it in purchases book because the general entry will be furniture account debit to Akash account. तो ये एंट्री में अपना नाम है ही नहीं purchases का, तो इसको हम रिकॉर्ड करेंगे भी नहीं. तो उसके लिए एक नोट लिखेंगे. तो समझ में क्या आया, परचेजेस बुक और सेल्स बुक बनाते वक्त दो ट्रांजैक्शंस ऐसे हैं जो रिकॉर्ड नहीं करेंगे. एक कैश परचेजेस या कैश सेल्स, दूसरा परचेज ऑफ असेट और सेल ऑफ असेट. So if we purchase by paying cash, we are not going to record it. If we sell by receiving cash, we are not going to record it. If we are purchasing asset, we are not going to record it. If we are selling asset, we are not going to record it. अगर खरीद रहे तो परचेजेस बुक में नहीं लिखेंगे, बेच रहे तो सेल्स बुक में नहीं लिखेंगे. अब इसके बाद इसका टोटल करेंगे. टोटल कैसा है, द टोटल इज 17,000. सो हियर इट विल बी रिकॉर्डेड एज टोटल 17,000. अगर कोई सवाल करे हम किस किस से खरीदे, तो यहाँ देख के बोल सकते हैं. शेखर से 4,000 का सामान खरीदे, श्याम से 8,000 का खरीदे थे, 400 डिस्काउंट मिला तो 7,600 देना है. कार्तिक से 12 के दिन खरीदे थे, 2,400 का सामान खरीदे. 18 के दिन नरेश से खरीदे, 3,000 का सामान खरीदे. तो टोटल हम इन चार लोगों को 17,000 पैसे पे करना है. नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन नंबर 3, पेज नंबर 110. Prepare purchases book. The format for purchases book is date, particulars, inward invoice number, LF details, amount rupees. The transactions are given for the year 2018 for the month of December. First, it is given as purchased goods from Pallavi 4,200. So the date will be taken as 2018 December 1st. In particulars, we'll be writing it as Pallavi and the amount will be taken as 4,200. Next, we have a transaction on December 5. Goods purchased from Teja 800. Date will be taken as December 5. In particulars, we'll be writing it as Teja and the amount will be taken as 8,000 rupees. Next, we have a transaction on December 10. Bought goods from Vedagini 3,800. The date will be taken as December 10. In particulars, we'll be writing it as Vedagini and the amount will be taken as 3,800. Next, we have a transaction on December 14 as purchased goods from Shrikant 6,000. Trade discount 600. So the date will be taken as December 24th. In particulars, we'll be writing it as Shrikant. And in details column, we'll be writing the amount as 6,000 because we have to calculate trade discount of 600 rupees, which will be subtracted here as less trade discount 600. Subtracting 600 from 6,000, the final bill amount will be for 5,400 rupees. Next, we have a transaction on December 18, purchased goods from Ramya 2,000. The date will be taken as December 18. In particulars, we'll be writing it as Ramya and the amount will be taken as 2,000. So now we'll be totaling the book. The total is 23,400, which will be recorded here as total 23,400 rupees. Next, continuing with same purchases book and purchase returns book. Purchases book. Page number 111, question number 4. Enter the following transactions in purchases book. The transactions are given for the year 2018 for the month of November. The format for purchases book is date, particulars, inward invoice number, LF, details, amount rupees, and the name of the book will be taken as purchases book. The transactions are given for the year 2018 November 1st. Goods purchased from Chaitanya rupees 5,000 as per invoice number 250. So the date will be taken as 2018 November 1st. In particulars, we'll be writing it as Chaitanya and the amount will be taken as 5,000 and invoice number will be taken as 250. In our previous problems, invoice number was not specified, so we are not recording any, we were not writing anything there. Or else some also teach that we can write it as 1, 2, 3, so on. अगर आप उसको 1, 2, 3 लिखे तो भी चलता, अगर ब्लैंक छोड़ दिए तो भी चलता. बट ये प्रॉब्लम में आपको इनवॉइस नंबर दिया हुआ है, तब क्या करना, आप इनवॉइस नंबर लिखना. So it is given as 250, so invoice number will be taken as 250. Normally it can also be recorded as 1, 2, 3. If no invoice number has been given, it can be recorded as 1, 2, 3, etc. So and so on. So next we have another transaction on November 12. Goods purchased from Ravi 1,000 on credit invoice number 300 rupees. So the date will be taken as November 12. In particulars column, we'll be writing the name of the person from whom we have purchased the goods, that is Ravi. Invoice number will be taken as 300 and the amount will be written as 1,000 rupees. Next we have a transaction on November 18. Purchased goods from Satish for 3,000 rupees as per invoice number 105. So invoice number will be taken as 105. In particulars, we'll be writing it as Satish. The date will be taken as November 18 and the amount will be taken as 3,000 rupees. Next, we have a transaction on November 23rd. Purchased goods from Pawan for cash. तो परचेज गुड फ्रॉम पवन का मतलब क्या, हम पवन से सामान खरीद रहे मगर पैसा देके खरीद रहे, सो इट इज ए कैश ट्रांजैक्शन, इट इज नॉट रिकॉर्डेड इन परचेजेस बुक, जिसके लिए एक नोट लिखेंगे, ट्रांजैक्शन डेटेड नवंबर 23 इज ए कैश ट्रांजैक्शन, हेंस इट इज नॉट रिकॉर्डेड इन परचेजेस बुक। तो इसका टोटल करेंगे 5 + 1 6, 6 + 3 9, so here it will be recorded as total 9,000 rupees. Next, continuing with question number 5, enter the following transactions in purchases book and purchase returns book। तो पेज नंबर 111 क्वेश्चन नंबर 5। तो ये प्रॉब्लम में अपने को दो बुक्स बनाना है, एक परचेजेस बुक, एक परचेज रिटर्न्स बुक। द फॉर्मेट फॉर परचेज बुक इज डेट पर्टिकुलर्स इनवर्ड इनवॉइस नंबर LF डिटेल्स अमाउंट रुपीस, वेयर एज द फॉर्मेट फॉर परचेज रिटर्न्स बुक इज डेट पर्टिकुलर्स डेबिट नोट LF अमाउंट रुपीस। तो यहाँ पे डिटेल्स का कॉलम नहीं आ रहा, इधर हियर वी हैव डिटेल्स कॉलम, हियर वी डोंट हैव डिटेल्स कॉलम, and here we have inward invoice number, instead of inward invoice number we'll be writing it as debit note। the procedure is same, खरीदे तो परचेजेस बुक में लिखना है, वापस करे तो परचेज रिटर्न्स बुक में लिखना है। डेट के कॉलम में डेट, पर्टिकुलर्स के कॉलम में नाम, अमाउंट के कॉलम में अमाउंट। खरीदे तो कौन से दिन खरीदे, कौन से बंदे से खरीदे, कितने का सामान खरीदे, वापस करे तो कौन से दिन वापस करे, किसको वापस करे, कितने का सामान वापस करे। So here are the transactions 2018 August 1st purchased goods from Krishna, ये purchases book में record करेंगे, कैसा करेंगे, 2018 August 1st, in particulars will be writing it as Krishna and the amount will be taken as 6,000। Next we have August 4, goods purchased from Mallesh 3,500, date will be taken as August 4, Mallesh 3,500 rupees। Then we have a transaction on August 8, return goods to Krishna, तो ये purchase returns book में लिखेंगे, अगर 2018 August 8 Krishna 600 rupees। Then we have a transaction on August 13, bought goods from Naveen 2000, ये purchases book में लिखेंगे August 13 Naveen 2000 rupees। Then August 13 के बाद we have a transaction on August 16, goods returned to Mallesh 400 rupees, तो यहाँ पे मल्लेश से खरीदे थे, अब मल्लेश को वापस करे तो परचेज रिटर्न्स में लिखेंगे August 16 मल्लेश 400 rupees। Then we have a transaction August 22 परचेज गुड्स फ्रॉम रवि, तो ये परचेजेस का ट्रांजैक्शन है, तो इसको हम परचेजेस की बुक में लिखेंगे August 22 रवि, अमाउंट विल बी टेकन एज 4,000 रुपीज। तो जो जो ट्रांजैक्शन परचेजेस के थे, जैसे कि परचेज गुड्स फ्रॉम कृष्णा, गुड्स परचेज फ्रॉम मल्लेश, बॉट गुड्स फ्रॉम नवीन, परचेज गुड्स फ्रॉम रवि, ये 4 ट्रांजैक्शन परचेजेस बुक के थे, परचेजेस बुक में लिख दिए। 2 ट्रांजैक्शन परचेज रिटर्न्स के थे, तो परचेज रिटर्न्स बुक में लिख दिए। नाउ विल बी डूइंग द टोटल फॉर दीस 2 बुक्स। तो टोटल फॉर परचेजेस बुक इज 15,500 rupees, which will be recorded here as total 15,500 rupees, and the total for purchase returns book is 1,000 rupees, so which will be recorded as total 1,000 rupees। Next we have a problem, page number 111 question number 6, enter the following transactions in proper subsidiary books। proper subsidiary books का मतलब क्या, we need to identify what book we are required to prepare, purchases book बनाना है या purchase returns book बनाना है। the transactions are given for the year 2018 for the month of June। the transaction is given as purchased goods from Arun 2,500 rupees, so the book will be taken as date, particulars, inward invoice number, LF details, amount rupees, the book will be, the name of the book will be taken as purchases book। तो ये ट्रांजैक्शन परचेजेस का था, तो परचेजेस बनाएंगे। रिटर्न आउटवर्ड इज द अदर नेम फॉर परचेज रिटर्न्स। तो अपने को ये प्रॉब्लम में 2 बुक्स बनाना है, एक परचेजेस बुक, एक परचेज रिटर्न्स बुक। द फॉर्मेट फॉर परचेज बुक इज डेट पर्टिकुलर्स इनवर्ड इनवॉइस नंबर LF डिटेल्स अमाउंट रुपीस, whereas the format for purchase returns book is date particulars debit note LF amount rupees। तब यहाँ पे परचेजेस बुक के लिए कैसा है, ट्रांजैक्शन क्या है, 2018 June 1st purchased goods from Arun, so इसको परचेजेस बुक में लिखेंगे 2018 June 1st, in particulars column will be writing it as Arun and the amount 2,500 will be recorded in amount column। Next we have a transaction on June 3, purchased goods from Prakash, so again it is a transaction of purchases, so it will be shown in purchases book as June 3 Prakash and the amount will be taken as 7,000 rupees। then we have a transaction on June 6 as return outwards to Arun, so it is a transaction of purchase returns, तो हम इसको purchase returns में बताएंगे June 6 2018 परचेज रिटर्न्स बुक में पर्टिकुलर्स में अराउंड लिखेंगे, अमाउंट लिखेंगे 800 rupees। देन वी हैव अ ट्रांजैक्शन on June 14 purchased goods from Nagaraj 10,000, trade discount 10%, so first the date will be taken as June 14 and the name will be taken as Nagaraj and the amount for 10,000 will be recorded in details column and 10% discount will be subtracted as less trade discount। 10% of 10,000 is 1,000 rupees, subtracting 1,000 from 10,000 the bill amount will be for 9,000 rupees। then we have a transaction on June 19, goods purchased from Nikhil for cash, goods purchased from Nikhil का मतलब हम निखिल से सामान खरीद रहे, for cash का मतलब क्या, पैसे देके खरीद रहे, so it is a cash transaction, we are not going to record it। तो इसके लिए एक नोट लिखेंगे, transaction dated 19th is a cash transaction, hence it is not recorded in purchases book। then after 19 we have a transaction on June 25, goods returned to Nagaraj 1200, तो ये returns book में लिखेंगे June 25 purchase returns में Nagaraj 1200 rupees। then we have a transaction on June 28, bought goods from Vishal 1500 rupees, it is a transaction of purchases, so this will be shown in purchases book as June 28 Vishal 1500 rupees। now we will be balancing it, कैसा balancing करेंगे, total करेंगे, the total of purchases book is 20,000 whereas the total for purchase returns book is 2000 rupees. Now continuing with question number 7, page number 112. Enter the following transaction in sale books. तब तक हम जो बुक्स बना रहे थे वो क्या थे? परचेजेस बुक बना रहे थे. अब अपने को कौन से बुक्स बनाना है? सेल्स बुक बनाना है. The format for purchases book was date, particulars, inward invoice number, LF, details, amount. Whereas now the format for sales book will be date, particulars, outward invoice number, LF, details, amount. So particular purchases book और sales book के फॉर्मेट में फर्क क्या है? परचेजेस बुक में हम इनवर्ड इनवॉइस नंबर लिखते थे, सेल्स बुक में हम आउटवर्ड इनवॉइस नंबर लिखेंगे. उधर हम जिन लोगों से खरीदते वो बंदों के नाम लिखते थे. We used to write the name of the suppliers from whom we have purchased the goods. Here we'll be writing the name of the person to whom we sold the goods. इधर जिन लोगों को बेचे उन लोगों के नाम लिखेंगे. परचेजेस बुक में जिससे खरीदे वो बंदों का नाम लिखे. सेल्स बुक में जो बंदों को बेच रहे वो बंदों का नाम लिख रहे. The transactions are given for the year 2019 for the month of February. It is given as February 1, sold goods to Sampat 2250. So the date will be taken as 2019. February 1st, in particular, we'll be writing it as Sampat 2250. Then on February 6, we have sold goods to Manohar 2000. So the date will be taken as February 6. In particular, we'll be writing it as Manohar and the amount will be taken as 2000. Next, we have a transaction on February 10, cash sales 1800. So cash sales, it is a cash transaction. It is not recorded. उसके लिए एक note लिखेंगे. Transaction dated 10th is a cash transaction. Hence, it is not recorded in sales book. Then after 10th, we have a transaction on Feb 16, sold goods to Murli 5000, trade discount 5%. 10% of 5000 is 500, 5% will be half of it, which is 250. So first the date will be taken as Feb 16th. In particular, we'll be writing it as Murli and the amount will be taken 5000 in details column, subtracting trade discount from it, 5000 into 5 by 100, which will be 250. Subtracting 250 from 5000, the final bill amount will be for 4750, 4750. Then we have a transaction on Feb 20, goods sold to Shankar on credit. मतलब हम उधारी में बेच रहे. परचेजेस बुक में हम या सेल्स बुक में हम उधारी की चीजें लिख सकते. So the date will be taken as Feb 20 and the name will be taken as Shankar and the amount will be taken as 2500. Now balancing it, the total will be 11,500, which will be recorded as total 11,500 rupees. Next we have another transaction. Next we have another problem, page number 112, question number 8. Prepare sales book from the following particulars. The transactions are given for the year 2018 for the month of May. The transactions are given as sold goods to Kiran 10,000 rupees. So we are required to prepare sales book. The format for sales book is date, particulars, outward invoice number, LF, details, amount rupees. The date will be taken as 2018 May 1st as we are selling goods to Kiran. In particulars, we'll be writing it as Kiran and the amount will be taken as 10,000 rupees. Next, we have a transaction on May 8, sold goods to Kalyan 6,000, trade discount 10%. So the date will be taken as May 8. In particulars, we'll be writing it as Kalyan and the amount will be taken as 6,000 in details column. Subtracting trade discount 10% from it. Subtracting 10% of 6,000, which will be 600 rupees. Subtracting 600 from 6,000, the final bill amount will be for 5,400 rupees. Next, we have a transaction on May 12, sold goods to Sanjeev for cash. It is a cash transaction. हम सामान संजीव को बेच रहे, but पैसे लेके बेच रहे. It is a cash transaction. It will be recorded as a note. Will be recorded for it as transaction dated 12th is a cash transaction. Hence, it is not recorded in sales book. Then we have a transaction on May 18, sold goods to G1 4,600. The date will be taken as May 18. In particulars, we'll be writing it as G1 and the amount will be taken as 4,600 rupees. Then we have a transaction on May 24. Sold old machinery to Sandeep 2,500 rupees. जब आप पुरानी मशीन बेच रहे संदीप को तो अपनी जनरल एंट्री क्या आती? Sandeep account debit to sold old machinery to Sandeep. So the general entry will be Sandeep account debit to मशीनरी अकाउंट. ओल्ड मशीनरी अकाउंट जो बेच रहे हैं वो लिख देते हैं अपन. तो ये एंट्री में कहीं भी सेल्स का नाम लिखा हुआ नहीं है. सो दिस विल नॉट बी पोस्टेड इन सेल्स बुक क्योंकि ये एंट्री में सेल्स का नाम नहीं है. तो इसके लिए एक नोट लिखेंगे, ट्रांजैक्शन डेटेड May 24 इज रिलेटेड टू सेल ऑफ असेट, हेंस इट इज नॉट रिकॉर्डेड इन सेल्स बुक. तो समझ में क्या आया? परचेजेस बुक सेल्स बुक बनाते वक्त पैसा देके खरीदे तो नहीं लिखना, पैसा लेके बेचे तो नहीं लिखना. मतलब कैश ट्रांजैक्शन रिकॉर्ड नहीं करना. परचेज ऑफ असेट या सेल ऑफ असेट नहीं लिखना. असेट खरीदे तो भी नहीं लिखना, असेट बेचे तो भी नहीं लिखना. तो उसके लिए नोट लिखे, दोनों के लिए नोट लिखे. कैश ट्रांजैक्शन नहीं लिख रहे उसके लिए नोट लिखेंगे, परचेज और सेल ऑफ असेट नहीं लिखेंगे उसके लिए नोट लिखेंगे. So here the two notes are transaction dated 12 is a cash transaction, hence it is not recorded in sales book. Transaction dated 24th is related to sale of asset machinery, hence it is not recorded in sales book. Then we have a transaction on May 26, goods sold to Vasu 8,000 rupees. So the date will be taken as May 26. In particular, we'll be writing it as Vasu and the amount will be taken as 8,000 rupees and the total will be recorded here as total 28,000 rupees. Continuing with same topic, page number 113, question number 9. Prepare sales book. The transactions are given for the year 2018 for the month of July. The format for sales book is date, particulars, outward invoice number, LF, details, amount rupees. The name of the book will be taken as sales book. So the first transaction is given as sold goods to Nikhil 7,500 as per invoice number 410. So invoice number will be taken as 410. In particular, we'll be writing it as Nikhil. The date will be taken as 28 in July 1st and the amount will be taken as 7,500 rupees. Next, we have a transaction on July 3rd. Sold goods to Rutvik on credit 5,500 as per invoice number 101. Date will be taken as July 3. In particulars, will be writing it as Rutvik. Invoice number will be taken as 101 and the amount will be taken as 5,500 rupees. Next, we have a transaction on July 12th. Sold goods to Jairam 4,000 as per invoice number 370. Trade discount 10%. The date will be taken as July 12th. In particulars, will be writing it as Jairam and the amount will be taken as 4,000 rupees. The trade discount 10% will be calculated and it will be subtracted from 4,000. So 10% of 4,000 is 400. So for subtracting 400 from 4,000, the final bill amount will be for 3,600 and invoice number will be writing it as 370. Next, we have a transaction on July 18. Sold goods to Sharma for cash. इसका मतलब क्या, हम शर्मा को सामान बेच रहे, पैसे लेके बेच रहे. So it is a cash transaction. It is not recorded. उसके लिए एक नोट लिखेंगे. Transaction dated July 18 is a cash transaction. Hence it is not recorded in sales book. Then we have a transaction on July 24. Goods sold to Arun 6,400 as per invoice number 220. So the date will be taken as July 24. In particulars, will be reading the name as Arun. Invoice number will be taken as 220 and the amount will be taken as 6,400 and the total will be recorded here as total 23,000. Next. Page number 113, question number 10. Record the following transactions in sales book and sales returns book. So this time we are required to prepare sales book as well as we are required to prepare sales returns book. The format for sales book is date, particulars, outward invoice number, LF, details, amount rupees, whereas the format for sales returns book is date, particulars, credit note, LF, amount rupees. जैसा परचेज रिटर्न्स में डिटेल्स नहीं आया था वैसा सेल्स रिटर्न्स में भी डिटेल्स नहीं आएगा. परचेज रिटर्न्स के फॉर्मेट में डेबिट नोट आया था, सेल्स रिटर्न्स के फॉर्मेट में क्रेडिट नोट आएगा. So the total formats for 4 books are: for purchases book, the format is date, particulars, inward invoice number, LF, details, amount rupees, whereas the format for sales book is date, particulars, outward invoice number. Purchases में inward invoice number था, sales book में outward invoice number है. LF, details, amount rupees, LF, details, amount rupees. Purchase returns का format date, particulars, debit note, LF, amount था. Sales returns का format date, particulars, credit note, LF, amount rupees है. इधर जो बंदों को बेच रहे वो बंदों का नाम लिखेंगे सेल्स बुक में, इधर जो बंदों से वापस आ रहा वो बंदों का नाम लिखेंगे. So here we will be writing the name of the customers to whom we have sold the goods. Here we will be writing the name of the customers who have returned goods to us. So here are the transactions. 2018 September 1st, sold goods to Satyam. It is a transaction of sales. So this will be posted in sales book as 2018 September 1st, Satyam 2,500 rupees. Then we have a transaction September 5, sold goods to Ajay 7,200. So in sales book we'll be writing it as September 5, Ajay 7,200. Then we have a transaction September 7, sold goods to Varun 2,500. It will be shown as September 7, Varun 2,800. Then we have a transaction September 10, Satyam returned goods. It is a transaction of sales return. So this will be recorded in sales returns book as September 10, Satyam 300 rupees. Then we have a transaction September 14, sold goods to Akhila 4,000 rupees. It is a transaction of sales. So this will be shown in sales book as September 14, Akhila 4,000 rupees. Then we have a transaction on September 16, return inwards from Varun. Return inward is the other name for sales returns. So it is a transaction of sales returns. So this will be shown in sales returns book as September 16, Varun 200 rupees. Then we have a transaction September 25, goods sold to Karthik for cash. For cash का मतलब क्या, पैसे लेके बेचना. So it is a cash transaction. It will not be recorded. उसके लिए एक नोट लिखेंगे. Transaction dated September 25th is a cash transaction. Hence it is not recorded in sales book. अब जो ट्रांजैक्शन रिकॉर्ड करना था कर दिए, जो नहीं करना था उसके लिए नोट लिख दिया. अब इसका टोटलिंग करेंगे. कैसा करेंगे? टोटल फॉर सेल्स बुक इज 16,500 which will be recorded as total 16,500, whereas the total for sales returns book is 500 which will be recorded as total 500 rupees. Next, page number 113, question number 11. Prepare sales book and sales returns book from the following transactions. अब अपने को sales book और sales returns book बनाना है. The format for sales book is date, particulars, outward invoice number, LF, details, amount rupees, whereas the format for sales returns book is date, particulars, credit note, LF, amount rupees. So here are the transactions. 20 given for year 2017 May 1st, sold goods to Rahul. It's a transaction of sales, so it will be shown in sales book as 2017 May 1st, Rahul 6,500 rupees. Then we have a transaction on May 3, sold goods to Manish 6,000. It will be shown as May 3, Manish 6,000 rupees in sales book. Then we have a transaction on May 8, returned goods by Rahul 700. It is a transaction of sales return, so it will be shown in sales returns book as 2017 May 8, Rahul 700 rupees. Then we have a transaction on May 11, sold goods to Rajkumar 12,000. It's a transaction of sales, so it will be shown in sales book as May 11, Rajkumar 12,000 rupees. Then we have a transaction on 14, sold goods to Bharat 11,000. It's a transaction of sales, so it will be shown in sales book as May 14, Bharat 11,000 rupees. Then we have a transaction on May 17, return goods from Rajkumar 2,000 rupees. So it's a transaction of sales returns. It will be shown in sales returns book as May 17, Rajkumar 2,000 rupees. Then we have a transaction on May 21, sold goods to Anand 9,000 rupees. It's a transaction of sales, so it will be shown in sales book as May 21, Anand 9,000 rupees. Now we'll be doing the total for both the books. The total for sales book is 44,500, which will be recorded here as total 44,500, whereas the total for sales returns book is 2,700, which will be recorded as 2,700 rupees. Continuing with question number 12. Page number 114. Record the following transactions in proper subsidiary books. Proper subsidiary books का मतलब we need to identify what books we are required to prepare. तो यहाँ पे ये ट्रांजैक्शन में देखिए, फर्स्ट ट्रांजैक्शन सेल्स का है तो सेल्स बुक बनाना है. नेक्स्ट ट्रांजैक्शन परचेज का है, परचेज बुक बनाना है. रिटर्न गुड्स टू दिव्या, परचेज रिटर्न्स बनाना है. शिवानी रिटर्न गुड्स, सेल्स रिटर्न्स बनाना है. So in this problem we are required to prepare all 4 books. So depending upon the transactions, we'll be posting it in purchases book, purchase returns book, sales book or sales returns book. So we are going to prepare all 4 books. The format for purchases book is date particulars, invoice number, LF, details, amount rupees, whereas the format for purchase returns book is date particulars, debit note, LF, amount rupees. The format for sales book is date particulars, outward invoice number, LF, details, amount rupees, whereas the format for sales returns book is date particulars, credit note, LF, amount rupees. So here the transactions are given as 2017 October 1st, sold goods to Archana 10,000. So this will be shown in sales book as October 2017 October 1st, Archana 10,000 rupees in sales book. So sales book में बताएंगे 2017 October 1st, Archana 10,000 rupees. Then we have a transaction on October 4, goods purchased from Divya 6,000. वो purchases book में बताएंगे 2017 October 4, Divya 6,000 rupees. Then we have a transaction October 8, purchase goods from Manasvi 8,000 rupees. Purchases book में बताएंगे October 8, Manasvi 8,000 rupees. Then we have a transaction. Then we have a transaction on October 10, goods returned by Archana. तो हम अर्चना को बेचे थे, सेल्स बुक में लिखे, अब अर्चना से सामान वापस आ रहा, तो सेल्स रिटर्न बुक में बताएंगे 2017 October 10 Archana 500 rupees. Then we have a transaction October 14, goods sold to Shivani. Sales book में लिखेंगे October 14 Shivani 3,000 rupees. तो October 14 Shivani 3,000 rupees. Then we have a transaction on October 16, return goods to Divya. Divya से खरीदे थे, purchases book में लिखे, purchase returns में बताएंगे 2017 October 16 Divya 300 rupees. Then we have a transaction October 18, purchase goods from Madhuri 4,000 rupees. तो purchase book में बताएंगे October 18 Madhuri 4,000 rupees. Then we have a transaction October 20, Shivani return goods 200. It's a transaction of sales return, so it will be shown in sales returns book as October 20 Shivani 200 rupees. Then we have a transaction on October 21, return outward to Manasvi. Return outward is the other name for purchase return, so this will be recorded in purchase returns book as October 21 Manasvi 400 rupees. So purchase returns में बता दिया October 21 Manasvi 400 rupees. Then we have a transaction on October 25 as sold goods to Saranya on credit. Credit का मतलब उधारी में. So sales, it's a transaction of sales, so it will be shown in sales book as October 25 Sharanya 7,000 rupees. So now we have recorded all the transactions given in the question. We are just required to do the total for all the books. The total for purchases book is 18,000, which will be shown as total 18,000. The total for purchase returns book is 700, which will be shown as total 700. The total for sales book is 20,000, which will be shown as total 20,000, whereas the total for sales returns book is 700, which will be shown as total 700 rupees. Continuing with question number 13, page number 114. Prepare proper subsidiary books from the following particulars. So again, we are required to prepare, read the transaction, go through the transactions, and then decide what are the books we are required to prepare. So in this transaction, again, we are required to prepare 4 books: purchases book, purchase returns book, sales returns book. The format for purchase book is date particulars, invoice number, LF, details, amount rupees, whereas the format for purchase returns book is date particulars, debit note, LF, amount rupees, whereas the format for sales book is date particulars, outward invoice number, LF, details, amount rupees, whereas the format for sales returns book will be date particulars, credit note, LF, amount rupees. So here the transactions are given as 2018 October 1st, purchase goods from Amar 2,000. It will be shown in purchases book as 2018 October 1st, Amar 2,000 rupees. Then we have a transaction on October 4, goods sold to Pawan 3,500. It will be shown in sales book as October 4, Pawan 3,500 rupees 2018. Then we have a transaction as October 8, goods returned to Amar. पहले Amar से खरीदे थे, purchases में बताया, अब Amar को वापस करें, purchase returns में बताएंगे. In purchase returns book, it will be shown as 2018 October 8, Amar 200 rupees. Then we have a transaction, sold goods to Srijan 8,000, trade discount 5%. So it's a transaction of sales. So October 12 will be shown in sales book as October 12, Srijan 8,000 in details column, less trade discount. 5% of 8,000 is 400. 10% of 8,000 is 800. 5% will be half of it, which will be 400. Subtracting 400 from 8,000, the final bill amount will be for 7,600 rupees. Then after October 12, we have a transaction on October 15, goods returned from Pawan. तो फ्रॉम पवन का मतलब क्या, हम पवन को बेचे थे, वो सेल्स था, अब ये सेल्स रिटर्न्स है. तो सेल्स रिटर्न्स के बुक में बताएंगे हम October 15, 2018, Pawan 100 rupees. Then we have a transaction October 17, purchase machinery from Raju. It is a transaction of purchase of asset, hence it is not recorded. क्योंकि मशीन खरीद रहे राजू से, तो जनरल एंट्री क्या आती, मशीनरी अकाउंट डेबिट टू राजू आती, परचेजेस बोल के नहीं आता. So as we are purchasing asset, it will not be recorded. उसके लिए एक नोट लिखेंगे, transaction dated October 17 is related to purchase of asset machinery, hence it is not recorded in purchases book. Then we have a transaction on October 9, goods purchased from Vaibhav. So it will be shown in purchases book as October 19th, Vaibhav 2,500 rupees. Then we have a transaction on October 21, return goods from Sujan. 150 रुपीज। सुजन को हम सामान बेचे थे, अब सुजन से अपने को सामान वापस आ रहा, so it will be shown as October 21 Sujan 150 rupees. Then we have a transaction on October 24, sold goods to Ramesh for cash. Ramesh को हम सामान बेच रहे, but पैसा लेके बेच रहे, so it's a cash transaction. It is not recorded. इसके लिए एक नोट लिखेंगे, transaction dated October 24th is a cash transaction, hence it is not recorded in sales book. Then on October 26, we have a transaction, purchase goods from Vineet. It will be shown in purchases book as October 26 Vineet 8,500 rupees. Then we have a transaction, sold goods to Vamshi on credit. It's a transaction of sale, so it will be shown in sales book as October 28, October 30 Vamshi 500 rupees. Then October 30 Vamshi के बाद अपना transaction क्या है, October 29 Vaibhav goods return हो गया, sold goods to Vamshi on credit अक्टूबर का था, तो October 28 सेल्स बुक में बताएंगे हम October 28 Vamshi 6,500 rupees. After October 28 we have a transaction on October 29 goods return to Vaibhav. तो वैभव से खरीदे थे, परचेजेस में लिखे, वैभव को वापस कर रहे हैं, तो परचेज रिटर्न्स में लिखेंगे October 19 वैभव 2,500 rupees. Then we have a transaction on October 30. October 30 के दिन we have a transaction Vamshi return goods. It's a transaction of sales return, so it will be shown in sales returns book as October 30 Vamshi 500 rupees. Now we will be doing the total for all the books. The total for purchases book is 13,000. It will be shown as total 13,000. The total for purchase returns book is 450. So it will be shown as total 450. The total for sales book is 17,600. It will be shown as total 17,600. Whereas the total for sales returns book is 750, which will be shown as total 750 rupees. Now let us solve problem number 14, page number 115. Prepare purchases book and post them in ledger. तो इस बार अपने को purchases book बनाना है और जो suppliers के पास से हम खरीदे वो लोगों के ledger accounts भी बनाना है along with purchases account. So let us solve a problem. How do we prepare purchases book and then we prepare purchases account and other ledger accounts of our suppliers. The transactions are given for the year 2019 for the month of March. So the format for purchases book is date particulars, inward invoice number, LF, details, amount rupees. The date will be taken as 2019 March 1st. As we are goods purchased from Praveen 7,500, we are purchasing from Praveen. In particulars, we'll be writing the name as Praveen and the amount will be taken as 7,500 rupees. Next, we have the transaction as March 4, purchase goods from Jagan 6,000 rupees. Date will be taken as March 4. In particulars, we'll be writing it as Jagan and the amount will be taken as 6,000 rupees. Next, we have a transaction on March 8, purchase goods from Raju and the amount will be taken as 4,000. So the date will be taken as March 8. In particulars, we'll be writing it as Raju and the amount will be taken as 4,000 rupees. Next, we have a transaction on March 12, goods purchased from Ravi 5,500 rupees. It will be shown as March 12, Ravi 5,500 rupees. Then we have a transaction on March 16, purchased furniture from Ashish 2,000 rupees. So when we are purchasing furniture, the general entry for this will be furniture account debit to Ashish account. हम furniture खरीद रहे हैं, अपने को furniture आ रहा, किससे आ रहा, आशीष से आ रहा. So the general entry will be furniture account debit to Ashish account. तो अब ये entry में हम purchases का नाम नहीं है, so this will not be recorded in purchases book. Next we have a transaction on March 20, goods purchased from Sharan. So the date will be taken as March 20 and in particulars we'll be writing it as Sharan and the amount will be taken Shravan and the amount will be taken as 7,000 rupees. हम Shravan से सामान खरीद रहे, 20 के दिन खरीदे. So the date will be taken as March 20. The name will be taken as Shravan and the amount will be taken as 7,000. Now the total of purchases book is 30,000 rupees. Now we are also required to post them in ledger account. तो पहले purchases book जो बनाए ना, तो purchases account बनाएंगे. The format which will be the same for as that of ledger accounts. तो post them in ledger का मतलब ledger account का format आएगा. Date particulars general folio amount rupees. Date particulars general folio amount rupees. Towards extreme left will be writing DR debit. Towards extreme right will be writing CR credit and the name of the account will be taken as purchases account. So purchases account में purchases book का total लिख देंगे हम 30,000 rupees. So two sundries as per purchases book 30,000 rupees and it will be recorded on the last day for the month of March, which will be 2019 March 31st. The total on debit as purchases it is an expenditure, it will have debit balance. So the total on debit side is 30,000, whereas the total on credit side will be 0. So on both the sides will be writing the total as 30,000, 30,000, and it will be balanced as 2019 March 31st on the last day of the March as by balance carried down 30,000. The same will be shown on opposite side as 2019 April 1st to balance brought down 30,000. Now we'll be preparing all the ledger accounts of the suppliers from whom we have purchased the goods. जैसे कि हम प्रवीण से खरीदे, जगन से खरीदे, राजू से खरीदे, रवि से खरीदे, श्रवण से खरीदे. तो अब ये सब के अकाउंट्स बनाएंगे. प्रवीण अकाउंट, जगन अकाउंट, राजू अकाउंट. तो पहले the format will be date particulars, general folio amount rupees. Date particular general folio amount rupees. Date particular general folio amount rupees. हम प्रवीण से कब खरीदे थे? we have purchased it on 2019 March 1st. So it will be recorded as 2019 March 1st by purchases 7,500 in Praveen account. Similarly, we from Jagan ke paas kab kharide the? March 4th ke din. The date will be taken as 2019 March 4 by purchases account 6,000. Raju se kab kharide the? March 8. It will be shown in Raju account as by purchases March 8 4,000 rupees. Then iske baad Ravi se kab kharide the? March 12. It will be shown in Ravi account as March 12 by purchases 5,500 rupees. तो रवि के अकाउंट में बता देंगे हम बाय परचेजेस मार्च 12. देन उसके बाद रवि के बाद किससे खरीदे थे? श्रवण से खरीदे थे. इट विल बी शोन इन श्रवण अकाउंट एज मार्च 20 बाय परचेजेस 7,000 रुपीस. तो श्रवण के अकाउंट में बताएंगे मार्च 20 बाय परचेजेस 7,000 रुपीस. नाउ कमिंग टू क्वेश्चन नंबर 15, पेज नंबर 115. दिस इज द लास्ट प्रॉब्लम फॉर द टॉपिक परचेजेस बुक, परचेज रिटर्न बुक, सेल्स रिटर्न बुक. Then we'll start the topic journal, proper or opening entry. So prepare sales book from the following transactions and post them in ledger. इससे पहले के प्रॉब्लम में परचेजेस बुक बना के सप्लायर्स के अकाउंट्स बनाए, ये प्रॉब्लम में सेल्स बुक बना के कस्टमर्स के अकाउंट बनाएंगे along with sales account. So the transactions are given for the year 2019 for the month of April. The format for sales book is date, particulars, outward invoice number, LF details, amount rupees. The transactions are given as 2019 April 1st, goods sold to Damodar 8,000. So it will be shown as 2019 April 1st. Damodar 8,000 rupees. Then we have a transaction on April 3, sold goods to Murthy 6,300. The date will be taken as April 3. Particulars will be written it as Murthy and the amount will be taken as 6,300. Then we have a transaction April 8, sold goods to Balaji 5,000. It will be shown as April 8 Balaji 5,000. Then we have a transaction April 12, sold goods to Gambhir 2,000. It will be shown as April 12 Gambhir 2,000 rupees. Then we have a transaction on April 16, sold goods to Ashok 7,000. It will be shown as April 16 Ashok 7,000 rupees. Then we have a transaction April 18, sold old furniture to Kishore 5,000. So as we have sold furniture, इसकी जनरल एंट्री क्या आती? किशोर अकाउंट डेबिट टू ओल्ड फर्नीचर अकाउंट आती. तो ये अकाउंट में अपने को सेल्स का नाम नहीं है, तो इसकी पोस्टिंग सेल्स बुक में नहीं होंगी. नेक्स्ट वी हैव अ ट्रांजैक्शन अप्रैल 20, सोल्ड गुड्स टू राव 8,000, ट्रेड डिस्काउंट 10%. सो इट विल बी शोन एज अप्रैल 20 राव and the amount 8,000 will be taken in details column and trade discount will be calculated here as 8,000 into 10 by 100, which works out to be 800 rupees. Subtracting 800 from 8,000, the final amount will be 7,200 rupees. The total of sales book is 35,500, which will be recorded here as total 35,700. Now, as we are also asked to prepare ledger accounts, first we will be preparing sales account. So sales addition income, all incomes have credit balance. So अब हम उसको credit में लिखेंगे by Sundays as per sales book. तो कितना आया टोटल? 35,500 आया. मतलब अपने को टोटल कस्टमर से कितने पैसे आना है? 35,500 आना है. Then the date will be taken as the last day for the month of April, which will be 2019 April 30. By Sundays as per sales book 35,500, which will be recorded as 35,500. And on debit side, it will be balanced as to balance write down 35,500. The same will be balanced on opposite side as by balance brought down 35,500. Here the date it will be taken as last day for the month of April, which is 2019 April 30, and the same will be brought down on opposite side as 2019 May 1st. Now we'll be preparing the ledger accounts of all the customers to whom we sold the goods. Damodar, Murthy, Balaji, Gambhir, Ashok and Rao. ये सब के अकाउंट्स बनाएंगे. दामोदर अकाउंट, मूर्ति अकाउंट. दामोदर को कब बेचे थे? अप्रैल 1 के दिन बेचे थे, 8,000 का बेचे थे. तो दामोदर के अकाउंट में लिखेंगे 2019 अप्रैल 1 टू सेल्स अकाउंट 8,000. मूर्ति को कब बेचे थे? अप्रैल 3 के दिन बेचे थे. तो मूर्ति के अकाउंट में लिखेंगे अप्रैल 3 टू सेल्स अकाउंट 6,300 रुपीज. फिर मूर्ति के बाद और किसको बेचे थे हम? बालाजी को बेचे थे. तो बालाजी के अकाउंट में लिखेंगे अप्रैल 8 टू सेल्स अकाउंट 5,000 रुपीज. सो इन बालाजी अकाउंट विल बी राइटिंग इट एज अप्रैल 8 टू सेल्स 5,000 रुपीज. देन आफ्टर बालाजी वी हैव sold goods on April 12 to Gambhir. So in Gambhir account we'll be writing it as April 12 to sales account 2,000 rupees. तो Gambhir के अकाउंट में लिखेंगे April 12 to sales account 2,000 rupees. Then after Gambhir we'll be writing it as Gambhir के बाद किसको बेचे थे हम? अशोक को बेचे थे. So in अशोक अकाउंट we'll be writing it as April 16 to sales account 7,000 rupees. तो अशोक के अकाउंट में लिखेंगे 19 April 16 to sales account 7,000 rupees. Then we have a transaction on April 20. राव को हम बेचे थे 7,200 का सामान बेचे थे. तो राव के अकाउंट में बताएंगे टू सेल्स अकाउंट 7,200 रुपीज. Now let us start the new topic, journal proper. So यही सब्सिडियरी बुक्स में हम क्या करेंगे? जर्नल प्रॉपर और ओपनिंग एंट्री लिखेंगे के प्रॉब्लम सॉल्व करेंगे. पेज नंबर 116, क्वेश्चन नंबर 1. राइट ओपनिंग एंट्री एज ऑन 1 जनवरी 2018 फ्रॉम द फॉलोइंग. तो अपने को क्या करना है? ओपनिंग एंट्री लिखना है. द टोटल एसेट्स ऑफ द फर्म इज गिवन एज 1 लाख रुपीज and total of liabilities of the firm is given as 20,000 rupees. So here the formula for calculating capital is capital equals to total assets minus total liabilities. The total assets value is given as 1 lakh rupees and the value of total liabilities is given as 20,000 rupees. So substituting the values, 1 lakh minus 20,000 will be getting 80,000 rupees, which will be recorded as capital 80,000 rupees. Next we have page number 116, question number 2. Write opening entry as on 1st January 2019 in books of Karthik from the following. Here are some of the assets and liabilities given in the question, and we need to prepare general proper. So in heading will be in books of Karthik, general proper, opening entry. The format will be the same as that of general entries, that is date particulars, left ledger folio, debit amount rupees, credit amount rupees. So among the given names we need to identify what are assets and what are liabilities. यहाँ पे जो भी नाम दिया हुआ है अपने को क्वेश्चन में, इसमें से अपने को ये पहचानना है इसमें assets क्या है और liabilities क्या है. So just for remembering, we'll be writing few names which fall under the category of liabilities. So those names are sundry, creditors, bills payable, bank loan, bank overdraft, outstanding expenses. So these fall under the category of liabilities and all liabilities have credit balance. So अपने को क्वेश्चन में जो भी नाम दिया हुआ रहता उसमें से ये नामों में कुछ है तो वो क्रेडिट में लिखना है, ये नामों से हटके जो भी नाम रहेंगे वो असेट्स डेबिट में लिखना है. So here the date will be taken as 2019 January 1st. First we have cash in hand. तो cash in hand ये 5 नामों में नहीं है. So it is an asset. It will have debit balance. It will be recorded as cash in hand account debit, and the amount will be recorded in debit column as 4,000 rupees. Then furniture is not in these 5 names, so it is also an asset. It will be shown in debit side as furniture account debit 15,000 rupees. Bank overdraft is a liability. ये 5 नामों में bank overdraft है, तो थोड़ी देर के लिए इसको बाजू रख देंगे. Next we have sundry debtors. Here we have sundry creditors. Here we have sundry debtors. It is an asset. It will have debit balance. Sundry debtors account debit 21,000. Next we have stock. Stock ये 5 नामों में नहीं है. It is an asset. It will have debit balance. Stock account debit 10,000. Next we have bills payable. It's a liability. तब ये पूरे नामों में जो assets है एक के बाद एक डेबिट में लिख दिया. कैश इन हैंड अकाउंट डेबिट 4,000, फर्नीचर अकाउंट डेबिट 15,000, सन्नी डेबिटर्स अकाउंट डेबिट 21,000, स्टॉक अकाउंट डेबिट 10,000. अब जो क्रेडिट में लिखना है वो लायबिलिटी लिखना है. क्या क्या थे वो? टू बैंक ओवरड्राफ्ट 6,000, टू बिल्स पेबल 4,000. इट विल बी शोन एज टू बैंक ओवरड्राफ्ट 6,000, टू बिल्स पेबल 4,000. नाउ विल बी राइटिंग इट एज टू कैपिटल 40,000. अब ये कैपिटल 40,000 कैसा आया? बाय अप्लाइंग द फार्मूला कैपिटल इक्वल्स टू टोटल एसेट्स माइनस टोटल लायबिलिटीज. टोटल एसेट्स मतलब डेबिट का टोटल. डेबिट का टोटल देखिए आप 10 plus 20 30, 30 plus 10 40, 40 plus 4 44 plus 1 45 plus 5 50. The total assets is 50,000, whereas the total liabilities is 6 plus 4 10. So subtracting 10,000 from 50,000, the value of capital is 40,000, which will be shown as to capital account 40,000, and the narration will be being previous year balances have been brought forward. Next question number 3, page number 116. Record opening entry from the following assets and liabilities on 1st May 2019. The heading will be taken as opening entry general proper. The format will be date, particulars, left ledger folio, debit amount rupees, credit amount rupees. Among the given names, we need to identify the 5 names. We need to identify the names among these 5 names which fall under the category of liabilities. So here, machinery, it is an asset. Bank is an asset. Bills receivable is an asset. So sundry creditors, it's a liability. Trademarks is an asset. Cash is an asset. So only sundry creditors is a liability which will be recorded on credit side. All other names are assets, so they will be recorded on debit side as the date will be taken as 2019 May 1st. And all names will be recorded on debit side as machinery account debit 16,000, bank account debit 12,000, bills receivable account debit 14,000, trademarks account debit 8,000, cash account debit 10,000, to sundry creditors account 10,000. Now we'll be finding the value of capital and we'll be writing it as to capital account. How we got this answer 50,000? By applying the formula capital equals to total assets minus total liabilities. The total of debit is 60,000, whereas the total of credit is 10,000. Subtracting 10,000 from 60,000, we are left out with an amount of 50,000, which will be our answer, which will be recorded as to capital account 50,000, and the narration will be being previous year assets and liabilities brought to current year. Next, page number 116, question number 4. Record the opening entry on 1st April 2019 from the following. So here are again some of the assets and liabilities given. Among these names, buildings, patents, furniture, fixtures and fittings, bills payable, machinery, creditors. These 2 names, bills payable and creditors, fall under the category of liabilities. All other names are assets. So all those names will be recorded on debit side. First, the format will be done as date, particulars, left, debit amount rupees, credit amount rupees, and the heading will be taken as general proper opening entry. And all the assets will be recorded on debit side. 2019 April 1st, buildings account debit 24,000, patents account debit 18,000, fixtures and fittings account debit 6,000, machinery account debit 10,000. We have two items which fall under the category of liabilities. One is bills payable and next is creditors. So these 2 names will be recorded on credit side as to bills payable 4,000, to creditors 4,000. Now balancing it, doing the total and finding the capital value. Capital equals to total assets minus total liabilities. Total assets is 24 plus 6, 30, 40, 50, 58,000 minus total liabilities is 8,000. 58 minus 8, it will be 50,000, which will be recorded as to capital 50,000, and the narration will be being last year assets and liabilities brought forward. Next, question number 5, page number 117. Write opening entry as on 1st January 2019 from the following. So the heading will be General proper or opening entry, the format will be date particular self debit amount rupees, credit amount rupees, and the date will be taken as 2019 January 1st. So here debtors, furniture, bank balance, land and buildings, these four fall under the category of assets. So these four will be recorded on debit side. Loan from Pawan, it's a liability. Here it is given as bank loan, मतलब हम बैंक से लोन ले रहे. Here it is given as loan from Pawan, मतलब हम पवन से लोन ले रहे. तो ये भी अपने लिए liability है, ये भी अपने लिए liability है. So among these names we have two liabilities. One is loan from Pawan and next is bills payable. So these two names will be recorded on credit side. Except these two names, all other names given in the question will be recorded on debit side as the date will be taken as 2019 January 1st. Debtors account debit 18,000, furniture account debit 10,000, bank balance account debit 20,000, land and buildings account debit 12,000, to loan from Pawan account 10,000, to bills payable 5,000, and we'll be finding the value of capital by applying the formula total assets minus total liabilities. The total assets is 10, 20, 40, 50, 60. 60,000 minus 10 plus 5, 15,000. So 60 minus 10, 50, 50 minus 5, 45,000. So we'll be writing it as to capital 45,000, and then the narration will be recorded as being previous year balances brought forward. Next, question number 6, page number 117. Write opening entry as on 1st April 2019 from the following. So again, the format for opening entry, general proper is date particular self debit amount rupees, credit amount rupees. Among the given names, we need to identify the names which fall under the category of liabilities. Creditors, it's a liability. Then again, bank overdraft, it's a liability. So except these two names, all other items are assets. So all those items will be recorded on debit side. The date will be taken as 2019 April 1st. It will be recorded as debtors account debit 16,000, bills receivable account debit 8,500, furniture account debit 4,500, business premises account debit 30,000, to creditors 12,000 on credit side, to bank order 5,000 on credit side. Now we'll be finding the value of capital by applying the formula capital equals to total assets minus total liabilities. The total assets is 59,000. 30, 40, 46, 50, 58, 59,000, whereas the total liabilities is 12 plus 5, 17,000. 5 minus 1, 4, 9 minus 7, 2. So the total of capital is 42,000, which will be recorded here as to capital account 42,000, and the narration will be being last year balances have brought forward. Now continuing with the same topic, general proper, but here now we'll be discussing closing entries. तो अपने को ये 5 नामों से कुछ भी काम नहीं है. Page number 117, question number 7. Write closing entries from the following ledger balances of Balaji. So opening stock, purchases, carriage outward, wages. So opening stock, purchases and wages will be transferred to trading account, whereas carriage outward will be transferred to profit and loss account. So the closing entries will be trading account debit to opening stock, to purchases, to wages. ये तीन trading में transfer करते हैं. तो opening stock की value 60 है, purchases की value 15,000 है, wages की 4,000 है. So 60, 70, 79,000. So the general entry will be trading account debit 79,000, to opening stock 60,000, to purchases account 15,000, to wages account 4,000, and then narration will be being closing entry past. अपने को एक चीज बच गई, carriage outward, which should be transferred to profit and loss account. So the general entry will be profit and loss account debit 1,000, to carriage outward 1,000, and the narration will be being closing entry past. Next, page number 118, question number 8. Again, record the closing entries from the ledger balances of Suha's book. Some of the items of profit and loss account are given, some expenses and some incomes are given. So expenses have debit balance, now we are closing it. So those will be credited. Incomes have credit balance, as we are closing it, those will be debited. So expenses, salaries, discount and rent, all these are expenses. So as they are being closed, those will be always expenses have debit balance. Now as we are closing it, it will be shown on credit side. So the general entry will be profit and loss account debit to salaries kitna hai? It is 5,000 rupees. Then to discount allowed 2,000 rupees. Then to rent account 1,000 rupees. So 5 plus 2, 7, 7 plus 1, 8. So the general entry will be profit and loss account debit 8,000, to salaries account 5,000, to discount allowed account debit 2,000, to rent account 1,000, and the narration will be being closing entry past. अब इसमें दो चीजें अपने लिए इनकम है, क्या है वो? डिस्काउंट रिसीव्ड ये अपने लिए फायदा है, इंटरेस्ट रिसीव्ड ये अपने लिए इनकम है. So all incomes have credit, incomes and gains will have credit balance. Now we are closing it, so these two will be recorded on debit side, and profit and loss will be recorded on credit side. Discount received account debit 2,000, interest received account debit 2,000, to profit and loss account 4,000, and the narration will be being closing entry past. Next, we have a problem, page number 118, question number 9. Rectify the following entries dated on 31st March 2019. So wages paid to accountant Mallesh 10,000 debited to his personal account. मतलब हम wages pay करें तो general entry क्या लिखना था? Wages account debit to cash लिखना था. हम गलती से क्या करें? Mallesh account debit to cash लिख लेते. This is our correct entry. This is our wrong entry. Now our procedure for rectifying is reverse of wrong entry plus correct entry. तो wrong entry का reverse क्या है? मल्लेश अकाउंट डेबिट टू कैश का रिवर्स कर लिया तो कैश अकाउंट डेबिट टू मल्लेश हो गया. प्लस करेक्ट एंट्री क्या है? वेजेस टू कैश. सो कैश ऑन डेबिट साइड, कैश ऑन क्रेडिट साइड गेट्स कैंसिल. बचा क्या? वेजेस अकाउंट डेबिट टू मल्लेश. सो द रेक्टिफाइंग एंट्री विल बी 2019 March 31st, wages account debit 10,000 to Mallesh account 10,000, being wages paid wrongly debited to personal account of Mallesh, now rectified. Next we have a transaction, furniture sold 20,000 रॉन्गली क्रेडिटेड टू सेल्स अकाउंट, मतलब हम फर्नीचर बेच रहे तो अपने को क्या आता, पैसा आता, तो अपनी जनरल एंट्री क्या आना, कैश अकाउंट डेबिट टू फर्नीचर आना, बट हम क्या करें, गलती से कैश अकाउंट डेबिट टू सेल्स लिख लिए। द प्रोसीजर फॉर रेक्टिफाइंग एंट्री इज रिवर्स ऑफ रॉन्ग एंट्री, दैट इज सेल्स अकाउंट डेबिट टू कैश प्लस करेक्ट एंट्री कैश अकाउंट डेबिट टू फर्नीचर। सो कैश ऑन डेबिट साइड, कैश ऑन क्रेडिट साइड गेट्स कैंसिल, बचा क्या, सेल्स अकाउंट डेबिट टू फर्नीचर अकाउंट। सो द रेक्टिफाइंग एंट्री विल बी sales account debit 20,000 to furniture account 20,000, and the narration will be being furniture sold wrongly credited to sales account, now rectified. Next we have page number 118, question number 10. Rectify the following entries dated on 31st March 2019. Commission paid 4,000 wrongly debited to interest account. तो हम जो पे करे वो कमीशन पे करे, तो अपनी जनरल एंट्री क्या आना था, कमीशन अकाउंट डेबिट टू कैश आना था, बट हम गलती से क्या लिख लिए, इंटरेस्ट अकाउंट डेबिट टू कैश लिख लिए। द प्रोसीजर इज रिवर्स ऑफ रॉन्ग एंट्री, कैश अकाउंट डेबिट टू इंटरेस्ट अकाउंट प्लस करेक्ट एंट्री कमीशन अकाउंट डेबिट टू कैश अकाउंट। सो कैश ऑन डेबिट साइड एंड कैश ऑन क्रेडिट साइड गेट्स कैंसिल, बचा क्या, कमीशन अकाउंट डेबिट टू इंटरेस्ट अकाउंट। So the rectifying entry on 2019 March 31st will be commission account debit 4,000 to interest account 4,000, and the narration will be being commission paid wrongly debited to interest paid, now rectified. Then we have a transaction rent paid to ready 5,000 wrongly debited to wages account, मतलब हम रेंट पे करे तो एंट्री क्या लिखना था, रेंट अकाउंट डेबिट टू कैश लिखना था, हम क्या करें, गलती से वेजेस अकाउंट डेबिट टू कैश लिख लिए। द प्रोसीजर इज रिवर्स ऑफ रॉन्ग एंट्री विच इज कैश अकाउंट डेबिट टू वेजेस अकाउंट प्लस करेक्ट एंट्री विच इज रेंट अकाउंट डेबिट टू कैश अकाउंट। सो कैश ऑन डेबिट साइड एंड कैश ऑन क्रेडिट साइड गेट कैंसिल, बचा क्या, rent account debit to wages account. So our rectifying entry will be rent account debit to wages account 5,000, and the date will be taken as March 31st, and the narration will be taken as being rent paid wrongly debited to wages, not rectified. Next, page number 118, question number 111. Pass adjustment journal entries for the following. So accrued interest, interest received, it is an income. Accrued interest का मतलब क्या, income to be received, ये पैसे अभी अपने को आना है। अगर अपने को इंटरेस्ट आ जा रहा था तब जनरल एंट्री लिखते थे कैश अकाउंट डेबिट टू इंटरेस्ट, but still we have not received it, so the journal entry will be accrued interest account debit 200 to interest account 200, and the narration will be being interest receivable. Next we have a transaction, provide depreciation at 5% on furniture. The value of furniture is 8,000, 10% of 8,000 is 800, 5% will be half of it, which is 400. So furniture, it is an asset, all assets have debit balance, but now as we are providing depreciation on it as its value is being reduced, it will be shown on credit side, and depreciation is a loss to the organization, it will be shown on debit side as depreciation account debit 400 to furniture account 400, and the narration will be being depreciation provided on furniture. Always remember that furniture is an asset, all assets have debit balance. कभी भी फर्नीचर डेबिट में लिखना, बट क्योंकि हम इस पर डेप्रिसिएशन प्रोवाइड कर रहे हैं जिसकी वजह से इसकी वैल्यू कम हो जाती, वो वैल्यू कम करने के लिए फर्नीचर क्रेडिट में लिखेंगे, और क्या किस वजह से वैल्यू कम हो रही, डेप्रिसिएशन की वजह से वैल्यू कम हो रही, सो द जनरल एंट्री विल बी रिकॉर्डेड एज डेप्रिसिएशन अकाउंट डेबिट टू furniture account. Coming to last problem for the topic, question number 12, page number 118, question number 12. Pass adjusting journal entries from the following. Provide reserve for bad debts at 10% on debtors. Debtors value is 10,000 rupees. Debtors का मतलब क्या, जिन लोगों से अपने को पैसे आना है. Bad debts का मतलब क्या, whatever the amount that we were supposed to receive, out of this we are not going to receive this amount. तो 10,000 का 10% क्या होता, 1,000 रुपए होता. So the journal entry will be reserve for bad debts account debit 1,000 rupees to debtors account. Debtors, it is an asset, all assets have debit balance, बट क्योंकि इसकी वैल्यू कम हो रही तो हम उसको क्रेडिट में लिखेंगे. क्यों कम हो रही, रिजर्व फॉर बैड डेट्स की वजह से कम हो रही, मतलब जो 10,000 रुपए आना था इसमें से अपने को 10% डाउट पे है, तो उसके लिए अपन प्रोविजन मेंटेन कर रहे हैं. सो रिजर्व फॉर बैड डेट्स अकाउंट डेबिट 1,000 रुपीज टू बैड डेब्टर्स अकाउंट 1,000 रुपीज, एंड द नरेशन विल बी बीइंग रिजर्व फॉर बैड डेट्स प्रोवाइडेड. नेक्स्ट वी हैव क्लोजिंग स्टॉक. Closing stock is an asset. While closing, it will be transferred to trading account, and the journal entry will be closing stock account debit 30,000 to trading account 30,000, and the narration will be being closing stock transferred to trading account. Now let us start a new chapter, chapter 5, cash book. So in this we have total 22 problems. We'll be discussing the topic simple cash book, 2-column cash book, 3-column cash book, and then we'll be discussing analytical petty cash book. Chapter 5, cash book, page number 149, question number 1. Prepare simple single column cash book of Mrs. Manasvi Traders from the following particulars. So here the heading will be taken as in books of Mrs. Manasvi Traders single cash book. The format will be simple: date particulars, LF ledger folio amount rupees, date particulars, LF ledger folio amount rupees. Towards extreme left will be writing DR debit, towards extreme right will be writing CR credit. अब इसके रूल्स क्या रहते हैं, पैसे आ रहे डेबिट में लिखना, पैसे जा रहे क्रेडिट में लिखना. एक चीज रहती जो नहीं लिखने की रहती, खरीदे वक्त या बेचे वक्त किसी इंसान का नाम आया तो नहीं लिखना. इफ यू आर परचेजिंग एंड इफ यू आर सेलिंग एंड इफ द नेम ऑफ ए पर्सन इज गिवन, देन वी आर नॉट गोइंग टू रिकॉर्ड इट. उसके अलावा रूल्स क्या है, पैसा आ रहा डेबिट में लिखना, पैसा जा रहा क्रेडिट में लिखना. द ट्रांजैक्शंस आर गिवन फॉर द ईयर 2019 जनवरी 1st एज बिजनेस कमेंस्ड विद 20,000. तो अपने को बिजनेस में पैसा आ रहा, जो पैसा बिजनेस में लगाते हैं हम उसको कैपिटल बोलते हैं. इट विल बी शोन ऑन डेबिट साइड एज 2019 जनवरी 1st टू कैपिटल अकाउंट 20,000. Then we have a transaction on January 3 sales 5,000. हम सामान बेच रहे हैं, अपने को पैसे आ रहे हैं. It will be shown on debit side as January 3 to sales account 5,000 rupees. Then we have a transaction on January 6 cash paid into bank 2,000. हम अपना पैसा लेगा के बैंक में पे कर रहे हैं, तो अपने पास से पैसा जा रहा है. It will be shown on credit side as 2019 January 6 by bank account 2,000 rupees. Then we have a transaction on January 10 purchase machinery 1,800 rupees. हम मशीन खरीद रहे हैं, अपने पास से पैसे जा रहे हैं. It will be shown on credit side as January 10 by machinery account 1,800 rupees. Then we have a transaction on January 14 advertisement expenses paid 600 rupees. हम advertisement के लिए पैसा पे कर रहे हैं, तो अपने पास से पैसे जा रहे हैं. It will be shown on credit side as January 14 by advertisement expenses 600 rupees. Then we have a transaction on January 17 drawings. ड्रॉइंग्स का मतलब क्या, ओनर अपने जाती काम के लिए बिजनेस से पैसा निकाल रहे. सो बिजनेस से जब पैसा निकाल रहे तो बिजनेस में से पैसा जाता है. इट विल बी शोन ऑन क्रेडिट साइड एज January 17 by drawings account 300 rupees. Then we have a transaction on January 19 cash purchases. Cash purchases का मतलब क्या, हम पैसे देके खरीद रहे. So cash is going, it will be shown on credit side as January 19 by purchases account 5,000 rupees. Then we have a transaction on January 21 sold goods to Naresh on credit. Sold goods to Naresh का मतलब हम ये credit transaction है. So as we are preparing cash book, we are not going to record credit transaction. तो उसके लिए एक note लिखेंगे, transaction dated January 21 is a credit sales, hence it is not recorded in cash book. जैसा कि subsidiary books बनाते वक्त cash transactions record नहीं करते थे, कैश बुक बनाते वक्त क्रेडिट ट्रांजैक्शंस रिकॉर्ड नहीं करेंगे. देन वी हैव अ ट्रांजैक्शन ऑन Jan 23 कमीशन रिसीव्ड. अपने को पैसे आ रहे हैं, तो इट विल बी डेबिटेड एज टू कमीशन अकाउंट. कितने पैसे आ रहे हैं, कमीशन के नाम पे 800 रुपए आ रहे हैं. देन वी हैव अ ट्रांजैक्शन ऑन January 25 एज पेड टू श्याम. पेड टू श्याम मतलब हम श्याम को पैसे बन रहे हैं, अपने पास से पैसे जा रहे हैं. इट विल बी शोन ऑन क्रेडिट साइड एज January 25 by श्याम अकाउंट 3,500 rupees. देन आफ्टर श्याम वी हैव अ ट्रांजैक्शन एज January 28 received rent. अपने को किराया आ रहा, रेंट इनकम आ रही, रेंट के नाम पे आ रही. It will be shown on debit side as January 28 to rent account 1,200 rupees. Now we'll be balancing it. How do we balance it? The total on debit side is 27,000. The total on debit side is 27,000, whereas the total on credit side is 2, 3, 3,800, 4,400, 4,700, 9,700, 10,200, 13,200. The total on credit side is 13,200, whereas the total on debit side is 27,000. तो दोनों में कौन सा total ज्यादा है, 27,000 ज्यादा है. So on both the sides we'll be reading the total as 27,000, 27,000, subtracting the total of credit from the total of debit 27,000. We are left out with an amount of 13,800. Hence there is a shortage of amount of 13,800 on credit side, which will be balanced as January 31st by balance carried down, because for carried down the date will be taken as the last day for the month of January, which will be recorded as January 31st by balance carried down 13,800. The same will be brought down on its immediate next day on February 1st as to balance brought down 13,800. Next, question number 2. Page number 150. Question number 2. Enter the following transactions in single column cash book of Praveen Traders. So the heading will be in books of Praveen Traders, single cash book. The format will be same, date, particulars, ledger folio, amount rupees, date, particulars, ledger folio, amount rupees. Towards section left will be reading DR debit, towards section right will be reading CR credit. And remember that if cash is coming, it should be recorded on debit side. If cash is going, it should be recorded on credit side. And purchase or sale of goods on credit will not be entertained in cash book. तो इसके लिए start करेंगे हम 2019 April 1st cash balance 12,000. तो अपने पास पहले से इतने पैसे रखे हुए है. So it is an asset. It will have debit balance. It will be shown as 2019 April 1st to balance brought down 12,000 rupees. The other transactions are given as April 2nd purchase goods for cash 3,000. Purchase मतलब हम सामान खरीद रहे, अपने पास से पैसे जा रहे. It will be shown on credit side as 2019 April 2nd by purchases 3,000 rupees. Then we have a transaction on April 4 purchase furniture. हम furniture खरीद रहे, अपने पास से पैसे जा रहे. It will be shown on credit side as April 4 by furniture account 10,000 rupees. Then we have a transaction on April 8 cash received from Ajay 5,500 rupees. अपने को पैसा आ रहा, किससे आ रहा, अजय से आ रहा. It will be shown on debit side as April 8 to Ajay account 5,500 rupees. Then we have a transaction on April 12 telephone bill. हम telephone bill पे कर रहे हैं, अपने पास से पैसे जा रहे हैं. कौन से नाम पे जा रहे हैं, टेलीफोन के नाम पे जा रहे हैं. It will be shown on credit side as April 12 by telephone bill 600 rupees. Then after April 12 we have a transaction on April 14 sold goods to Nikhil. यहाँ पे खरीदे वक्त किसी इंसान का नाम दिया हुआ है. So remember that at the time of purchase or at the time of sale, if the name of a person is specified, it is a credit transaction. We are not going to record credit transaction. तो अभी इसके लिए एक note लिखेंगे. Transaction dated April 14th is a credit transaction, hence it is not recorded in cash book. Then we have a transaction on April 16 interest paid. मतलब हम interest pay कर रहे हैं, तो अपने पास से पैसा जा रहा. It will be shown on credit side as April 16 by interest account 300 rupees. Then we have a transaction on April 18 purchase stationery. हम stationery खरीद रहे हैं, अपने पास से पैसा जा रहा है. It will be shown on credit side as April 18 by stationery account 1,200 rupees. Then we have a transaction after April 18. We have a transaction on April 21 cash sales. हम सामान बेच रहे हैं, अपने को पैसे आ रहे. It will be shown on debit side as April 21 to sales account 4,000 rupees. Then after April 21 we have a transaction on April 25 postage. तो अपने पास से पैसे जा रहे. It will be shown on credit side as April 25 by postage account 400 rupees. Then we have a transaction on April 28 paid to Tarun 3000 rupees. अपने पास से पैसे जा रहे. It will be shown on credit side as April 28 by Tarun account 3000 rupees. Now we'll be balancing it. How do we balance it? Doing the total on both the sides. The total on debit side is 12 plus 5 17, 17 plus 4 21, 21 plus 100 21,500. Whereas the total on credit side is 10 plus 3 13,000, 13,900, 14,900, 15,100, 15,500, 18,500. The total on debit side is 21,500, whereas the total on credit side is 18,500. So 21,500 is more than 81,500. So on both the sides, we'll be reading the total as 21,500, 21,500. Subtracting 18,500 from 21,500, we are left out with the shortage amount of 3,000 on credit side, which will be recorded as by balance carried down 3,000. The same will be brought down on opposite side as to balance brought down 3,000. For carried down, the date will be taken as its last day as April 30. For brought down, its immediate next day will be taken as May 1st. Next question number 3, page number 150. Prepare single cash book as on 31st March 2019. The transactions are given as 2019 for the month of March. The format is same, date particulars LF amount rupees, date particulars LF amount rupees, and the heading will be taken as simple cash book as on 31st March 2019. The transactions are given for the year 2019 for the month of March as bought cash into business. So business में पैसा आ रहा, जो पैसा business में आता हम उसको capital बोलते हैं. It will be recorded as 2019 March 1st to capital account 14,000 rupees. Then we have a transaction on March 3 to say cash sales 2,000 rupees, which will be shown as to sales account March 3 2,000 rupees. Then we have a transaction on March 6 as cash paid into bank 5,000 rupees. So when we are paying cash into bank, cash is going from the business. It will be recorded on credit side as 2019 March 6 by bank account 5,000 rupees. Then we have a transaction on March 8, purchase goods from Varun for cash. So we are purchasing, so cash is going from the business. So it will be recorded on credit side as March 8 by purchase account 1,500 rupees. Then we have a transaction on March 12, Xerox charges 500 rupees. जब हम Xerox कराते हैं तो अपने को पैसे देना पड़ता है. It will be shown on credit side as March 12 by Xerox charges 500 rupees. Then we have a transaction on March 15, salaries. So salaries can either be paid or can be received. If it is given as salaries paid, we'll be writing it as by salaries. If it is given as salaries received, we'll be writing it as two salaries. But when nothing has been specified, we need to make an assumption that we are paying salaries. So it will be shown on credit side as March 15 by salaries account 1,400 rupees. Then we have a transaction on March 17, interest received. अपने को पैसे आ रहे. It will be shown on debit side as March 17 to interest account 200 rupees. Then we have a transaction on March 21, office expenses. पैसे जा रहे. It will be shown on credit side as March 21 by office expenses 400 rupees. Then we have a transaction on March 25, traveling expenses 800 rupees. अपने पास से पैसे जा रहे. It will be shown on credit side as March 25 by traveling expenses 800 rupees. Then we have a transaction on March 27, sold furniture. अपन furniture बेच रहे तो अपने को पैसे आते हैं. It will be shown on debit side as March 27 to furniture account 8,500 rupees. Next we have a transaction on March 28, drawings. Drawings का मतलब क्या? ओनर अपने जाति काम के लिए बिजनेस से पैसा निकाल रहे. So it is reduction in cash. पैसा जा रहा बिजनेस से. It will be shown on credit side as March 28 by drawings account 700 rupees. Then we have a transaction on March 30, credit purchases from Raghu. Credit purchases ये उधारी का ट्रांजैक्शन है, ये नहीं लिखते. इसके लिए एक नोट लिखेंगे. ट्रांजैक्शन डेटेड 30 is related to credit purchases, hence it is not recorded in cash book. Then coming to last transaction for the problem, March 31st purchases 3,000 rupees. हम सामान खरीद रहे, अपने पास से पैसे जा रहे. It will be shown on credit side as March 31st by purchases account 3,000 rupees. Now we'll be balancing it. How do we balance it? Doing the total on both the sides. The total on debit side is 8 plus 2 10 20 24,200. The plus 500 24,700. The total on debit side is 24,700. Whereas the total on credit side is 5, 6, 7, 8, 8,800, 9,600, 10,300, 13,300. Subtracting 13,300 from 24,300. 7 minus 3, 400. 3, 4 minus 3, 1, 1. So it is 11,400 rupees. So it will be recorded as March 31st by balance carried on 11,400 rupees. The same will be shown on opposite side as to balance brought on 11,400 rupees. For carried on, the date will be taken as the last day for the month of March, which will be March 31st. For brought down, it will be recorded as its immediate next day, which will be April 1st. Now we'll be starting with a new topic, 2-column cash book. Page number 151, question number 4. Record the following transactions in 2-column cash books. The format for simple cash book was date particulars LF amount rupees, date particulars LF amount rupees. The change in format for 2-column cash book will be date particulars LF DA discount allowed amount rupees, date particulars LF DR discount received amount rupees. तो वहां पे discount allowed और discount received के columns नहीं थे. सिंपल कैश बुक में 2-column कैश बुक में सिर्फ ये दो एडिशन हो जाएंगे. इधर डिस्काउंट अलाउड बढ़ जाएगा, इधर डिस्काउंट रिसीव बढ़ जाएगा. ऑल अदर रूल्स विल बी दी सेम. पैसा आ रहा डेबिट में लिखना, पैसा जा रहा क्रेडिट में लिखना. खरीदे वक्त या बेचे वक्त किसी इंसान का नाम दिया हुआ है तो नहीं लिखना. So let us start the problem. 2018 August 1st, cash balance 11,000. It means that we already have a cash balance of 11,000. It is an asset. It will be shown on debit side as 2018 August 1st to balance brought on 11,000 rupees. Next we have August 2nd purchases, हम सामान खरीद रहे, अपने पास से पैसे जाते, it will be shown on credit side as 2018 August 2nd by purchases account 1500 rupees. Then we have a transaction on August 4, cash received from Prabhakar 1250, discount allowed 50. अपने को पैसे आ रहे हैं, प्रभाकर से आ रहे हैं, it will be shown on debit side as August 4 to Prabhakar account 1250 will be shown in amount column, 50 rupees will be shown in discount allowed columm. And after August 4 we have a transaction on August 7, cash sales, मतलब हम सामान बेच रहे हैं, अपने को पैसे आ रहे हैं, it will be shown on debit side as to sales account 1000 rupees, 2000 rupees. Date will be taken as August 7, to sales account 2000 rupees. Then after August 7 we have a transaction on August 10, sundry expenses, हम पैसा पे कर रहे हैं, तो पैसा अपने पास से जा रहा है, it will be shown on credit side as August 10 by sundry expenses 800 rupees. After August 10 we have a transaction on August 12 paid to Vamshi 1400, discount received 100 rupees. हम वंशी को पैसा पे कर रहे हैं, अपने पास से पैसा जा रहा. August 12 it will be shown on credit side as by Vamshi account 1400 and 100 rupees will be received, shown as discount received. Then after August 12 we have a transaction on August 14, sold old machinery 5000, पुरानी मशीन बेच रहे, अपने को पैसे आ रहे, it will be shown on debit side as August 14 to old machinery 5000 rupees. Then we have a transaction on August 16, received from Anil 425, discount allowed 75. Anil से पैसे आ रहे, it will be shown on debit side as August 16 to Anil account 425 in cash column, 75 in discount allowed column. Then we have a transaction after August 16, we have a transaction on August 21, commission paid, अपने पास से पैसे जा रहे, it will be shown on credit side as August 21 by commission account 300 rupees. Then we have a transaction on August 23rd, traveling expenses 250, अपने पास से पैसे जा रहे, it will be shown on credit side as by traveling expenses 250. Then after August 23rd we have a transaction on August 25, received interest 125, अपने को पैसे आ रहे, it will be shown on debit side as August 25 to interest account 125 rupees. Now we'll be balancing it. How do we balance it? Doing the total on debit side followed by the total on credit side. जो total ज्यादा है दोनों तरफ total लिख देंगे. So debit side का total 19,800 है, credit side का total जो है ना, the total on credit side is 250 plus 3 550, 1 2 2,900, 3,700, 3,700, 3,700, 4,000, 4,250. So subtracting this, we are left out with an amount of 15,550, which will be recorded as by balance carried down, and the date will be taken as August 31st. And because the last day of the month of August is August 31st, the same will be shown on opposite side as to balance bar down 15,550, and the date will be taken as September 1st. Then we'll be doing the total for discount allowed and discount received column. The total for discount allowed column is 125, जिसके लिए हम 125 ही लिखेंगे. The total for discount received column is 100 rupees, तो जिसके लिए अपन total सिर्फ 100 rupees ही लिखेंगे. Next, page number 151, question number 5. Prepared double column cash book as on 31st March 2018. The transactions are given for the year 2018 for the month of March. The heading for the format for two column cash book is date particulars LFDA amount rupees, date particulars LFDR amount rupees. Towards extreme left will be writing DR debit, towards extreme right will be writing CR credit, and the name of the book will be taken as double column cash book as on 31st March 2018. Here it is given as cash in hand 7,500, which will be shown on debit side as 2018 March 1st to balance bar down 7,500. Then we have a transaction March 3 drawings. Drawings का मतलब क्या, business से पैसे निकाल रहे, तो business में पैसा जा रहा है, it will be shown on credit side as 2018 March 3 by drawings account 1250 rupees. Then we have a transaction on March 6 cash sales. Cash sales का मतलब क्या, हम पैसे लेके सामान बेच रहे, it will be shown on debit side as March 6 to sales account 6,000 rupees. Then after March 6 we have a transaction on March 7 paid cash to Swati 1850, discount received 150. तो अपने पास से पैसा जा रहा, स्वाति को जा रहा है, it will be shown on credit side as by Swati account 1850 in amount column, 150 in discount received column. Then we have a transaction on March 9 sold goods to Ram on credit. It is a credit transaction, it is not recorded. इसके लिए एक note लिखेंगे, transaction dated March 9 is a credit transaction, hence it is not recorded in cash book. Then we have a transaction on March 10 cash withdrawn from bank 1400. अपने को पैसे आ रहे हैं, बैंक से आ रहे हैं, it will be shown on debit side as March 10 to bank account 1400 rupees. Then we have a transaction on March 12 paid for postage. अपने पास से पैसे जा रहे हैं, postage के लिए जा रहे हैं, March 12 by postage account 200 rupees. Then we have a transaction on March 14 received cash from Anita 600, discount allowed 100. अपने को पैसा आ रहा है, अनीता से आ रहा है, it will be shown on debit side as to Anita account. 600 will be shown in amount column, 100 rupees will be shown in discount allowed column. Then after March 14 we have a transaction on March 16 received commission. अपने को पैसे आ रहे, कौन से नाम पे आ रहे, commission के नाम पे आ रहे, it will be shown on debit side as to commission account March 16 450 rupees. Then we have a transaction on March 18 cash paid to Nirja 2850, discount received 150. So as we are paying cash, it will be recorded on credit side as by Nirja account 2850 in amount column, 150 in discount received column. After March 18 we have a transaction on March 20 paid interest. हम interest बन रहे, अपने पास से पैसे जा रहे, it will be shown on credit side as March 20 by interest account 1200 rupees. Then we have a transaction on March 21 salary 600 rupees. हम salaries pay कर रहे, अपने पास से पैसे जा रहे, it will be shown on credit side as March 21 by salaries account 600 rupees. Now we'll be balancing it. How do we balance it? Doing the total on both the sides. The total on debit side is 7,000 plus 6,000, 13,000, 14,000, 15,950. The total on debit side is 15,950, whereas the total on credit side is 1,200 plus 800. 600, 1,200 plus 600, it is 1,800. 3,800, 4,650, 4,850, 4,900, 5,700, 6,700, 7,950. Subtracting 7,950 from 15,950, we are left out with an amount of 8,000, which will be recorded as by balance carried down 8,000. The date will be taken as March 31st, and the same will be shown on opposite side as April 1st to balance bar down 8,000. The highest total 5950. 5950 will be recorded on both the sides. And the total on discount allowed column is 100 rupees, so it will be recorded as 100, whereas the total for discount received column is 300, so it will be shown as 300 rupees. Next, problem number 6, page number 152, question number 6. Prepare 2-column cash book from the following. The format for 2-column cash book is same: date particular self DA discount allowed amount rupees, date particular self DR discount received amount rupees. Towards section left will be writing DR debit, towards section right will be writing CR credit, and the name of the account book will be taken as 2-column cash book. So first it is given as 2018 April 1st opening balance 9,500, which will be shown on debit side as 2018 April 1st to balance brought down 9,500 rupees. Then we have a transaction April 4 cash sales. हम सामान बेच रहे हैं, अपने को पैसे आ रहे हैं. It will be shown on debit side as April 4 to sales account 2,000 rupees. Then after April 4 we have a transaction. After April 4 we have a transaction on April 6 printing and stationery. अपने पास से पैसा जा रहा, printing and stationery का जा रहा. It will be shown on credit side as 2018 April 6 by printing and stationery 250 rupees. Then we have a transaction April 10 cash received from Sunita 8,800 discount allowed 200. अपने को पैसा आ रहा, सुनीता से आ रहा. It will be shown on debit side as April 10 to Sunita account 8,800 in amount column, 200 in discount allowed column. Then after April 10 we have a transaction on April 13 cash deposited into bank 5,000 rupees. अपने पास से पैसे जा रहे, बैंक में जा रहे. It will be shown on credit side as April 13 by bank account 5,000 rupees. Then we have a transaction on April 14 paid rent to landlord 8,000 rupees. अपने पास से पैसे जा रहे, किराए के नाम पे जा रहे. It will be shown on credit side as April 14 by rent account 800 rupees. Then we have a transaction on April 19 bought furniture from Anjali. तो यहाँ पे हम फर्नीचर खरीद रहे बट अंजलि से खरीद रहे, तो ये उधारी का ट्रांजैक्शन है. कैसा मालूम होना? खरीदे वक्त या बेचे वक्त किसी इंसान का नाम दिया हुआ है तो वो क्रेडिट ट्रांजैक्शन है. तो उसके लिए एक नोट लिखेंगे, ट्रांजैक्शन डेटेड April 19 is related to credit purchase of furniture, hence it is not recorded in cash book. Then we have a transaction on April 23rd cash drawn for personal use. personal use के मतलब अपने साथी काम के लिए ओनर पैसा निकाल रहे. It will be termed as drawings क्योंकि बिजनेस से पैसा जा रहा है. It will be recorded on credit side as April 23rd by drawings account 2,500 rupees. So as it will be recorded on credit side as August 23rd by drawings account 2,500 rupees. Then we have a transaction on April 26 as cash paid to Anjali 5,900 in full settlement of our account 6,000. मतलब हम जो 19th के दिन फर्नीचर खरीदे थे अंजलि से 6,000 का खरीदे थे, उधारी में खरीदे थे. मतलब अब वो बंदी को हम कितने पैसे देना है? 6,000 रुपए देना है. हम क्या कर रहे हैं? 5,900 रुपए पे कर रहे हैं इन फुल सेटलमेंट, मतलब बाकी के 100 रुपए अपने को डिस्काउंट मिल रहा. सो एज वी आर पेइंग कैश टू अंजलि, इट विल बी रिकॉर्डेड ऑन क्रेडिट साइड एज April 26 by Anjali account 5,900 in amount column, 100 rupees will be recorded in discount received column. Then we have a transaction April 28 paid for repairs 200 rupees. हम repairs के लिए पैसा पे कर रहे हैं, अपने पास से पैसे जा रहे. It will be shown on credit side as April 28 by repairs account 200 rupees. Now we will be balancing it. The total on debit side of cash column is 20,300. Subtracting the total of credit side, we are left out with an amount of 5,650, which will be recorded as by balance carried down 5,650, and the date will be taken as April 30, and the same will be shown on opposite side as to balance brought down 5,650, and the amount will be taken as May 1st. Next, page number 152, question number 7. Prepare 2-column cash book with bank and discount column from the following, assuming that all cash receipts are deposited in the bank and all payments are made through check. जब अपने को 2-column कैश बुक बनाना है, बट इस बार फॉर्मेट में अमाउंट लिखने के बजाय बैंक लिखना है, ये समझते हुए कि जो भी पैसे आ रहे हैं उसी दिन बैंक में डिपॉजिट कर दे रहे, जो भी पैसे बन रहे अपन चेक से पेमेंट कर रहे. सो द फॉर्मेट दिस टाइम विल बी डेट पर्टिकुलर LF डिस्काउंट अलाउड बैंक रुपीज, डेट पर्टिकुलर LF डिस्काउंट रिसीव बैंक रुपीज. क्योंकि अपने को क्वेश्चन में बोला कि बैंक और डिस्काउंट कॉलम बनाओ, इसीलिए हम यहाँ पे बैंक एंड डिस्काउंट कॉलम लिखेंगे. तो हेडिंग भी आएंगी 2-column कैश बुक विद बैंक एंड डिस्काउंट कॉलम. So here it is given as 2018 November 1st opening balance 6,000, which will be shown as 2018 November 1st to balance brought down 6,000 rupees. Then we have a transaction on November 3 checks received from Mahesh 1950 discount allowed 50. अपने को पैसे आ रहे हैं, महेश से आ रहे. It will be shown on debit side as November 3 to Mahesh account 1950 in bank column, 50 rupees in discount allowed column. Then we have a transaction on November 6 purchases, मतलब हम सामान खरीद रहे बदले में पैसा दे रहे. it will be shown on credit side as 2018 November 6 as by purchases 2,500 rupees. Then we have a transaction on November 8, purchased machinery and payment made by check 3,000. अपन machine खरीद रहे अपने पास से पैसे जा रहे, it will be shown on credit side as November 8 by machinery account 3,000 rupees. Then we have a transaction on November 11 as paid to Sumant by check. हम सुमंत को पैसा पे कर रहे हैं, अपने पास से पैसे जा रहे, it will be shown on credit side as November 11 by Sumant account 450 rupees and 50 rupees is the discount received, so it will be shown in discount received column. तो मतलब पेड टू सुमंत बाय चेक 415, सेटलमेंट ऑफ हिज अकाउंट 500, मतलब वो बंदे को देना 500 था, हम 450 देके बाद खत्म करे तो 50 रुपए डिस्काउंट मिलता है अपने को. नेक्स्ट वी हैव अ ट्रांजैक्शन नंबर 13, सोल्ड गुड्स टू रेड्डी एंड रिसीव चेक. हम रेड्डी को सामान बेच रहे हैं, बदले में अपने को चेक आ रहा है, इट विल बी शोन ऑन डेबिट साइड एज टू सेल्स अकाउंट 4,000 रुपीस. देन आफ्टर November 13 वी हैव अ ट्रांजैक्शन ऑन November 15, पेड सैलरीज बाय चेक. हम तनख्वाह बन रहे हैं, अपने पास से पैसे जा रहे हैं, इट विल बी शोन ऑन क्रेडिट साइड एज November 15 बाय सैलरीज अकाउंट. Next we have a transaction on November 17, withdrawn from bank for personal use. Personal use का मतलब जाती काम के लिए ओनर बिजनेस से पैसा निकाल रहे हैं, तो बैंक से निकाल रहे हैं, तो बिजनेस से पैसा जा रहा है, it will be shown on credit side as November 17 by drawings account 1,500 rupees. Next after November 17 we have a transaction on November 20, postal charges 800 rupees. अपन पोस्ट करे तो अपने पास से पैसे जा रहे हैं, it will be shown on credit side as November 20 by postal charges 800 rupees. Then we have a transaction on November 24, wages paid 150 rupees. अपने पास से पैसे जा रहे हैं, it will be shown on credit side as November 24 by wages 150 rupees. Now balancing it, how do we balance it? The total on discount allowed column is 50, whereas discount received column is also 50. तो दोनों तरफ 50-50 लिख देंगे. The total on debit side of cash column is 11,950. Subtracting the total of credit column, we are left out with an amount of 1,550, which will be shown as by balance carried down, and the same will be shown on opposite side as to balance brought down. Here the date will be taken as the last day for the month of November, which will be November 30, and here we will be taking the immediate next day of November 30, which will be December 1st. Now we have completed 2-column cash book. Now we'll be starting 3-column cash book, page number 153, question number 8. Prepare 3-column cash book. The format for 3-column cash book is date particulars LF, DA discount allowed cash rupees, bank rupees, date particulars LF, DR discount received cash rupees, bank rupees. Towards estimate will be writing DR debit, towards estimate will be writing CR credit, and the name of the book will be taken as 3-column cash book. So here it will be recorded as the 2018 December 1st, cash in hand, cash at bank. कैश इन हैंड का मतलब अपने पास इतना पैसा है, कैश एट बैंक का मतलब अपने बैंक अकाउंट में इतना पैसा रखा हुआ है. इट विल बी शोन ऑन डेबिट साइड एज टू बैलेंस ब्रॉट डाउन. 10,000 will be recorded in cash column, 8,000 will be recorded in bank column. Then we have a transaction on December 3, sales. Sales का मतलब हम सामान बेच रहे तो अपने को पैसे आ रहे. It will be shown on debit side as December 3 to sales account, 4,000 will be recorded in cash column. Then we have a transaction on December 6, cash received from Sunita 6,800, discount allowed 200. अपने को पैसे आ रहे, सुनीता से आ रहे. It will be shown on debit side as December 6 to Sunita account, 6,800 will be recorded in cash column, 200 will be recorded in discount allowed column. Then after December 6 we have a transaction on December 9, commission received 800. अपने को पैसे आ रहे, कमीशन के नाम पे आ रहे. It will be shown on debit side as to commission account, 800 will be shown in cash column. Then we have a transaction on December 10 as cash deposited into bank. So when we deposit cash into bank, ये अपने लिए कॉन्ट्रा एंट्री होती है. क्यों? जब कैश और बैंक दोनों एक साथ आते हैं हम उसको कॉन्ट्रा एंट्री बोलते हैं. तो अब इसके लिए जनरल एंट्री क्या आती है? बैंक अकाउंट डिपॉजिट कैश इनटू बैंक का मतलब क्या? हम अपना पैसा ले जाके बैंक में डिपॉजिट कर रहे हैं, तो अपने पास से पैसे जा रहे, तो इट विल बी शोन एज बाय बैंक अकाउंट. इधर बाय बैंक लिखे तो सेम डेट पे अपोजिट साइड क्या करेंगे? टू कैश लिखेंगे. एलएफ में सी कॉन्ट्रा बोल के लिखेंगे. हियर वी हैव रिकॉर्डेड द नेम एज बैंक, सो द अमाउंट विल बी रिकॉर्डेड इन कैश कॉलम. हियर वी हैव रिकॉर्डेड द नेम ऑफ कैश, सो द अमाउंट विल बी रिकॉर्डेड इन बैंक कॉलम. तो कॉन्ट्रा एंट्री कैसा पहचानना? जब कैश और बैंक दोनों एक साथ आ जाते हैं, व्हेन कैश एंड बैंक कम्स टुगेदर इन सेम ट्रांजैक्शन, इट बिकम्स अ कॉन्ट्रा एंट्री. ये देख लेना, अगर हम पैसे डिपॉजिट कर रहे हैं तो अपने पास से पैसे जा रहे, बाय बैंक लिखना. इधर बाय बैंक लिखे तो इस तरफ क्या करेंगे? हम टू कैश लिखेंगे. देन आफ्टर December 10 we have a transaction on December 14, check issued to Murthy 9,600, discount received 400. issued to Murthy का मतलब हम मूर्ति को चेक दे रहे हैं, अपने पास से पैसे जा रहे. it will be shown on credit side as December 14 by Murthy account, 9,600 will be shown in bank column, 400 will be recorded in discount received column. Then we have a transaction on December 17, withdrawn cash from bank for office use. ऑफिस यूज का मतलब बिजनेस का पैसा बिजनेस के लिए निकाल रहे. सो अगेन इट इज ए कॉन्ट्रा एंट्री. तो इस बार पैसा आ रहा, कहां से आ रहा? बैंक से आ रहा. इट विल बी शोन एज टू बैंक अकाउंट. इधर टू बैंक लिखे तो इस तरफ क्या लिखेंगे? December 17 by cash account. Here we will be writing it as C. Here we also will be writing it as C. Here the name bank is written, so the amount will be recorded in cash column. Here the name cash is written, so the amount will be recorded in bank column. Then we have a transaction on December 20, goods purchased from Rohit. So when we purchase goods or we sell goods and the name of a person is given, it becomes a credit transactions. And while preparing cash book, we are not going to record credit transactions. So इसके लिए एक नोट लिखेंगे, December 20 transaction is a credit purchases since it is not recorded in cash book. Then we have a transaction on December 24, received check from Sham, deposited into bank. अपने को एक कस्टमर श्याम से चेक आ रहा, उसी दिन लेके जाके बैंक में डिपॉजिट करे, तो it will be shown on debit side as to Sham account. As we are depositing in bank on the same day, it will be recorded in bank column 3,800 rupees. Then we have a transaction December 31st, salaries 1,000 rupees. We are paying salaries. We are assuming that we are paying salaries. When nothing has been specified whether we are paying salaries or receiving salaries, we need to make an assumption that we are paying salaries. So cash is going, so it will be recorded on credit side as by salaries account 1,000 rupees. Now we'll be balancing it. How do we balance it? We have cash column on debit side and cash column on credit side. Then also we have bank column on debit side and bank column on credit side. Then we have discount allowed and discount received column. So first we'll be balancing cash column, debit side of cash column and credit side of cash column. The total on debit side is 10 plus for 14, 20, 21 600, 22 600, 23 400. The total on debit side is 23 400, whereas the total on credit side is 3000. So 23,400 is more than 3000. So on both the sides of cash column, we'll be writing the total as 23,400. 23,400. Subtracting 3,000 from 23,400, we are left with an amount of 20,400, which will be recorded as by balance carried down, and the same will be shown here as to balance brought down 20,400. Then we have bank column. The total on debit side of bank column is 13,800, whereas the total on credit side of bank column is 9, 10, 11,400. So 13,800 is more than 11,400. So writing 13,800 on both the sides and subtracting 11,400 from 13,800, we are left out with an amount of 2,400, which will be recorded as by balance carried down, and the same will be shown on opposite side as to balance brought down. For carried down, the date will be taken as the last day for the month of December, which will be December 31st. For brought down, its immediate next day, which will be taken as 2019 January 1st. Now let us solve question number 9, page number 154. Prepare triple column cash book. तो अपने को फिर से ट्रिपल कॉलम कैश बुक बनाना है, एंड द ट्रांजैक्शंस आर गिवन फॉर द ईयर 2018. तो अपने को क्या करा हुआ है, 2018 अक्टूबर 1 के लिए अक्टूबर 1 के ट्रांजैक्शन दिया हुआ है. इट इज गिवन एज कैश बैलेंस, बैंक बैलेंस. इट विल शोन ऑन डेबिट साइड एज टू बैलेंस ब्रॉट डाउन. कैश का अमाउंट कैश कॉलम में लिखेंगे, बैंक का अमाउंट बैंक कॉलम में लिखेंगे. देन आफ्टर अक्टूबर 1 वी हैव अ ट्रांजैक्शन ऑन अक्टूबर 3 परचेजेस. परचेज मतलब हम सामान खरीद रहे हैं, अपने पास से पैसे जा रहे हैं. इट विल बी शोन ऑन क्रेडिट साइड एज अक्टूबर 3 2018 October 3rd by purchases account 2,500 rupees. Then we have a transaction on October 4 paid into bank. Paid into bank का मतलब क्या, हम अपना पैसा लेके आके बैंक में पे करें. So again it is a contra entry. पैसे जा रहे हैं, किधर जा रहे हैं, बैंक में जा रहे हैं. It will be shown on credit side as by bank account. So इस तरफ अगर credit में by bank लिखे, तो same date 4th के दिन इधर क्या लिखेंगे, to cash लिखेंगे. Here we have recorded the name of cash, so the amount will be recorded in bank column, and in LF will be writing as C. Here we have recorded the name as bank, so the amount will be recorded in cash column, and then in LF will be writing it as C. Then after 4 we have a transaction on 6, printing charges. Printing charges मतलब अपने पास से पैसे जा रहे हैं. It will be shown on credit side as by printing charges. अब इस तरफ लिखेंगे अपन by printing charges. October 6 by printing charges 600 rupees. Then after October 6 we have a transaction on October 10, received from Anusha 3,900, discount allowed 100 rupees. अपने को पैसे आ रहे हैं अनुषा से आ रहे हैं. It will be shown on debit side as to Anusha account. 3,900 will be shown in amount column, 100 rupees will be shown in discount allowed column. Then after October 10 we have a transaction on October 13, cash sales. मतलब हम सामान बेच रहे हैं, अपने को पैसे आ रहे हैं. It will be shown on debit side as October 13 to sales account 4,800 rupees. Then after October 13 we have a transaction on October 16, cash drawn from bank for personal use. मतलब हम बैंक से पैसा निकाल रहे हैं बट पर्सनल काम के लिए निकाल रहे हैं. So it will be termed as drawing. So it will be shown on credit side as October 16 by drawings account 1,000 rupees. Then after October 16 we have a transaction on October 19, check received from Josna 5,200, discount allowed 300. तो इस बार अपने को चेक जोशना से मिल रहा, बट हम उसी दिन बैंक में डिपॉजिट नहीं कर रहे. So अपने को पैसे आ रहे हैं. It will be shown on debit side. But as we are not depositing the check into bank in on same day, instead of writing the amount in bank column, we'll be writing the amount in cash column. अगर उसी दिन डिपॉजिट करते तो हम अमाउंट बैंक में लिखते थे. But as we have not deposited in bank on the same day, we'll be assuming that we have received cash and we'll be recording the amount in cash column, and it will be recorded as to Josna account. The date will be taken as October 19, and it will be recorded as 5,200 in cash column, 300 in discount column. Then we have a transaction October 20, paid cash to Krishna 1,300, discount received 200. अपने पास से पैसा जा रहा, किसको जा रहा, कृष्णा को जा रहा. It will be shown on credit side as October 20 by Krishna, 1,300 in cash column, 200 in discount received column. Then we have a transaction after October 20. We have a transaction October 23rd जोशना चेक डिपॉजिटेड इनटू बैंक, मतलब अपने को जो 19th के दिन चेक मिला था हम वो चेक लेके जाके क्या करें, अब बैंक में डिपॉजिट करें. So now it becomes contra entry which will be recorded here as by bank account, and here it will be shown as to cash account. Here the name cash is recorded, so the amount will be shown in bank column 5200. Here the name bank is recorded, so the amount will be shown in cash column 5200, and in LF we'll be writing it as C. Now we'll be balancing it. How do we balance it? The total on debit side of cash column is 27,900. 14 plus 3 17. 17 plus 4 21, 21 plus 6 26, 27,900, whereas the total on credit side is 5 6 6,500, 6,500, 7,000, 9,000, 10,000, 13,600. So 13,600 अगर minus करें तो क्या बच रहे, 14,300 बच रहे, which will be recorded as by balance carried down 14,300 for cash column. The same will be shown on opposite side as to balance brought down 14,300 for cash column. Now balancing bank column, the total on debit side is 12 plus 4 16, 16 plus 4 21, 2,200, whereas the total on credit side is 2,800. So 21,200 is more than 2,800. Subtracting 2,800 from 21,200, we are left out with an amount of 18,400, which will be recorded as by balance carried down, and the date will be taken as the last day for the month of October, which will be October 31st, and the same will be brought down on opposite side as to balance brought down 14,300 for cash column, 18,400 for bank column, and discount allowed total is 400, and discount received total is 200 rupees. Next, question number 10, page number 154. Prepare cash book with cash, bank, and discount column from the following. The format for 3-column cash book is date particular LF DA cash bank cash amount rupees, bank amount rupees, date particular LF DR cash rupees, bank rupees. Towards section left will be writing DR debit, towards section right will be writing CR credit. The transactions are given for the year 2018. For the month of November, it is given as cash in hand 5,900, bank overdraft 10,800. Bank overdraft का मतलब क्या, withdrawal of amount more than available balance, and this facility is available to current account holders. अब तक हमेशा बैंक बैलेंस रहता था तो हम टू बैलेंस बर्ट डाउन लिखते थे. दिस टाइम वी हैव टू पे द अमाउंट टू बैंक, इट्स अ लायबिलिटी टू अस, इट विल बी रिकॉर्डेड एज बाय बैलेंस बर्ट डाउन 10,800 इन बैंक कॉलम. तो इस बार अपने को कैश इन हैंड के लिए डेबिट साइड टू बैलेंस बर्ट डाउन आएगा, कैश में 5,900 लिख दिया, जबकि बैंक के लिए बाय बैलेंस बर्ट डाउन आएगा, जो अमाउंट हम क्रेडिट में लिखेंगे 2018 नवंबर 1st बाय बैलेंस बर्ट डाउन 10,800 रुपीस. नेक्स्ट वी हैव अ ट्रांजैक्शन ऑन नवंबर 3rd पेड फॉर स्टेशनरी, अपने पास से पैसा जा रहा है, इट विल बी शोन ऑन क्रेडिट साइड एज by stationery account 400 rupees. Then once we pay for stationery, then we have a transaction on November 5th as deposited into bank. हम बैंक में पैसा बन रहे, तो again it is a contra entry, पैसा जा रहा बैंक में जा रहा है, it will be shown on credit side as November 5 by bank account, and here it will be shown as November 5 to cash account. Here the name cash is recorded, so 4,500 will be shown in bank column. Here the name bank is recorded, so the amount 4,500 will be shown in cash column, and in LF will be writing it as C. Then we have a transaction on November 8. Received cash from Sapna 7,900, discount allowed 100. अपने को पैसा आ रहा, सपना से पैसा आ रहा, it will be shown on debit side as to Sapna account. 7,900 will be shown in cash column, and 100 rupees will be shown in discount allowed column. Then we have a transaction on November 11 as goods sold for cash. हम सामान बेच रहे, अपने को पैसे आ रहे, it will be shown on debit side as November 11 to sales account 1,000 rupees. Then we have a transaction on November 13. Received a check from Shravanti 1100, discount allowed 75 rupees, deposited in bank. तो अपने को श्रवंती से चेक आ रहा, उसी दिन बैंक में डिपॉजिट करे, तो अपन डेबिट में लिखेंगे टू श्रवंती अकाउंट 1100, जब कहते बैंक में रिकॉर्ड कर देंगे, एंड द अमाउंट विल बी डिस्काउंट अमाउंट विल बी टेकन एज 75 रुपीज, क्योंकि अपने को श्रवंती से डिस्काउंट मिल रहा, कितना मिल रहा, 75 रुपीज डिस्काउंट मिल रहा, मतलब हम डिस्काउंट दे रहे, तो अब इसका टोटल क्या हो जाता है, इट विल बी 175. So received check from Shravantika 75 discount लिख दिया हम. Next we have a transaction November 16 cash withdrawn from bank. Withdrawn from bank मतलब हम पैसे निकाल रहे हैं, बैंक से निकाल रहे हैं, तो कैश और बैंक दोनों एक साथ आए, तो it is a contra entry. So it will be shown on debit side as to bank account, and on credit side it will be shown as by cash account. Here we have recorded the name cash, so the amount will be recorded in bank column. Here we have recorded the name bank, so the amount will be recorded in cash column, and in LF will be writing it as C. Then we have a transaction. Then we have a transaction on November 19 paid rent. Paid rent का मतलब क्या, हम किराया बन रहे हैं, अपने पास से पैसे जा रहे हैं, it will be shown on credit side as November 19 by rent account. November 19 by rent account 250 rupees. Then after November 19 we have a transaction on November 21. Issued check to Nikhil 2,800, discount received 200. Issued check to Nikhil मतलब हम निखिल को चेक दे रहे, अपने पास से पैसे जा रहे, it will be shown on credit side as by Nikhil account. 2,800 will be shown in bank column, and 200 will be shown in discount received column. Then we have a transaction on November 23rd, purchase furniture 4,000, अपने पास से पैसे जा रहे, फर्नीचर खरीद रहे, it will be shown on credit side as by furniture account 4,000 rupees. Now we'll be balancing these. How do we balance this? The total on debit side of cash column is 2 plus 1 3, then 10,000, 15,000, 16,800. The total on debit side is 16,800, whereas the total on credit side is 4 plus 4, 8,000, 8,900, 9,150. Subtracting 9,150 from this, 16 minus 9, 7,650. So it will be recorded as by balance carried down 7,650. The same will be brought down on opposite side as to balance brought down 7,650 for cash column. Here the date will be taken as last day of the month of November, which will be November 30, and here its immediate next day will be taken as December 1st. For our bank, the total on credit side is more. 10 plus 2, 12, 12 plus 2, 14, 14 plus 15,600, whereas the total on debit side is 5,600. So 15,600 is more than 5,600. So writing 15,600 on both the sides. Subtracting 5,600 from 15,600, we are left out with an amount of 10,000, which will be recorded as to balance carried down 10,000 on debit side, and the same will be brought down on opposite side as by balance brought down 10,000. Here the date for carried down will be taken as November 30, and the date for brought down will be taken as December 1st. For cash, carried down is on credit side, so its brought down will be on debit side. For bank, the carried down is on debit side, so its brought down will be on credit side. Next, page number 155, question number 11. Prepare 3-column cash book of Ravi traders from the following particulars. The transactions are given for the year 2018 for the month of September. Cash balance, bank balance, credit. Credit ka matlab again it's a problem of overdraft. So for bank we'll be writing it as by balance bar down. For cash we'll be writing it as to balance bar down. The format for 3-column cash book is date particular LF DA cash rupees bank rupees, date particular LF DR cash rupees bank rupees. Towards 16 months we'll be writing DR debit, towards 16 months we'll be writing CR credit, and the name of the book will be taken as 3-column cash book. So as it is given as cash balance to balance bar down 15,000 will be shown in cash column, and it is given as bank balance credit, it will be shown on credit side as 2018 September 1st by balance bar down 25,000 for bank column. Then we have a transaction on September 4. Received the cash from Bhaskar 3,900 in full settlement of his account 4,000. We are receiving cash from Bhaskar, so cash is coming. It will be shown on debit side. 3,900 we are receiving instead of 4,000, so 100 rupees will be shown in discount allowed column. Then we have a transaction on September 6. Goods sold to Prakash for cash. We are selling goods for cash, so it will be shown on debit side as to sales account, and the amount will be shown in 2,800. It will be shown in cash column. Then after 6 we have a transaction on September 7 as interest paid. अपने पास से पैसा जा रहा, interest के नाम पे जा रहा. It will be shown on credit side as September 7 by interest account 500 rupees. Then we have a transaction on September 10 received from Karthik traders. अपने को Karthik traders के पास से आ रहे, क्या क्या आ रहे, कैश आ रहा, चेक आ रहा, डिस्काउंट दे रहे और चेक उसी दिन बैंक में डिपॉजिट कर रहे. So it will be shown on debit side as to Karthik traders. 400 will be shown in discount allowed column, 1,800 will be shown in cash column, 4,800 will be shown in bank column. Then we have a transaction, check cash deposited into bank. So here we have deposited cash into bank September 14. So cash is going into bank. So it will be recorded as September 14 by bank account. Here we have recorded by bank. So here we'll be writing it as to cash account. As we are depositing cash into bank, cash and bank comes together, it becomes a contra entry. Here we have recorded name cash. So the amount 4,000 will be recorded in bank column. Here we have recorded the name bank. So the amount 4,000 will be recorded in cash column. Then after September 14, we have a transaction on September 16, purchase goods from Chaitanya and payment made through Paytm. So we have purchased goods, so we need to make the payment. So cash is going, it will be shown on credit side as September 16 by purchases 2,500 rupees. Then we have a transaction on September 24, issued check to Manohar 2,800, discount received 200 rupees. Issued मतलब हम दे रहे, अपने पास से पैसे जा रहे, किसको दे रहे, मनोहर को दे रहे. It will be shown on September 24 as by Manohar account 2,800 in bank column, 200 in discount received column. Then we have a then we don't have any other transaction. Now we'll be balancing it. We'll be balancing it. How do we balance it? Doing the total on debit side of cash column, then doing the total on debit side of cash and credit side of cash column. The total on debit side of cash is 15 plus 3, 18, 18 plus 2, 20, 20 plus 1, 21, 22,700, 23,500. The total on debit side is 23,500, where the total on credit side is 4,500. So 23,500 is more than 4,500. So writing 23,500 on both sides of cash column. Subtracting 4,500, we are left out with an amount of 19,000, which will be recorded as by balance carried down 19,000. The same will be shown on opposite side as to balance brought down 19,000. And here the date will be taken as September 30 for brought down. Its immediate next day will be taken as October 1st. Now balancing bank column, the total on credit side is 25, 27, 29, 30,300. The total on credit side is 30,300, whereas the total on debit side is 8,800. 30,300 is more than 8,800. So it will be recorded as 30,300, 30,300 on both sides of bank column. Subtracting 8,800 from 30,300, we are left out with an amount of 21,500, which will be recorded as to balance carried down in bank column 21,500, and the same will be brought down on opposite side as by balance brought down 21,500 in bank column. And the date here will be taken as the last day of September, which will be September 30, and here it will be recorded as its immediate next day, which will be October 1st. Next, page number 156, question number 12. Prepare 3-column cash book from the following transactions. The format is date particular self DA cash rupees bank rupees, date particular self DR cash rupees bank rupees. Towards section but will be writing DR debit, towards section but will be writing CR credit, and the book heading will be taken as 3-column cash book. So here it is given as 2019 March 1st. Cash in hand 4,900, cash at bank 5,000 rupees. It will be shown as two balance bar down, 4,900 for cash column, 5,000 for bank column. Next we have a transaction on March 3rd. Deposited cash into bank. हम पैसा डिपॉजिट कर रहे हैं, बैंक में डिपॉजिट कर रहे हैं, अपने पास से पैसा जा रहा है. It will be shown on credit side as by bank account. वैसे ही अपने पास पैसा आ रहा भी, it will be shown on debit side as to cash account. Here we have recorded name cash, so we will be writing the amount in bank column. Here we have recorded bank, so the amount we will be writing in cash column. Then after March 3rd, we have a transaction on March 6th. Sales. Sales का मतलब क्या, हम सामान बेच रहे हैं, अपने पास पैसे आ रहे. It will be shown on debit side as to sales account 9,800 rupees. Then we have a transaction on March 10. Received check from Reddy. तो अपने को रेड्डी से चेक आ रहा, बट हम उसी दिन डिपॉजिट नहीं कर रहे, आगे कब, मार्च 18 के दिन डिपॉजिट कर रहे. तो इवन दो वी आर रिसीविंग चेक ऑन March 10, we are depositing the ready check in March 18. So this will be recorded in cash column. So we'll be writing it as received check from Reddy will be shown on debit side as to Reddy account. Though we have received check, we are assuming that we have received cash, so the amount will be recorded in cash column. And when we deposit in bank, at that time it becomes a contra entry. तब का तब देखेंगे, फिल वक्त अपने को चेक आ रहा मगर हम बैंक में डिपॉजिट नहीं कर रहे, तो ये समझ रहे, we are making an assumption that we have received cash and the amount is being recorded in cash column. Then after March 10, we have a transaction on March 14. Commission received, अपने को पैसे आ रहे, it will be shown on debit side as March 14 to commission account 500 rupees. Then we have a transaction on March 16 as paid to Vamshi 1600, discount received 400. हम वंशी को पैसे पे कर रहे हैं, तो अपने पास से पैसे जा रहे. It will be shown on credit side as March 16 by Vamshi, 1600 in cash column, 400 in discount received column. Then we have a transaction on March 18. रेड्डी चेक डिपॉजिटेड इनटू बैंक. हम क्या कर रहे हैं, 18 के दिन रेड्डी का चेक जो मिला था, कब मिला था, अपने को 10 के दिन मिला था, वो चेक 18 के दिन डिपॉजिट कर रहे हैं. सो दिस टाइम इट बिकम्स अ कॉन्ट्रा एंट्री which should be recorded as 18 by bank account, and here it will be shown as 18 to cash account. So here we have recorded the name cash, so the amount 2,500 will be recorded in bank column. Here we have recorded the name bank, so 2,500 will be recorded in cash column. In the left we'll be writing it as C. Then we have a transaction on March 20 paid for transport. अपने पास से ट्रांसपोर्ट के पैसे जा रहे, it will be shown on credit side as by transport account 600 rupees. Next we have a transaction received cash from Srikanth 4,700, discount allowed 300. तो अपने को पैसे आ रहे, March 22 to Srikanth account 4,700 will be shown in cash column, 300 will be shown in discount allowed column. Then after March 22 we have a transaction on March 24, cash withdrawn from bank for office use. It's a contra entry, पैसा निकाल रहे हैं, ऑफिस के काम के लिए निकाल रहे हैं, तो पैसा बैंक से आ रहा है, it will be shown on debit side as to bank account, and here we'll be writing it as by cash account. As we have recorded the name bank, here we'll be writing the amount in cash column. As here we have recorded the name cash, so the amount will be recorded in bank column. In the left we'll be writing it as C. Then we have a transaction on March 27 paid to Sham 2,000, discount received 100 rupees. हम शाम को पैसा पे कर रहे, तो अपने पास से पैसे जा रहे, it will be shown on credit side as by Sham account, 2,000 will be shown in cash and 100 rupees will be shown in discount received column. Then we have a transaction on March 31st paid stationery and purchase stationery and paid through debit card. हम स्टेशनरी खरीद रहे, अपन डेबिट कार्ड से पेमेंट कर रहे, it will be shown on credit side as by stationery account, and amount as we are paying through debit card, it will be deducted from our bank account, so it will be recorded in bank column as by stationery 1,200 rupees. Now we'll be balancing it. How do you balance it? Doing the total on debit side of cash column and credit side of cash column, writing the highest total on both the sides, subtracting the small total from the highest total. The total here is 2 plus 4 6,700, 7,200, 7,700, 9,700, 10,000, 18,700, 19,500, 23,500, 24,400. The total on debit side is 24,400, whereas the total on credit side is 2 plus 2 4, 4,000, 5,100, 5,700, 6,700, 9,700. So 24,400 is more than 9,700, writing 24,400 on both the sides, subtracting total of credit from the total of debit, we are left out with an amount of 14,700, which will be recorded as by balance carried down, and the date will be taken as the last day for the month of March, which will be March 31st, and the same will be brought down on our opposite side as 2018 April 1st as to balance burden 14,700. Now balancing the total of bank column debit side, 5 plus 3 8, 8 plus 2 10, 10 plus 500, 10,500, whereas the total on credit side is 3,200. So 10,500 is more than 3,200, writing 10,500 on both the sides, subtracting 3,200 from 10,500. We are left out with an amount of 7,300, which will be recorded as by balance carried down 7,300. The same will be shown on opposite side as to balance brought down 7,300. Here the date will be taken as the last day for the month of March, which will be March 31st. And here the date will be taken as its immediate next day, which will be April 1st. The total of discount allowed is 300, whereas the total for discount received is 500 rupees. Next, continuing with next problem, page number 156, question number 13. Prepare triple column cash book from the following transactions. The transactions are given for the year 2019 for the month of Feb. The format is date particulars LF DA cash rupees bank rupees, date particulars LF DR cash rupees bank rupees. Towards section left will be reading DR debit, towards section right will be reading CR credit, and the heading will be taken as 3-column cash book. So here it is given as cash 9350, bank 10,000. It will be shown as to balance bar down 9350 in cash column and 10,000 in bank column. Then we have a transaction on February 4 cash sales. मतलब हम बेच रहे तो अपने को पैसा आ रहे. It will be shown on debit side as to sales account 2,800 will be recorded in cash column. Then we have a transaction on February 7 sold furniture and received amount through Google Pay. हम furniture बेच रहे अपने को Google Pay से पैसे आ रहे मतलब सीधा account में पैसा आ रहे. It will be shown on debit side as to furniture account and 6,000 will be shown in bank column. Then we have a transaction on Feb 10 cash deposited into bank. So cash and bank both are coming together. It will be a contra entry. It will be shown on credit side as by bank account and the same will be shown on debit side as to cash account. So here we have recorded the name cash, so the amount will be shown in bank column. Here we have recorded the name bank, so the amount will be shown in cash column. In LF will be writing it as C. Then we have a transaction on Feb 14 cash withdrawn from bank for personal use. इस बार हम पैसा निकाल रहे but जाति काम के लिए निकाल रहे. It will be shown on credit side as by drawings account क्योंकि ये owner अपने personal काम के लिए पैसा निकाल रहे. So it will be shown on credit side as Feb 14 by drawings account 600 rupees. Then we have a transaction on Feb 17 checks received from Naveen 5,800 discount allowed 200. Received from Naveen मतलब अपने को पैसे आ रहे. किसके पास से आ रहे? नवीन के पास से आ रहे. It will be shown on debit side as to Naveen account 5,800 will be shown in cash column because we are receiving check but we are not depositing in bank on the same day. So instead of writing it in bank column, we are writing it in cash column, assuming that we have received cash, and 200 will be shown in discount allowed column. Then we have a transaction audit charges. अपने पास से पैसा जा रहा है. It will be shown on credit side as Feb 21 by audit charges. So Feb 21 by audit charges 150 rupees. Then we have a transaction Feb 23rd Naveen's check deposited into bank. So when we are depositing, it becomes a contra entry. So on Feb 23rd, we'll be writing it as by bank and to cash. So here we have recorded cash, so the amount will be recorded in bank column. Here we have recorded bank, so the amount will be recorded in cash column. In LF, we'll be writing it as C. And after Feb 23rd, we have a transaction on Feb 25. Received a check from Manasa. Received a cash from Manasa 3,700. Discount allowed 300. So we are receiving cash. So it will be shown on debit side as to Manasa 3,700 in cash column, 300 in discount allowed column. Then we have a transaction on Feb 27 paid to Monica through check 1,900 in full settlement of her account 2,000. मतलब हम मोनिका को पैसे बन रही 1,900 रुपए बन रहे 2,000 बनना था तो 100 रुपए अपने को डिस्काउंट मिल रहा है. So it will be recorded as by Monica account. 1,900 will be shown in bank column, 100 will be shown in discount received column. Now balancing it. कैसा balance करेंगे? 9 plus 2 11, 11 plus 5 16, 16 plus 3 19, 19,800, 20,500. 20,500, 21,650. The total on debit side is 21,650, whereas the total on credit side is 5,800, 6,000, 10,000, 10,150. Subtracting 10,150 from it, the balance is 11,500 rupees, which will be recorded as by balance carried on 11,500. The same will be shown on opposite side as to balance brought on 11,500. Now balancing bank column 10 plus 6 16, 20, 25, 26. The total on debit side is 26,000, whereas the total on credit side is 2,500. So writing 26,000 on both the sides and subtracting 2,500, we are left out with an amount of 23,500, which will be recorded as by balance carried on 23,500. The same will be shown on opposite side as to balance brought on 23,500. The total of discount allowed is 500, whereas the total for discount received is 100. And for carried on, we will be writing the last day for the month of February, which will be 28 February, and for part on its immediate next day will be taken as 2018 March 1st. Next, page number 157, question number 14. Record the following transactions in cash book with bank, cash, bank, and discount columns. So again, we are required to prepare 3-column cash book. The transactions are given for the year 2019 for the month of April, which will be recorded as 2019 April 1st. To balance brought down. Cash balance is given as 8,000. Bank balance is given as 14,000. So cash will be recorded as 8,000. Bank will be recorded as 14,000. The format for 3-column cash book is date particulars. LF cash rupees, date particulars LF DA cash rupees bank rupees, date particulars LF DR cash rupees bank rupees. Towards section left will be writing DR debit, towards section right will be writing CR credit. Then we have a transaction on April 3rd. Issued check to Rahul 1450, discount received 50. हम राहुल को check दे रहे हैं, अपने पास से पैसे जा रहे. it will be shown on credit side as by Rahul account 1450 in bank column, 50 rupees in discount received column. Then we have a transaction on April 6, sales to net banking 2800. अपने को पैसे आ रहे हैं, it will be shown on debit side as to sales account 2800 will be shown in bank column. Then we have a transaction on April 9, withdrawn cash from bank, पैसे निकाल रहे हैं, बैंक से निकाल रहे हैं, it is a contra entry, it will be shown on debit side as to bank account. So on credit side it will be shown as by bank account, date will be taken as April 9. Here we have recorded bank, so the amount 29 will be shown in cash column. Here we have recorded cash, name cash, so amount 2900 will be shown in bank column. Then after April 9, we have a transaction on April 11, received a check from Raju 1450 in full settlement of his account 1500, check sent to bank. Raju अन्ना से अपने को 1500 रुपए आना था, 1450 आ रहे हैं, 50 रुपए हम डिस्काउंट दे रहे हैं और उसी दिन बैंक में डिपॉजिट कर रहे हैं. So it will be shown on debit side as April 11 to Raju account, 1450 will be shown in bank column, 50 will be shown in discount allowed column. Then we have a transaction on April 16, purchases through debit card. हम सामान खरीद रहे हैं, डेबिट कार्ड से मतलब बैंक से पेमेंट हो रही है. It will be shown on credit side as April 16 by purchases 2400 will be shown in bank column. Then we have a transaction on April 19, cash paid to bank. पैसा जा रहा है, बैंक में जा रहा है. It will be shown on credit side as April 19 by bank. Again here it will be shown as to cash. Here we have recorded cash, so the amount 800 will be shown in bank column. Here we have recorded bank, so the amount 800 will be shown in cash column. In LF will be reading it as CC. Then we have a transaction on April 24, purchase machinery. हम मशीन खरीद रहे हैं, अपने पास से पैसे जा रहे हैं. It will be shown on credit side as by machinery account 4000 rupees. Then we have a transaction on April 26, received cash from Shaker 350, discount allowed 50. It will be shown on debit side as to Shaker account 350 in cash column, 50 in discount allowed column. Then we have a transaction on April 28, salary 650. अपने पास से पैसे जा रहे हैं. It will be shown on credit side as by salaries account 650 rupees. Then we have a transaction on April 30, cash drawn from bank for personal use. It's drawings. It will be recorded on credit side as April 30 by drawings account 2300 rupees. Now balancing it. How do we balance it? The total on debit side, discount allowed is 100, so we'll be writing it as 100. Discount received total is 50, we'll be writing it as 50. Doing the total on debit side of cash column, 8 plus 2, 10, 10,900, 11,250. The total on debit side is 11,250, whereas the total on credit side is 4,800, 5,450. So subtracting 5,450 from 11,250, we are left out with an amount of 5,800, which will be recorded as by balance carried down 5,800. The same will be shown on opposite side as to balance bottom 5,800. Here the date will be taken as the last day for the month of April, which will be April 30. And here its immediate next day will be taken as 2019 May 1st. Now balancing bank column, 14 plus 2, 16, 16 plus 1, 17, 18,200, 19,050 rupees. And the total here is 2,000, 2,000, 4,000, 4,700, 6,700, 7,600, 8,000, 9,050 rupees. So 9,050 rupees. So subtracting 9,050 from 19,050, we are left out with an amount of 10,000, which will be recorded as by balance carried down 10,000. The same will be shown on opposite side as to balance brought down 10,000, and the total on both the sides of bank column will be taken as 19,050 rupees, 19,050 rupees. For carried down, the date will be taken as November 30, April 30, and for brought down, its immediate next day will be taken as May 1st. So discount allowed total is 100, whereas discount received total is 50. Next. Page number 158, question number 15. Prepare a triple column cash book from the following information. The format for 3-column cash book is date particulars LF DA cash rupees bank rupees, date particulars LF DR cash rupees bank rupees. Towards extreme left will be reading DR debit, towards extreme right will be reading CR credit, and the name will be taken as 3-column cash book. Then we have the transactions for 2018 July 1st. It is given as cash in hand 12,500, cash at bank 14,800, which will be shown as to balance brought down 12,500 for cash column, 14,800 for bank column. Then we have June 3 cash sales. मतलब हम सामान बेच रहे हैं, अपने को पैसे आ रहे हैं. It will be shown on debit side as June 3 to sales account 3,000 rupees. Then we have a transaction on June 7, purchased goods from Ashok and paid by check 5,000 rupees. हम अशोक को पेमेंट कर सामान खरीद रहे, पेमेंट चेक से कर रहे. It will be shown on credit side as by purchase account 5,000 will be shown in bank column. Next we have a transaction June 10, cash paid into bank. It's a contra entry. पैसा जा रहा है, बैंक में जा रहा है. By bank account, the same will be shown on debit side as to cash account. Here we have recorded cash, so amount 1,800 will be shown in bank column, and in LF will be reading it as C. Here we have recorded bank, so the amount will be recorded in cash column, and in LF will be reading it as C. Then we have a transaction on 12, cash paid to Lakshmi 1850, discount received 240. So it will be shown on credit side as by Lakshmi account 1850 will be shown in cash column, 240 will be shown in discount received column. Then we have a transaction June 16, cash withdrawn from bank for office use. पैसा आ रहा है, बैंक से आ रहा है. It will be shown on debit side as June 16 to bank account, and here we have recorded to bank, so here we'll be writing it as by cash. Here we have recorded name bank, so the amount will be shown in cash column. Here we have recorded cash, so the amount will be recorded in bank column, and in left will be writing it as C. Then after 16, we have a transaction on June 19, sold machinery and amount received through Paytm. हम machine बेच रहे हैं, बदले में अपने को Paytm से पैसे आ रहे हैं. It will be shown on debit side as 19 to machinery account 2400 rupees. Next, we have a transaction on after June 19. We have a transaction on June 28. Received check from Vishnu 1980. Discount allowed 120. Vishnu check deposited into bank. Vishnu अन्ना से अपने को चेक आ रहा, उसी दिन लेके जाके बैंक में डिपॉजिट कर रहे. It will be shown on debit side as June 28 to Vishnu 120 will be shown in discount allowed column, 1980 will be shown in bank column. Then we have a transaction on June 30, salary is paid by check 3280. अपने पास से पैसे जा रहे हैं, तनख्वाह के नाम पे जा रहे हैं. It will be shown on credit side as by salary account 3280. Now balancing it. कैसा balancing करेंगे? 12 plus 3 15, 15 plus 2 17, 17 plus 500 17,500. Whereas the total on credit side is 1,000, 2,000, 3,600, 3,800. So subtracting 3,800 from 17,500, we are left out with an amount of 13,700, which will be recorded as by balance card down 30,700. The same will be shown on opposite side as to balance bar down 13,700. The total for cash column will be taken as 17,500, 17,500. Now balancing bank column 14 plus 1 15, 16,600, 17,000, 19,000, 20,980. The total on debit side is 20,980, whereas the total on credit side is 3 plus 2 5, 5 plus 5 10, 10,280. So subtracting 10,280, then the amount is 10,700, which will be recorded as by balance carried down 10,700. The same will be shown on opposite side as to balance bar down 10,700. Here the date will be taken as the last day for the month of June, which will be June 30. And here its immediate next day, which will be recorded as 2018 July 1st to balance bar down 13,700 for cash column, 10,700 for bank column. The total of discount allowed is 120, whereas the total for discount received is 240 rupees. Next, page number 158, question number 16. Prepare 3-column cash book from the following particulars. The format for 3-column cash book is date particulars LF, DA, cash rupees, bank rupees, date particulars LF, DR, cash rupees, bank rupees. Towards section left will be writing DR debit, towards section right will be writing CR credit. The transactions are given for the year 2018. For the month of July, it is given as cash in hand, cash at bank. It will be shown as to balance bar down, 6,000 will be shown in cash column, 10,000 will be shown in bank column. Then we have a transaction on July 5th, cash sales. Cash sales का मतलब क्या? हम सामान बेच रहे हैं, बेचे तो अपने को पैसे आ रहे हैं. It will be shown on debit side as to sales account, 1900 will be shown in cash column. Then we have a transaction on July 7th, issued check to DMart 1800, discount received 200. Issued check मतलब हम अपने पास से पैसे दे रहे हैं, अपने पास से पैसे जा रहे हैं. किसको दे रहे हैं? DMart को दे रहे हैं. It will be shown on credit side as by DMart account, 1800 will be shown in bank column, 200 will be shown in discount received column. Then we have a transaction on July 8, received cash from site traders 1850, discount allowed 150. It will be shown on debit side as to site traders. To site traders 1850 will be shown in cash column, 150 will be shown in discount allowed column. Then we have a transaction cash withdrawn from bank for office use, July 14. तो July 14 में अपने पैसे निकाल रहे, बैंक से निकाल रहे. It will be shown on debit side as to bank account, and on credit side it will be shown as by cash account. Here we have recorded the name cash, so the amount 550 will be shown in bank column. Here we have recorded the name bank, so the amount 550 will be shown in cash column. Here we have in the left will be writing it as C. Even here in the left will be writing it as C. Then we have a transaction on July 14, cash withdrawn from bank for office use. अपन बैंक से पैसे निकाल रहे हैं, तो अपने को पैसे आ रहे हैं. कहाँ से आ रहे हैं? बैंक से आ रहे हैं. It will be shown on debit side as to bank account, and on credit side it will be shown as by cash account. So here we have recorded bank, so the amount 550 will be shown in cash column. Here we have recorded cash, so the amount 550 will be shown in bank column. Then we have a transaction on July 22, cash purchases. Cash purchase मतलब हम सामान खरीद रहे हैं, अपने पास से पैसे जा रहे हैं. It will be shown on credit side as July 22 by purchase account 600 rupees. Then after this we have a transaction July 29, paid into bank. Paid into bank कितना पे कर रहे हैं हम? 800 rupees पे कर रहे हैं. So cash is going. It will be recorded on credit side as by bank account. So here we have recorded by bank. So on debit side we'll be writing it as to cash. So here we have recorded cash. So the amount will be recorded in bank column. Here we have recorded a bank. So the amount will be recorded in cash column. ₹800. Then we have a transaction on June 30, salaries paid by check 2,400 rupees. So it will be recorded as by salaries account 2,400 rupees in bank column. Then we have a transaction that bank charges as per passbook 50 rupees. So we'll be writing it as by bank charges 50 rupees in bank column. Now we'll be balancing it. How do we balance it? The total on debit side of cash column is 6 plus 1 7, 7 plus 1 8, 8,000, 9,750, 9,800, 9,800, 10,300. The total on debit side is 10,300, whereas the total on credit side is 1,400. So 10,300 is more than 1,400. So 10,300 will be recorded on both the sides of cash column. Subtracting 1,400 from 10,300, we are left out with an amount of 8,900, which will be recorded as by balance carried down 8,900. The same will be shown on opposite side as to balance brought down 8,900. Doing the total for bank column 10,800. The total on credit side is 1,800, 2,350, 2,750, 4,750. 4,800. Subtracting 4,800 from it, we are left out with an amount of 6,000, which will be recorded as by balance carried down on same day, July 31st. The same will be brought down on opposite side as 2018 August 1st to balance brought down 6,000 rupees. The total of discount allowed is 150, whereas the total for discount received is 200. Next, we have a problem, page number 159, question number 17. Prepare triple column cash book. So 3 column cash book में हम रहना फिर से फॉर्मेट बनाएंगे सेम डेट पर्टिकुलर एलएफ डीए कैश रुपीस बैंक रुपीस डेट पर्टिकुलर एलएफ डीआर कैश रुपीस बैंक रुपीस टुवर्ड्स एक्सट्रीम लेफ्ट विल बी राइटिंग डीआर टुवर्ड्स एक्सट्रीम राइट विल बी राइटिंग सीआर क्रेडिट and the name of the book will be taken as 3 column cash book. So the transactions are given as 2018 February 1st, cash balance 12,000, bank balance 8,000. It will be shown on debit side as to balance brought down 12,000 in cash column, 8,000 in bank column, and the date will be taken as 2019 February 1st. Then we have a transaction on February 3rd. Issued check to Rama 3950, discount 50. So issued check to Rama का मतलब क्या, हम रामा को पैसे दे रहे हैं, अपने पास से पैसे जा रहे हैं. It will be shown on credit side as 2019 February 3rd by Rama account 3950 will be shown in bank column, 50 will be shown in discount received column. Then February 6 cash sales 4500. तो अपन सामान बेच रहे तो अपने को पैसे आ रहे हैं. It will be shown on debit side as February 6 to sales account 4,500 rupees. Then we have a transaction on February 10. Cash deposited into bank. अपने पास से पैसे जा रहे हैं. It will be shown on credit side as by bank account. So it is a contra entry. इधर by bank लिखे तो इस तरफ क्या लिखेंगे हम, to cash account. So here we have recorded the name cash, so the amount will be shown in bank column. Here we have recorded the name bank, so the amount will be shown in cash column, and in LF will be writing it as CC. Then after 10 we have a transaction on February 18. Received cash from Mohan, check discount, check deposited into bank. तो हम मोहन से अपने को cash आ रहा, check आ रहा, discount आ रहा. So it will be shown on debit side as to Mohan account 400 in discount allowed column, 2,800 in cash column, 5,800 in बैंक कॉलम. बैंक में क्यों लिखे, क्योंकि मोहन का चेक उसी दिन बैंक में डिपॉजिट कर दिए. देन वी हैव February 20 परचेजेस, अपने पास से पैसे जा रहे हैं. इट विल बी शोन ऑन क्रेडिट साइड एज February 20 by purchases account 3,400 rupees. Then after February 20 we have a transaction on February 23rd. मोहन चेक डिसऑनर्ड, मतलब मोहन के पास से जो 5,800 का चेक डिपॉजिट कर दिए थे, वो पैसे आते समझ के लिख लेते, वो कैंसिल हो गया. डिसऑनर्ड मतलब मोहन के अकाउंट में उतना सफिशिएंट बैलेंस नहीं था, so it was returned dishonored. तो उसको कैंसिल करने के लिए अपोजिट साइड लिखेंगे February 23rd by Mohan account 5,800 rupees. Then we have a transaction on February 24, rent paid by check 1,000 rupees. It will be shown on credit side as by rent account, and the amount as we are paying through check, it will be shown in bank column as 1,000 rupees. Then we have a transaction on February 28, drew from bank for office use 1,600. It's a contra entry. It will be shown on debit side as to bank account, and on credit side as by cash account. Here we have recorded the name bank, so the amount 1,600 will be recorded in cash column. Here we have recorded cash, so the amount 1,600 will be recorded in bank column. In LF will be writing it as C. Now balancing it. How do we balance it? The total on debit side is 12 plus 4, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20,100, 20,900. Whereas the total on credit side is 5,900. So 20,900 is more than 5,900. So 20,900 will be recorded on both the sides. Subtracting 5,900 from 20,900, we are left out with an amount of 15,000, which will be recorded as Feb 28 by balance carried down 15,000. The same will be brought down on opposite side as 2019 March 1st to balance brought down 15,000. Now balancing debit side of bank column 8 plus 2, 10, 15, 15,000, 16,300. The total on debit side is 16,300, whereas the total on credit side is 3 plus 5, 8, 9, 10, 11,400, 11,400, 12,350. Subtracting it, we are left out with an amount of 3,950, which will be recorded as by balance carried down 3,950. The same will be shown on opposite side as to balance brought down 3,950. The total on the discount allowed is 400 rupees, whereas the total for discount received is 50 rupees. Next, page number 160, question number 18. Prepare triple column cash book from the following. The format for triple column cash book is date particulars LF DA cash rupees bank rupees, date particulars LF DR cash rupees bank rupees. Towards extreme left will be writing DR debit, towards extreme right will be writing CR credit, and the heading will be taken as 3 column cash book. The transactions are given for the year 2019 for the month of April. It is given as cash in hand 5,600, cash at bank 10,500, which will be shown on debit side as to April 2019 April 1st to balance brought down 5,600 for cash column, 10,500 for bank column. Then we have April 4 cash deposited into bank. It's a contra entry. पैसे जा रहे बैंक में जा रहे. It will be shown on credit side as by bank account and on debit side as to cash account. Here we'll be writing it as we have recorded cash, we will be writing the amount in bank column. And here as we have recorded bank, we'll be writing the amount in cash column. And in LF we'll be writing it as C, which means contra. Then we have a transaction on April 6 cash sales. मतलब हम सामान बेच रहे, अपने को पैसे आ रहे. It will be shown on debit side as to sales account 2,100 rupees. Then we have a transaction on April 10 commission paid through Paytm. अपने पास से पैसे जा रहे और बैंक से जा रहे. It will be shown on credit side as the commission account and the amount will be deducted from bank. Then we have a transaction on April 13 received cash from Rajesh 4600 discount allowed 400. It will be shown on debit side as to Rajesh account. 4600 will be shown in cash column. 400 will be shown in discount allowed column. Then we have a transaction on April 15 issued check to Shekhar 2500 discount received 200. It will be shown on credit side as by Shekhar account. 2500 will be shown on credit side and 200 will be shown as discount received. Then Shekhar के बाद we have another transaction as April 18 purchases. Purchase मतलब हम अपने पास से सामान खरीदे, अपने पास से पैसे जा रहे. It will be shown on credit side as by purchases 2,600 rupees. Then after purchases we have a transaction cash withdrawn from bank for office use. April 23rd, it's a contra entry. It will be shown on debit side as to bank account and the same will be shown on credit side as by cash account. So here we have recorded bank, so the amount will be shown in cash column, whereas here the amount we have recorded the name as cash, so the amount will be shown in bank column 600 rupees. Then after contra entry we have a transaction April 25 sold furniture. हम furniture बेच रहे, अपने को पैसे आ रहे. It will be shown on debit side as to furniture account and the amount will be shown in cash column. Then we have a transaction as April 30 check received from Vaibhav 7500 discount allowed 100 and the check is deposited into bank. So Vaibhav से अपने को check आ रहा, उसी दिन लेके जाके बैंक में deposit कर रहे. So it will be shown on April 30 as to Vaibhav account 7500 and the discount allowed will be taken as 100 rupees. The total of discount allowed is 500, so we'll be writing it as 500. The total of discount received is 200, we'll be writing it as 200. Now balancing cash column 5 plus 2 7, 7 plus 4 11, 11 plus 3 14, 14,800, 15,100, 15,200, 15,800, 16,100. 5 plus 2 7, 7,700, 8 9 10 11,700, 12,300, 12,900, 13,100, 16,100. The total on debit side is 16,100, whereas the total on credit side is 4,100. So subtracting 4,100 from 16,000, we are left out with an amount of 12,000, which will be recorded as by balance carried down. 12,000 on April 30. The same will be shown on opposite side as May 1st, 2019. May 1st to balance button 12,000 for cash column. Now balancing bank column 10, 11, 12, 19,500. The total on debit side is 19,500, whereas the total on credit side is 4,300. Subtracting 4,300, we are left out 4,300. We are left out with an amount of 15,200, which will be recorded as by balance carried down 15,300. The same will be shown on opposite side as to balance bottom 15,200. Here the date will be taken as April 30. Here the date will be taken as May 1st. Page number 160, question number 19. This is the last problem for the topic 3 column cash book. Then we'll start analytical petty cash book. The format for 3 column cash book is date particular self DA cash rupees bank rupees, date particular self DR cash rupees bank rupees. Towards section left will be writing DR debit, towards section right will be writing CR credit, and the name will be taken as 3 column cash book. Here it is given as 2019 November 1st cash in hand, cash at bank. So both will be shown on debit side as to balance brought down. Cash will be shown as 10,000 rupees and bank will be shown as 5,000 rupees. Then we have a transaction on November 5 as sales. Sales का मतलब क्या, हम सामान बेच रहे हैं, अपने को पैसे आ रहे हैं. It will be shown on debit side as November 5 to sales account 2,500 rupees. Then we have a transaction on November 8 purchases. Purchase मतलब हम सामान खरीद रहे हैं, अपने पास से पैसे जा रहे हैं. It will be shown on credit side as 2018 November 8 by purchases account 1,800 rupees. Then we have a transaction on November 11 received from Vineet 4,800 discount allowed 200. अपने को Vineet से पैसे आ रहे हैं. It will be shown on debit side as November 11 to Vineet account 4,800 in cash column, 200 in discount allowed column. Then we have a transaction on November 16 purchase furniture for cash. अपन फर्नीचर खरीद रहे हैं, बदले में उसके पैसे दे रहे हैं, अपने पास से पैसे जा रहे हैं. It will be shown on credit side as November 16 by furniture account 3,500 rupees. Then we have a transaction on November 19 deposited into bank. Deposited into bank का मतलब क्या, हम बैंक में पैसे जमा कर रहे हैं, तो अपने पास से पैसे जा रहे हैं, बैंक में जा रहे हैं. It will be shown on credit side as November 19 by bank account and on debit side it will be shown as November 19 to cash account. In cash will be as we have recorded the name cash. the amount will be shown in bank column. As we have recorded the name bank, the amount will be shown in cash column, and in left will be writing it as C. Then after November 19, you have a transaction November 22 paid cartage. अपने पास से पैसे जा रहे, cartage के नाम पे जा रहे. It will be shown on credit side as November 22 by cartage account 400 rupees. Then after cartage, we have a transaction November 23 check received to Sudhir 3800 in full settlement of his account 4000. मतलब हम वो बंदे को 4000 रुपए देना था, 3800 पे बात खत्म कर रहे. It will be shown on credit side as by Sudhir account 3800 will be shown in bank column, 200 will be shown in discount received column. Then we have a transaction number 25 cash withdrawn from bank for office use. हम बैंक से पैसे निकाल रहे हैं, अपने को पैसे आ रहे हैं, बैंक से आ रहे हैं. It will be shown on debit side as to bank account, and on credit side it will be shown as the cash account. Here we have recorded the name bank, so the amount will be shown in cash column. Here we have recorded the name cash, so the amount will be shown in bank column. In the left will be writing it as C. Then we have a transaction on 27 wages. Wages का मतलब हम पैसे बन रहे हैं, तो पैसे अपने पास से जा रहे हैं. It will be shown on credit side as by wages account. So उधर wages बोल के लिखेंगे credit में 600 rupees. Next we have a transaction on November 30 received rent through Paytm. तो अपने को rent आ रहा, Paytm से आ रहा. It will be shown on debit side as to rent account. 200 will be shown in bank column. Now we'll be balancing it. How do we balance it? 10 plus 2 12, 12 plus 4 16, 16 plus 2 18, 18,000, 18,000, 19,600, 20,100. The total on debit side is 20,100. Whereas the total on credit side is 1,000, 7,000, 10,000, 11,000, 12,300. So 20,100 is more than 12,300. Subtracting 12,300 from 20,100, we are left with an amount of 7,800, which will be recorded as by balance carried down. And the same will be shown on opposite side as to balance button 7,800 for cash column. Now balancing in bank column 6 plus 5 11, 11,200, whereas the total on credit side is 6,600. Subtracting 6,600 from 11,200, we are left with an amount of 4,600, which will be recorded as by balance carried down 4,600 for bank column. The same will be shown on opposite side as to balance button 4,600 for bank column. Here the date will be taken as November 30, and here its immediate next day will be taken as December 1st. The total of discount allowed is 200, whereas the total for discount received is 200. Now let us start analytical petty cash book. Page number 161, analytical petty cash book. So analytical petty cash book is prepared in order to have a track record of all petty expenses. हर ऑर्गेनाइजेशन में छोटे मोटे खर्चे रहते, तो डेली हेड कैशियर को जो है ना वो पेटी एक्सपेंसेस नहीं पूछ के, कैशियर का काम क्या रहता, he needs to calculate the required amount in order to meet all petty expenses. छोटे मोटे खर्चे जो भी रहेंगे वो पूरे खर्चों का जो हिसाब आएगा वो कैशियर करके क्या करेंगे, हेड कैशियर को बता देंगे. हेड कैशियर क्या करेंगे, एट द बिगिनिंग ऑफ द मंथ वो पूरा अमाउंट दे देंगे, एंड द कैशियर इज रिक्वायर्ड टू पे यूटिलाइज द अमाउंट थ्रू आउट द मंथ. फॉर एग्जांपल एक ऑर्गेनाइजेशन में छोटे मोटे चीजों पे खर्चा जो है ना महीने के 500 रुपए आ रहे, तो हेड कैशियर क्या करेंगे, मंथ के स्टार्टिंग में वो 500 रुपए दे देंगे. अब थ्रू आउट दी मंथ वो जो भी खर्चे छोटे मोटे खर्चे रहेंगे, कैशियर का काम क्या रहता है वो 500 में से यूज कर लेना. फिर एट द एंड ऑफ द मंथ ही विल शो दी कैलकुलेशंस का वो 500 में कितने पैसे बचे हुए हैं. फॉर एग्जांपल ही हैव स्पेंट ₹300 ड्यूरिंग दैट मंथ, तो बैलेंस अमाउंट कितना है, 200 है. तो हेड कैशियर एवरी मंथ क्या डिसाइड करे थे, 500 डिसाइड करे थे, तो ऑलरेडी बैलेंस 200 है. तो नेक्स्ट मंथ हेड कैशियर क्या देंगे, सिर्फ 300 देंगे in order to make it equal to 500. Already he has 200 balance of last month. Now he'll be advancing him only 300 rupees. So now let us discuss analytical petty cash book. Analytical का मतलब यहाँ पे छोटे से छोटे खर्चे को भी आप एनालाइज करते कि थ्रू आउट दी मंथ कौन से खर्चे पे कितना पैसा ऑर्गेनाइजेशन का खर्च हो रहा. सैलरी मतलब छोटे छोटे एक्सपेंसेस पे, पेपर पे भी पैसा लग रहा तो पूरे महीने में कितना लग रहा, पेन, स्टेशनरी, जेरोक्स, ये सब चीजों पे एक एक चीज पे कितना पैसा खर्च हो रहा है इसको एनालाइज करते हैं. इसीलिए इसका नाम क्या है, एनालिटिकल पेटी कैश बुक. So here are the transactions 2019 January 1st. Here is the question. 2019 January 1st, the format for analytical petty cash book is cash received, LF number, date, particulars, voucher number, total payments. Here is analysis of payments. This will be discussing while solving the problem. So first it is given as 2019 January 1st. So here the date will be taken as 2019 January 1st. Check received from head cashier. अपने को head cashier से पैसे आ रहे, so it will be shown as to bank account and the amount will be taken as 350 rupees. तो अपने को पूरा महीना कितने पैसों में गुजारना है, 350 में गुजारना है. So here it is given as January 3rd postal charges. So we are paying for postal charges on January 3rd. It will be shown as by postal charges. कितना पे करे, 25. तो total payments में 25 लिखेंगे. Analysis of payment में column बढ़ा लेंगे, postage and telegram, जिसपे लिए आप 25 rupees अलग से बताएंगे. Then we have spent on T expenses on 6th as 30 rupees. तो अब इसके लिए बाद फिर से डेट लिखेंगे, January 6th by T expenses 30 rupees will be shown as total payments. Then another column will be shown as refreshment, जिसमें लिखेंगे 30 rupees. Then we have spent on speed post charges. So it will be shown as January 7 speed post charges टोटल पेमेंट्स में बताएंगे हम 25। अब ये स्पीड पोस्ट पोस्टेज एंड टेलीग्राम में आ जाता तो दोबारा पोस्टेज एंड टेलीग्राम में लिखेंगे 25। एंड आफ्टर January 7 वी हैव अ ट्रांजैक्शन ऑन January 9 वेजेस, तो हम वेजेस के लिए 55 खर्च कर रहे हैं. सो अगेन इट विल बी शोन एज बाय वेजेस, total expenditure will be shown as 55, and again a separate column will be prepared for wages where we will be writing it as 55 rupees. After January 9 we have a transaction on January 11, refreshment 15 rupees. So again we'll be writing it as by refreshment 15 rupees will be shown in total payments. Again we'll be preparing a column for already we prepared a column for refreshment, तो T में जो था वो refreshment में लिख देंगे 15 rupees. Then after refreshments we have 15th paid for stationery, so it will be recorded as by stationery. Then again 28 rupees, we will be preparing a separate column for printing and stationery where we will be writing it as 28 rupees. And after January 15 we have loading unloading charges on January 20, 23 rupees. So it will be shown as by unloading charges, and total expenditure will be, total payments will be shown as 23 rupees, and then again we'll be showing a separate column as unloading charges and freight 23 rupees. Then we have paid for carriage on 21st, it is 32 rupees. So again we'll be writing it as by carriage account, and the amount will be taken as 32, and the same amount will be recorded in unloading column as 32 rupees. Now we'll be totaling it. तो अपने को जो मंथ के स्टार्टिंग में जो पैसे मिले थे हेड कैशियर से कितने मिले थे 350 मिले थे, उसमें से हम पैसे खर्च करें, कितना खर्च करें 233 रुपीस खर्च करें. ये कैसा आया, ये पूरे चीजों को ऐड कर लिया हम 25, 30, 35, 55, 15, 28, 30, 28, 23, 32, यहाँ तक जो पैसा खर्च हुआ वो कितना पैसा खर्च हुआ 233 रुपीस खर्च हुए. तो अब अपने पास कैशियर के अकाउंटेंट के पास क्या पैसे बचे हुए हैं 117 बचे हुए हैं, which will be recorded as by balance carried down 117, and the date will be taken as the last day for the month of January. The same will be brought down on opposite side as to balance brought down, and the date will be taken as its immediate next day, which will be February 1st. It will be shown as 117. तो हेड कैशियर अपने को क्या वादा करे थे, एवरी मंथ 350 देते बोले थे, तब उसमें से ऑलरेडी अपने पास ये मंथ का बैलेंस क्या है 117 है. तो जब February 1 स्टार्ट हो जाएगा तो अपने को हेड कैशियर से वापस कितने पैसे आएंगे, सिर्फ जो ये महीने में खर्च करे थे वो पैसे आएंगे 233. तो पहले के 117 वैसी है, अब ये 233 मिला लिए, तो अब फिर वापस February के 350 अकाउंटेंट के पास है. सो अगेन द अकाउंटेंट विल यूटिलाइज द अमाउंट ऑफ 350 टू मीट द पेटी एक्सपेंसेस इन द मंथ ऑफ February. अब ये एनालाइज करेंगे. एनालाइज करने का मतलब क्या, कौन सी चीज पे हम पूरे महीने में कितना पैसा खर्च करें. तो प्रिंटिंग एंड स्टेशनरी पे जो है ना टोटल एक्सपेंडिचर पूरे मंथ में कितना आ रहा 50 रुपीज आ रहा, इट इज 50 रुपीज. फिर प्रिंटिंग एंड स्टेशनरी के बाद रिफ्रेशमेंट में अपने को पूरे मंथ में कितना आ रहा 45 रुपीज आ रहा. देन वेजेस पे अपने को पूरे मंथ पे कितना खर्चा आ रहा 55 आ रहा. देन प्रिंटिंग एंड स्टेशनरी पे अपने को कितना खर्चा, ये पोस्टेज एंड टेलीग्राम था ये. फिर अब ये प्रिंटिंग एंड स्टेशनरी पे अपने को टोटल एक्सपेंडिचर कितना आ रहा 28 आ रहा. कैरियज और अनलोडिंग में अपने को टोटल एक्सपेंडिचर कितना आया 55 आया. कैरियज पे 32 आया, अनलोडिंग में 23 आया. फिर और दो कॉलम्स क्या है अपने पास, ऑन अकाउंट रिमार्क्स. ऑन अकाउंट का मतलब जो है ना, रिमार्क्स के अलावा ऑन अकाउंट क्या है, अगर किसी बंदे को हम पेमेंट कर रहे हैं तो वो बंदे का अमाउंट ऑन अकाउंट के कॉलम में लिखेंगे. नेक्स्ट पेज नंबर 162, क्वेश्चन नंबर 21. प्रिपेयर एनालिटिकल पेटी कैश बुक. अगेन द फॉर्मेट फॉर एनालिटिकल पेटी कैश बुक इज cash received, LF number, date, particulars, voucher number, total payments, analysis of payments. Heading will be analytical petty cash book. So here we have received cash advance received from head cashier 400 rupees for the month of February 1st for the year 2019. So the date will be taken as 2019 February 1st to cash account 400 rupees. तो अपने को ये पूरा महीना कितने पैसों में गुजारना है 400 रुपए में गुजारना है. So here it is given as paid railway fare, paid repairs, paid for papers and envelopes, paid for stationery, paid to Praveen on account, tea expenses, paid for office expenses, paid for traveling expenses. तो ये पूरे dates एक के बाद एक लिखेंगे 4, 5, 6, 9, 10, 14, 16, 19. So here it will be recorded as 4, 5, 6, 9, 10, 11, 9, 10, 14, 16, 19. तो ये पूरी चीजें जो पे करते गए वो एक एक चीज लिख लेंगे. हम कैसा लिखेंगे, हम पहले सबसे पहले कौन सा पे करें, वी हैव पेड फॉर railway fare, so it will be shown as February 4 by railway fare. Total payments will be shown as 39 rupees. Again for a column in analysis of payment, a column will be prepared as transport, in which we will be writing it as 39. Then we paid for repairs, so it will be shown as by repairs, and in total payments it will be shown as 45, and a column for repairs will be drafted and it will be recorded as 45. Then we paid for papers and envelopes, it will be shown as by papers and envelopes 26 rupees and total payments, and again a separate column will be shown for printing and stationery where we will be writing the amount as 26 rupees. Then we paid for stationery on 9. So it will be shown as by stationery account, and the total payments will be shown as 18 rupees. And again, stationery amount will be shown in pending and stationery column as 18 rupees. Then we have an amount transaction on 10th paid to Praveen on account 50 rupees. हम Praveen को pay करे, so it will be shown as by Praveen account, and the amount will be shown in total payments as well as in on account. तो यहाँ 50 total payments में भी बताएंगे, on account में भी बताएंगे. Next we have T expenses. T के खर्चे है, office expenses है, traveling expenses है. So these three will be shown as by T expenses, by office expenses, by traveling expenses. तो total payments में 40, 35, 60 बता देंगे. तो यहाँ पे टी जो है ना रिफ्रेशमेंट में आ गया, ऑफिस एक्सपेंसेस जो है ना 35 और ट्रैवलिंग दोनों एक ही कॉलम में बना लिए हम 35 एंड 32. जब अपने को स्पेस बस नहीं होती तो एक कॉलम में दो कॉमन आइटम्स रहते हैं, वो क्लब कर ले सकते हैं हम. नेक्स्ट वी हैव रिमार्क्स. तो अब इसके बाद ये जो है ना जो अपने को 400 रुपए मिले थे, उसमें से हम पूरे कितने पैसे खर्च कर रहे, 313 रुपए खर्च कर रहे. तो अपने को क्या पैसे बच रहे, 87 रुपीज बच रहे, which will be recorded as by balance carried down Feb 28 87,000. The same will be brought down on opposite side as to balance brought down March 1st 87 rupees. तो अपने को हेड कैशियर से जो पैसे आ रहे थे वो कितने आ रहे थे, 400 रुपए आ रहे थे. तो ये मंथ अपने पास क्या बैलेंस बचा हुआ है, 87 बचा हुआ है. तो खर्च कितना हुआ, 313 खर्च हुआ. तो नेक्स्ट मंथ स्टार्टिंग में हेड कैशियर अपने को कितने पैसे देंगे, 313 रुपीज देंगे. अब इसका एनालाइज करेंगे हम कौन सी चीज पे कितना खर्च कर रहे हैं. तो पहली चीज फर्स्ट कॉलम क्या था, ट्रांसपोर्टेशन पे अपने को ये मंथ कितना पैसा खर्च हुआ, 99 रुपीज खर्च हुए. रिपेयर्स पे कितने पैसे खर्च हुए, 45 रुपीज खर्च हुए. फिर प्रिंटिंग एंड स्टेशनरी पे कितने पैसे खर्च हुए, 44 रुपीज खर्च हुए. देन रिफ्रेशमेंट में कितने पैसे खर्च हुए, 40 रुपीज खर्च हुए. फिर ऑफिस एक्सपेंसेस पे और दूसरे ट्रैवलिंग पे अपने को कितने पैसे खर्च हुए, 67 रुपीज खर्च हुए. फिर ऑन अकाउंट बंदों को कितना पे करे, 50 रुपीज पे करे. तो ऐसा हम विल बी कीपिंग ए ट्रैक रिकॉर्ड ऑफ ईच एंड एवरी पेटी एक्सपेंसेस दैट वी हैव इनकर्ड ड्यूरिंग द मंथ. कौन से दिन पे करे, कितना पे करे, ऐसा टोटल वो चीज पे अपने को मंथली एक्सपेंडिचर क्या आ रहा. कमिंग टू लास्ट प्रॉब्लम फॉर दी चैप्टर 5 कैश बुक, पेज नंबर 162, क्वेश्चन नंबर 22. From the following particulars, prepare analytical petty cash book. The transactions are given for the year 2019. Received from head cashier. The format for analytical petty cash book is cash received, LF, date, particulars, voucher number, total payments. Here we have analysis of payment. So as we are receiving cash from head cashier, it will be shown as 2019 March 1st to कैश अकाउंट 300 रुपीज. तो अपने को ये पूरा महीना कितने पैसों में गुजारना है, 300 रुपए में गुजारना है. सो नेक्स्ट on second we paid for tiffin expenses, so it will be shown as by tiffin expenses, and the amount will be in total payments will be writing it as 32 rupees, and we will be preparing a column as refreshment where we will be writing it as 32 rupees. Then after tiffin expenses we have paid for auto charges, so it will be shown as by auto charges. In total payments we'll be writing it as 16 rupees, and then we'll prepare a column as transport, we'll be writing it as 16 rupees. Then after March 5 we have a transaction on March 7 telegram charges. It will be shown as by telegram charges, and in total expenditure we'll be writing it as 18, and a separate column will be prepared as postage and telegram where we'll be writing it as 18 rupees. Then we have spent for, after telegram we spent for STD charges. It will be recorded in particulars as by STD charges, and in total payments we'll be writing it as 21. Then again we'll be writing the amount in postage STD, in which we have recorded it as postage, STD and stationery. So as there is spacing problem, we have clubbed the columns. Then again we have Xerox charges on 14. So Xerox charges we have paid. So it will be shown in total payments as by Xerox, and the amount will be shown in total payments, 15 rupees. A separate column will be prepared for Xerox, or it can be shown in printing and stationery as 15 rupees. And after Xerox we have paid for advertisement 20 rupees. So it will be shown in particulars as by advertisement. In total payments we'll be writing it as 20, and a column for advertisement will be prepared as 20 rupees. Amount will be recorded as 20 rupees. Then we have paid for cartage 28 rupees. It will be shown in particulars as by cartage, and the amount will be shown as 28, and carriage will be shown in transportation as 28 rupees. So we paid for cartage, so here also we'll be writing it as cartage. Cartage. Next, after March 22, we have a transaction on March 26 paid for miscellaneous expenses 25 rupees. So it will be shown in particulars as by miscellaneous 25 rupees, and it will be shown in the column as miscellaneous expenses 25 rupees. So before that, we have also paid for wages. In the question, if we have paid for wages, it will be recorded here as then we have a transaction on 28th paid for entertainment 30 rupees. So it will be recorded as by entertainment 30 rupees. So we missed the transaction by wages. If it was given in the question, we'll be writing it as by wages 14 rupees. Then we'll be preparing it in the wages. Then again, we have paid for miscellaneous. We'll be writing it as by miscellaneous 25. Then we have paid for entertainment. So it will be shown as by entertainment 30 rupees. So it will be shown as separately as 30 rupees. Now we have received total amount of rupees 300 rupees, out of which we have spent rupees 219. So the balance which is left out is 81 rupees, which will be recorded as by balance carried down 81 rupees, and the date will be taken as March 31st. It will be brought down as to balance brought down 81 rupees, and here the date will be taken as April 1st. So here the date needs to be taken as April 1st. So here the date will be taken as April 1st. The same will be recorded here as April 1st to cash account. मतलब अपने को next month, अब ये month जब start हो रहा, तो अपने को वापस head cashier कितना देंगे? सिर्फ 219 देंगे. Already we have 81 rupees with us. अब इसको analyze करेंगे कौन सी चीज पे कितना खर्च हो रहा. तो जो columns बना रहे हम, transportation, postage, STD, stationery, printing and stationery, refreshment, advertisement, miscellaneous, wages and entertainment, ये सब चीजों पे एक एक अगर compare करें, तो फर्स्ट कॉलम में अपने को कितने पैसे खर्च हो रहे हैं मंथली? 44. सेकंड कॉलम जो भी था उस पे 39 खर्च हो रहे, थर्ड कॉलम पे 15 खर्च हो रहे, नेक्स्ट ऐसा 32 रुपीज. सो हियर वी विल बी हैविंग एनालिसिस ऑफ ईच एंड एवरी पेटी एक्सपेंस. Now let us start a new chapter, bank reconciliation statement. Chapter 6, bank reconciliation statement. What is bank reconciliation statement? So the balance of cash book and balance of passbook may not agree at a point. The reason may be anything. Check deposited but not credited. ऐसा कई reasons ऐसे थे, या फिर we have deposited the check but we forgot to record in cash book. A customer has directly deposited the amount in our bank account. By mistake, a bank has given a wrong debit, or else bank has given a wrong credit. So there are n number of factors on the basis of which the balance of cash book and the balance of passbook may not agree. So we are required to find out the reason for disagreement of balance of cash book and balance of passbook and then make the necessary adjustments. तो होता क्या है यहाँ पे, कस्टमर जो कैश बुक मेंटेन करते हैं और बैंक वाले जो पासबुक मेंटेन करते हैं, कैश बुक का आंसर और पासबुक का आंसर मैच नहीं होता. तो मैच नहीं होने के रीजंस बहुत रहते. क्या रहते? कस्टमर हम चेक डिपॉजिट कर दिए मगर बैंक वाले अभी कलेक्ट नहीं करे, ये वजह से रीजन बताता. या फिर हम किसी को चेक दे दिए, वी हैव इशूड चेक बट इट हैज नॉट बीन प्रेजेंटेड इन बैंक, देन बैंक हैज गिवन रॉन्ग डेबिट, अदरवाइज वी हैव रिकॉर्डेड द अमाउंट इन एक्सेस. ऐसे कई रीजन रहते हैं जिसकी वजह से बैलेंस ऑफ कैश बुक, बैलेंस ऑफ पासबुक टैली नहीं होता. तो अपना काम क्या रहता? टू रिकनसाइल इट, reconciling, finding out the reason for difference in balance of cash book and balance of passbook, and then preparing bank reconciliation statement. Let us solve the problem. Page number 187, question number 1. Prepare a bank reconciliation statement of Mr. Vasudev from the following particulars. In order to understand bank reconciliation statement, let us prepare cash book and passbook working note for each and every problem and each and every transaction. So here we will be taking cash book. Here we will be writing passbook. So here we will be writing DR cash book CR. Here we will be writing CR passbook CR. So here it is given as balance as per cash book. So cash book के rules क्या है? पैसा आ रहा डेबिट में लिखना, पैसा जा रहा क्रेडिट में लिखना. The rules for passbook will be opposite of cash book. जैसे कि पैसा आ रहा तो कैश के डेबिट में लिख रहे थे, पासबुक में क्या करेंगे हम? क्रेडिट में लिखेंगे. कोई पैसा जा रहा तो कैश बुक के क्रेडिट में लिख रहे थे, तो पासबुक में क्या करेंगे हम? डेबिट में लिखेंगे. So here it is given as balance as per cash book. So this is our starting point. It is given as balance as per cash book 1500. So whatever is on debit side of cash book, it should be on credit side of passbook. So this is the only point, starting point, which will be recorded in both the books of cash book and passbook. So here it is given as balance as per cash book 1500. Next it is given as checks deposited but not cleared. मतलब हम 100 रुपए का चेक डिपॉजिट कर दिए, बैंक वाले अभी उसको क्लियर नहीं करे. So the balance as per cash book will be 1600, whereas the balance as per passbook will be 1500. So as we have started with cash book, we need to get the answer of passbook. क्योंकि ये इंसानी फितरत है कि हमेशा पड़ोसियों की फिक्र रहती. So as we have started with cash book, we need to get the answer of passbook. So here we have the answer as 1600. We need to get the answer as 1500. In order to make 1600 equal to 1500, we need to subtract again. So this will be subtracted as checks deposited but not cleared 100 rupees. Then we have a transaction checks issued but not presented for payment. हम क्या करें? चेक्स इशू कर दिए मतलब अपने पास से तो चेक चले गया. कितने का चेक चले गया? 150 का चेक चलेगा, बट बैंक में अभी वो प्रेजेंट नहीं हुआ. So balance as per cash book will be 1350, whereas balance as per passbook will be 1500. So we have started with balance as per cash book. We need to get the answer of balance as per passbook. So again 150 will be added back. It will be recorded in add column as checks issued but not presented for payment 150 rupees. So the heading will be first taken as bank reconciliation statement of Mr. Vasudev as on dash, and the format मतलब यहाँ पे जो क्वेश्चन में जो डेट देता वो डेट लिखना रहता. The format will be particulars amount rupees, and as it was given as balance as per cash book, will be starting with balance as per cash book 1500. Then whatever the transactions are to be subtracted, it will be recorded in less, and whatever the transactions are to be added, it will be recorded under the head add. So this transaction is to be added, so it will be recorded in head as checks issued but not presented for payment 150 rupees. Then we have a transaction interest allowed by bank. इंटरेस्ट अलाउड बाय बैंक का मतलब क्या? बैंक वाले अपने को इंटरेस्ट दे रहे, तो अपने को बैंक वाले दे रहे मतलब वो लोग अपने घर पे लाके नहीं देते, क्या करते? अकाउंट में देते. तो सीधा सीधा अपने अकाउंट में कितने पैसे बढ़ जा रहे? 20 रुपए बढ़ जा रहे. सो द बैलेंस एज पर पासबुक इज 1570, whereas the balance as per cash book is 1500. So as we have started with balance as per cash book, we need to get the answer of balance as per passbook. In order to make 1500 equal to 1520, we will be adding it, and the amount will be recorded in add as interest allowed by bank 20 rupees. So now adding these two, 150 plus 20, it becomes 170 rupees. Now adding these two, 1500 plus 170, it becomes 1670. Now subtracting it, 100. So 100 will be subtracted from 1670. The final answer is 1570. As we have started with balance as per passbook, whatever is the answer, it will be recorded as balance as per passbook. Next. Page number 187, question number 2. Prepare a bank reconciliation statement of SV traders and find the balance as per passbook as on 31st December 2018. So the heading will be taken as bank reconciliation statement of SV traders as on 31st December 2018. The format is particulars amount rupees, and it is given as cash book balance shows a balance of 62,000. So here it is given as balance as per cash book 62,000, which will be debit side of cash book. So cash book में debit आया तो passbook में किधर आना? वो चीज credit में आना. एक ही चीज रहेंगी जो स्टार्टिंग दोनों बुक्स में रहेंगी. इसके बाद जो भी ट्रांजैक्शंस रहेंगे वो कैश बुक में रिकॉर्ड हुए तो पासबुक में नहीं होंगे, पासबुक में रिकॉर्ड हुए तो कैश बुक में नहीं होंगे. चेक्स अमाउंटिंग 18,000 इशूड बट नॉट प्रेजेंटेड फॉर पेमेंट. हम 18,000 का चेक किसी को दे दिए, वो लोग बैंक को गए नहीं, प्रेजेंट करे नहीं, तो अपने पास से 18,000 कम हो गए, बट बैंक में 62,000 सेम वैसे ही बता रहा. सो एज वी हैव स्टार्टेड विद बैलेंस एज पर कैश बुक, वी नीड टू गेट द आंसर ऑफ बैलेंस एज पर पासबुक. सो 60 minus 10 50 44 कुछ बताता, तो उसको वापस 62 करना बोले तो अपन क्या करना? ये 18,000 वापस ऐड कर लेना. सो इट विल बी रिकॉर्डेड इन ऐड एज checks issued but not presented for payment 18,000 rupees. Next we have a transaction checks of 16,000 deposited and was returned dishonored. हम क्या करें? 16,000 का चेक आता समझ के बैंक में डिपॉजिट कर दिए, बट ये अकाउंट में पैसे थे नहीं, अपने अकाउंट में वो पैसे आए नहीं, तो वो चेक वापस डिसऑनर हो गया, वापस आ गया. तो अपना बैलेंस 78,000 जो रहता कैश बुक में, पासबुक में वो 62,000 ही बता रहा. सो इन ऑर्डर टू मेक 78,000 इक्वल टू 62,000 वी नीड टू सबट्रैक्ट इट. तो ये 16,000 क्या करेंगे हम, माइनस में लिखेंगे लेस चेक डिपॉजिटेड एंड रिटर्न डिसऑनर्ड. उसके बाद नेक्स्ट अपने को एक और ट्रांजैक्शन है, इंटरेस्ट ऑन इन्वेस्टमेंट्स 2200 वाज कलेक्टेड बाय द बैंक बट नो एंट्री वाज मेड इन कैश बुक. तो 2200 रुपए इंटरेस्ट ऑन इन्वेस्टमेंट्स बैंक वाले कलेक्ट कर लिए. तो बैलेंस एज पर कैश बुक पासबुक क्या हो जाता है 64,200, जबकि बैलेंस एज पर कैश बुक क्या रहेगा 62,000 बिकॉज नो एंट्री वाज मेड इन कैश बुक. So in order to make 62,000 equal to 64,200, 2,200 will be added. It will be recorded as interest on investments collected by bank, but not recorded in cash book 2,200. Next we have a transaction bank charges debited in passbook only. बैंक वाले क्या करे अपने अकाउंट से 150 रुपए कट कर दे रहे. So सिर्फ ये पासबुक में मालूम है, अभी कैश बुक में इसकी एंट्री नहीं हुई. तो अपना बैलेंस 62 वैसे ही रहता है, इधर अपने पैसे कम हो जाते. इसको इसके बराबर करने के लिए हम भी क्या करेंगे 150 रुपीज माइनस में लिखेंगे बैंक चार्जेस डेबिटेड इन पासबुक ओनली. Now adding these to 18 plus to 20 plus 200, 20,200, then adding it with 62, 82,200 rupees. Now subtracting 16,150 from it, the answer is 66,050 rupees. So as we have started with balance as per passbook, cash book, whatever is the answer, it will be recorded as balance as per passbook. Continuing with next problem. Problem number 3, page number 187. Prepare a bank reconciliation statement of Mr. Saket from the following data as on 31st December 2018. Here it is given as balance as per cash book. So the heading will be taken as bank reconciliation statement of Mr. Saket as on 31st December 2018. The format will be particulars amount rupees, and here it will be taken as balance as per cash book 12,500 rupees. As it is the starting point, it will be recorded in both the books as 12,500 for cash book and 12,500 for passbook. 12,500 for passbook. Then we have a transaction check deposited in bank but not checks issued but not presented for payment. हम 900 रुपए का चेक दे दिए बट वो चेक बैंक में प्रेजेंट नहीं हुआ, तो अपने पास से 900 कम हो गए बट बैंक में नहीं हुआ. So as we have started with cash book, we need to get the answer of passbook. In order to make it equal to 12,500, again we'll be adding 900 as checks issued but not presented for payment, 900 rupees. Then we have a transaction check deposited but not collected. किसी से अपने को 1200 रुपए आना था, वो साहब अपने को चेक दिए, चेक लेके जाके हम बैंक में डिपॉजिट कर दिए. तो हम समझ रहे अपने अकाउंट में 13,700 रुपए है बट इट हैज नॉट बीन कलेक्टेड बाय द बैंक. तो बैंक में अभी भी वो 12,500 वैसे ही है. सो इन ऑर्डर टू मेक 13,700 इक्वल टू 12,500 विल बी सब्ट्रैक्टिंग इट and it will be recorded as checks deposited but not collected 1,200 rupees. Next we have a transaction bank paid insurance premium. बैंक वाले अपना इंश्योरेंस प्रीमियम पे कर रहे, 500 रुपए पे कर रहे. तो अपने अकाउंट में जो 12,500 थे उसमें से 500 कम हो गए, तो अपने अकाउंट में भी 12,000 ही है बट नो इन्फॉर्मेशन इज अपडेटेड इन कैश बुक. सो कैश बुक में 12,500 वैसे ही बता रहे हैं. तो अब 12,500 को 12,000 करने के लिए हम क्या करना, 500 रुपए माइनस करना. बैंक पेड इंश्योरेंस प्रीमियम 500 रुपीज. नेक्स्ट वी हैव ए ट्रांजैक्शन दैट डायरेक्ट डिपॉजिट बाय ए कस्टमर. एक साहब अपने को पैसे देना था, 800 रुपए सीधा अपने अकाउंट में डिपॉजिट कर दिया उन्होंने. तो अपने पास अकाउंट में पैसे बढ़ गए, 12,500 जाके 13,300 हो गए. Whereas balance as per cash book is same 12,500. So as we have started with balance as per cash book, we need to get the answer of balance as per passbook. In order to make 12,500 equal to 13,300, again we will be adding 800 as direct deposit by a customer. Then interest on investments collected by bank. बैंक वाले क्या करे, हम कहीं इन्वेस्ट करे थे, उस पे इंटरेस्ट वो लोग खुद कलेक्ट कर रहे हैं. तो बैलेंस एज पर पासबुक विल बी 12,700, whereas balance as per cash book will be the same 12,500. In order to make 12,500 equal to 12,700, we'll be adding it as interest on investments collected by bank 200 rupees. Then we have bank charges recorded in passbook only. बैंक चार्जेस है अपने पास, कितने हैं बैंक चार्जेस, 100 रुपीज है, ये पासबुक में ही रिकॉर्ड हो गए हैं. तो अब यहाँ पे जो 12,500 थे उसमें से 100 रुपए कम हो गए. बैलेंस एज पर पासबुक विल बी 12,400 रुपीज, whereas balance as per cash book will be 12,500 rupees. In order to make 12,500 equal to 12,400, we'll be subtracting 100 rupees. तो 100 rupees हम क्या करेंगे, माइनस में लिखेंगे. So माइनस में लिख देंगे bank charges recorded in passbook only. Now adding these three values, 1,000 plus 1,900, 900, 1,900. Now adding these two, 1,200 plus 1,900, it becomes 14,400. Adding these three, 17 plus 118. Then subtracting 1,800 from 14,400, we are left out with an answer 12,600. As we have started with balance as per cash book, whatever is the answer, it will be recorded as balance as per passbook. Continuing with next problem, page number 187, question number 4. From the following particulars, ascertain the balance that would appear in bank passbook of Premier Polymers Limited at 31st December 27. The bank overdraft as per cash book on 31st December is 1,26,800. So the heading will be bank reconciliation statement of Premier Polymers Limited as on 31st December 2017, and it is given as overdraft balance as per cash book 1,26,800. So till now we used to write it as balance as per cash book. So this time, as it is overdraft balance as per cash book, it will be recorded as 1,26,800 on credit side of cash book. So this time it becomes debit side of passbook as 1,26,800 rupees. And we have other transactions, interest on overdraft for 6 months 3,200 entered in passbook only. तो यहाँ पे अपने को interest on overdraft 3,200 passbook में ही बता रहा. तो अब इसका डेबिट बैलेंस पहले से 1,26,800 था और 3,200 हो जाने से ये 129,130 हो जाता 130 हो जाता, जबकि बैलेंस एज पर पासबुक 126,800 ही है. इसके बराबर करने के लिए हम क्या करेंगे, 3,200 ऐड कर लेंगे. इट विल बी रिकॉर्डेड एज इंटरेस्ट ऑन ओवरड्राफ्ट फॉर 6 months is entered in passbook only. Then we have a transaction as bank charges of 600 for the above period are debited in passbook only. passbook में 600 रुपए जो है ना डेबिट कर दिए. ऑलरेडी 126,800 डेबिट था और बैंक चार्जेस 600 डेबिट कर दिए. सो इट बिकम्स 127,400. तो 126,800 को 127,400 करने क्या करेंगे हम, 600 वापस ऐड करेंगे. बैंक चार्जेस ऑफ 600 फॉर अबव पीरियड आर डेबिटेड इन passbook only. Then we have a transaction, checks issued but not cashed prior to 31st December amounted to 23,360. तो हम किसी को चेक देना था तो हम वो बंदे को 23,360 के चेक्स दे दिए. वो लोग अभी जो है ना बैंक से जाके इनकैश नहीं कराए. तो इधर जो पैसा बढ़ जा रहा है अपने को, हम उसको वापस कैंसिल करने के लिए क्या करेंगे, माइनस में लिखेंगे. सो दिस ट्रांजैक्शन विल बी रिकॉर्डेड इन लेस एज 23,360. checks issued but not encashed prior to 31st December amounting to 23,360. Then we have other transactions, checks paid into bank but not cleared before 31st December 43,400. अपने को 43,400 आना था तो हम बैंक के में डिपॉजिट कर दे के आए, बट बैंक वाले अभी वो क्लियर नहीं करे. तो इधर वो अमाउंट माइनस हो जा रहा क्योंकि ये ओवरड्राफ्ट का प्रॉब्लम है, बट इधर वो बैलेंस वैसे ही रह रहा. अब इसके बराबर करने के लिए हम क्या करेंगे, 43,400 ऐड कर लेंगे. Next, coming to last transaction for this, interest on investments collected by the bank and credited in passbook only 24,000. interest on investments मतलब बैंक वाले अपने अकाउंट में इंटरेस्ट ऑन इन्वेस्टमेंट 24,000 कलेक्ट कर रहे हैं, और क्योंकि ये डेबिट बैलेंस रहने से इधर पैसा कम हो जाता है, इधर बराबर है. अब इसको इसके बराबर करने के लिए हम भी 24,000 क्या करेंगे, माइनस कर लेंगे. एडिंग ऑल दीज थ्री, the answer is 47,200. Now adding these to 126,800 plus 47,200, it becomes 1,74,000. And now adding these two, it becomes 47,360. Subtracting 47,360 from 1,74,000, the answer is 1,26,640. As we have started with overdraft balance as per cash book, whatever is the answer, it will be recorded as overdraft balance as per passbook. Let's continuing with next problem. Page number 188, question number 5. As per cash book, the bank account of Harshini is showing an overdraft balance of 5,000 rupees. Prepare bank reconciliation statement taking into the following items. So the heading will be bank reconciliation statement of Harshini as on 31st March 2016. So it is showing a overdraft balance. Cash book is showing an overdraft balance in the sense it is showing a credit balance, whereas it will be showing a debit balance in passbook. So the other transactions are given as checks issued but not presented for payment 12,000. हम 12,000 के चेक्स लोगों को दे दिए, बट ये लोग बैंक में गए नहीं, प्रेजेंट करे नहीं. तो इधर अमाउंट बढ़ जा रहा, फिर 5 + 12 जाके वो 17 हो जा रहा. तो वो सर पैसे दे रहे तो पैसे बढ़ेंगे कैसा, कम होना ना. तो ऑलरेडी ये ओवरड्राफ्ट का प्रॉब्लम है. अपन ऑलरेडी बैंक वालों को 5,000 बाकी है तो और 12,000 का चेक दिए तो 17,000 बाकी हो जाते. सो द बैलेंस एज पर कैश बुक विल बी 17,000, बट यहाँ पे 5,000 ही है. इन ऑर्डर टू मेक इट इक्वल टू 5,000, अगेन विल बी सब्ट्रैक्टिंग इट एज चेक्स इशूड बट नॉट presented, उसको हम माइनस करेंगे. नेक्स्ट we have another transaction as checks deposited but not collected by the bank 20,000. अपने को पैसे आना था, हम बैंक में चेक डिपॉजिट कर दिए 20,000 रुपए, बैंक वाले कलेक्ट नहीं करे. अब यहाँ पे जो ना ऑलरेडी ये 5,000 रुपए हम बैंक वालों को देना है, तो अगर वो डिडक्ट भी हो गए तो 15,000 अपने पास अवेलेबल बैलेंस रहना, बट पासबुक में उसकी एंट्री कुछ भी है तो 5,000 ही रहना. तो अब उसको इसके बराबर करने के लिए क्या करेंगे, हम ऐड कर लेंगे. So this will be added as checks deposited but not collected by the bank, 20,000 rupees. Then we have a transaction checks deposited का 20,000 हो गया. Next, interest on term loan 10,000 debited by the bank on 31st March 2016 but not accounted in her books. So बैंक वाले अपने से इंटरेस्ट चार्ज कर रहे. कितना इंटरेस्ट चार्ज कर रहे? 10,000 का इंटरेस्ट चार्ज कर रहे. So 10,000 रुपए इंटरेस्ट चार्ज कर रहे. तो ऑलरेडी अपन 5,000 पे करना है, तो अब ये 10,000 हो गए, 15,000 हो गए. तो यहाँ पे वो अमाउंट 5,000 ही है. अब इसको इसके बराबर करने के लिए हम 10,000 क्या करेंगे? ऐड करेंगे. इंटरेस्ट ऑन टर्म लोन 10,000 debited by the bank on 31st March 2016 but not accounted in her books has now been accounted. Next, we have a transaction as bank charges 250 was debited by the bank during the month of March but accounted in her books on April 4th. तो बैंक वाले क्या करें? अपने पास 250 रुपए बैंक चार्जेस करे. अपन ना अप्रैल में उसको एंट्री कर ले रहे. तब तक तो ये दोनों का फर्क बता था. तो वापस हम ये 250 क्या करेंगे? ऐड कर लेंगे. बैंक चार्जेस 250 डेबिटेड बाय बैंक ड्यूरिंग मार्च 2016 बट अकाउंटेड इन हर बुक्स ऑन अप्रैल 4th. तो 31st मार्च से 4th अप्रैल तक डिफरेंस बताता. तो अपन कैश बुक में उसको अकाउंट करे ही नहीं. So 250 will be added. Then we have a transaction an amount of 1 lakh representing collection of Sharath checks was wrongly credited in account of her month. तो यहाँ पे गलती से 1 लाख रुपए आए जबकि वो किसी और के अकाउंट में देना था. अब इसको वापस इसके बराबर करने के लिए क्या करेंगे? हम माइनस में लिख लेंगे अमाउंट ऑफ 1 लाख रुपीज रिप्रेजेंटिंग कलेक्शन ऑफ Sharath check has wrongly credited to account of Harshini. Now in order to balance it, we'll be adding these. So 20%, 30,000 to 50, 30,000 to 50 plus 5,000 will be added. It becomes 35,000 to 50. Then subtracting it, 1 lakh plus 12,000, it becomes 1,12,000. So subtracting 1,12,000 from 35,000 to 50, we'll be getting negative value as 76,750. So as we have started with the overdraft balance as per cash book, so we used to write the answer as overdraft balance as per passbook. But this time, as the answer is negative, it will be recorded as balance as per passbook. Instead of writing it as overdraft balance as per passbook, we'll be writing it as balance as per passbook. Continuing with next problem. Page number 188, question number 6. Passbook of a trader shows a balance of rupees 12,000. On comparing the passbook with cash book, the following discrepancies was noted. So passbook को बंदे का क्या बता रहा? It is showing a balance of 12,000. So heading will be taken as bank reconciliation statement of a trader as on 31st December 2018. The format is particulars amount rupees, and the heading will be balance as per passbook. So this time we have to start with balance as per passbook. So it has a credit balance as per passbook 12,000. तो इधर credit है तो कैश बुक में वो क्या हो जाएगा? डेबिट हो जाएगा. इट विल बी डेबिटेड हियर एज 12,000 रुपीज. नाउ वी हैव अ ट्रांजैक्शन दैट चेक्स डिपॉजिटेड इन बैंक बट नॉट कलेक्टेड. हम 2,100 डिपॉजिट कर दिए, बैंक में कलेक्ट नहीं हुआ. सो एज वी हैव स्टार्टेड विद बैलेंस एज पर पासबुक, we need to get the answer of balance as per passbook, cash book. So in order to make 12,000 equal to 14,100, we'll be adding 2,100 as checks deposited in bank but not collected. Then we have other transaction as checks issued but not presented for payment. 1,800 रुपए हम दे दिए, बैंक में वो लोग गए नहीं, प्रेजेंट करे नहीं, तो अपने पास से तो पैसे कम हो गए. पासबुक में वो लोग गए नहीं तो वैसी बता था. As we have started with balance as per passbook, we need to get the answer of balance as per cash book. So as here we have less amount, in order to make it equal to this amount, we will be subtracting it as 1,800. Checks issued but not presented for payment 1,800. Then we have a transaction, bank charges 175. तो पासबुक में 175 डेबिट हो गए जबकि कैश बुक में कुछ भी नहीं हुए. सो एज वी हैव स्टार्टेड विद बैलेंस एज पर पासबुक, वी नीड टू गेट द आंसर ऑफ बैलेंस एज पर कैश बुक. इसको इसके बराबर करने का मतलब क्या? 175 वापस ऐड कर लेंगे. बैंक चार्जेस 175 रुपीज. देन वी हैव अनदर ट्रांजैक्शन, बैंक पेड इंश्योरेंस प्रीमियम 1,500. बैंक वाले अपने 1,500 रुपए इंश्योरेंस प्रीमियम पे कर रहे जबकि कैश बुक में इसकी कुछ एंट्री है ही नहीं. तो इधर अपना पैसा कम हो जा रहा, 10,500 हो जा रहा, बट इधर 12,000 वैसे ही रह रहे. 10,500 को वापस 12,000 करने के लिए हम क्या करेंगे? 1,500 ऐड करेंगे. इट विल बी रिकॉर्डेड एज बैंक पेड इंश्योरेंस प्रीमियम. नेक्स्ट, डेब्टर डायरेक्टली पेड इनटू आवर बैंक अकाउंट 1,200 रुपीज. एक साहब अपने को पैसे देना था सीधा सीधा उन्होंने 1200 रुपए अपने अकाउंट में डाल दे रहे। तो अपने पास बैलेंस एज पर पासबुक 13,200 होता, जबकि बैलेंस एज पर कैश बुक सेम 12,000 वैसे ही रहता। In order to make it equal to 12,000, we'll be subtracting it as 1,200 direct debtor directly paid into bank 1,200. Now adding these three values, the total is 3,775. Adding these two values, the total is 15,775. Adding these two values, the total is 3,000. Subtracting 3,000 from 15,775, the total is answer is 12,775. As we have started with balance as per passbook, whatever is the answer, it will be recorded as balance as per cash book. Continuing with next problem. Page number 189, question number 7. Murthy and Sons passbook showed a balance of rupees 21,700 as on 30th September 2018. On comparing the cash book, the following discrepancies were noted. So Murthy and Sons के पास balance as per passbook क्या है? The heading will be bank reconciliation statement of Murthy and Sons as on 30th September 2018. The format will be particulars amount rupees, and the heading will be balance as per passbook. कितना है balance? 21,700 है. So the balance as per passbook will be 21,700. The same will be shown here on debit side as 21,700 rupees. तो अब उसको कैसा लिखेंगे? डायरेक्ट यहाँ से चेक कर लेंगे हम. चेक्स इश्यूड बट नॉट प्रेजेंटेड फॉर पेमेंट. 2,500 का चेक ये लोग दे रहे, बैंक में वो प्रेजेंट नहीं हुआ, तो अब यहाँ पे कैश बुक में कट हो गए, पासबुक में कट नहीं हुआ. एज वी हैव स्टार्टेड विद बैलेंस एज पर पासबुक, वी नीड टू गेट द आंसर ऑफ बैलेंस एज पर कैश बुक. तो अब इसके बराबर करने के लिए हम भी 2,500 क्या करेंगे? लेस में लिख लेंगे. चेक्स इश्यूड बट नॉट प्रेजेंटेड फॉर पेमेंट. देन वी हैव अ ट्रांजैक्शन डायरेक्ट डिपॉजिट बाय अ कस्टमर 3,000 रुपीज. एक साहब अपने को डायरेक्ट अकाउंट में 3,000 रुपए डिपॉजिट कर दिए, तो अपने पासबुक बैलेंस क्या हो गया? 24,700 हो गया, जबकि अपना कैश बुक आंसर क्या है? 21,700 ही है. अब इसको इसके बराबर करने के लिए हम क्या करेंगे? ये अमाउंट माइनस करेंगे. सो इट विल बी रिकॉर्डेड एज लेस डायरेक्ट डिपॉजिट बाय कस्टमर 3,000 रुपीज. देन वी हैव अ ट्रांजैक्शन एज इंटरेस्ट कलेक्टेड बाय बैंक फाउंड इन पासबुक ओनली. 575 रुपए बैंक वाले इंटरेस्ट कलेक्ट करे, तो अपना पैसा बैंक अकाउंट में बढ़ रहा, जबकि कैश में अपना पैसा उतना ही है, 21,700 ही है. In order to make it equal to 21,700, we'll be subtracting it as interest collected by bank found in passbook only 575 rupees. Then we have a transaction check deposited but not credited 3,500. हम 3,500 रुपए आते बोल के डिपॉजिट कर दिए, बैंक वाले अभी कलेक्ट नहीं करे, तो इधर अपना बैलेंस क्या हो जाता? 25,200 हो जाता. ये वैसी 21,700 है. As we have started with balance as per passbook, we need to get the answer of balance as per cash book. In order to make it equal to this answer, we'll be adding it as checks deposited but not credited 3,500 rupees. Then we have the value as bank charges 150 rupees. बैंक वाले अपने अकाउंट से 150 रुपए कट कर दे रहे, तो ये एंट्री पासबुक में हो रही, कैश बुक में इसके ताल्लुक से कुछ भी एंट्री नहीं है, तो इधर पैसे कम हो गए. इधर तो सेम 21,700 वैसी है. As we have started with balance as per passbook, we need to get the answer of balance as per cash book. In order to make it equal to 21,700, we'll be adding 150 as bank charges 150. Now adding these two, it becomes 3,650. Adding these two, it becomes 25,350. Adding these three, it becomes 6,075. Subtracting it, it becomes 19,275. As we have started with balance as per passbook, whatever is the answer, we'll be writing it as balance as per cash book. Next. Continuing with next problem. Page number 189, question number 8. Giri India Limited bank balance as per passbook is 8,900. There is disagreement between cash book and passbook balances as on 31st March 2018. Prepare bank reconciliation statement by considering the following transactions. So the heading will be bank reconciliation statement of Giri India Limited as on 31st March 2018. The format will be particulars amount rupees. And here it is given as balance as per passbook 8,900. So passbook का balance 8,900 है. So it will be recorded on credit side of passbook as 8,900. The same will be shown on debit side of cash book as 8,900. So here it is checks issued but not presented for payment 2,100. So यहाँ पे 2,100 कम हो गए. But as we have started with balance as per passbook, we have to get the answer of balance as per cash book. So again, we'll be subtracting 2,100, which will be recorded as checks issued but not presented for payment 2,100 rupees. Then we have a transaction checks deposited for collection but not yet realized 900 रुपए. हम 900 रुपए डिपॉजिट कर दिए, बट बैंक वाले अभी कलेक्ट नहीं करे, तो अपना आंसर क्या हो गया? 9,800 हो गया. अभी 8,900 को हम 9,800 करने के लिए क्या करेंगे? 900 रुपए ऐड कर लेंगे. चेक्स डिपॉजिटेड बट नॉट येट रियलाइज्ड 900 रुपीज. Then we have a transaction a wrong debit given by bank in passbook 500 रुपए. बैंक वाले गलती से 500 गलत डेबिट दे दिए, तो अपने पास 8,900 जाके वो 8,400 हो गए. बट कैश बुक में तो कुछ भी गलती नहीं हुई, तो 8,400 को वापस 8,900 करना बोले तो हम ये 500 रुपए क्या करना, ऐड बैक कर लेना. इट विल बी एडेड एज a wrong debit given in passbook only. Then we have बैंक चार्जेस डेबिटेड इन पासबुक ओनली 210. बैंक वाले 210 रुपए पासबुक में डेबिट कर लिए. अब इन ऑर्डर टू मेक इट इक्वल टू 8,900 अगेन विल बी एडिंग इट एज बैंक चार्जेस डेबिटेड इन पासबुक ओनली 210. Then we have a transaction direct payment of insurance premium as per standing instructions. बैंक वालों को हम इंस्ट्रक्शंस दिए थे, वो हिसाब से बैंक वाले अपना इंश्योरेंस प्रीमियम पे करे, तो अपने अकाउंट से 600 रुपए कम हो गए. But as we have started with balance as per passbook, we need to get the answer of balance as per cash book. In order to make 8,300 equal to 8,900, we'll be adding it as direct payment of insurance premium as per standing instruction 600. Adding all these, the value is 2,210. Adding it with 8,900, the value will be 11,110. Subtracting the amount 2,100 from it, the answer is 9,010. As we have started with balance as per passbook, whatever is the answer, it will be recorded as balance as per cash book. Continuing with next problem. Page number 189, question number 9. On comparing the bank passbook of BPR Limited with its cash book bank column, the following differences were noticed. Prepare bank reconciliation statement with cash book balance. So cash book balance bola. So here the heading will be taken as bank reconciliation statement of BPR Limited as on, and here format will be particulars amount rupees, and here it will be taken as balance as per cash book. So this time again we need to start the problem with balance as per cash book, which is 1,500 rupees. So 1,500 will be recorded on debit side of cash book, whereas 15,000 rupees, 15,000 will be recorded on credit side of passbook. Next, check sent for collection not realized. 5,600 का चेक हम डिपॉजिट कर दिए, अपने को आना है बोल के, बट बैंक वाले रियलाइज नहीं करे. So here the answer is 20,600, but here it is only 15,000. As we have started with balance as per cash book, we need to get the answer of balance as per passbook. So in order to make it equal to 15,000, we will be subtracting it as check sent for collection but not realized 5,600 rupees. Then we have another transaction, checks issued but not presented for payment. हम 4,200 का चेक लोगों को दिए थे, वो लोग बैंक में गए नहीं, प्रेजेंट करे नहीं, तो अपने पास पैसा कम हो गया, बट बैंक में 15,000 सेम वैसी है. अभी ये कम अमाउंट को वापस 15,000 करना बोले तो हम 4,200 क्या करना, ऐड कर लेना. Checks issued but not presented for payment 4,200 rupees. Then we have a transaction, the receipt side of cash book has been over added by 300 rupees. तो कैश बुक के डेबिट साइड हम 300 रुपए ज्यादा बता रहे हिसाब में, तो अपना आंसर 15,300 होता, बट पासबुक में कुछ भी गलती नहीं हुई. So in order to make it equal to balance as per passbook, we'll be subtracting it as receipt side of cash book has been overcasted by 300 rupees. Then इसके बाद a check drawn on firm's current account wrongly debited in its savings account. तो हम क्या करें, अपने करंट अकाउंट से 2,100 का चेक दिए, हम अपनी बुक में बराबर लिख लिए, बैंक वाले गलती से करंट अकाउंट से पैसे डिडक्ट करने का क्या करें, सेविंग्स अकाउंट से डिडक्ट करें, तो करंट अकाउंट में उसको डिडक्ट नहीं करें. तो इधर 2,100 तो हम कम कर दिए, इधर कुछ भी कम नहीं हुए, तो अब इसको इसके बराबर करना बोले तो हम क्या करेंगे, 2,100 ऐड करेंगे. A check drawn on firm's current account wrongly debited to its savings account. Next, coming to last point for this problem, a check of 900 deposited into bank but forgot to enter in cash book. मतलब कैश बुक में लिखना भूल गए, मतलब अकाउंट में बैंक में डिपॉजिट कर दिए थे, अकाउंट में पैसे आ भी गए, तो बैलेंस एज पर पासबुक इज 15,900. So as we have started with balance as per cash book, we need to get the answer of balance as per passbook. In order to make 15,000 equal to 15,900, we will be adding it as check deposited into bank but forgot to enter in cash book. Adding all these three, we'll be getting 7,200. Adding these two, we'll be getting 22,200. No, adding the values of less, तो ये जो लेस में लिखे हुए थे वो दोनों को ऐड कर लेंगे, तो उसका जो आंसर आएगा वो इससे माइनस करेंगे. सो इट इज 5,900. Subtracting 5,900 from 22,200. How we got this 22,200? Adding 7,200 and 15,000. How we got this 7,200? Adding these two, adding these three, 4,200, 2,100, 900. So 22,200 में से 5,900 माइनस करेंगे तो क्या बच रहे, 16,300 बच रहे. So as we have started with balance as per cash book, whatever is the answer, it will be recorded as balance as per passbook. Continuing with next problem. Page number 190, question number 10. Reddy's cash book shows a favorable balance of 25,500 rupees on 31st December 2018. On comparing the same with his passbook, the following differences were noticed. Calculate bank reconciliation statement as per passbook. So bank reconciliation statement of Reddy as on 31st December 2018. The format will be particulars amount rupees, and the starting point is balance as per cash book 25,500, 25,500. So balance as per cash book it is 25,500. So here it will be balance as per passbook, which will be 25,500. So next, now let us deal each transaction separately. A check of 2450 received from Sarita and Co was entered twice in cash book. तो ट्वाइस इन कैश बुक का मतलब एक बार कैश बुक और पासबुक में बराबर एंट्री होके एक बार एडिशनल एंट्री कैश बुक में डबल हो गई, तो इधर 2450 हम ज्यादा लिख लिए, तो पासबुक में उसको एंट्री नहीं हुई, तो इधर 2450 ज्यादा बता रहा, बट इधर कुछ भी नहीं बता रहा. इन ऑर्डर टू मेक इट इक्वल टू दिस, विल बी सब्ट्रैक्टिंग इट एज 2450 will be subtracted as a check of 2450 wrongly recorded twice in cash book. Then we have other transactions. The receipt side of cash book has been over added by 1940. तो cash book में अपन क्या करें, 1940 जो अमाउंट है वो एक्स्ट्रा लिख लिए, तो 1940 अपन एक्स्ट्रा लिख लेने से अपने पास बैलेंस एज पर कैश बुक एक्स्ट्रा बता रहा है. इन ऑर्डर टू मेक इट इक्वल टू बैलेंस एज पर पासबुक, विल बी सब्ट्रैक्टिंग इट एज receipt side of cash book has been over added. Receipt side of cash book has been over added. Then we have a transaction that several checks totaling 6,000 were issued to different suppliers. Of these checks, worth 1,500 were debited in passbook on 2nd January and 2,500 on 4th January. मतलब हम लोगों को 6,000 के चेक्स दिए थे, जिसमें से 4,000 का हिसाब ये डेट के बाद हो रहा. 2,500 का वाला बंदा 2nd जनवरी को इनकैश कर लिया, 1,500 वाला बंदा 2nd जनवरी को इनकैश कर लिया, 2,500 वाला बंदा 4th जनवरी. मतलब रिकंसिलिएशन डेट के अंदर तो ये चीज नहीं हो रही, तो अपने को 4,000 का हिसाब नहीं मिल रहा, 6,000 में 2,000 का मिल गया, तो ये 1,500 2,500 मिला है, तो 4,000 का हिसाब 31 दिसंबर से पहले नहीं हो रहा, तो इधर 25,500 जाके वो 21,500 हो गया, बट पासबुक में वो 25,500 वैसे ही है. So as we have started with balance as per cash book, we need to get the answer of balance as per passbook. So it will be added again as checks issued but not presented for payment. 1,500 वाला बंदा भी 31 दिसंबर से पहले इनकैश नहीं करा लिया, 2,500 वाला बंदा भी 31 दिसंबर से पहले इनकैश नहीं करा लिया बंदा. Next we have a transaction, bills discounted got dishonored. 750 rupees हम बैंक से डिस्काउंट कराए थे, but it got dishonored. So यहाँ पे 750 बढ़ जाते, but पासबुक में नहीं है. So in order to make it equal, we will be subtracting it as bills discounted got dishonored rupees. Then we have a transaction, a check of 400 was credited in passbook but was not recorded in cash book. अपने को 400 रुपए आ गए, तो पासबुक में जो है ना 25,500 जाके 25,900 हो गए पासबुक में, but cash book में the balance is 25,500. In order to make it equal to this, we'll be adding 400 as a check of credited in passbook only but was not recorded in cash book. A check is credited. A check is credited. यहाँ पे ऑफ के बदले क्या आना, a check is credited. A check is credited in passbook only but was not recorded in cash book, 400 rupees. Then we have a transaction, uncredited checks 1,000 rupees. मतलब अपने को किसी से पैसे आना था, हम बैंक में डिपॉजिट कर दिया 1,000 रुपए आते बोल के, अभी बैंक वाले उसको क्रेडिट नहीं करे. So balance as per cash book will be 26,500, whereas balance as per passbook will be the same. So in order to make it equal, we'll be subtracting it as uncredited checks 1,000 rupees. अब इसका आंसर फाइंड करेंगे, कैसा करेंगे, इन दोनों को ऐड करें 4,400 हो गया, फिर इन दोनों को ऐड करें इट बिकम्स 29,900, फिर इन चारों को ऐड कर ले इट बिकम्स 6,140. नाउ सब्ट्रैक्टिंग 6,140 फ्रॉम 29,900. So as we have started with balance as per cash book, whatever is the answer, it will be recorded as balance as per passbook. So the answer is 23,760 rupees. Continuing with next problem, page number 190, question number 11. On 31st December 2018, the cash book shows an unfavorable balance of 29,000. Unfavorable balance मतलब overdraft balance है. Overdraft balance मतलब credit balance. कितना है वो? 29,000 है. So the heading will be taken as bank reconciliation statement as on 31st December 2018, and here it will be recorded as overdraft balance as per cash book 29,000. Whatever has been on credit side of cash book, it should be on debit side of passbook as 29,000. Now the other transactions are a checks issued to Karthik Reddy, the suppliers, has been encashed as 5040. Has not been encashed. तो हम एक बंदे को चेक दिए थे 5040 का, वो बंदा अभी एनकैश नहीं करा 5040. So here the amount will be added. In order to make it equal to this, it will be subtracted as a checks issued to Karthik Reddy, the supplier has not been encashed 5040. Then we have a transaction as checks has been deposited, ये छूट गया था, checks has been deposited into bank but were not collected 4530, हम बैंक में डिपॉजिट करे थे 4530, ये अभी कलेक्ट नहीं हुआ, so इधर हम माइनस कर लिया अमाउंट, वापस इसके बराबर करने के लिए क्या करेंगे, ऐड कर लेंगे, checks has been deposited in bank but were not collected 4530. Then we have another transaction as there was a डेबिट एंट्री इन पासबुक ऑफ 600 फॉर बैंक चार्जेस, तो बैंक वाले क्या करे 600 रुपए चार्जेस ले रहे, तो ये ओवरड्राफ्ट का प्रॉब्लम रहने से पहले से 29,000 बाकी थे और 6,000 बढ़ गए, तो इन ऑर्डर टू मेक इट इक्वल वी विल बी एडिंग इट एज देयर वाज अ डेबिट एंट्री इन पासबुक ऑफ 600 फॉर बैंक चार्जेस. Then we have a transaction bills worth 2,000 were discounted but dishonored, अपन 2,000 रुपए आते समझ के बैंक वालों से डिस्काउंट करा लिए थे बट वो कैंसिल होके वापस अपने को आ जा रहे, तो इधर तो अमाउंट माइनस हो गया, तो क्योंकि ओवरड्राफ्ट करने की वजह से माइनस हो रहा, अदरवाइज ये अमाउंट बढ़ता था, तो ये 27 है, ये 29 है, इन ऑर्डर टू मेक इट इक्वल टू 29 विल बी एडिंग इट एज बिल्स वर्थ 2,000 वर डिस्काउंटेड बट dishonored. Now adding these three, it becomes 7,130. Now adding it with 29,000, it becomes 36,130. Now subtracting it with the values of less. तो अपने को जो आंसर बच रहा वो क्या बच रहा 5040 जाने के बाद 31,090 rupees बच रहे. As we have started with the order of balance as per cash book, whatever is the answer, it will be recorded as order of balance as per passbook. Now let us continue with another problem. Page number 190, question number 12. From the following particulars, prepare a bank reconciliation statement. Bank overdraft as per cash book. So the heading will be bank reconciliation statement as on 31st December 2018. The format is particulars amount rupees, and the heading will be overdraft balance as per cash book, which is 16,100. So overdraft cash book matlab credit side of cash book, which will be 16,100 on credit side of cash book and 16,100 on debit side of passbook. Now the transactions are given as, here the transactions are given as debit side of bank column of cash book was cash short by 200. तो debit side यहाँ पे 200 रुपए कम बता रहा, मतलब पासबुक का क्रेडिट तो बराबर बता रहा. So in order to make, as we have started with balance as per cash book, we need to get the answer of balance as per passbook. So it will be subtracted as debit side of bank column was cash short 200 rupees, क्योंकि cash book का debit सही नहीं बता रहा, तो पासबुक का क्रेडिट तो बराबर बता रहा, तो यहाँ 200 रुपए कम हो गए, तो इसके बराबर करने के लिए हम क्या करेंगे, हम भी 200 रुपए कम करेंगे. Next, we have a transaction bills collected directly by the bank 3,500 rupees. बैंक वाले क्या करे, अपना पैसा 3,500 रुपए कलेक्ट करे, तो इधर पैसे कम हो जा रहे, ऐसा कम होते पैसा बढ़ते ना बोल, तो ये ओवरड्राफ्ट का प्रॉब्लम रहने से इसमें से ये डिडक्ट हो जाएगा. So here the answer is 16,100, while here the answer will be 13 change. So in order to make it equal to this, we will be subtracting it as 3,500 rupees. तो हम क्या करेंगे, उसको 3,500 rupees माइनस करेंगे. Then we have other transaction. Then we have other transaction, bank charges recorded twice in cash book. तो बैंक वाले जो चार्जेस पे करे, हम वो गलती से क्या करे, दो बार लिख लिए. कितना है वो अमाउंट, बैंक चार्जेस रिकॉर्डेड ट्वाइस 240, तो एक बार बराबर हो गया, एक बार एक्स्ट्रा हो गया. हियर द अमाउंट विल बी एडेड, but here the amount will be 16,100. In order to make it equal, we'll be subtracting it. तो 240 क्या करेंगे, हम माइनस करेंगे, because we have started with balance as per cash book. We need to get the answer of balance as per passbook. तो हम ये 240 क्या करेंगे, माइनस में लिखेंगे. Next, we have a transaction, a check deposited as per bank statement but was not recorded in cash book 1,100 rupees. तो मतलब बैंक के कैश बुक में नहीं लिख लिया, बट पासबुक के क्रेडिट में अकाउंट में आ गए हो 1,100 रुपए. सब ये ओवरड्राफ्ट का प्रॉब्लम रहने से इधर पैसे कम हो जाते हैं. अभी इन ऑर्डर टू मेक इट इक्वल, अगेन विल बी सब्ट्रैक्टिंग इट एज 1,100 रुपीज. तो अब उसको क्या करेंगे, हम लेस में लिखेंगे, चेक डिपॉजिटेड एज पर बैंक स्टेटमेंट बट नॉट रिकॉर्डेड इन कैश बुक 1,100 रुपीज. Then we have a transaction, the check of 6,000 deposited but collection as per statement are 2,600. हम 6,000 रुपए आते समझ के डिपॉजिट करे थे, बट अपने अकाउंट में कितने पैसे आए, सिर्फ 2,600 आए. तो कितने पैसे नहीं आए, 400, 3,000, तो 3,400 पैसे नहीं आए. तो 3,400 जो है ना इस तरफ माइनस हो गया. अब उसको इसके बराबर करने के लिए हम क्या करेंगे, 3,400 वापस ऐड करेंगे. इट विल बी एडेड एज 3,400 रुपीज. So the checks of 6,000 deposited, but collections as per statement are 2,600. So 3,400 will be added. Next, interest on investments collected by the banks. Same was shown only in passbook, only 2,000 rupees. बैंक वाले interest on investments collect कर रहे, जिसकी वजह से वो अमाउंट सिर्फ अपने बैंक में बता रहा कितना है अमाउंट 2,000 रुपीज है. तो इधर अपोजिट साइड रहने से अमाउंट कम हो गया. अब यहाँ पे तो कम नहीं हुआ. In order to make it equal to this, again we'll be subtracting 2,000 rupees, which will be recorded as interest on investments collected by the bank, 2,000 rupees. Now adding all these, so the total on the add side is only 13,400. Then adding it with 16,100, it becomes 19,500. Adding all this, we'll be getting 7,040. Subtracting from 19,500, we are left out with 12,460, which will be recorded as overdraft balance as per passbook. Now let us start with. Let us continue with next problem. Let us continue with next problem. Page number 191, question number 13. From the following particulars, prepare bank reconciliation statement as on 31st March 2016. The heading will be bank reconciliation statement as on 31st March 2016, and the format will be particulars amount rupees. So here it is given as overdraft balance as per bank statement. So overdraft balance as per bank statement मतलब पासबुक के हिसाब से अपना overdraft balance है कितना है 22,470. So here it will be 22,470. Next, as per standing instructions given to bank, Chamber of Commerce fees 2530 was paid by the bank but was not recorded in cash book. यहाँ पे क्या हो गया ये 2530 ऐड हो गया. So अब इधर ऐड हो गया तो अपन भी क्या करेंगे हम उसको overdraft balance as per bank statement passbook की overdraft balance as per bank statement. So as we have started with balance as per passbook, we need to get the answer of balance as per cash book. So here the amount will be added. In order to make it equal, we'll be subtracting it as less. As per standing instructions given to bank, Chamber of Commerce fees 2530 was paid by the bank but was not recorded in cash book. Then we have another transaction. The other transaction is on 23rd March 2016, the credit side of bank column of cash book was cash short by 1900. तो 1900 क्रेडिट साइड कम बता रहा तो बैंक के पासबुक के डेबिट में बराबर बता रहा. सो इधर ऐड हो गया उधर नहीं हुआ तो उसको क्या करेंगे वापस बराबर करने के लिए 1900 माइनस करेंगे. तो यहाँ पे जो है ना on 23rd March 2016 the credit side of bank column of cash book was cash short by 1900 rupees. तो कैश बुक का क्रेडिट कम बता रहा का मतलब पासबुक का डेबिट 1900 बराबर बता रहा. Next, we have a transaction, checks deposited into bank but not recorded in cash book. हम 2,500 का चेक बैंक में डिपॉजिट कर दिए बट अभी चेक डिपॉजिटेड इन बैंक बट नॉट रिकॉर्डेड इन कैश बुक. तो डिपॉजिट इधर तो अकाउंट में आ गए 2,500 रुपए बट वो कैश बुक में रिकॉर्ड नहीं करे तो इधर वो अमाउंट माइनस हो रहा. तो हम भी उसको उसके बराबर करने के लिए क्या करेंगे इट विल बी सबट्रैक्टेड. तो उसको माइनस में लिखेंगे हम 2,500 रुपीज. कितना था वो checks deposited into bank but not recorded in cash book 2,500 rupees. So as we have started with balance as per passbook, we need to get the answer of balance as per cash book. So this 2,500 will be added. तो अब इसको हम add में लिखेंगे check deposited in bank but not recorded in cash book 2,500 rupees. Then we have a transaction in cash book, a bank charge of 290 was recorded twice. तो cash book में क्या करें हम एक expenses 290 दो बार लिख लिए मतलब ये 290 इधर एक्स्ट्रा हो गया. So as we have started with balance as per passbook, we need to get it. So ये 290 will be added here as in a cash book a bank charge of 290 was recorded twice. फिर एक और चीज है जो कैश बुक में रिकॉर्ड करे ही नहीं, another charge of 120 was not at all recorded. यहाँ पे पासबुक में 120 बता रहा बट उसको जो है ना कैश बुक में रिकॉर्ड करे हुए नहीं है. So as we have started with balance as per passbook, we need to get the answer of balance as per cash book. In order to make it equal, we will be subtracting it as 120. Bank charges 120 was not recorded at all. Then we have a transaction, dividends on shares 3,200 collected by the bank directly. The trader has no information. बैंक वाले क्या करे 3,200 रुपए अकाउंट में कलेक्ट कर लिए तो ऑर्डर करने की वजह से कम हो गए. तो यहाँ पे पैसे कम हो गए, इधर बराबर है, इसको इसके बराबर करने के लिए क्या करेंगे हम 3,200 वापस ऐड कर लेंगे. This will be added as 3,200 dividends on check 3,200 were collected by the bank directly, and trader has no information. Then we have another transaction. Two checks 1850 and 1500 were issued, but out of them only one check of 1850 was presented for payment up to reconciliation state. Were issued मतलब हम किसी को 1500 का चेक दिए, वो साहब अभी अकाउंट को गए नहीं, पैसे बैंक में बताएंगे. So here the amount is added. So as we have started with balance as per passbook, we need to get the answer of it. So the amount will be added. तो हम उसको क्या करेंगे, add column में बताएंगे 1500 rupees. Now adding all this, the answer is 7490. ये चारों को add कर लिए तो आंसर क्या आ गया 7490. Adding it with 22,470, it becomes 29,960. Then adding the values of minus, then the total is 4550. Subtracting it from 29,960, the final answer is 25,410. As it was a problem of overdraft balance as per passbook, our answer will be of overdraft balance as per cash book. Continuing with next problem. Page number 191, question number 14. Prepare bank reconciliation statement of Karthik as on 31st March 2017. Bank overdraft as per passbook. So the heading will be taken as bank reconciliation statement of Karthik as on 31st March 2017. And the format will be particulars, amount rupees. And as it is given as overdraft balance as per passbook, it will be recorded as OD balance as per passbook 6,500. So passbook has credit balance. So as it is OD balance, it will hold debit balance. So here we will be writing it as 6,500. So again here it will be taken as 6,500 rupees. So as we have started with passbook, we need to get the answer of cash book. Checks deposited in bank 5,000, but only 2,000 were collected. मतलब 3,000 का हिसाब नहीं मिला, 5,000 में 2 का मिल गया, 3,000 का नहीं मिल रहा. So here it is subtracted. So as we have started with balance as per passbook, we need to get the answer of cash book. So again, we'll be subtracting it as checks deposited in bank 5,000, but only 2,000 were collected. So 3,000 का हिसाब नहीं मिल रहा. Next we have a transaction checks issued but not presented for payment 1,500. हम 1500 के चेक लोगों को दे दिए, वो लोग अभी बैंक में गए नहीं, अकाउंट में से डिडक्ट हुआ नहीं. So here the answer will be 7,800. But here वो 6,506, तो वापस इसको उसके बराबर करने के लिए क्या करेंगे, it will be subtracted. तो 1500 रुपए भी हम क्या करेंगे, checks issued but not presented for payment. As you have started with balance as per passbook, we will be adding it. ये 6,500 को 8,000 करना है, तो ये 1500 हम क्या करेंगे, ऐड करेंगे. checks issued but not presented for payment 1,500 rupees. Then we have another transaction. A customer directly deposited in our bank account. एक साहब अपने अकाउंट में सीधा 1,200 रुपए डिपॉजिट कर दिए. So as we have started with balance as per passbook, here the amount will be subtracted because we are going through an overdraft balance as per passbook. तो इधर पैसे कम हो गए, बट इधर बराबर है. अब इसके बराबर करना बोले तो हम 1,200 रुपए क्या करेंगे, ऐड करेंगे. कस्टमर डायरेक्टली डिपॉजिटेड इनटू बैंक अकाउंट. Then we have another transaction. बैंक चार्जेस 200, इंश्योरेंस प्रीमियम 300 has been debited in passbook only. तो ये दोनों मिला के अपने को पासबुक में 500 का खर्चा बैठ गया. So here the answer is 7,000, but here the answer is 6,500. In order to make it equal, we'll be adding it as bank charges and insurance premium debited in passbook only. So it will be subtracted as 500 rupees, bank charges and insurance premium. Then we have dividend 300 collected by the bank has been credited in passbook only. बैंक वाले अपने को डिविडेंड दे रहे, तो बैंक वाले कंपनी से डिविडेंड आ रहा, तो बैंक वाले वो कलेक्ट कर रहे. डिविडेंड कलेक्टेड बाय द बैंक, क्रेडिटेड इन पासबुक ओनली. तो इधर वो 300 रुपए आ गए, तो ओडी रहने की वजह से वो कम हो गए. सो 6,500 से 300 कम हो गए, तो इट विल बिकम 6,200. In order to make it equal to 6,500, we'll be adding it as dividend of 300 collected by the bank credited in passbook only. Adding these three, 15, 15, 3,000 rupees, 3 plus 6,000, 9,500 rupees, then minus 3,500 rupees, then again we'll be getting 6,000 rupees. So our answer is 6,000 rupees. As we have started with balance as per overdraft balance as per passbook, the answer is overdraft balance as per cash book. Coming to last problem for the chapter, bank reconciliation statement, page number 192, question number 15. Prepare bank reconciliation statement of PRG Rao and Sons as on 31st March 2018. Bank overdraft as per cash book 14,500. So the heading will be taken as bank reconciliation statement of PRG and Sons as on 31st March 2018. And the format will be particulars, amount rupees. And here it is given as overdraft balance as per cash book 14,500. 500 rupees. So as it is given as overdraft balance, cash book will have credit balance, whereas the same will be shown in passbook on debit side. तो ये क्या बताएंगे हम 14,500 बताएंगे 14,500. Even here it will be shown as 14,500. So now the transactions are checks issued but not presented for payment 4,500. हम लोगों को चेक देना था 4,500 के चेक दे दिए तो इधर पैसा बढ़ जाएगा क्योंकि ऑलरेडी इट इज ओवरड्राफ्ट बैलेंस. तो पासबुक में उसकी एंट्री नहीं होगी. As we have started with balance as per cash book, we need to get the answer of balance as per passbook. So 4,500 will be subtracted as checks issued but not presented for payment 4,500. Next we have a transaction direct deposit by customer in our bank account. एक साहब अपने को 3,500 रुपए सीधा अकाउंट में डिपॉजिट कर रहे हैं. अपना ओवरड्राफ्ट रहने की वजह से अमाउंट कम हो जाता. So इधर माइनस हो जा रहा बट इधर 14,500 वैसे बता रहा. So as we have started with balance as per cash book, we need to get the answer of balance as per passbook. So 3,500 will also be subtracted as direct deposit by customer in our bank account 3,500 rupees. Then we have checks deposited in bank but not credited 7,500 rupees. हम अपने अकाउंट में 7,500 के चेक डिपॉजिट कर दिए बट वो अभी अकाउंट में नहीं आए. So कैश बुक में वो पैसा कम हो गया बट अपन पासबुक का आंसर लाना है. In order to make it equal, we'll be adding it as checks deposited into bank but not credited 7,500 rupees. Then we have a transaction bank charges debited in passbook only 200 rupees. पासबुक में जो है ना बैंक चार्जेस 200 रुपए डेबिट होके है. So इधर का आंसर 14,700 है. As we have started with balance as per cash book, we need to get the answer for it. So it will be added as bank charges debited in passbook only 200 rupees. Then we have a transaction interest debited in passbook only 500 rupees. So again it will be added as interest debited in passbook 500 rupees. Adding these three, 8,200, 8,200 plus 14,000, 22,700. Adding these two, 8,000. Subtracting 8,000 from 22,700, we are left with an amount of 14,700, which will be recorded as overdraft balance as per passbook. Now we will be discussing chapter 7, trial balance. Chapter 7, trial balance, page number 204, question number 1. From the following balances taken from the books of Sanjeeva Reddy as on 31st December 2016, prepare a trial balance in proper form. Here are the name of the accounts with their respective amounts. The rules for preparing trial balance are debit all expenses and losses. So here it will be recorded as debit all expenses and losses. Credit all incomes and gains / liabilities. Here it will be assets. So the rules for preparing trial balance are debit all expenses, losses and assets, credit all incomes, gains and liabilities. खर्चा रहा, नुकसान रहा या asset रहा तो हम उसको debit में लिखना है. आमदनी रही, फायदा रहा या फिर खर्चा रहा तो हम उसको credit में लिखना है. So first we'll be discussing the format for trial balance. The heading will be taken as trial balance of Sanjeeva Reddy as on 31st December 2016. The format will be particulars, LF, debit amount rupees, credit amount rupees. So all the names will be recorded one after the other from cash in hand till the last name interest on loan. तो ये नाम पूरे एक के बाद एक लिख लेंगे. अब वो पढ़ के लिख देंगे हम. Cash in hand, it is an asset, it will have debit balance. Bank overdraft, it's a liability, it will have credit balance. Opening stock is an asset or it will be an expenditure, it will be recorded as debit balance. Purchases, it is an expenditure, it will be recorded as debit balance. Purchase returns is decrease in expenditure, it will be recorded as credit balance. Sales is an income, it will have credit balance. Sales returns is decrease in income, it will have debit balance. Traveling expenses is an expenditure, it will have debit balance. Discount allowed is a loss, it will have debit balance. Discount received is a gain, it will have credit balance. Furniture is an asset, it will have debit balance. Machinery is an asset, it will have debit balance. Land and buildings is an asset, it will have debit balance. Debtors is an asset, it will have debit balance. Creditors is a liability, it will have credit balance. Bills receivable is an asset, it will have debit balance. Bills payable is a liability, it will have credit balance. Capital is a liability, it will have credit balance. Drawings, it is decrease in capital, it will have debit balance. Rent is an expenditure, it will have debit balance. Salaries is an expenditure, it will have debit balance. Loan is a liability, it will have credit balance. Interest on loan is an expenditure, it will have debit balance. The total on both the sides is 2,60,250, 2,60,250. तो ट्रायल बैलेंस का प्रॉब्लम सही है या गलत है कैसा मालूम होता? लास्ट में दोनों का टोटल सेम आता. नेक्स्ट पेज नंबर 204, क्वेश्चन नंबर 2. Prepare a trial balance from the following balances of Veena as on 31st March 2018. So the heading will be taken as trial balance of Veena as on 31st March 2018, and the format will be particulars LF, debit amount rupees, credit amount rupees, and all the names will be recorded one after the other from the question as stock on 1st April 2017 till the last name. So now applying the rules: debit all expenses, losses and assets, credit all incomes, gains and assets. So opening stock, it is an expenditure, it will be shown on debit side as 40,000. Purchases, it is an expenditure, it will be shown on debit side. Sales, it is an income, it will be shown on credit side. Wages is an expenditure, it will be shown on debit side. Salaries is an expenditure, it will be shown on debit side. Repair charges, it is an expenditure, it will be shown on debit side. Commission received, it is an income, it will be shown on credit side. Sundry debtors, it's an asset, it will be shown on debit side. Sundry creditors, it's a liability, it will be shown on credit side. Capital, it's a liability, it will be shown on credit side. Drawings, it is decreasing liability, it will be shown on debit side. Return inward is the other name for sales returns. It is decreasing income, it will have debit balance. Return outward is the other name for purchase returns. It is decreasing expenditure, it will have credit balance. Carriage inwards, it is an expenditure, it will have debit balance. Carriage outward, it is also an expenditure, it will have debit balance. Furniture is an asset, it will have debit balance. Motor car is an asset, it will have debit balance. Cash in hand is an asset, it will have debit balance. Bank overdraft, it's a liability, it will have credit balance. Investments is an asset, it will have debit balance. Interest on investment is an income, it will have credit balance. Advertisement is an expenditure, it will have debit balance. Then we have some amount, so the total is not tallying on credit side, so we have recorded the amount of 19,800, which can be recorded here as suspense. तो वहाँ पे अपने को कुछ amount का फर्क आ रहा है 19,800 का credit side, जिसको आप suspense account बोल के लिख लेंगे. So the total on both the sides is 4,56,700, 4,56,700. Next, continuing with page number 205, question number 3. The following trial balance has been prepared by an inexperienced accountant. Redrafted in correct form. तो यहाँ पे नाम दिए हुए हैं, अपने को गलत एक inexperienced accountant बनाने से गलत बना, अपने को उसको correct करके देना है. So here is the solution: corrected trial balance. The format will be particulars left, debit amount rupees, credit amount rupees. We'll be writing all the names one after the another. Now we'll be applying the rules: debit all expenses, losses and assets, credit all incomes, gains and liabilities. So land and buildings, it is an asset, it will have debit balance. Plant and machinery is an asset, it will have debit balance. Wages is an expenditure, it will have debit balance. Discount allowed is a loss, it will have debit balance. Discount received, it will have credit balance. Purchases is an expenditure, it will have debit balance. Sales is an income, it will have credit balance. Return inward is decrease in income, it will have debit balance. Return outward is decrease in expenditure, it will have credit balance. Opening stock is an expenditure, it will have debit balance. Debtors is an asset, it will have debit balance. Creditors is a liability, it will have credit balance. Carriage on sales is an expenditure, it will have debit balance. Carriage on purchase is an expenditure, it will have debit balance. Insurance is an expenditure, it will have debit balance. General expenses is an expenditure, it will have debit balance. Cash in hand is an asset, it will have debit balance. Bank overdraft is a liability, it will have credit balance. Capital is a liability, it will have credit balance. Drawings is decrease in liability, it will have debit balance. And the total on both the sides is 4,32,200, 4,32,200. Let's continue with question number 4, page number 206. The following are the balances extracted from the books of Manohar. Prepare trial balance as on 31st March 2018. So the heading will be taken as trial balance of Manohar as on 31st March 2018, and the format will be taken as particulars left, debit amount rupees, credit amount rupees. All the names will be recorded one after the other. Now applying the rules: purchases, it is an expenditure, it will have debit balance. Buildings is an asset, it will have debit balance. Wages is an expenditure, it will have debit balance. Fuel is an expenditure, it will have debit balance. Credit it's a liability, it will have credit balance. Bills payable is a liability, it will have credit balance. Discount received is an income, it will have credit balance. Sales is an income, it will have credit balance. Insurance is an expenditure, it will have debit balance. Fight is an expenditure, it will have debit balance. Opening stock is an expenditure, it will have debit balance. Drawings is decrease in capital, it will have debit balance. Interest received, it is an income, it will have credit balance. Commission paid, it is expenditure, it will have debit balance. Sundry debtors, it is an asset, it will have debit balance. Bad debts is decreasing value of debtors, it is a loss, it will have debit balance. Salaries, it is an expenditure, it will have debit balance. Carriage, it is an expenditure, it will have debit balance. Spending, it is an expenditure, it will have debit balance. Postage and stationery, it will have debit, it is an expenditure, it will have debit balance. State expenses, it is an expenditure, it will have debit balance. Bills receivable, it is an asset, it will have debit balance. Cash in hand, it is an asset, it will have debit balance. Cash at bank, it is an asset, it will have debit balance. Capital is a liability, it will have credit balance. General reserves is a liability, again it will have credit balance. And the total on both the sides is 2,77,900, 2,77,900. Next, continuing with the same topic, page number 207, question number 5. From the following balances, prepare trial balance of JP Reddy as at 31st December 2016. So the heading will be taken as trial balance of JP Reddy as on 31st December 2016. The format will be particulars left, debit amount rupees, credit amount rupees. And all the names will be recorded from opening stock till the last name which is given in the question. and it will be recorded as opening stock. It is an expenditure, it will have debit balance. Credit, it's a liability, it will have credit balance. Debtors is an asset, it will have debit balance. Bills receivable is an asset, it will have debit balance. Carriage inwards is an expenditure, it will have debit balance. Salaries is an expenditure, it will have debit balance. Bills payable is a liability, it will have credit balance. Telephone is an expenditure, it will have debit balance. Repairs is an expenditure, it will have debit balance. Depreciation is lost to the organization, it will have debit balance. Bad debt provision, any provision will have always have credit balance. Capital is a liability, it will always have credit balance. Commission received is an income, it will have credit balance. Discount received is an income, it will have credit balance. Purchases is an expenditure, it will have debit balance. Cash advance is an asset, it will have debit balance. Plant and machinery is an asset, it will have debit balance. Furniture is an asset, it will have debit balance. Rent paid is an expenditure, it will have debit balance. Sales is an income, it will have credit balance. And the total on both the sides is 6,51,800, 6,51,800. Next, page number 207, question number 6. The following are the balances extracted from the books of Pullarna as on 31st December 2017. Prepare trial balances. Here are particulars and amounts given. The format will be recorded as trial balance of Pullarna as on 31st December 2016. The format will be taken from particulars, LF, debit amount rupees, credit amount rupees, and all the names will be recorded. Now we'll be discussing it one after the other. Capital is a liability, it will have credit balance. Drawings is decreasing liability, it will have debit balance. Furniture is an asset, it will have debit balance. Bank overdraft is a liability, it will have credit balance. Credit cards is a liability, it will have credit balance. Premises is an asset, it will have debit balance. Opening stock is an expenditure, it will have debit balance. Wages is an expenditure, it will have debit balance. Salaries is an expenditure, it will have debit balance. Commission paid, it is an expenditure, it will have debit balance. Debtors is an asset, it will have debit balance. Rent received, it is an income, it will have credit balance. Purchases, it is an expenditure, it will have debit balance. Sales, it is an income, it will have credit balance. Return inward is the decrease in income, it will have debit balance. Discount debit is loss, it will have debit balance. Discount credit is gain, it will have credit balance. General expenses is an expenditure, it will have debit balance. Carriage is an expenditure, it will have debit balance. Reserve for bad debts, any reserve or any provision will have credit balance. So the total on both the sides will be 3,37,200, 3,37,200. Continuing with question number 7, page number 208. The following are the balances extracted from the books of Vishnu Charan as on 31st December 2018. Prepare trial balance. So we'll be preparing trial balance. All the names will be recorded one after the other. Now applying the rules. The format for trial balance is particulars, LF, debit amount rupees, credit amount rupees. Capital, it's a liability, it will have credit balance. Provision for bad debts, all provisions have credit balance. Goodwill, it is an asset, it will have debit balance. Patent is an asset, it will have debit balance. Purchases is an expenditure, it will have debit balance. Sales is an income, it will have credit balance. Loan from SBIE, it's a liability, it will have credit balance. Opening stock is an expenditure, it will have debit balance. Interest paid, it is an expenditure, it will have debit balance. Interest received, it is an income, it will have credit balance. Land, it is an asset, it will have debit balance. Debtors, it is an asset, it will have debit balance. Legal expenses, it is an expenditure, it will have debit balance. Prepaid expenses, it is an asset, it will have debit balance. Insurance, it is an expenditure, it will have debit balance. Outstanding salaries, it's a liability, it will have credit balance. Discount on purchases, it's again, it will have credit balance. Discount on sales, it's a loss, it will have debit balance. Bills receivable, it's an asset, it will have debit balance. Bills payable, it's a liability, it will have credit balance. Provision for depreciation of fixed assets, it's any provision will be always having credit balance. General reserves, it's a liability, it will have credit balance. It's investments, it's an asset, it will have debit balance. And the total on both the sides is 1,27,750, 1,27,750. Now page number 208, question number 8. Prepare trial balance of Reinish as on 31st December 2013. The heading will be taken as trial balance of Reinish as on 31st December 2013. The format will be particulars, LF, debit amount rupees, credit amount rupees, and all the names will be recorded one after the other. Now applying the rules. Debtors, it is an asset, it will have debit balance. Debtors, it is an asset, it will have debit balance. Rent paid, it is an expenditure, it will have debit balance. Fixed deposit, it is an asset, it will have debit balance. Bills payable, it's a liability, it will have credit balance. Purchases, it is an expenditure, it will have debit balance. Sales return, it is decreasing income, it will have debit balance. Cash in hand, it is an asset, it will have debit balance. Fixtures and fittings, it is an asset, it will have debit balance. Buildings, it is an asset, it will have debit balance. Sales, it is an income, it will have credit balance. Bad debt reserve, all reserves have credit balances. Discount received, it is an income, it will have credit balance. Insurance premium, it is an expenditure, it will have debit balance. Capital, it's a liability, it will have credit balance. Credit cards, it's a liability, it will have credit balance. Purchase returns, it is decreasing expenditure, it will have credit balance. And the total on both the sides is 3,40,000, 3,40,000. Next, page number 209, question number 9. From the following balances, prepare trial balance of Manas as on 31st December 2013. So the heading will be trial balance of Manas as on 31st December 2013. All the names will be recorded from cash to debtors, applying the rules. Debit all expenses, losses and assets. Credit all incomes, gains and assets. Cash is an asset, it will have debit balance. Sales is an income, it will have credit balance. Salaries is an expenditure, it will have debit balance. Creditors is a liability, it will have credit balance. Capital is a liability, it will have credit balance. Purchases is an expenditure, it will have debit balance. Debtors is an asset, it will have debit balance. And the total on both sides is 1,04,000 rupees, 1,04,000 rupees. Next, page number 209, question number 10. From the following balances, prepare trial balance of Ramu as on 31st December 2013. So here is the solution. The heading will be trial balance of Ramu as on 31st December 2013. All the names from capital to sales items will be recorded and applying the rules. Capital is a liability, it will have credit balance. Bills payable is a liability, it will have credit balance. Bills receivable, it's an asset, it will have debit balance. Furniture is an asset, it will have debit balance. Purchases is an expenditure, it will have debit balance. Sales is an income, it will have credit balance. Sales return is decrease in income, it will have debit balance. And the total on both the sides are 81,000, 81,000. The total on both the sides is 81,000, 81,000. Next, page number 209, question number 11. Prepare trial balance of Pradeep Kumar from the following balances as on 31st March 2017. So the heading will be taken as trial balance of Pradeep Kumar as on 31st March 2017. The format will be particular self debit amount rupees, credit amount rupees. All the names from opening stock to capital will be recorded and the rules will be applied. Opening stock, it's an expenditure, it will have debit balance. Sales is an income, it will have credit balance. Credit, it's a liability, it will have credit balance. Cash is an asset, it will have debit balance. Purchases, it is an expenditure, it will have debit balance. Debtors is an asset, it will have debit balance. Salaries is an expenditure, it will have debit balance. Capital is a liability, it will have credit balance. And the total on both the sides is 1,48,000, 1,48,000. Now, continuing with the same topic, page number 209, question number 12. Prepare trial balance of Suchitra as on 31st December 2015 from the following balances. The format for trial balance is particulars LF serial number, particulars LF debit amount rupees, credit amount rupees, and the heading will be taken as trial balance of Suchitra as on 31st December 2015. All the names will be recorded one after the other. Cash in hand, it is an asset, it will have debit balance. Debtors is an asset, it will have debit balance. Opening stock is an expenditure, it will have debit balance. Purchases is an expenditure, it will have debit balance. Buildings, it is an asset, it will have debit balance. Sales is an income, it will have credit balance. Capital is a liability, it will have credit balance. Bills payable is a liability, it will have credit balance. And the total on both the sides is 75,000, 75,000. Next, we have a problem, page number 210, question number 13. Prepare trial balance of Radhe from the following balances. So the heading will be taken as trial balance of Radhe, and the format will be particulars LF debit amount rupees, credit amount rupees, and all the names will be recorded from opening stock till cash in and bank. So opening stock, it is an expenditure, it will have debit balance. Purchase, it is an expenditure, it will have debit balance. Cash is an expenditure, it will have debit balance. Capital, creditors, it's a liability, it will have credit balance. Capital is a liability, it will have credit balance. Sales is an income, it will have credit balance. Salaries is an expenditure, it will have debit balance. Debtors is an asset, it will have debit balance. Cash in bank is an asset, it will have debit balance. And the total on both the sides is 57,000, 57,000. Coming to question number 14, page number 210. Prepare trial balance of N and Rao from the following balances. So the heading will be taken as trial balance of N and Rao, and the format will be particulars LF debit amount rupees, credit amount rupees. All the names will be recorded from cash at bank till the last name capital. So here, cash at bank, it is an asset, it will have debit balance. Salaries, it is an expenditure, it will have debit balance. Sales is an income, it will have credit balance. Plant is an asset, it will have debit balance. Bills receivable is an asset, it will have debit balance. Fixed deposits is an asset, it will have debit balance. Purchases is an expenditure, it will have debit balance. Closing stock is an asset, it will have debit balance. Bills payable is a liability, it will have credit balance. Capital is a liability, it will have credit balance. And the total on both the sides is 5,27,000, 5,27,000. Coming to last problem for this chapter, page number 210, question number 15. Prepare trial balance of Seshadri from the following balances as on 31st December 2016. So the solution will be recorded as trial balance of Seshadri as on 31st December 2016, and the format will be particular LF debit amount rupees, credit amount rupees, writing all the names from opening stock to capital. So still we have other problems. So opening stock, it is an expenditure, it will have debit balance. Sales, it is an income, it will have credit balance. Credit, it's a liability, it will have credit balance. Cash is an asset, it will have debit balance. Purchases is an expenditure, it will have debit balance. Debtors is an asset, it will have debit balance. Salaries is an expenditure, it will have debit balance. Capital is a liability, it will have credit balance. And the total on both the sides is 65,000, 65,000. Next, we have page number 211, question number 16. Prepare trial balance of Bhagya Lakshmi. So the heading will be trial balance of Bhagya Lakshmi, and the format will be particulars LF debit amount rupees, credit amount rupees. All the names will be recorded from bills receivable to furniture. Now applying the rules, bills receivable, it is an asset, it will have debit balance. Capital is a liability, it will have credit balance. Sales is an income, it will have credit balance. Machinery is an asset, it will have debit balance. Bills payable is a liability, it will have credit balance. Purchases is an expenditure, it will have debit balance. Furniture is an expenditure asset, it will always have debit balance. And the total on both the sides is 1,47,600, 1,47,600. 600. Next we have question number 17, page number 211. Prepare trial balance of Kasturi from the following information. The heading will be trial balance of Kasturi as on 31st March 2018, and the format will be particulars LF debit amount rupees, credit amount rupees. All the names will be recorded one after the other. Capital is a liability, it will have credit balance. Furniture is an asset, it will have debit balance. Credit is a liability, it will have credit balance. Cash is an asset, it will have debit balance. Debtors is an asset, it will have debit balance. Buildings is an asset, it will have debit balance, and the total on both the sides is 2,10,000, 2,10,000. Next we have page number 211, question number 18. Prepare trial balance of Sudha from the following particulars. So the heading will be trial balance of Sudha, and all the names will be recorded one after the other, and the format for trial balance is particular self debit amount rupees, credit amount rupees. Opening stock is an expenditure, it will have debit balance. Bills payable is a liability, it will have credit balance. Bills receivable is an asset, it will have debit balance. Purchases is an expenditure, it will have debit balance. Return inward is the other name for sales returns. It is decreasing income, so it will have debit balance. Purchases, it is an expenditure, so it will have debit balance. Sales, it is an income, it will have credit balance. Return outward is the other name for purchase return, so it will have debit balance. Capital is a liability, it will have purchases return is a decrease in expenditure, so it will have credit balance. Capital is a liability, it will have credit balance. So here by mistake we have recorded the amount as 2 times as purchases, and the total on both the sides is 62,800, 62,800. Next, coming to question number 19, page number 211. Prepare trial balance of Anji Reddy from the following trial balance. So the heading will be trial balance of Anji Reddy, and the format will be particulars LF debit amount rupees, credit amount rupees. All the names will be recorded from transport to debtors. Transport, it is an expenditure, it will have debit balance. Capital is a liability, it will have credit balance. Salaries is an expenditure, it will have debit balance. Cash at bank is an asset, it will have debit balance. Bank overdraft is a liability, it will have credit balance. Sales is an income, it will have credit balance. Debtors is an asset, it will have debit balance. And the total on both the sides will be 67,000, 67,000. Coming to last problem of this chapter, page number 212, question number 20. Prepare trial balance of Dr. Chilumula Srinivas from the following balances as on 31st December 2018. So the heading will be taken as trial balance of Dr. Chilumula Reddy as on 31st December 2018, and the format will be particulars left debit amount rupees, credit amount rupees. First, it is given as buildings, it is an asset, it will have debit balance. Debtors, it is an asset, it will have debit balance. General reserves, it is a liability, it will have credit balance. Bank deposits, it's an asset, it will have debit balance. Bad debts provision, any provision will have credit balance. Insurance, it is an expenditure, it will have debit balance. Packing charges, it is an expenditure, it will have debit balance. Capital is a liability, it will have credit balance. Credit cards, it's a liability, it will have credit balance. Bad debts, it is lost to the organization, it will have debit balance. And the total on both the sides is 2,97,000, 2,97,000. Continuing with next chapter, chapter 8, rectification of errors. Errors का मतलब क्या गलती, rectification का मतलब क्या सुधारना. Page number 237, question number 1. Rectify the following errors. A sale of goods to Aditya for rupees 2,500 was posted to purchases book. तो हम Aditya to sales लिखने का क्या करें, purchases to Aditya लिखे. So this will be rectified as Aditya account debit 5,000 to purchases account 2,500 to sales account 2,500. So the general entry will be recorded as and the rectifying narration will be recorded as being credit sales wrongly recorded in purchases book, no rectified. Next we have a transaction, salary of 800 paid to Sandeep was wrongly debited to his personal account. मतलब हम जो जनरल एंट्री लिखना था वो सैलरी अकाउंट डेबिट टू कैश लिखना था, गलती से हम सैलरी संदीप अकाउंट डेबिट टू कैश लिख लिए. Now the rectifying procedure is reverse of wrong entry plus correct entry. So cash and cash gets cancelled. So general entry will be salary account debit to Sandeep account. Next we have the transaction as furniture purchased on credit from Shekhar was entered in purchases book. So furniture account debit to Shekhar लिखने का हम क्या करें, purchases account debit to Shekhar लिख लिए. The procedure is reverse of wrong entry plus correct entry. So Shekhar and Shekhar gets cancelled, and the general entry, now rectifying entry will be furniture account debit to purchases account. Then we have a transaction rupees 5,000 spent on extension of building was debited to rebates to building account. So the general entry which we are supposed to write was buildings account debit to cash, but we have recorded it as rebates to buildings account debit to cash. The procedure is reverse of wrong entry plus correct entry. So cash and cash gets cancelled. The general entry will be buildings account debit to rebates to buildings account. Next, coming to next transaction, which is goods returned by Shailesh 1200 was entered in return outward book. So the general entry will be Shailesh account debit to sales returns to Shailesh लिखना था, हम गलती से Shailesh account debit to purchase returns लिख लिए. Now the rectifying entry will be sales returns account debit 1200, purchase returns account debit 1200 to Shailesh account 2,400. Next, continuing with next problem, page number 237, question number 2. Furniture purchase from 10,000 wrongly debited to purchase account. Furniture to cash लिखने के बजाय हम क्या करें, purchases to cash लिख लिए. The procedure is reverse of wrong entry. Cash account debit to purchases plus correct entry furniture account debit to cash. So cash and cash gets cancelled. Our general entry, rectifying entry will be furniture account debit to purchases. Next we have a transaction machinery purchased on credit from Ramana. 10,000 was recorded to purchases book. तो machinery खरीदे अपन, तो machinery to cash लिखने के बजाय क्या करें, purchases machinery to Ramana लिखने के बजाय क्या करें, purchase to Ramana लिख लिए. So it will be recorded as reverse of wrong entry, Ramana to purchase plus correct entry machinery to Ramana. Ramana and Ramana gets cancelled and the general rectifying entry will be machinery account debit to purchases account. Then we have a transaction repairs on machinery 1400 debited to machinery account. So हम repairs to cash लिखने के बजाय क्या करें, machinery to cash लिख लिए. So reverse of wrong entry, cash to machinery plus correct entry repairs to cash. Cash and cash gets cancelled. The general entry will be repairs account debit to machinery account. Then we have a transaction repairs on overhauling of second-hand machinery purchase was debited to repairs account. So this time the general entry should have been machinery account debit to cash, but we have recorded it as repairs to cash. So the procedure is reverse of wrong entry, cash to repairs plus correct entry machinery to cash. Cash and cash gets cancelled and the general entry will be machinery account debit to repairs account. Then we have a transaction sale of old machinery at book value 3,000 was credited to sales account. So when we sell old machinery, we need to write the general entry as cash account debit to machinery account, but I have by mistake recorded the entry as cash account debit to sales. In order to rectify it, the procedure is reverse of wrong entry, sales account debit to cash plus correct entry, which is cash to machinery. So cash on debit side and credit side gets cancelled and the rectifying entry will be sales account debit to machinery account. Next, coming to third problem, page number 238, question number 3. Machinery purchase for rupees 5,000 has been debited to purchases account. तो machinery खरीद रहे आप, तो जनरल एंट्री क्या लिखना था, machinery account debit to cash लिखना था. हम गलती से क्या करें, उसको purchases account debit to cash लिख लिए. The procedure is reverse of wrong entry, cash account debit to purchases plus correct entry machinery account debit to cash. So cash and cash gets cancelled and the general entry will be machinery account debit to purchases account. Next, rupees 700 paid to Ruchira as legal charges or debited to his personal account. So हम legal expenses pay करें. So the general entry would have been legal expenses account debit to cash, but we have recorded it as Ruchira account debit to cash. So the procedure is reverse of wrong entry, cash to Ruchira plus legal expenses to cash. Cash and cash gets cancelled. The general entry will be legal expenses account debit to Ruchira account. Next, we have third transaction as rupees 10,000 paid to Escorts company for machinery purchase stands debited to Escorts company account. So हम machinery खरीदे थे, तो जिसके लिए एंट्री आएंगी machinery to cash, जबकि हम क्या लिखेंगे, Escorts company to cash. So this will be recorded as cash and cash on credit side and debit side with the first. This will be reversed. So cash account debit to Escorts company. So cash on debit side and cash on credit side gets cancelled and the general entry will be machinery account debit to Escorts company account. Then we have a transaction typewriter purchase for rupees 6,000 was wrongly passed to purchase book. अपन typewriter to cash लिखना था, गलती से क्या करें, purchase to cash लिख लिया. The procedure is reverse of wrong entry, cash account debit to purchases plus correct entry typewriter to cash. Cash on credit side and cash on debit side gets cancelled and the entry will be typewriter account debit to purchase account. Then we have a transaction 20,000 paid for purchase of motorcycle of proprietor has been charged to general expenses. 20,000 ओनर अपने पर्सनल कामों के लिए यूज करे, तो ड्राइंग्स अकाउंट डेबिट टू कैश लिखना था, हम जनरल एक्सपेंसेस अकाउंट डेबिट टू कैश लिख लिए. दिस विल बी रेक्टिफाइड एज रिवर्स ऑफ रॉन्ग एंट्री, कैश टू जनरल एक्सपेंसेस प्लस करेक्ट एंट्री ड्राइंग्स टू कैश. Cash and cash gets cancelled and the entry will be drawings account debit to general expenses account. Then we have another transaction 15,000 paid for purchase of gas engine was debited to purchase account. So as we have purchased gas engine, we will be writing the general entry as gas engine account debit to cash account, but we have recorded it as purchase account debit to cash. Now the procedure is reverse of wrong entry, cash to purchases plus correct entry gas engine to cash. Cash and cash gets cancelled and the general entry will be gas engine account debit to purchases account. Then we have another transaction on cash paid to Sarita was debited to the account of Amani. So instead of writing it as Sarita to cash, we have by mistake recorded the entry as Amani account debit to cash. So the procedure is reverse of wrong entry, cash to Amani plus correct entry Sarita to cash. Cash and cash gets cancelled and the general entry will be Sarita account debit to Amani account. Next, page number 234, question number 4. Page number 238, question number 4. Give rectifying entries for the following errors. Wages payable to furniture maker 670 was debited to wages account. So the entry should have been furniture account debit to cash. We have recorded it as wages account debit to cash. The procedure is reverse of wrong entry, cash to wages plus correct entry furniture to cash. Cash and cash gets cancelled. The rectifying entry will be furniture account debit to wages account and the nation will be being wages wrongly debited, now rectified. Next, a credit sale of 150 to Srinivas debited to Shivaram account. Srinivas को बेचे थे, तो Srinivas to cash लिखना था, गलती से Shivaram to sales लिख लिया. Srinivas to sales लिखना था, गलती से शिवराम टू सेल्स लिख लिया. The procedure is reverse of wrong entry. Sales plus sales account debit to Shivaram account plus correct entry Srinivas to sales. Sales and sales gets cancelled and the entry will be Srinivas account debit to Shivaram account. Next we have third transaction as पेमेंट ऑफ सैलरी टू वर्षिनी नॉट पास थ्रू बुक्स एट ऑल. तो हम वो बंदी को सैलरी पे करे थे, वो लिखे ही नहीं, तो अब लिख लेंगे सैलरी अकाउंट डेबिट टू कैश अकाउंट. वी हैव अ ट्रांजैक्शन a credit purchase of 140 to Harshini recorded in books of 410. So credit purchases is always a debit balance. अब यहाँ पे क्योंकि extra excess amount बताए, so it will be recorded on opposite side as credit side and the general entry will be Harshini account debit to purchase account 270 rupees. तो जितना extra बताया उसको वापस cancel कर दे रहे हैं हम. Next page number 238 question number 5. Pass journal entries to rectify the following errors. The purchases book of the trader is over added by 200 rupees. So as purchases has debit balance and it has been over added, it will now be cancelled by writing it on opposite side. तब हम उसको opposite side लिखेंगे. For suspense account debit to purchase account 200 rupees. Next we have a transaction old furniture sold for rupees 100 was credited to sales account. So furniture cash to furniture लिखने का हम cash to sales लिख लेते हैं. Procedure will be reverse of wrong entry sales to cash plus correct entry cash to furniture. Cash and cash gets cancelled. The general entry will be sales account debit to furniture account. Next we have a transaction rupees 100 paid on account of interest was debited to commission account. So हम commission पे interest पे करे, तो entry क्या लिखना था, interest account debit to cash लिखना था, गलती से commission account debit to cash लिख लिया. Now the procedure is reverse of wrong entry plus correct entry. तो हम क्या करेंगे, cash to commission plus interest to cash, cash and cash gets cancelled, बचा क्या, interest to commission account. Then we have a transaction on 4th as an amount of 125 received from Sony was credited to his account as 152. तो अपने को पैसे जो आए वो 125 है, बट हम जो लिख लिए वो गलती से 152 लिख लिए. तो एक्सेस अमाउंट कितना था, 27 था. सो हिज नेम विल बी डेबिटेड एंड इट विल बी सस्पेंस विल बी क्रेडिटेड एज Sony account debit 20,000 to suspense account 20,000. Next page number 238 question number 6. Rectify the following errors. Purchases of furniture costing 1200 has been recorded in purchases book. Furniture खरीदे, purchases to cash लिखने का हम क्या करें, purchases to cash, furniture to cash लिखने का हम purchase to cash लिख लिए. The procedure is reverse of wrong entry. Cash to purchases plus furniture to cash. Cash and cash gets cancelled. तो अपने को बचता क्या, furniture account debit to purchases account. Next we have a transaction repairs to machinery were debited to machinery accounts. Repairs to cash लिखना था, हम machinery to cash लिख लिए. The procedure is reverse of wrong entry. Cash to machinery plus correct entry repairs to cash. Cash and cash gets cancelled. बचता क्या, repairs to machinery account. Next we have a third transaction credit sale of 200 to Ramesh though properly entered in sales book but has been credited to his account. Sales book में बराबर लिख लिया but वो बंदे के account में हम गलती कर दिए. तो Ramesh account is to be debited with 400 rupees, 200 for not debiting Ramesh and wrong credit given to Ramesh. Then again we have a transaction on 4th as the total of purchases book was overcash by 200. Overcash मतलब extra बताना. Purchases always have debit balance. Now as it is showing extra balance, it will be cancelled by writing it on credit balance. तो उसके लिए जनरल एंट्री लिखेंगे सस्पेंस अकाउंट डेबिट टू परचेजेस अकाउंट. नेक्स्ट वी हैव अ ट्रांजैक्शन सैलरी पेड टू मैनेजर डेबिटेड टू हिज पर्सनल अकाउंट. तो जब हम सैलरी पे करते हैं द जनरल एंट्री विल बी सैलरी अकाउंट डेबिट टू कैश, बट दिस टाइम बाय मिस्टेक वी हैव रिकॉर्डेड इट एज मैनेजर अकाउंट डेबिट टू कैश. नाउ द प्रोसीजर विल बी रिवर्स ऑफ रॉन्ग एंट्री कैश टू मैनेजर प्लस करेक्ट एंट्री सैलरी टू कैश. कैश एंड कैश गेट्स कैंसल्ड एंड द जनरल एंट्री विल बी कैश अकाउंट सैलरी अकाउंट डेबिट टू मैनेजर अकाउंट. Next page number 238 question number 7. Rectify the following errors. Sale of old machinery has been entered in sales book. तो हम मशीनरी बेचे तो अपन क्या लिखना था, कैश अकाउंट डेबिट टू मशीनरी लिखना था. हम गलती से क्या करें, कैश टू सेल्स लिख लेते हैं. प्रोसीजर इज रिवर्स ऑफ रॉन्ग एंट्री सेल्स टू कैश इज करेक्ट एंट्री कैश टू मशीनरी. कैश एंड कैश गेट्स कैंसल्ड. द जनरल रेक्टिफाइंग एंट्री विल बी सेल्स अकाउंट डेबिट टू मशीनरी अकाउंट. Second transaction is Rakesh pays 300 rupees. This was credited to Rajesh account. तो अपन कैश अकाउंट डेबिट टू राकेश लिखने का क्या करें, कैश अकाउंट डेबिट टू राजेश लिखे. द प्रोसीजर इज रिवर्स ऑफ रॉन्ग एंट्री राजेश टू कैश प्लस करेक्ट एंट्री कैश टू राकेश. So cash and cash gets cancelled. The general entry will be Rajesh account debit to Rakesh account. Then third transaction we have a sale of 250 to Shah & Co has been debited to them as 520. So Shah & Co account debit to sales 250 लिखने का हम क्या करें, Shah & Co company account debit to sales 520 लिख लिए. So Shah & Co account has been excess debited with 270 rupees which will be cancelled by cancelling on debit side as credit side as Shah & Co suspense account debit to Shah & Co account. Then we have a transaction on returns to Ramanunji has been not been posted to his account. So returns to Ramanunji ये purchase returns है तो हम वापस कर रहे हैं. So this will be recorded as purchase Ramanunji account debit to purchase returns account. Being omission of returns to Ramanunji has now been recorded. Then we have a transaction on salary 1500 paid to Ramana has been debited to his account. Salary पे कर रहे हैं आप तो क्या लिखना है, salary account debit to cash लिखना. But अपन क्या कर रहे हैं, Ramana to cash लिखे. The procedure will be reverse of wrong entry, cash to Ramana plus correct entry salary to cash. Cash and cash gets cancelled. The general entry will be salary account debit to Ramana account. Then we have another transaction. A purchase of 700 from Gupta and Co has not been posted in sales book, so it will now be recorded. Purchase account debit to Gupta account has been recorded as Gupta account debit to sales account. It will now be recorded as purchase account debit 700, sales account debit 700 to Gupta and Co 1400. Next, page number 239, question number 8. Rectify the following errors. An amount of 100 payable paid for repairs to furnitures was debited to furniture account. So the general entry will be repairs to cash. ये लिखने के बजाय हम furniture to cash लिख लिए, तो it will be reversed as cash account debit to furniture plus repairs account to cash. So cash and cash gets cancelled and the general entry will be repairs account debit to furniture account. Then we have a transaction in amount of 100 rupees paid for repairs on furniture was debited to furniture account. So repairs to cash लिखने का अपन क्या करें, furniture to cash लिखे. The reverse entry will be cash account debit to furniture plus correct entry will be repairs account debit to cash. So cash and cash gets cancelled and the general entry will be repairs account debit to furniture. Next, sales book was undercast by 500 rupees. So sales, it is an income, as it is undercasting, it will have same side as sales undercast. So sales book always have a credit balance. Since total of sales book is overcast, it will be debited. So the general entry will be sales account debit to suspense account. Next we have a transaction as expenses 1500 were posted in ledger as 150 rupees. तो हम यहाँ पे expenses it always have debit balance. अब क्योंकि हम इसमें 1350 under cash करें, again it will be showing debit balance as expenses account debit to suspense account and it will be recorded as 1350. Next we have a transaction sale of goods to Mr. S was wrongly debited to account of Mr. V. मतलब हम S account debit to sales लिखने का V account debit to sales लिख लेना. The procedure will be reverse of wrong entry sales to Mr. V plus correct entry which is Mr. S account debit to sales. So sales and sales gets cancelled. That rectifying entry will be Mr. S account debit to Mr. V. Then we have a transaction old furniture sold has been credited to sales account. So cash to furniture लिखने का हम क्या करें, cash to sales लिख ले. The procedure is reverse of wrong entry plus correct entry sales to cash plus cash to furniture. So cash and cash gets cancelled. The entry will be sales account debit to furniture account. Next, page number 239, question number 9. Enter the following, write the entries for rectification of following errors. Sales book was overcast. Over मतलब extra बताना. Sales is an income. अब उसको cancel करने के लिए क्या करेंगे, हम debit में लिखेंगे. It will be recorded as sales book account. It will be recorded as sales book is to be debited with 300. So the general entry will be sales account debit to suspense account. Next we have a transaction sale of 100 to Madhavi was wrongly debited to account of Sharat. यहाँ पे माधवी टू सेल्स लिखने का हम क्या करें, शरत टू सेल्स लिख लेता. प्रोसीजर इज रिवर्स ऑफ रॉन्ग एंट्री सेल्स टू शरत प्लस करेक्ट एंट्री माधवी टू सेल्स. सेल्स गेट कैंसिल्ड. द जनरल एंट्री विल बी माधवी अकाउंट डेबिट टू शरत अकाउंट. नेक्स्ट वी हैव अ ट्रांजैक्शन जनरल एक्सपेंसेस 200 वर पोस्टेड इन जनरल लेडजर एज 300. जनरल एक्सपेंसेस डेबिट बैलेंस रहता है, ज्यादा बताने की वजह से 100 रुपए कैंसिल करने के लिए उसको हम क्रेडिट में लिखेंगे. सो जनरल एक्सपेंसेस विल बी क्रेडिटेड विद 100 रुपीस. नेक्स्ट वी हैव अ ट्रांजैक्शन 500 received from Shankar was debited to Sandhya account. So cash to Shankar लिखने का हम Sandhya to Shankar लिख लेता. General entry will be suspense account debit to Sandhya account to Shankar account. Next we have a transaction legal expenses 200 paid to Sarita was debited to her personal account. So legal expenses pay करे तो general entry क्या लिखते हैं अपन, legal expenses account debit to cash account. But here we have recorded the entry as Sarita account debit to cash. So the procedure is reverse of wrong entry, cash to Sarita plus correct entry legal expenses to cash. So cash and cash gets cancelled. The general entry will be legal expenses account debit to Sarita account. Next we have a transaction amount paid rupees 200 to Ramesh is not posted to his account. तो अब आप लिख लेंगे, हम जब नहीं लिखे थे अब लिखेंगे. Ramesh account will be debited and it will be credited with suspense account. Next, page number 239, question number 10. The total of purchases book was undercast. Undercast का मतलब purchases जो debit में रहता हम उसको debit ही बताएंगे. It will be shown on debit side. Purchases will be debited. Next, a credit purchase from Vaishnavi 1000 has been wrongly passed to sales book. So purchases to Vaishnavi लिखने का Vaishnavi to sales लिख ले. It will be rectified as purchase account debit 1000, sales account debit 1000 to Vaishnavi account 2000 rupees. नेक्स्ट वेजेस पे 200 वर रॉन्गली डेबिटेड टू सैलरीज अकाउंट. वेजेस टू कैश लिखना था, सैलरीज टू कैश लिख लिए. प्रोसीजर इज रिवर्स ऑफ रॉन्ग एंट्री. कैश टू सैलरी प्लस करेक्ट एंट्री वेजेस टू कैश. कैश एंड कैश गेट्स कैंसिल्ड एंड द रेक्टिफाइंग एंट्री विल बी wages account debit to salary account. Next we have a transaction 100 received on account of interest stands wrongly credited to commission account. अपने को जो पैसे आ रहे हैं वो इंटरेस्ट के नाम पे आ रहे हैं. कैश अकाउंट डेबिट टू इंटरेस्ट लिखने के बजाय गलती से कैश अकाउंट डेबिट टू कमीशन लिख लिए. द प्रोसीजर इज रिवर्स ऑफ रॉन्ग एंट्री. कमीशन टू कैश प्लस करेक्ट एंट्री कैश टू इंटरेस्ट. So cash and cash gets cancelled and the entry will be commission account debit to interest account. Then we have a transaction salary of 500 paid to manager Mr. Krishna debited to his personal account. So the general entry will be salary account debit to cash. But here it was recorded as Krishna account debit to cash. So the procedure will be reverse of wrong entry. Cash account debit to Krishna plus correct entry salary to cash. Cash and cash gets cancelled and the entry will be salary account debit to Krishna account. Next page number 239, question number 11. Rectify the following errors before preparation of trial balance. So here purchases book was under cash by 2000. So purchases will be debited and suspense will be credited. Rent paid 350 was debited to that account as 530. तो rent के account में हम excess amount कितना बताएं? 180 ज़्यादा बताएं. So it will be debited and rent will be debited, suspense will be debited and rent will be credited. Next we have a transaction discount received from Rama & Co 250 was not posted to their account. Rama & Co से जो अपने को discount मिला वो लोगों को बताया ही नहीं हम. So it will be shown as Rama & Co account debit to suspense account. Then we have interest paid 89 was wrongly credited to the account as 98 rupees. So यहाँ पे हम एंट्री लिखेंगे इंटरेस्ट अकाउंट डेबिट 89 लिखना था जबकि लिखे कैश अकाउंट डेबिट टू इंटरेस्ट अकाउंट. So interest account is to be debited with 187 rupees because 89 for not writing and 98 for excess writing. So since interest paid has not been debited and has not been credited. Next we have a transaction sales book was overcast by 1700. Sales it is an income, it always have credit balance. Now as it is been overcast, its balance will be recorded on debit side. So the general entry will be sales account debit to suspense account. Then we have a transaction purchase returns book under cash by 275. So purchase returns it is decrease in expenditure, it will have credit balance. It has been under casted by 275 rupees. Next page number 13. Page number 240, question number 13. Rectify the following errors disclosed before preparation of trial balance. Furniture purchase 3500 entered in purchases book. The entry should have been furniture to cash. We have recorded as purchase to cash. The procedure is reverse of wrong entry cash to purchase plus correct entry furniture to cash. So the rectifying entry will be furniture to purchases. Then we have the entry return inward was overcast. Return inward is the other name for sales return. Sales returns is having debit balance. No, it has overcasted. It will have credit balance. So the rectifying entry will be return inwards will always have a debit balance. Since it has been overcasted, it should be credited with 250 rupees. Then we have a transaction repairs 800 paid for repairs to machinery were debited to machinery account. So repairs to cash लिखने के बजाय हम क्या करें machinery to cash लिखे. The reverse of wrong entry is cash to machinery plus correct entry is repairs to cash. So cash and cash gets cancelled. The rectifying entry is repairs account debit to machinery account. Next we have a transaction a sale of 750 to Sriman Narayana was entered in sales book but was credited to his account. So यहाँ पे Sriman Narayana the general entry will be Sriman Narayana account debit to suspense account 1500. As his Sriman Narayana account is to be debited with 1500, as Sriman Narayana account is credited debited with rupees 750, which has not been debited and credited. Sriman Narayana account is debited with rupees 750 as it has been wrongly credited with 750 rupees. Then we have a transaction on a purchase of 760 made from Radhika was credited to her account as 670 rupees. राधिका से खरीदे थे तो 760 का कुछ था वो 670 कर दिए. So purchase of 760 was Radhika to credited as 670 rupees. So it will be recorded as Radhika account has been credited short with rupees 90. Hence Radhika account is to be credited with rupees 90. Next page number 240, question number 14. Rectify the following errors before preparation of trial balance. So rupees 250 paid for proprietor's medical bill was debited to sundry expenses account. Drawings account debit to cash लिखने का हम क्या करें sundry expenses to cash likhe. The procedure is reverse of wrong entry, which is cash to sundry expenses plus correct entry drawings to cash. So cash and cash gets cancelled. The general entry will be drawings account debit to sundry expenses account. Then we have sale of goods to Sandhya and Co 2900 was entered through purchases book. तो इस बार जनरल एंट्री लिखेंगे संध्या एंड को अकाउंट डेबिट 5800 टू परचेज अकाउंट 2900 टू सेल्स अकाउंट 2900. देन वी हैव सेल ऑफ ओल्ड मशीनरी पोस्टेड टू सेल्स अकाउंट. सो कैश टू मशीनरी लिखने का हम कैश टू सेल्स लिख लेते हैं. रेक्टिफाइंग एंट्री विल बी reverse of wrong entry sales to cash plus correct entry cash to machinery. Cash and cash gets cancelled. The general entry will be sales account debit to machinery account. Then the total of purchase book was over cash by 2000. Over cash मतलब ज्यादा बता रहा. Purchases हमेशा डेबिट में रहता. अब वो अमाउंट क्योंकि ज्यादा बता रहा, it will have credit balance. So the general entry will be suspense account debit to purchases account. So here it will be recorded as suspense account debit to purchases account. Next. Salary of 4500 paid to Kittu has been debited to his account. So we have paid salaries to Kittu. So the general entry will be salary account debit to cash. But we have recorded the entry as Kittu to cash. So the procedure is reverse of wrong entry. Cash to Kittu plus correct entry salary to cash. Cash and cash gets cancelled. The general entry will be salary account debit to Kittu account. Next, coming to page number 240, question number 15. Prepare necessary entries to rectify the following errors after the preparation of trial balance. 1500 received from Gopal has been wrongly credited to Chandu. तो पैसे अपने को गोपाल से आ रहे हैं, हम चंदू से लिख लिए. कैश टू गोपाल लिखने के बजाय कैश टू चंदू लिख लेता. प्रोसीजर इज रिवर्स ऑफ रॉन्ग एंट्री. चंदू अकाउंट डेबिट टू कैश प्लस करेक्ट एंट्री कैश अकाउंट डेबिट टू गोपाल अकाउंट. कैश गेट्स कैंसल. द रेक्टिफाइंग एंट्री इज चंदू अकाउंट डेबिट टू गोपाल अकाउंट. नेक्स्ट, द परचेज बुक वाज अंडर कैश. अंडर कैश मतलब जितना है उतना बताएंगे. परचेज बुक ऑलवेज हैव डेबिट बैलेंस, सो इट विल बी शोइंग डेबिट बैलेंस एज परचेज अकाउंट विल बी डेबिटेड एंड सस्पेंस अकाउंट विल बी क्रेडिटेड. द थर्ड ट्रांजैक्शन इज repairs to machinery were debited to machinery account. Repairs to cash लिखने का हम क्या करें, machinery to cash लिख लेते हैं. Procedure is reverse of wrong entry. Cash to machinery plus correct entry repairs to cash. So cash and cash gets cancelled and the entry will be reverse account debit to machinery account. Next we have a transaction. Discount allowed to Chintu 200 correctly entered in cash book but has not been posted to his account. So this time it will be recorded as only discount allowed has not been posted to Chintu account. Chintu account is to be credited with suspense rupees 200 rupees. Next we have salary 45. Bills receivable from Mr. Gopi Chand 1000 was entered in bills payable book. तो अपने को जो जनरल एंट्री आना था वो क्या आना था? It should have been bills receivable account debit to Gopi Chand account, but it has come as Gopi Chand account debit to bills payable account. So he has recorded a rectifying entry as bills receivable account debit 1000 rupees, bills payable account debit 1000 rupees to Gopi Chand account 2000 rupees. Next, continuing with chapter 9, final accounts of sole trading concerns. So here is question number 1, page number 270. Question number 1, prepare trading account of Srikanth Traders for the year ended 31st December 2015. So we are required to prepare trading account. The heading will be taken as trading account of Srikanth Traders for the year ended 31st December 2015. And the format will be taken as particulars amount rupees, particulars amount rupees. First we'll be starting with opening stock. Then we'll be writing it as purchases. Then purchase returns will be subtracted from it. Then we'll be writing it as by sales. Less sales returns will be subtracted from it. And then closing stock will be recorded as by closing stock. Then all the expenses of factory will be recorded on debit side. And all the incomes will be recorded on credit side. So all the names will be recorded as opening stock, purchase minus purchase returns, sales minus sales returns. Then we are left out with wages, carriage, factory rent, customs duty. All this will be shown on debit side of trading account as to wages, to carriage, to factory rent, to customs duty. Now balancing it, the total on credit side is 32,500 plus 36,000, whereas the total on debit side is this 8,500, 14,875, 500, 925, 800. So subtracting the total of debit from the total of credit, we are left out with an amount of 10,400, which will be recorded as to gross profit carried down, and it will be recorded as transfer to profit and loss account. Page number 270, question number 2. Prepare trading account from the following particulars for the year ended 31st March 2017. So here we have the details of the question given, and we are required to prepare trading account. The format for trading account is particulars amount rupees, particulars amount rupees, and the heading will be trading account for the year ended 31st March 2017. So first we'll be writing it as opening stock 2100, followed by purchases 6400 minus return outward. Return outward is the other name for purchase returns. Subtracting 500 from 6400, we are left out with an amount of 5900 rupees. Then by sales 18,500 rupees less return inward. Return inward is the other name for sales return. Subtracting 700 from 18,500, we are left out with an amount of 17,800. Then closing stock. Then all the expenses of trading factory will be recorded on debit side. So here it will be recorded as to wages, to clearing charges, to carriage inwards, to factory insurance, to freight. So to wages, to clearing charges, to carriage inwards, to factory insurance, and then followed by freight. It will be recorded as expenses on of trading account, and subtracting the totals. The total on credit side is 19,000, 20,300. Subtracting the total of debit from the total of credit 20,300, we are left out with an amount of 6,800, which is recorded as to gross profits carried down, and in brackets we'll be writing it as transfer to profit and loss account. Next, page number 270, question number 3, prepare trading account. So again, we are provided with some details, and we are required to prepare trading account. So here is the solution. The heading will be taken as trading account. The format for trading account will be particulars amount rupees, particulars amount rupees. First, we'll be starting with opening stock. As opening stock has not been specified in the question, we'll be writing it as purchases. So here cash purchases and credit purchases both are given. So adding both purchases, 12,500 plus 8,500, it becomes 21,000. Less purchase returns. Purchase returns is given as 750. Subtracting 750 from 21,000, the amount is 20,250. Then on the opposite side, we'll be writing it as sales. By sales 29,300 less sales returns 300, it becomes 29,000. Then closing stock is given as 1,500. Then wages and salaries, carriage, factory lighting, oil and fuel. These will be recorded on debit side, as these all are expenses. So wages and salaries, carriage, factory lighting, oil and fuel. Then we'll be balancing it. How do we balance it? The total on credit side is 30,500, whereas the total on debit side is 20,250, 20,650, 21,650, 22,650, 22,850, 22,900, 23,400, 23,400, 24,300. Subtracting it, we are left out with a gross profit of 6,200, which will be recorded as to gross profit carried down, and in brackets we'll be writing it as transfer to profit and loss account, and the amount will be recorded as 30,500, 37,500. Continuing with next problem, page number 270, question number 4. Prepare trading account of Hyderabad traders as on 31st December 2017. Here are some of the items given, and the heading will be taken as trading account of Hyderabad traders, and the format for trading account will be particulars amount rupees, particulars amount rupees. First we'll be writing it as opening stock. It is given as 4,700. Then we'll be writing it as purchases to 20,000 less purchase return. The returns credit balance means it is purchase return. So 20,000 minus 400, it will be 19,600 rupees. Then on opposite side, we'll be writing it as sales 39,000, of which we'll be subtracting sales returns, which is given here as returns debit balance 800 rupees. Subtracting 800 from it, the value will be 38,200 rupees. Then writing all the expenses on debit side. So sales ho gaya, opening stock ho gaya, manufacturing expenses, wages, coal and water, carriage, import duties. Writing all these on debit side. To wages 1650. To wages 1650. Excuse me. To coal and water 425. To manufacturing expenses 975. To carriage 500. To import duties 1,000 rupees. So doing the total on both the sides, subtracting the total of debit from the total of credit 38,200, we are left out with an amount of 9,350, which will be recorded as to gross profit carried down, and it will be recorded as transfer to profit and loss account. Continuing with next problem, question number 5, page number 271. From the following particulars, prepare profit and loss account as on 31st March 2019. So here are some of the items given. So in our previous problems, we used to prepare trading account. Now we are required to prepare profit and loss account. The format for profit and loss account will be the same: particulars amount rupees, particulars amount rupees, and the heading will be taken as profit and loss account for the year ended 31st March 2019. So here we'll be starting with as by gross profit brought down, which will be recorded as 9,000, which is given here as 9,000. Then all the expenses of office will be recorded on debit side, and all the incomes of office will be recorded on credit side. So salaries, it is an expenditure; rent is an expenditure; stationery is an expenditure; discount allowed is a loss; advertisement expenses is an expenditure; commission paid is an expenditure; only discount received is an income. So except this discount received, all other items will be debited and discount received will be credited, and it will be balanced as the total on credit side is 10,500 rupees. And subtracting the total of debit from the total of credit, which is 10,500 rupees, we are left out with a profit amount of 5,000 rupees, which will be recorded as to net profit, carried down brackets making him transferred to balance sheet, or else it can also be recorded here as transferred to capital account. Next, page number 271, question number 6. Prepare profit and loss account from the following particulars. Here are some of the details given, and we are required to prepare profit and loss account. The format for profit and loss account is particulars amount rupees, particulars amount rupees. So first we'll be starting with gross profit brought down. Here it is given as gross profit 12,800, which will be recorded here as by gross profit brought down 12,800. Among these, office expenses will be recorded on debit side, office incomes will be recorded on credit side. So rent and taxes, it is an expenditure; salaries and wages, it is an expenditure; postage is an expenditure; traveling expenses is an expenditure; bad debts is a loss; depreciation is a loss; carriage on sales is an expenditure; discount paid is a loss; discount received is an income; interest received is an income; trade expenses is an expenditure; repairs is an expenditure; legal expenses is an expenditure; audit expense is an expenditure. So only two names: discount received and interest received are income. So these two names will be recorded on credit side as by discount received 2900, by interest received 1600. All other expenses will be recorded on debit side as to salaries and wages, to rent and taxes 850, to postage 1175, to traveling 800, to bad debts 500, to depreciation 700, to carriage on sales 500, to discount paid 300, to discount to trade expenses 350, to repairs 300, to legal expenses 950, to audit expenses 375. Subtracting the total of debit from the total of credit, we are left out with a profit amount of 9,500, which will be recorded as to net profit, carried down brackets making him transferred to balance sheet, or else it can also be recorded as transferred to capital account. Continuing with next problem, page number 271, question number 7. From the following particulars, prepare trading and profit and loss account as on 31st December 2018. The heading will be taken as trading and profit and loss account for the year ended 31st December 2018. The format will be particulars amount rupees, particulars amount rupees. First, we'll be starting with opening stock 4,200, followed by purchases 77700 less purchase returns 200. So 200 minus 7,700 minus 200, it becomes 7,500. Then we'll be writing it as sales. By sales 15,500 less sales returns. Sales returns is given as 300. Subtracting 300 from 15,500, we are left out with an amount of 15,200. Then writing closing stock as by closing stock 4,000 rupees. Then all the items of factory will be recorded on debit side. All the items of factory will be recorded in trading account. All the items of office will be recorded on in profit and loss account by applying the rule: debit all expenses and losses, credit all incomes and gains. So we have completed with opening stock, purchases, the rent. It is an expense of office, so it will be shown on debit side of profit and loss account as to rent account. Then we have traveling expenses, even it is an expenditure of office. Interest received, it is an income of office. Clearing charges, it will be recorded on debit side of trading account as to clearing charges 400 rupees. Then we have salaries, it is an expenditure of office. Then we have wages, it is an expenditure of trading factory. Then we have customs duty, it is an expenditure of trading. So first, completing the expenditures and incomes of trading account, we'll be writing it as to wages 750, to clearing charges 400, to customs duty 600. Now, so doing the total balancing on both the sides, the total on credit side is 15 plus 4, 19,200. Subtracting the total of debit from the total of credit, we are left out with a profit amount of 5750, which will be recorded as to gross profit carried down. Brackets में लिखेंगे हम transfer to profit and loss account. The same will be recorded on opposite side as by gross profit brought down 5750. Here the income will be recorded on credit side as by interest account 800 rupees. All other expenses, salaries, rent, traveling expenses, discount allowed, trade expenses will be recorded on debit side. Now we'll be balancing it. How do we balance it? Doing the total on debit side and credit side. We are left out with a profit amount of 3075, which will be recorded as to net profit. In brackets, we'll be writing it as transferred to balance sheet, or else it will be recorded as transferred to capital account. Next, page number 272, question number 8. Prepare trading and profit and loss account of Suresh Traders for the year ended 31st December 2017. So we are required to prepare trading and profit and loss account of Suresh Traders. So the heading will be taken as trading and profit and loss account of Suresh Traders for the year ended 31st December 2017, and the format will be particulars amount rupees, particulars amount rupees. First, we'll start with opening stock, which is given as 2,300 in the question. Then we'll be writing to purchases 13,700 less purchase returns 200, which becomes 13,500, followed by sales 28,900 less sales returns 400, it becomes 28,500, followed by closing stock 8,800. By seeing the question, we'll be completing trading account first, then we'll be completing profit and loss account. So we have completed opening stock, sales, carried on sales. It is an expenditure of office, so it will be shown on debit side of profit and loss account. Salaries, it is an expenditure of office, so it will be shown on debit side of profit and loss account. Discount received is an income, it will be shown on credit side of profit and loss account. Office rent, it is an expenditure, it will be shown on debit side of profit and loss account. Clearing charges will be shown on debit side of trading account. Telephone charges will be shown on debit side of profit and loss account. Sales returns will be subtracted from sales on credit side of trading account. Purchases will be shown on debit side of trading account. Carried on purchases will be shown on debit side of trading account. Wages will be shown on debit side of trading account. Discount allowed will be shown on debit side of profit and loss account. Factory rent will be shown on debit side of trading account. Customs duty will be shown on debit side of trading account. Stationery will be shown on debit side of profit and loss account. Purchase returns will be subtracted from purchases on debit side of trading account. Closing stock will be shown on credit side of trading account. Now balancing it, the total on credit side of trading account is 37,300. Subtracting the total of debit from the total of credit, we are left out with profit amount of 16,550, which will be recorded as to gross profit carried on brackets में लिखेंगे हम transferred to profit and loss account. The same will be shown on opposite side as by gross profit brought down 16,550. Only discount received is an income, so it will be recorded as by discount 3,975. Adding these two, the total is 20,525. Subtracting the total of debit from the total of credit, we are left out with a profit amount of 13,025, which will be recorded as to net profit carried down brackets में लिखेंगे हम transfer to balance sheet, or else it can also be recorded as transfer to capital account. Continuing with next problem, page number 272, question number 9. Page number 272, question number 9. From the following trial balance, prepare trading account and profit and loss account of Ms. Veena Reddy for the year ended 31st December 2018. So the heading will be taken as trading and profit and loss account of Ms. Veena Reddy for the year ended 31st December 2018. The format will be particulars amount rupees, particulars amount rupees. First we'll be writing with opening stock, followed by purchases minus purchase returns, then by sales minus sales returns, and closing stock. Opening stock is given as 7,800, purchases is given as 35,000. We don't have, we have return outward. Return outward is the other name for purchase return. So 2,000 will be subtracted from 35,000, so it becomes 33,000. Then we have sales. Sales is given as 26,800. Out of which, if sales returns, if any provided in the question, will be subtracting it. तो यहाँ पे sales returns की value क्या दिया हुआ है? So sales returns is given as 500 rupees. So sales returns here is given as 500 rupees. Subtracting sales returns from sales, we are left out with the value of 26,300. Then closing stock is given as 7,200. So it will be recorded as by closing stock 7,200. Then writing all the items of factory in trading account, then and all the items of office in profit and loss account. Then we'll be calculating gross profit, net profit. So here first we have recorded opening stock, then purchases, carriage, it will be shown on debit side of trading account. Wages, it will be shown on debit side of trading account. Salaries will be shown on debit side of profit and loss account. Clearing charges will be shown on debit side of trading account. Furniture will be shown as assets, but furniture is an asset, but as we are preparing only trading and profit and loss account, we are not going to record furniture. Then discount allowed, it will be shown on debit side of profit and loss account. Bad debts will be shown on debit side of profit and loss account. Sales expenses will be shown on debit side of profit and loss account. Machinery is an asset, it will not be recorded in because we are not preparing balance sheet here. Import duty, it will be shown on debit side of trading account. Sales returns will be subtracted from sales on credit side of trading account. Advertisement will be shown on debit side of profit and loss account. Interest paid will be shown on debit side of profit and loss account. Trade expenses will be shown on debit side of profit and loss account. Oil and fuel will be shown on debit side of trading account. Rent will be shown on debit side of profit and loss account. Carriage outputs will be shown on debit side of profit and loss account. Then we have discount capital. It is a liability. As we are not preparing balance sheet, we are not going to record capital. Then we have discount received. This will be shown on credit side of profit and loss account. Rent received, this will be shown on credit side of profit and loss account. Sales will be shown on credit side of trading account. Return output will be subtracted from purchases, as it is the other name for purchase returns. It will be subtracted from purchases. Dividends on shares, it will be shown on in income side. That it is an income, so it will be shown on credit side of profit and loss account as by dividends on shares 1225. So balancing it, the total on debit side of trading account is 45,750. Subtracting the total of credit side, then we are suffering a loss of 12,250, which will be recorded as by gross loss carried down. Brackets making a transfer to profit and loss account. The same will be recorded on opposite side as to gross loss brought down 12,250. Then doing the total of the profit and loss account on debit side, The total is 25,225. Subtracting the total of credit from the total of debit, we are suffering again a loss of 17,400, which will be recorded as by net loss carried on brackets making a transfer to balance sheet, or else it can also be recorded as transfer to capital account. Next, continuing with next problem, page number 273, question number 10. Prepare trading and profit and loss account from the following. So here is the question given, and we are required to prepare trading and profit and loss account for the format for which will be particulars amount rupees, particulars amount rupees. First, we'll be starting with opening stock, which is recorded as 2 opening stock 3,700 rupees. Then we'll be writing it as 2 purchases 7,100 less purchase returns 500 rupees. Then it becomes 6,600 rupees. Then we'll be writing it as by sales 18,000 less sales returns 250. Then it becomes 17,750. Then we'll be writing it as by closing stock 4,600 rupees. Then writing all the items of factory in trading account and all the items of office in profit and loss account. Then balancing it. Opening stock we have recorded on debit side of trading account. Purchases we have recorded on debit side of trading account. Sales returns we have recorded on credit side of trading account. Return inward, it is the other name for sales returns. Return outward is the other name for purchase returns. Return outward was subtracted from purchases. Return inward was subtracted from sales. Carriage, it will be shown on debit side of trading account. Wages will be shown on debit side of trading account. Salaries will be shown on debit side of profit and loss account. Bad debts will be shown on debit side of profit and loss account. Customs duty will be shown on debit side of trading account. Factory insurance will be shown on debit side of trading account. Advertisement expenses will be shown on debit side of profit and loss account. Discount will be shown on debit side of profit and loss account. Trade expenses will be shown on debit side of profit and loss account. Discount received will be shown on credit side of profit and loss account. Interest received will be shown on credit side of profit and loss account. Depreciation will be shown on debit side of profit and loss account. Carriage outwards will be shown on debit side of profit and loss account. Closing stock will be shown on credit side of trading account. Now balancing it, the total on credit side is 22,350. Subtracting the total of debit from the total of credit, we are left out with a profit amount of 7,925, which will be recorded here as to gross profit carried on brackets making a transfer to profit and loss account. The same will be recorded on opposite side as by gross profit brought down 7,925. The total on credit side will incomes, discount received and interest received will be recorded on credit side. Then the total on credit side will be 10,500 rupees. Subtracting the total of debit from the total of credit, we are left out with a profit amount of 6,725, which will be recorded as to net profit carried on brackets making a transfer to balance sheet, or else it can also be recorded as transfer to capital account. Then page number 273, question number 11. Prepare balance sheet from the following details of Yadagiri as on 31st December 2016. The balance sheet of Yadagiri as on 31st December 2016. Here is the format for balance sheet: liabilities amount rupees, assets amount rupees, amounts rupees. And on liability side, first we'll be writing it as capital 35,000 and adding net profit to it 12,000. It becomes 47,000. Then machinery, it is an asset, it will be shown on asset side. Creditors, it's a liability, it will be shown on liability side. Loan is a liability, it will be shown on liability side. Debtors is an asset, it will be shown on asset side. Bank overdraft is a liability, it will be shown on liability side. Bills payable, it's a liability, it will be shown on liability side. Bills receivable, it's an asset, it will be shown on asset side. Furniture is an asset, it will be shown on asset side. Net profit has been added to capital on liability side of the balance sheet. Closing stock is an asset, it will be shown on asset side. Then doing the total on both the sides, the total of both the sides liabilities and assets will be equal, which is equal at 1,20,000, 1,20,000. Next, coming to next problem. Page number 274, question number 12. Prepare balance sheet of Karnaka Reddy from the following as on 31st December 2017. So the heading will be solution. Here is the solution. The heading will be taken as balance sheet of Karnaka Reddy Traders as on 31st December 2016. The format will be liabilities amount rupees, assets amount rupees. So first we'll be writing it as capital 1,65,000. We are not specified with the amount of net profit, so it has not been added to it. Then creditors, it's a liability, it will be shown on liability side of the balance sheet. Closing stock is an asset, it will be shown on asset side of the balance sheet. Capital is a liability. Here we have shown it on liability side. Canara Bank loan, it is a liability, it will be shown on liability. It will be shown as liability. Machinery is an asset, it will be shown as an asset. Investment is an asset, it will be shown on asset side. Debtors is an asset, it will be shown on asset side. Furniture is an asset. Goodwill is an asset. Outstanding salaries is liability, it will be shown on liability side. Doing the total on both the sides, the total on both the sides of balance sheet, that is on liability side and asset side, is 2,78,000, 2,78,000. Then we have a problem, page number 274, question number 13. Prepare balance sheet of Madhavi Traders as on 31st December 2016. Here is the solution. Balance sheet of Madhavi Traders as on 31st December 2016. The format is liabilities amount rupees, assets amount rupees. First we'll be writing it as capital. On liability side, we'll be writing it as capital. And net profit is given as 4,500. So it will be added to capital. Capital 50,000 plus net profit 4,500. It becomes 54,500 rupees. Then we have investment, it is an asset. Furniture, it is an asset. Machinery, it is an asset. Debtors, it is an asset. Bills receivable, it is an asset. Capital, it's a liability. Loose tools, it is an asset. Outstanding salaries, it is a liability. Creditors, it's a liability. Cash, it is an asset. Closing stock, it is asset. Now doing the total on both the sides, the total on both the sides of the balance sheet on liability side and on asset side is 61,500, 61,500. Then we have a problem, question number 14 on page number 274. From the following trial balance, prepare trading account, profit and loss account, and balance sheet. So now we are required to prepare the financial statements. That is, we are required to prepare trading account, profit and loss account, then balance sheet. The format for trading and profit and loss account is particulars amount rupees, particulars amount rupees, whereas the format for balance sheet is liabilities amount rupees, assets amount rupees. So trading account, first we'll be writing it as opening stock, which is given as 2,000 in the question, then followed by purchases 3,500 less purchase returns 500, it becomes 3,000. Then we'll be writing it as sales by sales 9,000 less sales returns 300, then it becomes 8,700. Then we'll be writing it as closing stock 2,600. Closing stock is an asset. It will also be shown on asset side of the balance sheet as closing stock 2,600 rupees. Then writing all the items of factory in trading account and office in profit and loss account, and segregating the liabilities and assets. Debtors, it is asset, it will be shown on asset side of the balance sheet. Cash is an asset, it will be shown on asset side of the balance sheet. Furniture is an asset, it will be shown on asset side of the balance sheet. Purchases will be shown on debit side of trading account. Sales returns will be subtracted from sales on credit side of trading account. Opening stock will be shown on debit side of trading account. Rent and taxes will be shown on debit side of profit and loss account. Insurance will be shown on debit side of profit and loss account. Wages will be shown on debit side of trading account. Carriage will be shown on debit side of trading account. Discount will be shown on debit side of trading. Discount will be shown on debit side of profit and loss account. Oil and fuel will be shown on debit side of trading account. Drawings will be subtracted from capital on liability side of the balance sheet. Carriage outwards will be shown on debit side of profit and loss account. Stationery will be shown on debit side of profit and loss account. Capital will be shown on liability side of the balance sheet. Sales will be shown on credit side of trading account. Purchase returns will be subtracted from debit side of trading account. Creditors will be shown on liability side of the balance sheet. So now finding gross profit, net profit, and concluding with the total of balance sheet. The total on credit side is 8 plus 2, 10, 11,300 rupees. Subtracting the total of debit from the total of credit 11,300, we are left out with a profit amount of 4,450, which will be recorded as to gross profit carried down, brackets making it transferred to profit and loss account. The same will be recorded here as by gross profit brought down 4,450. Now subtracting the total of debit from the total of credit, we are left out with a profit amount of 1,800, which will be recorded as to net profit carried down, brackets making it transferred to balance sheet 1,800 rupees. So transfer to balance sheet, or else it can also be recorded as transfer to capital account. So this amount 1,800 will be added to capital on liability side of the balance sheet. Capital value was 40,000. Adding net profit to it 1,800, it becomes 41,800. Next, subtracting the amount of drawings 2,900 from it, it becomes 38,900. Then we doing the total here. Creditors, it was a liability, cash was an asset, debtors was an asset, furniture was an asset, clothing stock is an asset. So the total on both the sides of the balance sheet, that is on liability side and on asset side, is 41,400, 41,400. Next, continuing with next problem, page number 275, question number 15. From the following trial balances, prepare final accounts for the year ended 31st March 2015. So the final account, the heading for will be taken as trading and profit and loss account for the year ended 31st March 2015, and the format will be particulars amount rupees, particulars amount rupees, and the we have balance sheet, for which the format will be again balance sheet as on 31st March 2015. The format for which will be liabilities amount rupees, assets amount rupees. First we'll be writing it as opening stock 7,100. Then we will be writing it as purchases 6,500. Then we'll be writing it as by sales 15,000 less sales returns 800. It becomes 14,200. Then we'll be writing it as by closing stock 3,000. Closing stock will be again shown on asset side of the balance sheet. Here we'll be writing it as closing stock 3,000 rupees. Then all the items of factory will be recorded in trading account. Then all the items of profit and loss account, all the items of office will be shown on in profit and loss account. Then we'll be segregating liabilities and assets. So first we will be writing purchases. It is shown on debit side of trading account. Opening stock was shown on debit side of trading account. Returns has been subtracted from sales, rent and taxes. It will be shown on debit side of profit and loss account. Debtors is an asset. It will be shown on asset side of the balance sheet. Salaries, it will be shown on debit side of profit and loss account. Machinery, it is an asset. Motive power, it will be shown on debit side of trading account. Insurance will be shown on debit side of profit and loss account. Depreciation will be shown on debit side of profit and loss account. Wages, it will be shown on debit side of trading account. Furniture will be shown on debit side of furniture will be shown on asset side of the balance sheet. Drawings will be subtracted from capital on liability side of the balance sheet. Advertisement will be shown on debit side of profit and loss account. Capital will be shown on liability side of the balance sheet. Bills payable will be shown on liability side of the balance sheet. Interest received will be shown on credit side of profit and loss account. Sales will be shown on credit side of trading account. Bank loan is a liability. It will be shown on liability side of the balance sheet. Now balancing it, the total on debit side and the total on credit side. The total on credit side is 17,200. Subtracting the total of debit from the total of credit, we are left out with a profit amount of 50 rupees, which will be recorded as to gross profit carried down, brackets में लिखेंगे transfer to profit and loss account. The same will be recorded on opposite side as by gross profit brought down 50 rupees. Now doing the total on debit side, the total of debit side of profit and loss account is 10,800. Subtracting the total of 2,700 from it, we are suffering a net loss of 8,100 rupees. If it would have been profit, you would have added it to capital, but this time as it is loss, it will be subtracted from capital as less net profit 8,100, net loss 8,100. So the value of capital is 30,000 less net loss 8,100. It becomes 21,900. Subtracting drawings amount from it, it becomes 20,900. Then we have other liabilities as bills payable 3,000, bank loan 5,000 given in the question. Then the total on liability side of the balance sheet is 28,900. Now doing the assets, debtors 10,000, machinery 9,500, furniture 6,400, clothing stock 3,000. The total on asset side of the balance sheet is 28,900 rupees. Next, coming to chapter 10, preparation of final accounts. The weightage for which will be for 20 marks. Page number 327. From the following trial balance, prepare final accounts of Satish Traders for the year ended 31st March 2018. So the heading here we are provided with some additional information, that is adjustments. First, the heading will be taken as trading and profit and loss account of Satish Traders for the year ended 31st March 2018. The format for which will be particulars amount rupees, particulars amount rupees. Towards section left will be writing DR debit. Towards section right will be writing CR credit. First, we will be starting with opening stock. Opening stock is given in the question as 1,000 rupees, which will be recorded as opening stock 1,000 rupees. Then we have purchases. The value of purchases is given as 11,000 rupees. Subtracting purchase returns from it, less purchase returns 800. 11,000 minus 800, it becomes 10,200 rupees. Then we'll be writing it as by sales. The value of sales is given on credit side as 20,000. Then subtracting sales returns from it. Here it is given as returns 1,000 rupees. So subtracting 1,000 from 20,000, it will be recorded as 20 minus 1,000, 19,000. I repeat, purchases is an expenditure, it will always have debit balance, whereas purchase returns is decrease in expenditure, it will have credit balance. तो ये जो returns है, ये purchases हमेशा debit में रहते, इसके जो returns रहेंगे वो हमेशा credit में रहेंगे. Sales addition income, it always have credit balance. Sales return is decrease in income, its return will always have debit balance. So हम सबसे पहले ट्रेडिंग अकाउंट प्रॉफिट एंड लॉस अकाउंट बनाए वक्त क्या करेंगे, ओपनिंग स्टॉक परचेज माइनस परचेज रिटर्न, सेल्स माइनस सेल्स रिटर्न लिख देंगे. फिर क्लोजिंग स्टॉक इज गिवन इन एडजस्टमेंट. सो एडजस्टमेंट की आइटम दो बार आती है. वंस इट विल बी शोन ऑन क्रेडिट साइड ऑफ ट्रेडिंग अकाउंट एज बाय क्लोजिंग स्टॉक 2100. देन अगेन क्लोजिंग स्टॉक विल अपीयर ऑन एसेट साइड ऑफ द बैलेंस शीट एज क्लोजिंग स्टॉक 2100. The heading for trading and profit and loss account will be trading and profit and loss account of Satish Traders for the year ended 31st March 2018. And the format is particulars amount rupees, particulars amount rupees. Towards section left will be writing DR debit, towards section right will be writing CR credit. Whereas the format for balance sheet will be heading for balance sheet will be balance sheet of Satish Traders as on 31st March 2018, and the format will be liabilities amount rupees, assets amount rupees. Then after adding opening stock, purchases minus purchase returns, sales minus sales returns, now we'll be checking each and every item, then we'll be posting it simultaneously. Cash in hand, it is an asset, it will be shown on asset side of the balance sheet as cash in hand account. Cash at bank is also an asset, it will be shown on asset side of the balance sheet as cash at bank account. Purchases, it was shown on debit side of trading account. Wages, it is a expenditure of factory, so it will be shown on debit side of trading account. We have, if we have any adjustment on wages as prepaid wages, it will be subtracted from it. So wages is given as 3,000 rupees, which will be shown as to wages 3,000 rupees less prepaid wages 500. It means that out of expenditure of 3,000, we have paid rupees 500 in advance. So it will be subtracted. So the total expenditure for the current year will be 2,500. So prepaid wages, it is an asset. It will be again shown on asset side of the balance sheet as prepaid wages 500 rupees. So prepaid wages 500 rupees. Then we have returns. This is sales returns. This we have subtracted from sales on credit side of trading account. Then carriage inwards, it will be shown on debit side of profit and loss account. Carriage outwards, carriage inwards will be shown on debit side of trading account. Carriage outwards will be shown on debit side of profit and loss account. So carriage inwards हम जो है ना ट्रेडिंग अकाउंट के डेबिट में बताएंगे, कैरेज आउटवर्ड्स क्या करेंगे हम प्रॉफिट एंड लॉस के डेबिट में बताएंगे. Then we have investment. It is an asset. It will be shown on asset side of the balance sheet. तो balance sheet के asset में बताएंगे हम investments 10,000 rupees. Then we have patent 7,000. It is an asset. It will be shown on asset side of the balance sheet as patent 7,000 rupees. Then we have salaries. It is an expenditure of profit and loss account, so it will be shown on debit side of profit and loss account as to salaries 1,300, on which we have an adjustment. We don't have any adjustment, so it will be shown on debit side of profit and loss account as to salaries 1,300 rupees. Then after salaries, we have legal expenses 600. It will be shown on debit side of profit and loss account as to legal expenses. Insurance will be shown on debit side of profit and loss account as to insurance 800. So यहाँ पे बताएंगे हम legal expenses और insurance हो गया. Then we have drawings. It will be subtracted from capital on liability side of the balance sheet. Then we have debtors. It is an asset. It will be shown on asset side of the balance sheet as debtors 12,000 rupees. balance sheet के assets में बताएंगे 12,000. Then we have an adjustment, provide bad debts 500 rupees, subtracting 500 from it. So the value of debtors is 12,000, subtracting 500 from it, then we'll be getting an amount of 11,500. So the amount of 500 of bad debts is a loss to the organization. It will be shown on debit side of profit and loss account as to bad debts account 500 rupees. Then we have a discount, as it is given as debit balance, it will be shown on debit side of profit and loss account as to discount 750 rupees. So it will be shown here as to discount 750 rupees. Then we have, after discount, we have printing and stationery 1400. We have an adjustment on stationery as outstanding stationery 600. It will be added. So first it will be shown as to printing and stationery 1400 plus add outstanding stationery 600. It becomes 2000. Outstanding stationery means still we have to pay for it. It is a liability to the business. It will be shown on liability side as outstanding stationery 600 rupees. Then we have machinery. It is an asset. It will be shown on asset side. We have an adjustment depreciation on machinery 10%. The value of machinery is, here the value of machinery is 6,000 rupees. 10% depreciation of 6,000 is 600. Will be subtracted here. So it will be shown as machinery 6,000 less depreciation 600. It becomes 5,400 rupees. So the amount of depreciation 600 is lost to the organization. So it will be shown on debit side of profit and loss account as to depreciation on machinery 600 rupees. Now we have completed all the items which are given as debit balances. Now let us have a look of credit balances. Sales, this was shown on credit side of trading account. Returns, this was subtracted from purchases on debit side of trading account. Capital will be shown on liability side of the balance sheet 40,000. Creditors will be shown on liability side of the balance sheet 4250. Discount will be shown on credit side of profit and loss account 800 rupees. Now balancing these. How do we balance this? The total on debit side of trading account is 14,700, whereas the total on credit side of trading account is 21,100. So दोनों में 21,100 ज़्यादा है. So 21,100 will be recorded on both the sides of trading account. Subtracting the total of debit from the total of credit, we are left out with the profit amount of 6,400, which will be recorded as to gross profit carried on. Brackets में लिखेंगे transfer to profit and loss account. The same will be shown on opposite side as by gross profit brought down 6,400. Now doing the balancing for profit and loss account. The total for profit and loss account is, the total on debit side of profit and loss account is 7,200, whereas the total on credit side of profit and loss account is the total on credit side is, the total on credit side of profit and loss account is 7200, whereas the total on debit side of profit and loss account is 7150. So subtracting 7050. So subtracting 7050 from 7200, we are left out with profit amount of 150 rupees, which will be recorded here as to net profit carried on. Brackets में लिखेंगे transfer to balance sheet or transfer to capital account 150 rupees. So this profit amount will be added to capital. So the value of capital is 40,000 plus net profit 150. It becomes 40,150. Subtracting drawings amount from it 1,000. It becomes 39,150. Completing with other liabilities. Outstanding stationery 600, creditors 4,250. The total on liability side of the balance sheet is 44,000, whereas the total on asset side of the balance sheet is also 44,000. तो अपने को बैलेंस शीट का आंसर दोनों तरफ सेम आता, तभी अपना प्रॉब्लम सही है, अदरवाइज हम कहीं तो भी गलती करें. नेक्स्ट page number 329, question number 3. From the following trial balance, prepare final accounts of Sachin Traders for the year ended 31st March 2019. So here is the trial balance given, provided with some adjustments. We are required to prepare final accounts of Sachin Traders. So the heading will be trading and profit and loss account of Sachin Traders for the year ended 31st March 2019. The format will be particulars amount rupees, particulars amount rupees. Towards section left will be writing DR debit, towards section right will be writing the CR credit. And the format for balance sheet is balance sheet as of Sachin Traders as on 31st March 2019. The format will be liabilities amount rupees, assets amount rupees. First we'll be starting with opening stock, which is given as 2,500 in the question, followed by two purchases 5,000 less purchase returns 500. Subtracting 500 from 5,000, we'll be getting 4,500. Then we have sales by sales 9,000 less sales return 600. It becomes 8,400. Closing stock will always be given in adjustment. It is given as 4,500. So it will be shown on credit side of trading account by closing stock 4,500. Then again closing stock will be shown as assets on asset side of the balance sheet as closing stock 4,500. And always remember that purchases will be given as debit balance and purchase returns will be given as credit balance. Sales is an income, it will be given as credit balance, and sales returns will be decrease in income, so it will be given on debit balance. Then cash, it is an asset, it will be shown on asset side of the balance sheet as cash 3,000 rupees in balance sheet. Then we have after cash we have purchases, this will be shown on debit side of trading account. Then we have wages 1000, this will be shown on debit side of trading account. And we have adjustment on wages as outstanding wages 300. So 300 will be added to wages 1000 rupees. Then the total wages will be shown as 1300 rupees. Outstanding wages 300 is a liability. It will be again shown on liability side of the balance sheet as outstanding wages 300 rupees. Then after wages we have opening stock. This was shown on debit side of trading account. Then we have salaries. This will be shown on debit side of profit and loss account 1000 rupees. We have an adjustment on salaries. Outstanding salaries 500. This will be added to salaries, and the total salaries will be shown as to salaries 1000. Add outstanding 500. It becomes 1500. Then again outstanding salaries 500 will be shown as liability side on of balance sheet as outstanding salaries 500 rupees. Then after salaries we have insurance. This will be shown on debit side of profit and loss account 900 rupees. We have adjustment on insurance as prepaid insurance 400, which will be subtracted from it. So here it will be recorded as to insurance 900 less prepaid 400, it becomes 500 rupees. So prepaid insurance, it is an asset. It will be again shown on asset side of the balance sheet as prepaid insurance 400 rupees. Then after insurance we have carriage on purchases. This will be shown on debit side of trading account. Furniture is an asset. It will be shown on asset side of the balance sheet. We do not have any adjustment on furniture. So furniture will be shown on asset side of the balance sheet. Then after furniture we have sales returns. This was subtracted from sales on credit side of trading account. Rent, it is an expenditure, so it will be shown on debit side of profit and loss account. It will be shown on debit side of profit and loss account as to rent account 800 rupees. Then after rent we have machinery. It is an asset. It will be shown on asset side of the balance sheet 5000. We have adjustment on machinery 10% depreciation. So first machinery 5000 will be shown on asset side of the balance sheet. Less depreciation 10% of 5000 is 500, which will be subtracted from it, and then it will be shown as 4500. 500 depreciation is lost to the organization. So this will be shown on debit side of profit and loss account as to depreciation on machinery 500 rupees. Then after depreciation on machinery, then we have debtors. It is an asset. It will be shown on asset side of the balance sheet as debtors. It is 4000 rupees. Then after debtors we have discount. As it is given as debit balance, it will be shown on debit side of profit and loss account as to discount. Then for this to discount 400 rupees. Then we have bills receivable. It is an asset. It will be shown on asset side of the balance sheet as bills receivable 1000 rupees. Then we have completed all the items which are given as debit balances. Now let us have a look of the items which are given as credit balances. Bank overdraft, it is a liability. It will be shown on liability side of the balance sheet. Sales was shown on credit side of trading account. Purchase returns was subtracted from the purchases on debit side of trading account. Capital is a liability. It will be shown on liability side. Commission received, it is an income. It will be shown on credit side of profit and loss account. Creditors is a liability. It will be shown on liability side of the balance sheet. Now balancing trading account, profit and loss account, then balance sheet. The total on debit side of trading account is 8,800, whereas the total on credit side is 12,900. So 12,900 is more than 8,800. So writing the total 12,900 on both the sides, subtracting the total of debit from the total of credit, we are left out with profit amount of 4,100, which will be recorded as to gross profit carried down 4,100, and it will be recorded as transferred to profit and loss account. The same will be recorded on opposite side as by gross profit brought down 4,100. Now balancing profit and loss account, the total on credit side is 5,300. Subtracting the total of debit from the total of credit, we are left out with the profit amount of 1,600, which will be recorded as to net profit carried down. Brackets we're looking at transferred to balance sheet or transferred to capital account. This net profit will be added to capital as 1,600. Capital 15,000 plus net profit 1,600. It becomes 16,600. Now completing the all other liabilities, outstanding wages, outstanding salaries, creditors, bank overdraft, the total of liability side is 19,400, whereas the total on asset side is also 19,400 rupees. Continuing with next problem, page number 330, question number 4. From the following trial balance of Messrs. Manoj and Sons traders prepared trading and profit and loss account and balance sheet for the year ended 31st March 2018. Here is the trial balance given, provided with some additional information. So we are required to prepare final account. So the heading will be trading and profit and loss account of Messrs. Manoj and Sons traders for the year ended 31st March 2018. The format for which will be particulars amount rupees, particulars amount rupees. Towards section but will be writing DR debit, towards section but will be writing CR credit, and the heading for balance sheet will be balance sheet of Messrs. Manoj and Sons traders. So here we have to write it as Messrs. Manoj and Sons traders. Manoj and Sons traders as on 31st March 2018. So first we'll be starting with opening stock. Opening stock is given here as The value of opening stock is given in the question as 6,000 followed by purchases. So opening stock 6,000 to purchases 20,000. We do not have any purchase return. So directly the amount will be recorded in outer column. Then we have sales by sales 52,000 followed by closing stock. Closing stock will always be given in as adjustment. So यहाँ पे adjustment में closing stock क्या दिया हुआ है? It is given as 9,000 rupees. So closing stock will be first shown on credit side of trading account followed by closing stock will be again shown on asset side of the balance sheet as closing stock 9,000 rupees. Then let us have a look of all the items. Purchases was shown on debit side of trading account. Salaries, it is an expenditure of office, so it will be shown on debit side of profit and loss account. We have adjustment on salaries as outstanding salaries. So it will be shown as 2 salaries 5,000 plus outstanding 1,000. It becomes 6,000. And then again outstanding salaries 1,000 will be shown on liability side of the balance sheet as outstanding salaries 1,000 rupees. Then after salaries we have wages. It is an expenditure of factory, so it will be shown on debit side of trading account as 2 wages. We have an adjustment on wages as outstanding wages 1,200. So it will be shown as 2 wages 7,800. Add outstanding 1,200, it becomes 9,000 rupees. Again, to outstanding wages 1,200 will be shown on liability side of the balance sheet as outstanding wages 1,200 rupees. Then we have buildings. It is an asset. It will be shown on asset side of the balance sheet. Balance sheet के assets में बताएंगे हम buildings 24,000. Then after buildings we have carried on purchases. This will be shown on debit side of profit and loss account. Then we have coal, gas and water. This will be shown on debit side of profit and loss account. Carried on purchases will be shown on debit side of trading account. Coal, gas and water will be shown on debit side of trading account. Office expenses will be shown on debit side of profit and loss account. Commission will be shown on debit side of profit and loss account. Debtors is an asset. It will be shown on asset side of the balance sheet. Asset side of the balance sheet. And we have to provide provision for bad debts of 5%. It will be 1,250. Calculating 5% of 25,000, 10% of 25,000 is 2,500. 5% will be half of it, which is 1,250. Debtors 25,000 less provision for bad debts 1,250. The amount will be 23,750. Provision for bad debts 1,250 is a loss to the organization. It will be shown on debit side as of profit and loss account as to provision for bad debts 1,250. Then after debtors we have opening stock, which we have shown on debit side of trading account. Then we have machinery 12,000. So we have depreciation on machinery 600. So first machinery is an asset. It will be shown on asset side of the balance sheet. Then subtracting depreciation 600 from it, 11,400 will be shown there. And the loss 600 will be shown on the debit side of profit and loss account as to depreciation from machinery 600 rupees. After machinery we have insurance 400. This will be shown on debit side of profit and loss account as to insurance 400. Then we have an adjustment on insurance as prepaid insurance 100. Subtracting 100 from it, it becomes 300 rupees. Prepaid insurance is an asset. It will be shown on asset side of the balance sheet as prepaid insurance 100 rupees. Then after insurance we have bank balance. It will be shown on asset side of the balance sheet. Bills receivable will be shown on asset side of the balance sheet. Cash will be shown on asset side of the balance sheet. Furniture will be shown on asset side of the balance sheet. We have an adjustment on furniture, depreciation on furniture for 200 rupees. So it will be subtracted from furniture. The value of furniture is 5,000 rupees. Subtracting 200 depreciation from it, it becomes 4,800. Again, the depreciation on furniture will be a loss to the organization, which will be shown on debit side of profit and loss account as to depreciation on furniture 200 rupees. Now we have completed all the items which are given as debit balances. Now let us have a look of the items which are given as credit balances. So credit balances में अपने को क्या क्या दिया हुआ है? It is given as sales, which will be shown on credit side of trading account. Creditors will be shown on liability side of the balance sheet. Capital will be shown on liability side of the balance sheet. Interest received will be shown on credit side of profit and loss account. Bills payable will be shown on liability side of the balance sheet. Bank overdraft will be shown on liability side of the balance sheet. Outstanding rent will be shown on liability side of the balance sheet. So now doing the total on both the sides. The total of trading account debit side is 35,600. Credit side is 61,000. So 61,000 will be recorded on both the sides. And subtracting the total of debit from total of credit, we are left out with the profit amount of 25,400, which will be recorded as to gross profit carried on brackets में लिखेंगे transfer to profit and loss account. The same will be shown on opposite side as by gross profit brought down 25,400. The total on credit side is 27,400. Subtracting the total of debit side of profit and loss account from the total of credit side of profit and loss account 27,400, we are left out with the profit amount of 18,150, which will be recorded as to net profit carried on brackets में लिखेंगे transfer to balance sheet or transfer to capital account. Now adding net profit amount to capital account, the value of capital is 30,000. The net profit is 18,150. It becomes 48,150. The total on liability side of the balance sheet will be 80,350, whereas the total on asset side of the balance sheet is also 80,350. Next, continuing with next problem. Page number 332, question number 6. Prepare final account from trial balance of Brindavan business for the year ended 31st March 2019. So the heading will be trading and profit and loss account of Brindavan business for the year ended 31st March 2019. And the format will be particulars amount rupees, particulars amount rupees. Towards section left will be writing DR debit, towards section right will be writing CR credit. And the heading for balance sheet will be balance sheet of Vrindavan business as on 31st March 2019. The format for balance sheet will be liabilities amount rupees, assets amount rupees. First, we'll start with opening stock. In this problem, opening stock is not given, so we'll start with purchases. To purchases 22,000 and then buy sales 47,000. Then we have closing stock. Closing stock will be given as adjustment. It is given as 11,000. So closing stock will be first shown on credit side of trading account. Then closing stock will be again shown on asset side of the balance sheet. Then we have salaries. This will be shown on debit side of profit and loss account. Then we have adjustment. Outstanding salary is 1,000. So a salary is 6,000 plus outstanding salary is 1,000 will become 7,000. Outstanding salary is 1,000 will be again shown on liability side of the balance sheet as outstanding salary is 1,000 rupees. Then we have purchases. This we have recorded on debit side of trading account. Wages we have the 7,800. This will be recorded on debit side of trading account. We have adjustment on. We do not have any. We have adjustment on wages as outstanding wages 2,000. It will be added to it. So it becomes. So it becomes 7,800 plus 2,000, it becomes 9,200 rupees. Then after wages, we have carried on purchases. This will be shown on debit side of trading account. Office expenses will be shown on debit side of profit and loss account. Commission will be shown on debit side of profit and loss account. Debtors will be shown as assets. So we have create 5% provision for debtors. So the value of debtors is 30,000, 5% will be 1,500. So it will be subtracted from it, minus bad debts 1,500, it becomes 28,500. 1,500 is lost to the business organization, which will be shown on debit side of profit and loss account as 2 bad debts, 1,500 rupees. So it will be shown on debit side of profit and loss account as 2 bad debts, 1,500 rupees. Then after debtors, we have furniture. It is an asset. It will be shown on asset side of the balance sheet. So furniture will be shown on asset side of the balance sheet. Here we'll be writing it as furniture 3,000 rupees. Then we have an adjustment depreciation on furniture 150. Subtracting 150 from it, it becomes 2,850. So depreciation on furniture will be shown here as to depreciation on furniture 150 rupees. Then we have machinery 10,000. It is an asset. It will be shown on asset side of the balance sheet as machinery 10,000. We also have adjustment on machinery as depreciation 500. Subtracting 500 from it, it becomes 9,500. Then we'll be writing it as to depreciation on machinery 500 rupees. It is a loss to the business organization. Then we have insurance 400 rupees. It will be shown on debit side of profit and loss account. Then we have adjustment of prepaid insurance 50 rupees. Then prepaid will be subtracted from it. Then 350 will be shown on debit side of profit and loss account. 50 rupees prepaid insurance will be shown on asset side of the balance sheet as prepaid insurance 50 rupees. Then after insurance, we have bank balance. This will be shown on asset side of the balance sheet. Bills receivable will be shown on asset side of the balance sheet. Cash will be shown on asset side of the balance sheet. Then let us have a look of credit items. Sales, this was shown on credit side of trading account. Creditors, it will be shown on liability side of the balance sheet. Capital will be shown on liability side of the balance sheet. Bills payable will be shown on liability side of the balance sheet. Now balancing these accounts, the total on credit side of trading account is 58,000. Subtracting the total of debit from the total of credit, we are left out with the profit amount of 25,800, which will be recorded as to gross profit carried on brackets में लिखेंगे transfer to profit and loss account 25,800. The same will be shown on opposite side as by gross profit part on 25,800. Subtracting the total of debit from the total of credit, we are left out with the profit amount of 15,200, which will be recorded as to net profit carried on brackets में लिखेंगे transfer to balance sheet or transfer to capital account, and the amount will be taken as 15,200. So adding net profit to capital account, the capital amount is 25,000, whereas the net profit is 15,200. Adding it, it becomes 25, 30, 40,200. Completing with other liabilities, outstanding salaries, outstanding wages, creditors, bills payable, the total on liability side of the balance sheet is 59,000, whereas the total on asset side of the balance sheet is also 59,000. Next, continuing with next problem. Page number 346, question number 20. From the following trial balance of Messrs. Satyam Traders prepared trading and profit and loss account in balance sheet for the year ended 31st March 2018. So the headings will be taken as trading and profit and loss account of Messrs. Satyam Traders for the year ended 31st March 2018. The format will be particulars amount rupees, particulars amount rupees, and the heading for balance sheet will be balance sheet of Messrs. Satyam Traders as on 31st March 2018. The format will be liabilities amount rupees, assets amount rupees. First, we'll start with opening balance given in the question as to opening stock given in the question as to opening stock 22,000. Then we'll be writing it as to purchases 75,000. Then on opposite side we'll be writing it as by sales 1,47,500 less sales returns 3,200. Then the amount is 1,44,300 rupees. First, whenever we are going to prepare final accounts, first we need to complete these 4 items: opening stock, purchase minus purchase returns, sales minus sales returns, closing stock. Closing stock will always be asked on as adjustment. So it is given as adjustment as 34,500. So first closing stock will be shown on credit side of trading account as by closing stock 34,500. The same will be shown on asset side as closing stock 34,500 rupees on asset side. Now let us have a look of all the items from the starting. So purchases will be shown on debit side of trading account. Sales returns will be subtracted on credit side of trading account from sales. Wages will be shown on debit side of trading account. We have wages 5,500 here. Then after wages, we have salaries. This will be shown on debit side of profit and loss account. So we have adjustment on salaries as outstanding 5,500. Then it will be added. It becomes 28,500. Then again, outstanding salaries 5,500 will be shown on liability side of the balance sheet as outstanding salaries 5,500. Then after wages and salaries, we have bank charges. This will be shown on debit side of profit and loss account. Insurance 6,500, which will be shown on debit side of profit and loss account. We have adjustment on insurance as prepaid insurance 1,500, which will be subtracted from it. 6,500 minus 1,500, it becomes 5,000 rupees. So here prepaid insurance, the amount of insurance is 5,000 rupees. Then again, prepaid insurance is an asset. It will be shown on asset side of the balance sheet as prepaid insurance 1,500 rupees. Then after insurance, we have machinery, furniture, cash at bank. Machinery, furniture, and cash at bank, these are assets. So these will be shown on asset side of the balance sheet. Machinery 80,000. We have adjustment on machinery as depreciation 4,000 rupees. So the adjustment is given as depreciate machinery by 5%. So 5% of 80,000 is 4,000. So subtracting 4,000 from it, it becomes 76,000. So 4,000 depreciation will be shown on debit side of profit and loss account as to depreciation on machinery 4,000 rupees. Then after machinery, we have furniture for 45,000. Furniture is an asset. It will be shown on asset side of the balance sheet as furniture 45,000. Then after furniture, we have cash at bank 31,300. It is an asset. It will be shown on asset side of the balance sheet as cash at bank 31,300. Then after cash at bank, we have opening stock. This was shown on debit side of trading account. Then we have bills receivable 29,000. It is an asset. It will be shown on asset side of the balance sheet. Debtors 50,000 is an asset. It will be shown on asset side of the balance sheet. Then we have an adjustment bad debts to 2,500. So अपने को debtors पे 5% provision देना for bad debts देना है. So 5% of 50,000 is 2,500, which will be subtracted from 50,000. Then the value will be 47,500. So the amount of 2,500 is a loss to the organization. It will be shown on debit side as to bad debts 2,500 rupees. Then after bad debts. Then after debtors, it is given as audit fees. It will be shown on debit side of profit and loss account. Then we have carried. This will be shown on debit side of trading account. Factory rent will be shown on debit side of trading account. Carried on sales will be shown on debit side of profit and loss account. Office expenses will be shown on debit side of profit and loss account. Advertisement expenses will be shown on debit side of profit and loss account. Capital will be shown on liability side of the balance sheet. Sales was shown on credit side of trading account. Creditors will be shown on liability side of the balance sheet. Bank overdraft will be shown on liability side of the balance sheet. Bills payable will be shown on liability side of the balance sheet. Discount as it is given as credit balance. This will be shown on credit side of profit and loss account. Interest on drawings, it is an income. It will be shown on credit side of profit and loss account as by interest on drawings 2,400 rupees. Now balancing it, the total on credit side of trading account is 1,78,800. Subtracting the total of debit side from it, we are getting a profit of 73,700, which will be recorded as to gross profit. Carried down brackets में लिखेंगे हम transfer to profit and loss account. 73,700 rupees. The same will be shown on opposite side as by gross profit brought down 73,700 rupees. Now doing the total on credit side of profit and loss account, it is 77,700. Subtracting the total of debit from the total of credit, we are left out with a profit amount of 24,300, which will be recorded as to net profit. Carried down brackets में लिखेंगे transfer to balance sheet. The same amount will be added to capital on liability side of the balance sheet. The capital is 1,20,000. The net profit is 24,300. It becomes 1,44,300 rupees. Now doing the total on both the sides, the total of liabilities is 2,64,800. The total of assets is 2,64,800. Then continuing with next problem, page number 334, question number 7. Prepare final accounts of Pawan Enterprises for the year ended 31st March 2018. Here is the trial balance provided with some additional information. The heading will be taken as trading and profit and loss account of Pawan Enterprises for the year ended 31st March 2018. The format will be particulars amount rupees, particulars amount rupees. Then we have the heading for balance sheet as balance sheet of Pawan Enterprises as on 31st March 2018. The format will be liabilities amount rupees, assets amount rupees. First we'll start with opening stock, which will is given in the question as 3,200. Then we'll be writing purchases 9,000 less purchase returns 800. Then it becomes 8,200. Then we'll be writing sales 10,800. Then we'll be writing closing stock, which will be given as adjustment. It is given as 6,800. So 6,800 will be first shown on credit side of trading account as by closing stock 6,800. Then again closing stock will be shown as asset side in balance sheet as closing stock 6,800. Then rent and taxes, it will be shown on debit side of profit and loss account as to rent and taxes. We have an adjustment on it 500 rupees. So rent and taxes 1,500 plus outstanding rent 500, it becomes 2,000. Then again outstanding rent will be shown on liability side of the balance sheet as outstanding rent 500 rupees. Then after rent and taxes, we have Purchases, this was shown on debit side of trading account. Wages will be shown on debit side of trading account, 900 rupees. We don't have any adjustment on wages, so wages will be shown as it is, 900 rupees. Then after wages we have carriage, this will be shown on debit side of trading account. Opening stock was shown on debit side of trading account. Commission will be shown on debit side of profit and loss account. Bills receivable will be shown on asset side of the balance sheet. Freight will be shown on debit side of trading account. Then after freight we have oil and fuel. This will be shown on debit side of profit and loss account. Motor van is an asset, it will be shown on asset side of the balance sheet. Patents is an asset, it will be shown on asset side of the balance sheet. Debtors is an asset, it will be shown on asset side of the balance sheet. Cash is an asset, it will be shown on asset side of the balance sheet. Accrued interest is an asset, it will be shown on asset side of the balance sheet. Insurance is an expenditure of profit and loss, it will be shown on debit side of profit and loss account. So we have adjustment on insurance as to insurance 1000 rupees less prepaid 300, so it becomes 700 rupees. So again, prepaid insurance 300 is an asset, it will be shown on asset side of the balance sheet as prepaid insurance 300 rupees. तो हम इसको यहाँ पे बताएंगे prepaid insurance 300. Debtors we have 10,000 rupees on which we are required to provide provision for bad debts at 6%. So 10,000 into 600 it becomes 600 rupees. So 10,000 जो आना था उसमें से 600 रुपए नहीं आएंगे. Then we'll be receiving 9,400 rupees which will be recorded on debit side as to provision for bad debt 600 rupees. Already अपने को क्वेश्चन में भी एक provision दिया हुआ है 200 rupees. So the new provision is more than old provision. So old provision can be subtracted from new provision and can be shown as to reserve for bad debts account. 600 minus 200 it can be shown as 400 rupees. Then outstanding rent हो गया. Depreciation on motor van. Motor van is an asset, it will be shown on asset side. Motor van कितना है 5000 है. 5000 पे अपने को 5% depreciation देना है. So 10% will be 500, 5% will be 250. Subtracting 250 from 5000, we will be left out with an amount of 4750. Then depreciation on motor van 250 is a loss. It will be shown on debit side as to depreciation on motor van 250 rupees. Then outstanding rent will be added to rent and then it will be shown on liability side of the balance sheet. Prepaid insurance will be subtracted from insurance, then it will be shown on asset side of the balance sheet. Create for reserve for discount on creditors. So creditors का amount कितना है 3500 rupees है. तो इस पे हम discount calculate करेंगे. First in liability side of the balance sheet it will be shown as creditors 3500 less discount on creditors 3% which is 105. Then the amount will be 3395. So it is a gain to the business. So it will be shown on credit side of profit and loss account as by discount on creditors 105. Now we have completed all the items which were given as debit balances. Debit balances जो थे वो complete कर दिए. Credit balances से करेंगे. Sales will be shown on credit side of trading account. Creditors will be shown on liability side of the balance sheet जिसमें से अभी अपन discount calculate करके minus कर दिए. रिजर्व फॉर बैड डेट्स ये ओल्ड रिजर्व है, जो न्यू रिजर्व 600 में से माइनस करके प्रॉफिट एंड लॉस के डेबिट में 600 माइनस 200 400 बता दिए. कैपिटल विल बी शोन ऑन लायबिलिटी साइड ऑफ द बैलेंस शीट. परचेज रिटर्न्स विल बी सबट्रैक्टेड फ्रॉम परचेजेस ऑन डेबिट साइड ऑफ ट्रेडिंग अकाउंट. मिसलेनियस इनकम विल बी शोन ऑन क्रेडिट साइड ऑफ प्रॉफिट एंड लॉस अकाउंट. कमीशन एज गिवन एज क्रेडिट बैलेंस इट विल बी शोन ऑन क्रेडिट साइड ऑफ profit and loss account. Closing stock was shown on credit side of trading account, then asset side of balance sheet. Depreciation on motor van was subtracted from motor van and asset side of the balance sheet. Then again depreciation on motor van was shown on debit side of profit and loss account. Reserve for bad and doubtful debt 6% was calculated on debtors and was subtracted from debtors on balance sheet asset side. Then the provision has been shown on debit side of profit and loss account as to provision for bad debts, or new provision 600 minus old provision 200. It has shown as 400 rupees. Outstanding rent was added to rent on debit side of rent and taxes on debit side of profit and loss account. Then again outstanding rent was shown as liabilities. Prepaid insurance was subtracted from insurance on debit side of profit and loss account. Then again prepaid insurance was shown as asset side of the balance sheet. Discount for creditors was subtracted from creditors on liability side of the balance sheet. Then again it was shown as income, it is again on credit side of profit and loss account. Now balancing it, the total on credit side of profit and loss account is 17,600. Trading account is 17,600. Subtracting the total of debit of trading account from 17,600, we are left out with a profit amount of 3,500, which will be recorded as to gross profit carried down 3,500. It will be recorded as to transfer to profit and loss account. The same will be shown on opposite side as by gross profit brought down 3,500 rupees. Then doing the total on profit and loss account, the total on credit side of profit and loss account is 5205, whereas the total on debit side of profit and loss account is subtracting the total of debit side of profit and loss account from the total of credit side of profit and loss account. We are left out with a net profit amount of 1155, which will be recorded as to net profit carried down brackets में लिखेंगे transfer to balance sheet, and the amount is 1155. Now we'll be doing the balance sheet, adding the net profit to capital account. 22,000 plus 1155, it becomes 23,500, followed by other liabilities. The total on liability side of the balance sheet is 27,050 rupees, whereas the total on asset side is also 27,050 rupees. Continuing with next problem, page number 334, question number 8. Prepare final accounts from the following trial balance of Mamaji traders for the year ended 31st December 2018. The provided with some additional information, the heading will be trading and profit and loss account of Mamaji Traders for the year ended 31st December 2018. The format for which will be particular amount rupees, particular amount rupees. Towards section number, will be writing DR debit. Towards section number, will be writing CR credit. And the heading for balance sheet will be balance sheet of Mamaji Traders as on 31st December 2018. The format for which will be liabilities amount rupees, assets amount rupees. First, we'll start with opening stock. We'll be writing it as opening stock 3,500, then purchases 12,000 less returns 800, it becomes 11,200. Then we'll be writing it as sales by sales 18,000 less sales returns 500, it becomes 17,500. Then we have closing stock. Closing stock will be shown, will be given as adjustment. It will be shown on credit side of trading account as by closing stock 2,500. Closing stock will again be shown on asset side of the balance sheet as closing stock 2,500. Then let us have a look of all the items which were given here as purchases. This will be shown on debit side of trading account. Cash at bank, cash in hand, both are assets. Both these will be shown on asset side of the balance sheet as cash in hand, cash at bank. Then after cash in hand, cash at bank, we have wages. This will be shown on debit side of trading account as to wages account. 3,000 rupees on which we have adjustment prepaid wages 500 rupees. So it will be subtracted from it. Then the amount will be 2,500 rupees. Then prepaid wages, it is an asset. It will be shown on asset side as prepaid wages 500 rupees. Then after wages, we have returns. So this is sales returns. This will be subtracted from sales. Then we have carriage inwards. This will be shown on debit side of trading account. Legal expenses will be shown on debit side of profit and loss account. Opening stock was shown on debit side of trading account. Investment is an asset. It will be shown on asset side of the balance sheet. Trademarks is an asset. It will be shown on asset side of the balance sheet. Bad debts is a loss. It will be shown on debit side of profit and loss account. Salaries is an will be shown on debit side of profit and loss account. Salaries will be shown on debit side of profit and loss account. Then we have carried outwards. This will be shown on debit side of profit and loss account. Pending and stationery 800 will be shown on debit side of profit and loss account. We have adjustment on stationery as outstanding stationery 800. It will be added to stationery as 800 plus 600. It becomes 1400. Then again outstanding stationery 600 will be shown on liability side of the balance sheet as outstanding stationery 600. Then after stationery, we have drawings. It will be subtracted from capital. Then we have debtors. This will be shown on asset side of the balance sheet as debtors 12,500 rupees. Then we have adjustment given as first bad debts 500 rupees. तो अपने को जो debtors का amount आना है वो total amount कितना आना है? We have to receive 12,500 from which we are not going to receive 500. So subtracting 500 from it, 12,500, then we'll be left out with 12,000. Then again on 12,000 we are required to calculate reserve for bad debts at 5%. तो अपने को 5% reserve for bad debts calculate करना है तो 12,000 पे calculate करेंगे. So 12,000 का 5% क्या आ रहा? 600 रुपए हो रहा. तो 12,500 जो आना था उसमें से पहले 500 रुपए डूब जा रहे तो 12,000 बचे, जिसमें से 600 रुपए डाउट पे है तो 11,400 आएंगे. So bad debts and provision for bad debts, both these are losses to the organization. So both these will be shown on debit side of profit and loss account as to bad debts 500 rupees to provision for bad debts 600 rupees. So पहले से bad debts दिया हुआ है 1,000 rupees. So it will be shown as to bad debts 1,000 plus further bad debts 500. So it becomes 1,500. तो ये पुराने bad debts 1,000 रुपए थे, नए bad debts 500 है, फिर नया provision है 600 rupees का. Next. After debtors, we have discount as it is given as debit balance. It will be shown on debit side of profit and loss account. Then we have insurance 1,400. It will be shown on debit side of profit and loss account as to insurance 1,400. Then after insurance, we have buildings. It is an asset. It will be shown on asset side of the balance sheet as buildings. Buildings की value क्या है? 6,000 है. इस पे अपने को 10% depreciation देना है. So then 10% depreciation of 6,000 is 600, which will be subtracted from 6,000. Will be left out with 5,400. It is lost to the organization. It will be shown on debit side of profit and loss account as to depreciation on building 600 rupees. Now we have completed all the items which are given as debit balances. Now let us have a look of credit balances. Capital, it will be shown on liability side. Returns will be subtracted from purchase returns. Sales will be shown on credit side of trading account. Dividends will be shown on credit side of profit and loss account. Discount will be shown on credit side of profit and loss account. Outstanding rent will be shown on liability side of the balance sheet. Creditors will be shown on liability side of the balance sheet. So अब इसकी balancing करेंगे. The total on debit side and the total on credit side. The total on credit side is 20,000. Subtracting the total of debit side from the total of credit side, we are left out with a profit amount of 2,100, which will be recorded as to gross profit carried down. Brackets में लिखेंगे transfer to profit and loss account. The same will be shown on opposite side as by gross profit brought down 2,100. Now balancing profit and loss account. The total on debit side is 10,450, which will is more than the total of credit side. So subtracting the total of credit from the total of debit, this time we are suffering a net loss of 6,930, which should be recorded as by net loss carried down. Brackets में लिखेंगे transfer to balance sheet or transfer to capital account. If अगर वो net profit रहता तो हम उसको add करते थे, but as it is net loss, it will be subtracted. So the here is first capital amount will be taken as 40,000 less net loss 6,950 less drawings 2,000. अब अपने को interest on drawings भी है. Interest on drawings is 6%. So 6% will be calculated on drawings 2000, which will be 120. It will also be subtracted. It is an income. It will be shown on credit side of profit and loss account as by interest on drawings 120 rupees. So here it will be shown as 30,950 rupees. Then followed by other liabilities, outstanding stationery, outstanding rent, creditors. The total of liability side of the balance sheet is 37,300, whereas the total on asset side of the balance sheet is also 37,300 rupees. Next, page number 335, question number 9. From the following trial balance of Vinayaka Enterprises, prepare final accounts for the year ended 31st December 2018. The trial balance is given here, provided with some additional information, that is adjustments. We are required to prepare final accounts. So here is the solution. The heading will be taken as trading and profit and loss account of Vinayaka Enterprises for the year ended 31st December 2018. The format for which will be particulars amount rupees, particulars amount rupees. Towards section left will be heading DR debit. Towards section right will be heading CR credit, and the heading for balance sheet will be balance sheet of Vinayaka Enterprises as on 31st December 2018. The balance sheet format will be liabilities amount rupees, assets amount rupees. First we'll start with opening stock, which is given as 7,600 in the question. Then to purchases 12,400 less returns 400, it becomes 12,000. Then by sales 28,500 less sales returns 1,500, it becomes 27,000. Then we have closing stock, which is given as by closing, which will be given as adjustment. So that will be shown as by closing stock 10,500. The same will be shown on asset side of the balance sheet. Which will be shown as on credit side of trading account by closing stock 10,500. Same closing stock will be shown on asset side of the balance sheet as 10,500. Then purchases was shown on debit side of trading account. Furniture is an asset. It will be shown on asset side of the balance sheet as furniture 8,000. We have adjustment on furniture, provide 10% depreciation. So 10% of 8,000 is 800. So subtracting 8,000 from it, it becomes 7,200. Furniture depreciation on furniture is loss. It will be shown on debit side of profit and loss account as to depreciation on furniture. Kitna? 800 rupees. Then we have opening stock. This was shown on debit side of trading account. Then we have cash. It is an asset. It will be shown on asset side of the balance sheet as cash 1,500 rupees. Then after cash, we have sales returns. This will be subtracted from sales on credit side of trading account. Then we have wages and salaries 4,700. This will be shown on the trading account debit side as to wages and salaries 4,700. Then after wages and salaries, we have rent, rates and taxes. It will be shown on debit side of profit and loss account as to rent, rates and taxes. Then after rent, rates and taxes, we have sundry debtors 13,500. It is an asset. It will be shown on asset side of the balance sheet as sundry debtors 13,500. We have an adjustment on debtors as bad debts 1,500. तो पहले अपने को जो 13,500 रुपए आना है उसमें से 1,500 रुपए निकालेंगे. So first we'll be subtracting it. Less bad debts 1,500. It becomes 12,000. फिर अब अपने को ये 12,000 पे 5% provision निकालना है, which will be 600. So again subtracting provision for bad debts 600. Then the final amount that we are going to receive is 11,400. तो 1,500 जो bad debts डूब जा रहे हैं और 600 जो रुपए जो provision निकाल रहे हैं, ये दोनों अपने लिए लॉस है. तो दोनों प्रॉफिट एंड लॉस के डेबिट में बताएंगे हम. टू बैड डेट्स 1,000 रुपीज ये क्वेश्चन में पहले से दिया हुआ था. एड फर्दर बैड डेट्स. यहाँ पे ऑलरेडी क्वेश्चन में जो है ना एग्जिस्टिंग बैड डेट्स दिया हुआ है. पहले से बैड डेट्स कितने हैं 1,000 रुपीज. सो पहले से 1,000 रुपए डूब गए. अब और नए पैसे कितने डूब रहे 1,500 रुपए डूब रहे. सो इट विल बी शोन एज टू बैड डेट्स 1,000 रुपीज. एड फर्दर बैड डेट्स 1,500. इट बिकम्स 2,500. फिर न्यू प्रोविजन विल बी शोन एज टू प्रोविजन फॉर बैड डेट्स 600 रुपीज. देन आफ्टर डेब्टर्स वी हैव machinery. It is an asset. It will be shown on asset side of the balance sheet as machinery 5,400 rupees. So here it will be shown as machinery 5,400 rupees. Then after machinery we have investment. It is an asset. It will be shown on asset side of the balance sheet as 8,000. Discount, it is given as debit balance. So this will be shown on debit side of profit and loss account. Commission 1,300 is given as debit balance. So it will be shown on debit side of profit and loss account. Carriage is given on debit side. So it will be shown on trading account debit side as carriage 600 rupees. Then after carriage we have trade expenses. This will be shown on debit side of profit and loss account. Stationery will be shown on debit side of profit and loss account. Factory rent will be shown on debit side of profit and loss account. We have outstanding adjustment on it. It will be added 400. So then 1,600 plus 400 it becomes 2,000. Then again outstanding factory rent will be shown on liability side of the balance sheet as outstanding factory rent 400 rupees. Then after factory rent we have coal and gas. This will be shown on the debit side of trading account. Interest on capital will be shown on debit side of profit and loss account. Bad debts we have shown on debit side of profit and loss account. Goodwill is an asset, it will be shown on asset side of the balance sheet. Accrued dividend is also an asset, it will be shown on asset side of the balance sheet. So goodwill भी हम assets में बताएंगे, accrued interest भी हम assets में, accrued dividends भी हम assets में बताएंगे. Then we have completed all the items which are given as debit balances. Now let us have a look of the items which are given as credit balances. Capital is a liability, it will be shown on liability side of the balance sheet. Bills payable is a liability, it will be shown on liability side of the balance sheet. Creditors is a liability, it will be shown on liability side of the balance sheet. Interest received, it is an income, it will be shown on credit side of profit and loss account. Sales is an income, it will be shown on trading account credit side. Purchase returns will be subtracted from purchases on debit side of trading account. Commission as given as credit balance, it will be shown on credit side of profit and loss account. Discount as given as credit balance, it will be shown on credit side of profit and loss account. Miscellaneous income will also be shown on credit side of profit and loss account. Now balancing it. How do we balance it? The total on debit side followed by the total on credit side. The total on credit side of trading account is 47,500. Subtracting the total of debit from 47,500, we are running a gross profit of 18,400, which will be recorded as to gross profit carried down. Brackets में लिखेंगे transfer to profit and loss account. The same will be shown on opposite side as by gross profit brought down 18,400. Now balancing it, the total on credit side of profit and loss account is अपने को इंटरेस्ट जो रिसीव कर रहे हैं हम उस पे एक एडजस्टमेंट है. इंटरेस्ट रिसीव कितना कर रहे हैं हम 1500. इस पे एडजस्टमेंट क्या है? इंटरेस्ट रिसीव्ड इन एडवांस. सो इंटरेस्ट रिसीव्ड इन एडवांस 500 है. सो ये जो इंटरेस्ट रिसीव्ड इन एडवांस है दिस विल बी सब्ट्रैक्टेड. सो अब ये इंटरेस्ट रिसीव्ड इन एडवांस हम क्या करेंगे? माइनस करेंगे. फिर इसके बाद इंटरेस्ट रिसीव्ड इन एडवांस इट इज ए लायबिलिटी, इट विल बी शोन ऑन लायबिलिटी साइड ऑफ द बैलेंस शीट. इसमें एक और नया एडजस्टमेंट क्या था? Stock worth 10,000 destroyed in fire and insurance claim admitted a claim of insurance company admitted a claim of 7,500. तो पहले जो इंश्योरेंस अपना जो सामान जल गया वो पूरा का पूरा लॉस ट्रेडिंग अकाउंट के क्रेडिट में बताएंगे. ग्रॉस प्रॉफिट मालूम करने से पहले ये एक्सप्लेन करना था. तो हम ये क्या करेंगे? ट्रेडिंग अकाउंट के क्रेडिट में पहले गुड्स लॉस्ट इन फायर 10,000 लिख देंगे. बाय गुड्स लॉस्ट इन फायर 10,000, पूरा सामान जल गया. अब इसमें से इंश्योरेंस कंपनी वाले अपने को कितना क्लेम दे रहे हैं? 7,500 दे रहे. दिस विल बी इंश्योरेंस क्लेम विल बी शोन ऑन एसेट साइड ऑफ द बैलेंस शीट एज इंश्योरेंस क्लेम 7,500. सामान जितने का भी जल गया वो पूरा का पूरा ट्रेडिंग अकाउंट के क्रेडिट में लिखेंगे बाय गुड्स लॉस्ट इन फायर. फिर इंश्योरेंस कंपनी से जो भी पैसा आ रहा है वो बैलेंस शीट के एसेट्स में लिखेंगे इंश्योरेंस क्लेम. अब कंपेयर करिए, सामान जो जल रहा वो 10,000 का जल रहा, इंश्योरेंस कंपनी से जो क्लेम आ रहा वो 7,500 का आ रहा. तो अपना लॉस कितना हो रहा? 2,500 का हो रहा, which will be recorded on debit side as to goods lost in fire 2,500 rupees. Then doing the total on debit side, doing the total of profit and loss account, the total on credit side is 30,700. Subtracting the total of debit side of profit and loss account from the total of credit side, we are earning a net profit of 13,600, which will be recorded as to net profit carried down. Brackets में लिखेंगे transfer to balance sheet or transfer to capital account. The same will be shown on same will be added to capital and it will be recorded as capital 40,000. Add net profit 13,600, it becomes 56,300. Then completing with all other liabilities, जैसे कि interest received in advance ये अपनी ये liability है. First it will be subtracted on credit side of interest received on profit and loss account. Then again interest received in advance will be shown as liabilities. Then the total of liabilities is 62,900. The same will be shown on asset side as 62,900 rupees. Next, continuing with next problem, page number 336, question number 10. Prepare final accounts of Raghavendra Traders for the year ended 31st March 2019. So the heading will be trading and profit and loss account of Raghavendra Traders for the year ended 31st March 2019. The format for which will be particulars amount rupees, particulars amount rupees. Towards section left will be heading DR debit, towards section right will be heading CR credit, and the heading for balance sheet will be balance sheet of Raghavendra Traders as on 31st December 2019. The format will be liabilities amount rupees, assets amount rupees. So first we'll start with opening stock. Here the opening stock value is 10,000, then followed by purchases 15,000 rupees. तो यहाँ पे purchases में अपने को adjustment क्या दिया हुआ है? Goods worth 5,000 were withdrawn by owner for personal use. Owner अपने ज्यादा काम के लिए business में से सामान निकाल रहे हैं. So हम general entries के टाइम भी discuss करें. Owner of a business can withdraw cash from his business for personal expenses, or else he can also withdraw goods for his personal expenses. So यहाँ पे owner 5,000 का सामान withdraw कर रहे हैं. So this will be subtracted from purchases. Then it will be shown as 10,000 rupees. This 5,000 will again be subtracted from capital as drawings. Capital liabilities में लिखे वक्त उसमें से फिर 5,000 drawings बल्कि minus करेंगे. So यहाँ पे कैपिटल में से ये 5,000 ड्राइंग्स भी माइनस होंगे और ओनर जो है ना क्वेश्चन में कैश भी विड्रॉ कर रहे हैं. तो ओनर कैश भी विड्रॉ कर रहे हैं, सामान भी विड्रॉ कर रहे हैं. तो ये जो ड्राइंग्स है इधर इट इज गिवन एज 4,000. तो ये पैसा निकाल रहे हैं और 5,000 का सामान निकाल रहे हैं. सो द टोटल ड्राइंग्स ऑफ द ओनर विल नाउ बी 9,000 rupees. So the total amount of 9,000 will be subtracted from capital on liability side of the balance sheet. Then we have carriage inwards. This will be shown on debit side of trading account. Salaries will be shown on debit side of profit and loss account. So salaries पे अपने को adjustment है outstanding salary 7,500 add outstanding 1,500 it becomes 9,000. Outstanding salaries it is an expenditure. It will be outstanding salaries it is a liability. It will be shown on liability side of the balance sheet as outstanding salaries 1,500 rupees. Then after salaries we have wages. It will be shown on debit side of trading account as 2 wages 3,200 rupees. Then after wages we have postage. This will be shown on debit side of profit and loss account. Bills receivable it is an asset. It will be shown on asset side of the balance sheet. Furniture is an asset. It will be shown on asset side of the balance sheet. So यहाँ पे furniture का amount कितना है 15,000 है. Next we have after furniture we have insurance 2,000 rupees. So insurance will be shown on debit side of profit and loss account. So it will be recorded here as to insurance 2,000 rupees. Then after insurance we have Xerox charges. This will be shown on debit side of profit and loss account as 2 Xerox charges. Then we have general expenses 1,700. It will be shown on debit side of profit and loss account as 2 general charges, general expenses 1,700. Then we have machinery 30,000. It is an asset. It will be shown on asset side of the balance sheet as machinery 30,000, on which we are required to provide 10% depreciation. 10% of 30,000 is 3,000. So subtracting 3,000 from 30,000, we are left out with an amount of 27,000. So 3,000 will be shown on debit side of profit and loss account as to depreciation on machinery 3,000 rupees. Then after machinery we have bank charges. This will be shown on debit side of profit and loss account. Then we have trademarks. It is an asset. It will be shown on asset side of the balance sheet. Then we have advertisement expenses. It will be shown on debit side of profit and loss account. Import duties will be shown on debit side of trading account. Coal and water will be shown on debit side of trading account. Debtors will be, it is an asset. It will be shown on asset side of the balance sheet as debtors 40,000. So debtors की वैल्यू कितना है अपने पास 40,000 है. फिर अपने को debtors पे adjustment दिया हुआ है. क्या दिया हुआ है? The adjustment is given as further bad debts 400. तो पहले debtors के अमाउंट में से 400 माइनस करेंगे, फिर जो भी अमाउंट बचा हुआ है उस पे 5% प्रोविजन कैलकुलेट करेंगे. So first subtracting 400 from 40,000 will be left out with an amount of 39,600. Then again we are required to calculate a 5% provision on remaining amount 39,600. Then it works out to be 1980. So subtracting these two amounts, we will be getting the final amount as 37,620. So bad debts is a loss. Provision for bad debts is also a loss. Already in the question, bad debts is given as 600 rupees. So first this will be shown on debit side of profit and loss account as 2 bad debts. Then again 400 new fresh bad debts will be shown as further bad debts. So first it will be recorded as 2 bad debts 600 rupees, add further bad debts 1,000 rupees. Then again we'll be showing provision for bad debts. So अपने को provision for bad debts है, but इस बार अपना new provision of bad debts कितना है 1980 है, जबकि क्वेश्चन में अपने को provision for bad debts कितना दिया हुआ है. क्वेश्चन में भी अपने को provision for bad debts है, वो कितना है, it is 2,500. This time old provision is more than new provision. तो इस बार old provision minus new provision करके हम amount credit side लिखेंगे by reserve for bad debts account, and the amount will be shown as 2,500 minus 1980. It will be 520. अगर old provision कम रहता, new provision ज्यादा रहता, तो हम reserve for bad debts debit में बताते. अगर old provision ज्यादा है, new provision कम है, तो reserve for bad debts credit में बताते. Old provision minus new provision, it is 520 rupees. Then after debtors we have bad debts. ये भी हो गया. Now let us have a look of credit items. Sales, this will be shown on credit side of trading account. Interest as it is given on credit side, it will be shown as income on credit side of profit and loss account. Then after interest we have commission. This will be shown on credit side of profit and loss account as by commission 3,200. We have an adjustment on it, commission received in advance. So commission received in advance will be subtracted. Received in advance का मतलब क्या, वक्त से पहले पैसे ले लेना. तो कमीशन के नाम पे कितने पैसे आ रहे, 3,200 रुपए आ रहे. इसमें से रिसीव्ड इन एडवांस 1,000 है, तो अपने को जो अमाउंट आएगा वो कितना आएगा 2,200 आएगा. तो 1,000 रुपीज विल बी लायबिलिटी ऑन, सो इट विल बी शोन ऑन लायबिलिटी साइड एज कमीशन रिसीव्ड इन एडवांस 1,000 रुपीज. देन after commission we have capital. It will be shown on liability side of the balance sheet. Creditors will be shown on liability side of the balance sheet. Reserve for bad debts we have shown it on credit side of profit and loss account. Interest on drawings, this will be shown on credit side of profit and loss account. Dividends received will be shown on credit side of profit and loss account. Bills payable will be shown on liability side of the balance sheet. Doing the total of trading account, the total on credit side of trading account is 47,500. Subtracting the total of debit from the total of credit, we are left out with a profit amount of 20,600, which will be recorded as to gross profit carried down. Brackets में लिखेंगे transfer to profit and loss account. The same will be shown on opposite side as by gross profit part on 20,600. Then doing the total on credit side of profit and loss account, the total is 29,720. Subtracting the total of debit from the total of credit, then we are left out with a profit amount of 4020, which will be recorded as to net profit carried down. Brackets में लिखेंगे transfer to balance sheet, this will be added to capital, and here doing the total capital 90,000 plus net profit 4020, it becomes 94,020 rupees. ड्रॉइंग्स, क्वेश्चन में अपने को ड्रॉइंग्स 4,000 कैश दिया हुआ है, फिर नीचे एडजस्टमेंट में 5,000 का सामान विड्रॉ करे बोला. So here drawings is given as 4,000. In adjustment, it is given as goods worth 5,000 has been withdrawn by the owner for personal use. So total drawings works out to be 9,000 rupees. So 9,000 will be subtracted from it. It becomes 85,020 rupees. Followed by other liabilities, outstanding salaries, bills payable, creditors, commission received in advance. The total on liability side of the balance sheet is 1,05,120, whereas the total on asset side of the balance sheet is also 1,05,120. Let us have another problem, page number 337, question number 11. Prepare final accounts of Yadagiri traders for the year ended 31st December 2018. So the heading will be trading and profit and loss account of Yadagiri traders for the year ended 31st December 2018. The format for which will be particulars amount rupees, particulars amount rupees. Towards section left will be writing DR debit, towards section right will be writing CR credit, and the heading for balance sheet will be balance sheet of Yadagiri as on 31st December 2018. The format for which will be liabilities amount rupees, assets amount rupees. So first we'll start with opening stock. Opening stock is given as 3,000 in the question. It will be recorded as to opening stock 3,000. Then we'll be writing it as to purchases 10,000 rupees. Then we'll be writing it as by sales 20,000 rupees. Then closing stock, which will be always given as adjustment. So here adjustment, it is given as 6,500. So closing stock will be recorded as by closing stock 6,500 on credit side of trading account, followed by closing stock will be again shown on asset side of the balance sheet as closing stock 6,500 rupees. Then we have other items. First we have cash, it is an asset, it will be shown on asset side of the balance sheet. Then we have purchases, it is an expenditure, it will be shown on debit side of trading account. Carriage, it will be shown on debit side of trading account. Factory rent will be shown on debit side of trading account. Salaries and wages, it will be shown on debit side of profit and loss account. Then we have adjustment on it, prepaid 400 rupees. So salaries and wages is 2,400. We have adjustment on it, prepaid. So subtracting 400 from 2,400, we will be left out with an amount of 400. Prepaid, it is an asset, it will be shown on asset side of the balance sheet as prepaid salaries and wages 400 rupees. Then after salaries and wages, we have machinery 6,000. It is an asset, it will be shown on asset side of the balance sheet as machinery 6,000 rupees. Then we have adjustment on 10% depreciation on machinery, which will be 600. Subtracting 600 from 6,000, will be left out with 5,400. Then again depreciation on machinery 600 will be shown on debit side of profit and loss account as to depreciation on machinery 600 rupees. Then after machinery, we have discount, it is given as debit, so it will be recorded on debit side of profit and loss account. Discount, which is given as credit balance, will be shown on credit side of profit and loss account. Then we have copyrights, it is an asset, it will be shown on asset side of the balance sheet. Carry on sales will be shown on debit side of profit and loss account. Clearing charges will be shown on debit side of trading account. Bills receivable will be shown on asset side of the balance sheet. Opening stock was shown on debit side of trading account. Printing and stationery will be shown on debit side of profit and loss account to printing and stationery. Then after printing and stationery, we have coal and gas, this will be shown on debit side of profit and loss account. Then debtors, it is an asset, it will be shown on asset side of the balance sheet. Asset side of the balance sheet में बताएंगे हम debtors 10,000 rupees. इस पे अपने को adjustment है, क्या दिया हुआ adjustment? It is given as create 6% provision for bad and doubtful debts. तो अपने को जो 10,000 रुपए आना है, इसमें से 6% डाउट पे है. So 10,000 का 6% क्या हो रहा है? 600 rupees हो रहा है. Subtracting 600 from it, then we'll be receiving 9,400 rupees. It is a loss to the organization. It will be shown on debit side as to provision for bad debts 600 rupees on debit side of profit and loss account. Then it will be shown on debit side as to provision for bad debts. To provision for bad debts, कितना था अपने को bad debts का amount? 600 rupees. Then we have drawings. This will be subtracted from capital on liability side of the balance sheet. Furniture, it is an asset, it will be shown on asset side of the balance sheet as furniture 15,000 rupees. Then after furniture, we have furniture के बाद अपने को और क्या दिया हुआ है? It is given as office expenses. This will be shown on debit side of profit and loss account. Internet charges, this will be shown on debit side of profit and loss account. Now let us have a look of credit balances. Sales, this will be shown on credit side of trading account. Interest, as it is given as credit balance, it will be shown on credit side of profit and loss account as by interest account. Then after interest, we have discount. This will be shown on credit side of profit and loss account as by discount account. Overdraft, it is a liability, it will be shown on liability side of the balance sheet. Capital is a liability, it will be shown on liability side of the balance sheet. Creditors, it's a liability, it will be shown on liability side of the balance sheet. तो अपने को ये प्रॉब्लम में नए एडजस्टमेंट्स क्या थे? इंटरेस्ट ऑन कैपिटल 6% और मैनेजिंग डायरेक्टर्स कमीशन ऑन नेट प्रॉफिट इज 10% बिफोर चार्जिंग सच कमीशन. सो फर्स्ट विल बी कैलकुलेटिंग इंटरेस्ट ऑन कैपिटल. द अमाउंट ऑफ कैपिटल इज 50,000. इस पे अपने को 6% इंटरेस्ट देना है. सो 6% ऑफ 50,000 इज 3,000. सो इंटरेस्ट ऑन कैपिटल विल बी एडेड टू कैपिटल. 50 plus 3, it becomes 53,000. Then the interest on capital is an expenditure to business, so it will be shown on debit side of profit and loss account as to interest on capital 3000 rupees. Then managing directors commission क्या है ये हम net profit calculate करते वक्त देखेंगे. Now we'll be balancing the account. The total on credit side of trading account is 26,500. Subtracting the total of debit from it, we are left with a gross profit of 10,200, which will be recorded as to gross profit carried on brackets में लिखेंगे transfer to profit and loss account. The same will be shown on opposite side as by gross profit brought down 10,200 rupees. Now doing the total here. The total on credit side is 17,700. Subtracting the total of debit from 17,700, we are getting a net profit of 5,900. तब अपने को इसमें से मैनेजर्स कमीशन देना है. क्या बोला अपने को? मैनेजर कमीशन इज टू बी पेड, मैनेजिंग डायरेक्टर्स कमीशन इज टू बी पेड ऑन नेट प्रॉफिट ऑन 10% बिफोर चार्जिंग सच कमीशन. तो ये कमीशन देने से पहले अपने को जो है ना प्रॉफिट एंड लॉस का नेट प्रॉफिट जो अमाउंट आ रहा है वो कितना आ रहा? 5,900 रुपीज आ रहा. तो 5,900 में हम क्या करना है? 10% कमीशन कैलकुलेट करके मैनेजर को दे देना है. सो इट विल बी रिकॉर्डेड एज टू मैनेजर्स कमीशन 5,900 into 10 by 100, which works out to be 590. So subtracting 590 from net profit which we got as 5,900, then this will be the final net profit which will be 5,310, which will be recorded as to net profit carried on brackets में लिखेंगे transfer to balance sheet if transfer to capital account. अब ये जो मैनेजिंग डायरेक्टर का रेम्यूनरेशन 590 है ये अभी हम पे नहीं करें. इट विल बी शोन ऑन लायबिलिटी, क्योंकि अपने को नेट प्रॉफिट कितना आता नहीं मालूम था. जितना नेट प्रॉफिट आएगा उस पे 10% कमीशन देना था बंदे को. सो दिस विल बी अगेन शोन ऑन लायबिलिटी साइड ऑफ द बैलेंस शीट एज मैनेजर्स कमीशन 590. नाउ बैलेंसिंग इट, द टोटल ऑन लायबिलिटी साइड ऑफ द बैलेंस शीट इज 62,900, whereas the total on asset side of the balance sheet is also 62,900. तब यहाँ पे कैपिटल का कैलकुलेशन क्या था? देखिए कैपिटल 50,000, एड इंटरेस्ट ऑन कैपिटल 3,000, एड नेट प्रॉफिट 5,310, less drawing 1,500. So the final amount is 56,810. The balance sheet total for Yadagiri is 62,900 on liability side as well as 62,900 on asset side. Next, page number 338, question number 12. Prepare Veena Enterprises final accounts for the year ended 31st December 2018. Here is the trial balance given, provided with some adjustments. The solution is trading account and profit and loss account of Veena Enterprises for the year ended 31st December 2018. The format is particulars amount rupees, particulars amount rupees, followed by balance sheet. The heading is balance sheet of Veena Enterprises as on 31st December 2018. The format is liabilities amount rupees, assets amount rupees. So first we'll be writing it as opening stock 9,000 rupees. So opening stock 9,000 rupees. Then purchases 17,000. इसमें से return 600 minus करेंगे. 17,000 minus 600 it becomes 16,600. So हम यहाँ पे लिखेंगे 16,400. Then we'll be writing it as sales by sales 25,000 less returns 800. It becomes 24,200. Then we'll be writing closing stock. Closing stock will always be asked in adjustment as closing stock. Here it is given as 8,300. So closing stock will be shown on credit side of trading account. Then again closing stock will be shown on asset side of the balance sheet. तो closing stock हम दो बार बताएंगे. एक बार balance sheet के assets में बताएंगे, एक बार trading account के credit में बताएंगे. Now let us have a look of all the items. Opening stock हो गया, purchases हो गया, रिटर्न्स हो गया, डेप्टार्स इट इज एन एसेट, इट विल बी शोन ऑन एसेट साइड ऑफ द बैलेंस शीट एज डेप्टार्स 25,000. इस पे अपने को प्रोविजन करना है. एडजस्टमेंट क्या है? क्रिएट प्रोविजन फॉर बैड डेट्स ऑन 5% बोल के बोला. एडजस्टमेंट क्या दिया हुआ है? इट इज गिवन एज रिजर्व फॉर बैड डेट्स 5%. तो 5% कैलकुलेट करना है. सो 5% किस पे कैलकुलेट करेंगे हम? डेप्टार्स की वैल्यू 25,000 पे. इट वर्क्स आउट टू बी 1250. तो जो 25,000 रुपए आना है उसमें से 1250 रुपए डाउट पे. Then we are going to receive 23,750. It is a loss to the organization. It will be shown on debit side of profit and loss account as to provision for bad debts 1250 rupees. Then we have after debtors we have insurance. This will be shown on debit side of profit and loss account as to insurance. तो अब insurance जो है ना profit and loss के debit में बताएंगे हम to insurance 1,500 rupees. Then after insurance will be showing insurance के बाद अपने को और क्या है? wages. Wages will be shown on debit side of trading account as to wages. तो wages यहाँ पे debit side of trading में बताएंगे to wages. Then after wages we have repairs. Repairs will be shown on debit side of profit and loss account. Then we have audit fees. Audit fees will be shown on debit side of profit and loss account. Then we have bad debts. Bad debts will be shown on debit side of profit and loss account. Then we have carriage. Carriage will be shown on debit side of trading account. Then we have rent and taxes 2,200. Rent and taxes will be shown on debit side of profit and loss account. Then we have adjustment on it. Outstanding rent. It will be added. So it becomes 2,200 plus 600. It becomes 2,800. Then again 6,000 outstanding rent will be shown on liability side of the balance sheet as outstanding rent 600 rupees. Then after rent and taxes we have pending charges. This will be shown on debit side of profit and loss account. Then we have patents. This is an asset. It will be shown on asset side. We have an adjustment on patents that depreciation on patents 10%. तो patents जो 20,000 है इस पे अपने को 10% depreciation देना है. So 20,000 का 10% क्या होता है? 2,000. So patents will be shown as patents 20,000 less depreciation 2,000. It becomes 18,000. So 2,000 depreciation on patents is lost to the organization. It will be shown on debit side as to depreciation on patents 2,000 rupees. Then After patents you have freight, it will be shown discount. After patents you have discount. This is given as debit balance, so this will be shown on debit side of profit and loss account. Here discount is also given as credit balance. This will be shown as on credit side of profit and loss account. Then we have freight. This will be shown on debit side of trading account. Then we have furniture. It is an asset. It will be shown on asset side of the balance sheet. So balance sheet के assets में लिखेंगे हम furniture 16,000. Then after furniture we have speed post charges. This will be shown on debit side of profit and loss account. Then we have machinery 40,000, which will be shown on asset side of the balance sheet as machinery 40,000. Then after machinery we have legal charges. This will be shown on debit side of profit and loss account. Now we have completed all the items of debit balances. Now let us have a look of credit balances. Capital will be shown on liability side of the balance sheet. Returns will be subtracted from purchases on debit side of trading account. Sales will be shown on credit side of profit trading account. Bills payable is a liability. It will be shown on liability side of the balance sheet. Commission, it is given as credit balance, so it will be shown on credit side of profit and loss account. Discount is given as credit balance. This will be shown on credit side of profit and loss account. Bank overdraft, it's a liability. It will be shown on liability side of the balance sheet. Credit cards, it's a liability. It will be shown on liability side of the balance sheet. Outstanding wages, it's a liability. It will be shown on liability side of the balance sheet. Let us also have a look of the adjustments. Closing stock, it was shown on credit side of trading account. Then it is again shown on asset side of the balance sheet. Provision for bad debts was calculated and subtracted from debtors on asset side of the balance sheet. And again, provision for bad debts was shown on debit side of profit and loss account. Depreciation on patents was subtracted from patents on asset side of the balance sheet, and the subtracted depreciation of patents was shown on debit side of profit and loss account. Outstanding rent was added to rent on debit side of profit and loss account. Then again, outstanding rent was shown on liability side of the बैलेंस शीट. कमीशन रिसीवेबल, इंटरेस्ट ऑन कैपिटल, ये एडजस्टमेंट नहीं करे हम. तो अपने को क्वेश्चन में कमीशन रिसीव क्या दिया, 800 दिया, फिर कमीशन रिसीवेबल क्या पड़ा, 400. सो दिस विल बी शोन एज by commission 800 plus commission receivable 400, it becomes 1200 rupees. Still we have to receive a commission of 400. It will be an asset, so it will be shown on asset side as commission receivable 400 rupees. Then we have an adjustment, interest on capital 6%. So capital value is 1 lakh rupees. 6% will be 6,000 rupees. So interest on capital will always be added to capital. So it will be recorded as add interest on capital 6,000. Then again, interest on capital is an expenditure to the business, so it will be shown on debit side of profit and loss account as to interest on capital 6,000 rupees. Now we have completed all the items, all the adjustments. Now we are just required to balance the account. The total on credit side of trading account is 32,500. Subtracting the total of debit from the total of credit, we are earning a gross profit of 4,300, which will be recorded as to gross profit carried on. Brackets में लिखेंगे transfer to profit and loss account 4,300. The same will be recorded on opposite side as by gross profit brought down 4,300. Now doing the total of profit and loss account, the total on debit side of profit and loss account is more than total of credit side of profit and loss account this time. So the total on debit side is 21,750, whereas the total on credit side is less than. So subtracting the total of credits from the total of debit, we are suffering a loss of 14,750, which will be recorded as by net loss carried on. Brackets में लिखेंगे transfer to balance sheet or capital account. This net loss will be subtracted from balance sheet. Capital 1 lakh plus interest on capital 6,000 minus net loss 14,750. Then the final amount will be 91,250, followed by other liabilities, outstanding rent, bills payable, bank overdraft, creditors, outstanding wages. The total of liabilities is 1,06,450. Then we have some other assets as well. The total on asset side of asset side, the total of balance sheet on asset side is also 1,06,450. Continuing with page number 344, question number 18. From the following trial balances of Mallikarjuna Traders, prepare trading and profit and loss account of and balance sheet for the year ended 31st December 2018. So the heading will be taken as trading and profit and loss account of Mallikarjuna Traders for the year ended 31st December 2018. Format will be particulars, amount rupees, particulars, amount rupees. Here is the balance sheet heading. The balance sheet will be taken as balance sheet of Mallikarjuna Traders as on 31st December 2018. The format will be liabilities, amount rupees, assets, amount rupees. So first we'll start with opening stock, which is given as 24,000 in the question. Then purchases 75,000 less purchase returns 2,500. Always remember that purchases is a debit balance and purchase returns will be shown as credit balance. Sales is an income. It is always credit balance. Sales returns will be given as debit balance. Then closing stock will always be given as adjustment. It is given as 32,500. Closing stock will be first shown on credit side of trading account. Then again, closing stock will be shown on asset side of the balance sheet as closing stock 32,500 rupees. Now let us have a look of all the items from the starting. So opening stock was recorded. Sales return was subtracted from sales. Then we have wages. This will be shown on debit side of trading account as to wages account. अब इसमें अपने को परचेजेस में एक और चीजें देखे, goods for 3,000 used by owner for his personal use. तो ओनर अपने बिजनेस में से सामान भी निकाल रहे हैं. सो परचेजेस में से हम परचेज रिटर्न्स भी माइनस करेंगे, ड्राइंग्स भी माइनस करेंगे 3,000 रुपीज. दिस अमाउंट ऑफ ड्राइंग्स 3,000 रुपीज विल अगेन बी सबट्रैक्टेड फ्रॉम कैपिटल ऑन लायबिलिटी साइड ऑफ द बैलेंस शीट. नेक्स्ट wages के बाद we have salaries 26,500. It will be shown on profit and loss account debit side as two salaries 26,500. और यहाँ पे क्या है 26,500 के बाद we have an adjustment on salaries that outstanding 5,300 है. तो outstanding क्या करेंगे हम ऐड करेंगे, it becomes 31,800. Then again outstanding salaries will be shown on liability side of the balance sheet as outstanding salaries 5,300. Then after wages and salaries we have insurance, will be shown on debit side of profit and loss account. We have adjustment on it, prepaid insurance 1,800 which will be subtracted from it. So here the amount of insurance is to insurance 5,200 less prepaid insurance 1,800, it becomes 3,400. Then again 1,800 prepaid insurance will be shown on asset side of the balance sheet as prepaid insurance 1,800 rupees. Then after insurance we have furniture, it is an asset, it will be shown on asset side of the balance sheet as furniture 80,000. Then after furniture we have plant and machinery, even it is an asset, it will be shown on asset side of the balance sheet as plant and machinery 46,000. We have the adjustment on it, depreciation 5% 2,300. Subtracting 2,300 from 46,000, the final amount is 43,700. It is a loss to the organization, it will be shown on debit side of profit and loss account as to depreciation on plant and machinery 2,300. Then after plant and machinery we have cash at bank, it is an asset, it will be shown on asset side of the balance sheet. Purchases was shown on debit side of trading account. Bills receivable is an asset, it will be shown on asset side of the balance sheet. Debtors 50,000 is an asset, it will be shown on asset side of the balance sheet as debtors 50,000. Then we are required to calculate provision for bad debts at 5%, which is given as adjustment. So adjustment में अपने को बोला 5% provision is to be made on bad and doubtful debts. So 50,000 का 10% 5,000 होता, 5% 2,500 होता. Subtracting 2,500 from 50,000 will be getting 47,500. Then again this 2,500 will be shown on debit side of profit and loss account as to provision for bad debts 2,500 rupees. Then we have audit fees, this will be shown on debit side of profit and loss account. We have carried inwards, this will be shown on debit side of trading account. We have carried outwards, this will be shown on debit side of profit and loss account. Office expenses will be shown on debit side of profit and loss account. Then after office expenses, then after all this we have credit balances. Creditors will be shown on liability side of the balance sheet. Purchase returns will be subtracted from purchases on debit side of trading account. Sales will be shown as sales will be shown as income on credit side of trading account. Bank overdraft will be shown on liabilities side of the balance sheet. Bills payable will be shown on liability side of the balance sheet. Capital will be shown on liability side of the balance sheet. Discount will be shown on credit side of profit and loss account. Now let us have a look of the adjustments. Closing stock will be recorded on debit credit side of trading account. Then again closing stock will be shown on asset side of the balance sheet. Outstanding salaries will be added to salaries on debit side of profit and loss account. Then again outstanding salaries will be shown on liability side of the balance sheet. Depreciation on plant and machinery will be subtracted from plant and machinery on asset side of the balance sheet. Then again depreciation on machinery will be shown on debit side of profit and loss account as to depreciation on plant and machinery. Prepaid insurance will be subtracted from insurance on debit side of profit and loss account. Then again prepaid insurance will be shown on asset side of the balance sheet. 5% provision is to be for bad and doubtful debts will be subtracted from debtors, and the same will be shown on debit side of profit and loss account. Goods first 3,000 will be subtracted from purchases first, then again it will be shown on subtracted from liability side capital, and it will be subtracted as drawings from capital. So now let us balance it. The total on credit side is 1,76,000. Subtracting the total of debit from the total of credit 1,76,000, we are left out with a profit of 75,200. It should be recorded as to gross profit carried down. Brackets में लिखेंगे transfer to profit and loss account. The same will be shown on opposite side as by gross profit brought down 75,200. Then doing the balancing for profit and loss account, the total on credit side is 777,200. Subtracting the total of debit side of profit and loss account from the total of credit side of profit and loss account, we are earning a net profit of 27,500, which will be recorded here as to net profit carried down. Brackets में लिखेंगे transfer to balance sheet or capital account. This will be added to capital. So here the calculation for capital will be capital 1,25,000, add net profit 27,500 less drawings 3,000, which the owner has withdrawn goods for his personal use. The total final amount for capital is 1,49,500, followed by other liabilities, outstanding salaries, creditors, bank overdraft, bills payable. The total of liability side of the balance sheet is 2,67,800, whereas the total on asset side of the balance sheet is also 2,67,800 rupees. Next, continuing with next problem, page number 328, question number 2. From the following particulars, prepare final accounts of Godrej Traded for the year ended 31st December 2018. So the heading will be taken as trading and profit and loss account of Godrej Traded for the year ended 31st December 2018. The format will be particulars amount rupees, particulars amount rupees. Towards section left will be writing DR debit, towards section right will be writing CR credit, and the heading for balance sheet will be balance sheet of Godrej Traded as on 31st December 2018. The format for which will be liabilities amount rupees, assets amount rupees. So first we'll start with opening stock, which is given in the question as 2,000, followed by purchases 15,000 less purchase returns 500, it will become 14,500. Then we'll be writing it as sales 30,000 less sales returns 500, it becomes 29,500. Then we'll be writing it as closing stock, which is given as adjustment 5,600. This will be shown on credit side of trading account by closing stock 5,600. The same will be shown on asset side of the balance sheet as closing stock 5,600 rupees. Then now let us have a look of all the items. Next we have plant and machinery 14,000. It is an asset. It will be shown on asset side of the balance sheet as plant and machinery. So balance sheet के assets में बताएंगे plant and machinery 14,000. Then after plant and machinery we have wages. Wages will be shown on debit side of trading account as to wages 1200. We have an adjustment on wages as outstanding wages 700. So 1200 plus 700 it becomes 1900. इसका मतलब क्या 1200 रुपए भत्ता बन दिए, 700 रुपए wages बनना बाकी है. So it is a liability. It will be again shown on liability side of the balance sheet as to outstanding on liability side as it will be shown as outstanding wages 700 rupees. Balance sheet में हम 2 by कुछ भी नहीं लिखते, so सिर्फ वहाँ पे बताएंगे outstanding wages 700 rupees. Then after this we have returns. This is sales returns which will be subtracted from sales on credit side of the balance sheet. Then we have land and buildings which will be shown on asset side of the balance sheet as land and buildings 30,000. Then after land and buildings we have purchases. This will be shown on debit side of trading account. Bills receivable, this will be shown on asset side of the balance sheet. Debtors 15,000 which will be shown on asset side of the balance sheet as debtors 15,000. इस पे अपने को एडजस्टमेंट है, क्या दे रहा है एडजस्टमेंट में, रेट ऑफ 1500 एज बैड डेट्स. तो अपने को जो डेप्टार्स के पास से जो पैसा आना है उसमें से 1500 रुपए भूल जाना है. तो 15,000 में से 1500 चले गए तो कितने पैसे आएंगे, 13,500 आएंगे. तो ये 1500 अपने लिए क्या रहेगा, लॉस रहेगा. इट विल बी अगेन शोन ऑन डेबिट साइड ऑफ प्रॉफिट एंड लॉस अकाउंट एज टू बैड डेट्स. तो पहले से अपने को क्वेश्चन में बैड डेट्स दिया हुआ है, पहले से बैड डेट्स कितना दिया हुआ है, इट इज गिवन एज 1200 रुपीज. अब अपने को और 1500 रुपए डूब जा रहे. So it will be shown as two bad debts 1200 plus further bad debts 1500. Then it can be shown as 2,700 rupees. Next, after debtors, फिर debtors के बाद अपने को एडजस्टमेंट दूसरी चीजें क्या दिया हुआ है, it is given as cash at bank. It is an asset. It will be shown on asset side of the balance sheet. Then after cash at bank, it is given as rent. It will be shown on debit side of profit and loss account as to rent account. तो rent के बाद अपने को bad debts दिया हुआ था वो ऑलरेडी लिख दिया हम. फिर rent, then bad debts लिख दिए. Then we have insurance will be shown on debit side of profit and loss account as to insurance account. तो यहाँ पे debit side बताएंगे हम to insurance account 600 जिसपे अपने को adjustment है. Prepaid insurance 200. So 400 will be shown on debit side of profit and loss account. Then again 200 prepaid insurance will be shown on asset side of the balance sheet. Then उसके बाद insurance के बाद we have salaries. It will be shown on debit side of profit and loss account as to salaries account. So we do not have any adjustment on it. Then after salaries we have furniture. It is an asset. It will be shown on asset side of the balance sheet as furniture 5,000. We have adjustment on it as depreciation on furniture 10%. So 10% of 5,000 is 500. So it will be subtracted as less depreciation 500 from furniture 5,000. It will become 4,500. Then again it is a loss. It will be shown on debit side of profit and loss account as to depreciation on furniture 500 rupees. And after furniture we have gas and water. It will be shown on trading account debit side. Carriage will be shown on debit side of trading account. Freight will be shown on debit side of trading account. Then we have completed all the items of debit balances. Now let us have a look of items of credit balances. Sales, it will be shown on capital will be shown on liability side of the balance sheet. Sales will be shown on credit side of trading account. Discount will be shown on credit side of profit and loss account. Creditors will be shown on liability side of the balance sheet. Return outwards will be subtracted from purchases returns. As it is purchase returns, it will be subtracted from purchases. Interest, it is given as credit balance, so it will be recorded on credit side of profit and loss account. Overdraft is a liability. It will be shown on liability side of the balance sheet. Commission is given as credit balance, so it will be shown on credit side of profit and loss account. Bills payable, it is a liability. It will be shown on liability side of the balance sheet. So let us have a look of the adjustments once again. Closing stock was shown on credit side of trading account. Then again it is shown on asset side of the balance sheet. Outstanding wages was added to wages on debit side of trading account. Then again outstanding wages was shown on liability side of the balance sheet. Prepaid insurance was subtracted from insurance on debit side of profit and loss account. Then again prepaid insurance was shown as asset side in the balance sheet. Depreciation on furniture was subtracted from furniture on asset side of the balance sheet. Then the subtracted depreciation amount will be shown on debit side of profit and loss account as to depreciation on furniture. Interest on capital 6% is to be calculated. So capital का amount कितना है 60,000 है. 60,000 का 6% 3,600 है. So interest on capital will be added to capital on liability side of the balance sheet. Then again interest on capital is an expenditure to the business. It will be shown on debit side as to of profit and loss account as to interest on capital 3,600. Then rate of bad debts 1,500. This will be subtracted from debtors on asset side of the balance sheet. Then subtracted bad debts 1,500 will be shown on debit side of profit and loss account. Now balancing the account. The total on credit side of trading account is 35,100. Subtracting the total of debit from the total of credit, we are left out with a profit amount of 14,900, which will be recorded as to gross profit. Current brackets में लिखेंगे transfer to profit and loss account. The same will be shown on opposite side as by gross profit brought in 14,900. Now balancing the profit and loss account, the total on credit side of profit and loss account is 18,800. Subtracting the total of debit from the total of credit, we'll be earning a net profit of 7,600, which will be recorded as to net profit. Current brackets में लिखेंगे transfer to balance sheet or transfer to capital account. This net profit will be added to capital. So here first we'll be adding capital 60,000, then interest on capital will be added to it 3,600, it becomes 63,600, then we'll be adding net profit to it 7,600, it becomes 71,200, followed by other liabilities, outstanding wages, creditors, overdraft, bills payable. The total on liability side of the balance sheet is 87,100, whereas the total on asset side of the balance sheet is also 87,100 rupees. Next, continuing with next problem, page number 331, question number 5. From the following particulars of Anasuya Traders, prepare final accounts for the year ended 31st December 2018. Here is the trial balance provided with some additional information. So the heading will be trading and profit and loss account of Anasuya Traders for the year ended 31st December 2018. The format will be particulars amount rupees, particulars amount rupees. Towards section left will be writing DR debit, towards section right will be writing CR credit, and the heading will be recorded here as balance sheet of Anasuya Traders as on 31st December 2018. The format will be taken as liabilities amount rupees, assets amount rupees. First, we'll start with opening stock. We'll be writing it as to opening stock 12,000. Then we'll be writing it as purchases. So it will be recorded as to purchases 90,000. Less return outward is the other name for purchase returns. It will be recorded as 2,000 rupees. 90 minus 2,000, it becomes 88,000. Then we'll be writing it as sales by sales 1,28,000. Then we'll be writing it as closing stock, which will be always given on adjustment as closing stock 15,500 is given. So it will be recorded as by closing stock 15,500. The same will be shown on asset side of the balance sheet as 15,500 rupees. Then let us have a look of all the items. So first, wages, this will be shown on debit side of trading account as 2 wages. So 5,000, we have an adjustment on it. Outstanding wages 1,000, it will be added. So wages will be shown as 6,000 rupees. Outstanding wages is a liability. Again, it will be shown on liability side as outstanding wages 1,000 rupees. Then after wages, we have factory rent. It will be shown on debit side of trading account as 2 factory rent, 2,000 rupees. Then after factory rent, we have audit charges. This will be shown on debit side of profit and loss account. Then we have machinery. This is an asset. It will be shown on asset side of the balance sheet as machinery 20,000. Then after machinery, we have cash. It is an asset. It will be shown on asset side of the balance sheet. Debtors 32,000. It is an asset. It will be shown on asset side of the balance sheet as 32,000. In adjustment, it is given as राइट ऑफ 2000 एज बैड डेट्स, मतलब जो 32,000 आना है उसमें से पहले 2,000 रुपए माइनस करेंगे. 32 माइनस 2 इट बिकम्स 30,000. फिर अपने को एडजस्टमेंट क्या दिया हुआ है, प्रोवाइड 5% रिजर्व फॉर बैड डाउटफुल डेट्स, मतलब जो 32 में से 2 कम हो जाने के बाद जो पैसे बचे हुए उस पे भी अपने को 5% पोजीशन मेंटेन करना है. 30,000 का 10% 3,000 हो जाता है, 5% विल बी हाफ ऑफ इट व्हिच इज 1,500. सब्ट्रैक्टिंग 1,500 फ्रॉम 13,000 विल बी लेफ्ट आउट विद एन अमाउंट ऑफ 28,500. तो अपने यहाँ पे 2 नुकसान हो रहे हैं, एक 2,000 रुपए डूब जा रहे हैं, दूसरा 1,500 रुपए डाउट पे. बोथ दीज विल बी शोन ऑन डेबिट साइड ऑफ प्रॉफिट एंड लॉस अकाउंट एज 2 bad debts 2,000 rupees, 2 reserve for bad debts 1,500 rupees. Then after debtors we have opening stock which was recorded on debit side of trading account. Then we have furniture 36,000 which will be shown on asset side of the balance sheet as furniture 36,000. जिस पे अपने को 10% depreciation देना है, which will be calculated as 10% on 36,000 will be 3,600. Subtracting 3,600 from 36,000, the final amount will be 32,400. This 3,600 will be shown on debit side of profit and loss account as to depreciation on furniture 3,600 rupees. Then purchases were shown on debit side of trading account. Carriage inwards will be shown on debit side of trading account. Salaries will be shown on debit side of profit and loss account as 12,500 rupees. So do we have any adjustment on it? इस पे कुछ भी adjustment नहीं है. Then salaries के बाद we have office rent will be shown on debit side of profit and loss account. Advertisement will be shown on debit side of profit and loss account. Rent paid in advance. कोई भी चीज paid in advance है तो वो अपने लिए asset है, कोई भी चीज received in advance है तो वो अपने लिए liability है. So this time we are paying rent in advance, so it will be an asset for us. So it will be shown on asset side of the balance sheet as rent paid in advance. Now let us have a look of the items which were given as credit balances. So we have completed all the items of debit balances. Now let us have a look of trade balances. Bills payable, it's a liability, it will be shown on liability side of the balance sheet. Creditors, it's a liability, it will be shown on liability side of the balance sheet. Capital is a liability, it will be shown on liability side of the balance sheet. Commission, it is given as credit balance, so it will be shown on credit side of profit and loss account. Sales is an income, it was shown on credit side of trading account. Return outward is the other name for purchase returns, which will be subtracted from purchases on debit side of trading account. Interest received, it is an income, it will be shown on credit side of profit and loss account. Outstanding salaries, it's a liability, it will be shown on liability side of the balance sheet. Now let us have a look of the adjustments once again. Closing stock will be shown on credit side of trading account. Then again, closing stock will be shown on asset side of the balance sheet. Interest on capital 6% we need to calculate. The capital amount is given as 62,000. 6% will be calculated on it, which is 3,720, which will be added to it. So it will be recorded as capital 62,000 plus interest on capital 3,720, which will be recorded on debit side as to interest on capital 3,720. Then write off bad debts first. This 2,000 will be subtracted from debtors. Then again, this 2,000 will be shown on debit side of profit and loss account. Then whatever the amount which is left out after subtracting bad debts, then again we need to calculate provision on it, which will be subtracted again from the left out value. Then again 1,500 will be shown on debit side of profit and loss account. Then outstanding wages will be added to debit side of wages account on trading account debit side. Then again outstanding wages will be shown on liability side of the balance sheet. Then we have depreciation on furniture, which will be subtracted from furniture on asset side of the balance sheet. Then again depreciation on furniture will be shown on debit side of profit and loss account. Now balancing trading account, the total on credit side of trading account is 1,43,500. Subtracting the total of debit from the total of credit. First we'll be adding the total 143,500, 143,500 on both sides. Subtracting the total of debit from the total of credit, we are left with a profit of 33,500, which will be recorded as to gross profit carried down, brackets में लिखेंगे transferred to profit and loss account. The same will be shown on opposite side as by gross profit brought down 33,500. Now balancing profit and loss account, the total on credit side is 45,300, whereas the total on debit side is less than 45,300. So subtracting total of debit of profit and loss account from the total of credit of profit and loss account, we are earning a profit of 14,180, which will be recorded as to net profit carried down, brackets में लिखेंगे transferred to balance sheet. The same will be added to capital on liability side of the balance sheet as capital 62,000 plus interest on capital 3,720 plus net profit 14,180. The total amount of capital will be 79,900, followed by other liabilities, outstanding wages, creditors, outstanding salaries, bills payable. The total amount of liabilities is 1,11,900, whereas the total amount of asset side is also 1,11,900 rupees. Next, continuing with another problem, page number 339, question number 13. Prepare final accounts of Srivastava as on 31st December 2018. Here are trial balance given, provided with some additional information, and we are required to prepare trading account, profit and loss account, and balance sheet. So first, the heading will be taken as trading and profit and loss account of Srivastava for the year ended 31st December 2018. The format for which will be particulars amount rupees, particulars amount rupees. Towards section left will be writing DR debit, towards section right will be writing CR credit, and the heading for balance sheet will be taken as balance sheet of Srivastava traders as on 31st December 2018. The format for which will be taken as liabilities amount rupees, assets amount rupees. First we'll start with opening stock, which is given in the question as 2,100. Then we'll be writing it as to purchases 10,000 less returns, which will return outward, which will be given as credit balance as 500. Subtracting 10,500 from 10,000, it will be 9,500. Then again in adjustment it is given as goods worth 2,000 were distributed as free samples. मतलब हम जो सामान खरीद के लाए प्रमोशन के लिए क्या करें, फ्री सैंपल्स 2,000 के बांटे. सो 9,500 में से 2,000 का सामान फ्री में बांट रहे, तो अपने को क्या बचता, 7,500 का बचता. इट इज एन एडवर्टाइजमेंट एक्सपेंडिचर. सो इट इज एन एक्सपेंडिचर इनकर्ड इन ऑर्डर टू इंप्रूव अवर सेल्स. सैंपल्स में कोई भी बिजनेस वाले क्या करते हैं, अपने प्रोडक्ट सैंपल्स के जैसा क्यों बांटते, ताकि उसका प्रमोशन हो सके, उसके सेल्स आगे बढ़ सके. सो इट विल बी शोन ऑन डेबिट साइड ऑफ प्रॉफिट एंड लॉस अकाउंट एज टू गुड्स डिस्ट्रीब्यूटेड एज फ्री सैंपल्स, बिकॉज इट इज ए लॉस टू द ऑर्गेनाइजेशन. फ्री में बांटे तो कस्टमर से अपने को कुछ भी पैसे नहीं आते. देन opening stock हो गया, purchases हो गया. Then we will be writing by sales 16,000 less sales returns, which will be given as debit balances. 1,000 rupees will be subtracted from it, 15,000. Then we will be writing closing stock, which will be given as adjustment. Closing stock 6,000. First will be shown on credit side of trading account. Then again closing stock will be shown on asset side of the balance sheet, 6,000 rupees. Now let us have a look of all the items one after the other. Cash is an asset, it will be shown on asset side of the balance sheet. Opening stock will be shown on debit side of trading account. Wages will be shown on debit side of trading account. Carriage on purchases will be shown on debit side of trading account. Carriage on sales will be shown on debit side of profit and loss account. Audit fees will be shown on debit side of profit and loss account. Drawings will be subtracted from capital on liability side of the balance sheet. Debtors will be shown on asset side of the balance sheet. Freight will be shown on debit side of trading account. Loose stores will be shown on asset side of the balance sheet. Buildings will be shown on asset side of the balance sheet. Power and fuel will be shown on debit side of trading account. Salaries will be shown on debit side of profit and loss account. Purchases will be shown on debit side of trading account. Sales returns will be subtracted from credit side on the sales on credit side of trading account. Goodwill is an asset, it will be shown on asset side of the balance sheet. Patents is an asset, it will be shown on asset side of the balance sheet. Postage and stamps, it will be shown on debit side of profit and loss account. Capital is a liability, it will be shown on liability side of the balance sheet. Creditors is a liability, it will be shown on liability side of the balance sheet. Interest received in advance, it's a liability, it will be shown on liability side of the balance sheet. Bills payable is a liability, it will be shown on liability side of the balance sheet. Bank overdraft is a liability, it will be shown on liability side of the balance sheet. Sales is an income, it will be shown on credit side of trading account. Rent received is an income, it will be shown on credit side of profit and loss account. Purchase returns will be subtracted from purchases on debit side of profit and purchase returns will be subtracted from purchases on debit side of trading account. Bad debts reserve will be shown on credit side of profit and loss account. Now let us have a look of the adjustments. Closing stock 6,000 will be shown on credit side of trading account. Then again closing stock will be shown on asset side of the balance sheet. अब outstanding salary 450 क्या करेंगे, salary को add करेंगे. Salary 850 था, outstanding 450, it becomes 1,300. Outstanding salary will again be shown on liability side of the balance sheet as outstanding salary is 450. फिर अपने को और adjustment किस पे था, interest on drawings. So first 10% will be calculated on drawings. Drawings क्या करेंगे हम, capital में से minus करेंगे. तो जैसा capital में से drawings minus करेंगे, उसी तरह interest on drawings भी minus करेंगे. So the total amount of drawings is 4,500. 10% of it will be 450. So it will be subtracted from capital as like we'll be subtracting drawings, we'll also subtract interest on drawings. So interest on drawings, this is an income to the business, so it will be shown on credit side of profit and loss account as by interest on drawings 450 rupees. Then we have provision, provide reserve for bad and doubtful debts 5%. Then again create provision for discount on debtors 2%. तो पहले debtors की value में से 5% provision for bad debts निकालेंगे, it will be 750 rupees. वो निकालने के बाद 14,250 बच रहे, उसपे से फिर अपन डिस्काउंट दे रहे हैं, कितना दे रहे 285, कितना परसेंटेज है डिस्काउंट ऑन debtors 2% है, तो 2% क्या कर रहे हैं हम लोग, जल्दी पैसे देना बोल के और 2% डिस्काउंट दे रहे, तो 285 और कम हो जा रहे, तो अपने को जो 15,000 रुपए आना था, आप कितने आएंगे 13,965 आएंगे, तो 750 बैड डेट्स ये अपने लिए लॉस है, discount on debtors 285 ये अपने लिए लॉस है, so both these will be shown on debit side as to bad debts 750 to reserve for discount on debtors or doubtful debts 285 rupees. Next. Depreciation on building, this will be subtracted from buildings on asset side of the balance sheet. Then again depreciation will be shown on debit side of profit and loss account as to depreciation on building. Then goods distributed as free samples, first it will be subtracted from purchases, and then again it will be shown on debit side of profit and loss account as goods distributed as free samples. Now let us balance the account. The total on credit side of trading account is 21,000. Subtracting the total of debit from the total of credit, we are earning a gross profit of 8,900, which will be shown as to gross profit. Carried on brackets में लिखेंगे transfer to profit and loss account 8,900. The same will be shown on opposite side as by gross profit brought down 8,900. Then again we have we need to balance profit and loss account. The total on credit side is 13,950, whereas the total on debit side is less than the total of credit side. Subtracting the total of debit side from the total of credit side, we are earning a net profit of 6,465, which will be recorded as to net profit. Carried down brackets में लिखेंगे 6,465, brackets में लिखेंगे transfer to profit and loss account. Amount will be taken as 6,465. Now this amount will be transferred to profit and capital account. It will be added to it. So the format for capital will now be capital 40,000 plus net profit 6,465, it becomes 46,465 less drawings 4,500 less interest on drawings 450. Now the final value of capital will be 41,515, followed by other liabilities, outstanding salaries, creditors, interest received in advance, bank overdraft, bills payable. The total of liability side of the balance sheet of Srivastava Traders is 52,865. The total of asset side of the balance sheet of Srivastava Traders is 52,865. Now let us have another problem. Page number 340, question number 14. From the following trial balance, prepare final accounts for the year ended 31st March 2019. Trial balance is given provided with some additional information. So we are required to prepare final accounts. So the heading will be taken as trading and profit and loss account for the year ended 31st March 2019. The format will be particulars amount rupees, particulars amount rupees. Towards extreme left will be heading DR debit. Towards extreme right will be heading CR credit. And then the heading for balance sheet will be balance sheet as on 31st March 2019. The format for which will be liabilities amount rupees, assets amount rupees. First we'll start with opening stock. We'll be writing it as to opening stock 18,350. Then we'll be writing it as to purchases 24,600 less purchase returns 230. So it will be recorded as 24,370. Then again we'll be writing it as sales, which will be given as credit balance. From that we'll be subtracting sales returns, which will be given as debit balance, which will be 62,100 minus 1,200. It becomes 60,900. Then we'll be writing closing stock. Closing stock will always be given as adjustment. So first closing stock will be recorded on credit side of trading account as by closing stock 17,800. Then again closing stock will be shown on asset side of the balance sheet as closing stock 17,800. Now let us have a look of all the items. Purchases will be shown on debit side of trading account. Machinery will be shown on asset side of the balance sheet. Wages will be shown on debit side of trading account. Bad debts will be shown on debit side of profit and loss account. Furniture will be shown on asset side of the balance sheet. Opening stock will be shown on the debit side of trading account. Sales returns will be subtracted from sales on credit side of trading account. Debtors will be shown on asset side of the balance sheet. Carriage will be shown on debit side of trading account. Salaries will be shown on debit side of profit and loss account. Carriage on sales will be shown on debit side of profit and loss account. Rent and taxes will be shown on debit side of profit and loss account. Cash at bank will be shown on asset side of the balance sheet. Cash in hand will be shown on asset side of the balance sheet. Now let us have a look of credit items. So here it is given as sales, which will be shown on credit side of trading account. Capital will be shown as liability side on asset side of liability side of the balance sheet. Creditors will be shown as liability on liability side of the balance sheet. Discount is given on credit balance, so it will be shown on credit side of profit and loss account. Reserve for bad and doubtful debts 800 will be shown on credit side of profit and loss account. Purchase returns will be subtracted from purchases. So हम ये जनरल डिस्कस करें. अब एडजस्टमेंट देख लेंगे. क्लोजिंग स्टॉक क्या करेंगे हम 17,800 एक बार ट्रेडिंग के क्रेडिट में लिखेंगे, दूसरी बार बैलेंस शीट के एसेट्स में लिखेंगे. देन वी हैव आउटस्टैंडिंग वेजेस 400. तो वेजेस कितना था? It was 3,500. अब ये 400 ऐड कर लेंगे, so it becomes 3,900. So outstanding wages, it's a liability. It will be shown on liability side as outstanding wages 400 rupees. Then इसके बाद एडजस्टमेंट क्या है? Provide reserve for bad and doubtful debts 5% on sundry debtors. Debtors will be an 80 is an asset. All assets are debit balance. कितना आना है अपने को? 10,400 आना है. Excuse me. इसका 10% क्या होता? 10,40 होता. 1,040 रुपये होता. 5% क्या होता? 520. So it will be subtracted. 10,400 में से 520 नहीं आ रहे. So we are going to receive 9,880, which will be recorded as debtors 10,400 less provision for bad debts 520. It becomes 9,880. Then again it will be shown on debit side as to provision for bad debts 520. Then we have depreciation on furniture. It will be subtracted from furniture on asset side of the balance sheet as furniture to 20,000 less 10%, 2,000, it becomes 18,000. Then again 2,000 will be shown on debit side of profit and loss account as to depreciation on furniture 2,000 rupees. Then we have another adjustment as reserve for discount on creditors 5%. Creditors का जो amount है उस पे 5% अपन discount ले रहे. So 3,900 का 10% 390 होता, 5% will be half of it, which is 195, which will be recorded as creditors 3,900 less discount on creditors 195, it becomes 3,705. So it is an income. It will be recorded on credit side as by discount on creditors 195. Question में जो discount दिया हुआ है वो अलग है. Now we'll be balancing it. The total on debit side of trading account is 46,970, whereas the total on credit side of trading account is 78,700. So 78,700 is more. So 78,700 will be recorded on both the sides. Subtracting 46,970 from 78,700, the gross profit is 31,730, which will be recorded as to gross profit carried on brackets में लिखेंगे transfer to profit and loss account. The same will be recorded on opposite side as by gross profit 31,730. Then balancing profit and loss account, the total on credit side of profit and loss account is 33,415, whereas the total on debit side of profit and loss account is the total on debit side is 33,415, whereas the total on credit side is 15,460. So credit side का total जो है ना 33,415 है. ये credit का total है, ये debit का total है. So credit के total में से हम क्या करें, debit का total minus कर दे रहे. So subtracting debit total from credit total, we are earning net profit of अपने को net profit कितना आ रहा है 17,955, which will be recorded as net profit carried on 17,955, brackets में लिखेंगे transfer to balance sheet, which will be added to capital as net profit 17,955. Capital value is 35,000. Adding net profit to it, it becomes 52,955, followed by other liabilities. Creditors less discount on creditors 3,705. Outstanding wages 400 rupees. So the total on liability side of the balance sheet is 57,000 rupees, 60 rupees, whereas the total on asset side of the balance sheet is also 57,060 rupees. Let us have another problem. Page number 341, question number 15. From the following trial balances of Subsidiary traders, prepare final account for the year ended 31st March 2018. The trial balance is given here, provided with some additional information, that is adjustments. We are required to prepare trading and profit and loss account followed by balance sheet. So the heading will be trading and profit and loss account of Subsidiary traders for the year ended 31st March 2018. The format will be particulars amount rupees, particulars amount rupees. Towards section left will be writing DR debit, towards section right will be writing CR credit, and the heading for balance sheet will be balance sheet of Subsidiary traders as on 31st March 2018. The format for liability balance sheet will be liabilities amount rupees, assets amount rupees. First we'll start with opening stock, which is given in the question as to opening stock 6,400 rupees, which will be given as debit by 8,400, which will be given as debit balances. Then we'll be writing as purchases, which will be given in debit balances as 42,000. Then again we'll be subtracting purchase returns, which will be given as credit balances 600. Subtracting 600 from it, it becomes 41,400. Then we'll be writing sales, which will be given as credit balance by sales account 92,000. Then we'll be subtracting sales returns, which will be called which will be given as debit balance. Subtracting 500 from it, it becomes 91,500. Then we'll be writing closing stock, which will be always given as adjustment. It is given as 16,400. So 16,400 will be recorded on trading account credit side. Then again closing stock will be shown on asset side of the balance sheet. Now let us have a look of all the items. First we'll be writing cash. Here cash is given, so cash, it is an asset, it will be recorded on asset side of the balance sheet. Purchases, it is an expenditure, it will be shown on debit side of trading account. Returns will be subtracted from sales on credit side of trading account. Wages will be shown on debit side of trading account. Power and fuel will be shown on debit side of trading account. Salaries will be shown on debit side of profit and loss account. Clearing charges will be shown on debit side of trading account. Carriage on purchases will be shown on debit side of trading account. Opening stock will be shown on debit side of trading account. Machinery will be shown on asset side of the balance sheet. Buildings will be shown on asset side of the balance sheet. Furniture will be shown on asset side of the balance sheet. Debtors will be shown on asset side of the balance sheet. General expenses will be shown on debit side of profit and loss account. Rent, rates and taxes will be shown on debit side of profit and loss account. Drawings will be subtracted from capital on liability side of the balance sheet. Then we have other items given as capital. It is a liability, it will have credit, it will be shown on liability side on asset side, liability side of the balance sheet. Sales, it is an income, it will be shown on credit side of trading account. Returns will be subtracted from purchases on debit side of trading account. Discount, as it is given as credit balance, will be shown on credit side of profit and loss account. Creditors, it's a liability, it will be shown on liability side of the balance sheet. Bank overdraft, it's a liability, again it will be shown on liability side of the balance sheet. Now let us have a look of adjustments. Closing stock 16,400, it will be first recorded on trading account credit side. Then again closing stock will be shown on asset side of the balance sheet. Then we have depreciation on furniture 5%, machinery 10%. So first furniture is an asset, it will be shown on asset side of the balance sheet. So 5% depreciation will be 300, 10% will be 600, 5% will be half of it, which is 300. So it will be shown as furniture 6,000 less depreciation 300, it becomes 5,700. So 300 is lost to the business, so it will be shown on debit side as to depreciation on furniture 3,000. Then we also have depreciation on machinery. The value of machinery is 25,000, 10% of it will be 2,500. Subtracting it, the value will become 23,500. Then again, it is a loss to the organization, which will be shown on debit side as to depreciation on machinery 2,500 rupees. Then we have an adjustment on outstanding wages. Wages जो amount था उस पे outstanding 500 ऐड कर लेंगे. 6,500 plus 500 it becomes 7,000. Outstanding wages will be again shown on liability side as outstanding wages 500 rupees क्योंकि ये पैसे बनना अभी बाकी है. Then we have an adjustment, write off bad debt 600 rupees and create 6% provision for bad debt. So whatever is the amount of debtors, from that we'll be subtracting bad debt 600 rupees. 12,600 में से हम क्या करेंगे, 600 रुपए माइनस करेंगे. तो क्या पैसे बच रहे, 12,000 रुपए बच रहे. फिर 12,000 में से अपने को प्रोविजन देना है, 6% देना है. So it is calculated as 720. So again it will be subtracted. मतलब टोटल 12,600 आना था, उसमें से 600 रुपए डूब जा रहे तो 1,200 बचेंगे, जिसमें से 720 डाउट पे है तो 11,280 आएंगे. So ये 600 रुपए भी अपने लिए लॉस है, ये 720 जो डाउट है ये भी अपने लिए लॉस है. So both these will be shown on debit side as to bad debt 600 to provision for bad debts 720. Next we have an adjustment, interest on drawings 5%. So first interest on drawings 5% will be calculated on drawings. Then as drawings will be subtracted from capital, interest on drawings will also be subtracted from capital. So drawings 5,000 पे अपन जो है ना interest on capital 5% मालूम करेंगे. 10% will be 500, 5% will be half of it 250. So first interest on capital will interest on drawings will be subtracted from capital on liability side of the balance sheet. Then again interest on drawings, it is an income to the organization, so it will be shown on credit side of profit and loss account as by interest on drawings 250 rupees. Then we have another adjustment as stock worth rupees 12,000 destroyed by fire and insurance company admitted a claim of 8,500 rupees. तो अपन जो है ना जो भी सामान जल गया तो क्या करेंगे, ट्रेडिंग अकाउंट के क्रेडिट में बताएंगे बाई गुड्स लॉस्ट इन फायर 12,000. फिर इंश्योरेंस कंपनी वाले अपने को जो भी पैसा दे रहे हो वो क्या करेंगे, बैलेंस शीट के एसेट्स में बताएंगे इंश्योरेंस क्लेम 8,500 रुपीज. तो अपना जो सामान जला वो 12,500 का जला, अपने को इंश्योरेंस क्लेम जो आ रहा वो 8,500 का आ रहा. तो अभी भी अपने को 4,000 का नुकसान हो रहा. 12,500, 8,500, 550, 12 minus 8, it is 4,000 rupees. So two goods lost in fire, it will be recorded as 4,000 rupees. सामान जो जला वो कितने का था, 12,000 का था. ठीक है, तो 12,000 में अपने को 8,500 आ रहे, तो 12 minus 8, 4, तो अपने को जो लॉस होगा वो 3,500 का ही होगा. So we have completed all the adjustments. Now let us just balance the accounts. The total on credit side of trading account is 1,19,900. Subtracting the total of debit side from total of credit side, we are left out with a profit amount of 57,000, which will be recorded as to gross profit carried down. Brackets में लिखेंगे transfer to profit and loss account 57,000. The same will be recorded on opposite side as by gross profit brought down 57,000. Now we'll be balancing profit and loss account. The total on credit side is 58,050 rupees. Subtracting the total of debit from the total of credit, will be left out with a profit amount of 38,130, which will be recorded as to net profit carried down. Brackets में लिखेंगे transfer to balance sheet capital account. Now adding the amount of net profit to capital, the capital value is 38,000. Adding net profit to it 38,130, it becomes 76,150. Less drawings 5,000, it becomes 71,130. Less interest on drawings 250, it becomes 70,880. Now the total on balance sheet is the total of balance sheet followed by other liabilities, outstanding wages, creditors and bank overdraft is 83,380 on liability side. The same will be the total for assets, which is 83,380 for assets as well. Next, continuing with next problem, page number 342, question number 16. Prepare final account for the year ended 31st March 2018. Here is the trial balance given, provided with some additional information. So we are required to prepare trading and profit and loss account. The heading will be trading and profit and loss account of trading and profit and loss account for the year ended 31st March 2018, and the format will be particulars amount rupees, particulars amount rupees. Towards section left will be writing DR debit, towards section right will be writing CR credit, and the heading for balance sheet account, balance sheet will be balance sheet of balance sheet as on 31st March 2018. The format for which will be liabilities amount rupees, assets amount rupees. यहाँ पे किसी का नाम दिया हुआ नहीं है, इसीलिए बैलेंस शीट आप देके थोड़ी स्पेस छोड़ देना, जो नाम दिया वो नाम लिखेंगे, अदरवाइज सब ब्लैंक छोड़ देंगे. First we'll start the problem with opening stock, which is given as Debit balance in the equation as 50,000 250, then we'll be writing it as purchases, which will be given as debit balance in the equation as 2 purchases 2 lakhs, then subtracting purchase returns from it, which will be given as credit balance, subtracting 2540 from it, it becomes 197,460. Then we'll be writing it as sales, which will always be given as credit balance, which is given as 472350, subtracting sales returns from it, which will be always given as debit balance. The sales returns 5,000, it becomes 467350. Then we'll be writing closing stock. Closing stock is an adjustment item. It will always be given as on adjustment. First, it will be shown on credit side of trading account by closing stock. Then again, closing stock will be shown on liability side of the asset side of the balance sheet. Then purchases, it was shown on debit side of trading account. Machinery 40,000, it is an asset. It will be shown on asset side of the balance sheet as machinery 40,000. We have adjustment on machinery as depreciation machinery 5%. 40,000 का 10% क्या होता? 4,000 होता. 5% will be half of it, 2,000. Subtracting 2,000 from 40,000, we will be left out with an amount of 38,000. Then depreciation on machinery 2,000 will be shown on debit side of profit and loss account as to depreciation on machinery 2,000 rupees. Then again we have after machinery we have land and buildings. It is an asset. It will be shown on asset side of the balance sheet as land and buildings 50,000. Then after land and buildings we have returns. So this is sales returns, which will be subtracted from sales. Then we have lighting 6,000. Adjustment is given as lighting factory 4,000, office 2,000. मतलब lighting का जो खर्चा है 6,000 है, जिसमें से factory trading में 4,000 लिखना है, profit and loss office में 2,000 लिखना है. So here it will be recorded as lighting 4,000 will be recorded in trading account, and lighting 2,000 will be recorded in profit and loss account. Then after lighting we have debtors. It is an asset. It will be shown on asset side of the balance sheet as debtors 92,000, on which we have an adjustment. Adjustment क्या है देखिए, bad debts 2,000 rupees. तो अपने को 92,000 में से 2,000 डाउट पे है. So 92 minus 2 it becomes 90,000. फिर इसके बाद क्या करना है, तो अभी अपने लिए लॉस है. So first bad debts will be shown on debit side of profit and loss account as 2 bad debts 2,000 rupees. फिर इसके बाद और एक adjustment continuation क्या दिया, create reserve for bad debts at 5%. 5% and for provision for discount on debtors 2%. मतलब 92 में से 2,000 जाने के बाद जो 90,000 बच रहे, उसमें भी अपने को 5% अमाउंट डाउट पे है. So 90,000 का 10% क्या होता, 9,000 होता. 5% will be half of it, which is 4,500 rupees. So again it is a loss to the organization. Even this will be shown on debit side of profit and loss account as to provision for bad debts 4,500 rupees. यहाँ पे हम 4,500 नहीं लिखे. 92 minus 2 it is 90,000. 90,000 का 5% 4,500 होता. So here the reserve for bad debts will be shown as 4,500 rupees. 4,500 rupees. Here we have reserve for bad and doubtful debts 1,000 rupees. So old new provision में से old provision minus करे, इसीलिए हम यहाँ पे ये 4,500 को क्या करें 3,500 बता दे रहे. क्योंकि old provision कम है, न्यू प्रोविजन ज्यादा है, तो हम क्या कर सकते हैं, न्यू प्रोविजन में से ओल्ड प्रोविजन माइनस कर सकते हैं. So it will be recorded as 2 bad and provision for bad and doubtful debts 3,500 rupees. Then the left out amount will be 90 minus 4 86, 86 minus 500 85,500. Then again we are required to provide discount on debtors. So discount on debtors का amount 1710 आ रहा. So then again it is a loss to the organization. It will be shown on debit side as to discount on debtors 1710. Subtracting it, the final amount that we are going to receive from our debtors will be 83,790. I repeat, 92,000 was the total value that we were supposed to receive from debtors. First we are subtracting bad debts 2,000, then the value will be 90,000. Then again we are creating provision of 5% on 90,000. Then again we are subtracting 4,500. Then whatever is left out, it is 8,500. Again we are giving discount to our debtors so that they will be making us prompt payment. Then the final amount that we are going to receive from our debtors will be 83,790. So all these are lost to the organization. Bad debts ये पैसा अपना डूब जा रहा है, ये नुकसान है. Provision for bad debts ये पैसा डाउट पे है, ये नुकसान है. Discount on debtors हम डिस्काउंट दे रहे हैं, ये नुकसान है. तो अब यहाँ पे बैड डेट्स प्रॉफिट एंड लॉस में डेबिट साइड में 2 बैड डेट्स 2,000 लिखेंगे, डिस्काउंट ऑन डेब्टर्स 2 डिस्काउंट ऑन डेब्टर्स 1710 लिखेंगे. डिस्काउंट प्रोविजन फॉर बैड डेट्स 4,500 के बजाय 3,500 क्यों लिखे, क्योंकि क्वेश्चन में भी अपने को पुराना प्रोविजन फॉर बैड डेट्स क्रेडिट साइड 1,000 रुपए दिया हुआ है, तो हम वो चीज माइनस करके लिख रहे हैं. नेक्स्ट आफ्टर डेब्टर्स वी हैव Cash at bank, it is an asset. It will be shown on asset side of the balance sheet. Opening stock was shown on debit side of trading account. Advertisement will be shown on debit side of profit and loss account. Wages will be shown on debit side of trading account. Furniture is an asset. It will be shown on asset side of the balance sheet. Salaries is will be shown on debit side of profit and loss account. Fight will be shown on debit side of trading account. Next we have let us have a look on credit balances. Sales, it is an income. It will have it will be recorded on credit side of trading account. Capital is a liability. It will be shown on liability side of the balance sheet. Interest on drawings, it's an income. It will be shown on profit and loss account. Credit side, it will be shown here as credit side as by interest on drawings 1,000 rupees. This will not be subtracted from drawings because this has not been specified as adjustment. It is given as trial balance, so it will be appearing only once. By interest on drawings 1,000 rupees will be shown on credit side of profit and loss account. Then returns, this is purchase returns, which will be subtracted from purchases on debit side of trading account. This old reserve for doubtful debts has been subtracted from new reserve for doubtful debts on debit side, and it has been shown as to provision for bad debts 3,500. Then creditors, it's a liability. It will be shown on liability side of the balance sheet. Now let us have a look of some adjustments. Let us have a look of the adjustments whether we have missed any of the adjustments. Clothing stock 53,000. This was shown on credit side of trading account. Then again clothing stock will be shown on asset side of the balance sheet. Then we have outstanding salaries. Salaries 5,000. Salaries jo hai 49,000 hai. Outstanding salaries 5,000 will be added to it. It becomes 54,000. Outstanding salaries will be again a liability. So it will be shown on outstanding salaries on liability side as outstanding salaries 5,000 rupees. Then we have an adjustment bad debts 2,000. This we have subtracted from debtors. Then this will be shown on debit side of profit and loss account as 2 bad debts. Then we have created 5% provision on 90,000. Then the value of provision for bad debts was 4,500. Even that we have subtracted from debtors. Then we have shown it as on debit side as 2 provision for bad debts. New provision 4,500 minus old provision 1,000 rupees. Then we have shown it as 3,500. Then from the left out amount, we have given discount on debtors, which works out to be 1710. Then this discount on debtors will be subtracted from balance sheet debtors on asset side, and again discount on debtors will be shown on debit side of profit and loss account. Then we have depreciation on machinery. The value of machinery is 40,000. 10% of 40,000 is 4,000. 5% will be half of it, which is 2,000 rupees. Subtracting 2,000 from 40,000 will be left out with an amount of 38,000. Then the depreciation amount will be lost to the organization. It will be shown on debit side as to depreciation on machinery 2,000 rupees. Then we have factory and lighting. The lighting amount is 6,000, which is to be distributed among factory and office as 4,000 and 2,000. Then we have an adjustment. Manager's commission is 10% on net profit after charging such commission. So after charging such commission, मतलब पहले हम net profit find करेंगे, फिर जो भी net profit का amount आ रहा उस पे हम 10%. After charging such commission का मतलब 10/100 plus rate, मतलब 10/110 हो जाता. अगर before charging such commission देता तो 10/100 कर देते, but क्योंकि after charging such commission बोला तो हम 10/110 करेंगे. So first let us calculate gross profit. How do we calculate gross profit? Doing the total on credit side of trading account followed by the total on debit side of trading account. The total on credit side of trading account is 5,20,350. Subtracting the total of debit from the total of credit, we will be getting a gross profit of 2,23,340, which will be recorded as to gross profit. Carried on brackets में लिखेंगे transfer to profit and loss account. The same will be shown on opposite side as by gross profit 2,23,340. Then doing the total on credit side of profit and loss account, the total on credit side is 2,24,340. Subtracting the total of debit from the total of credit, the net profit will be 1,54,330, जिसपे अपने को मैनेजर्स कमीशन को 10% कमीशन देना है आफ्टर चार्जिंग सच कमीशन. एक प्रॉब्लम इससे पहले करे थे जिसमें मैनेजर कमीशन वाज 10% ऑन बिफोर चार्जिंग सच कमीशन. इस बार है 10% आफ्टर चार्जिंग सच कमीशन. तो इस बार अपन 10/100 लेने के बजाय क्या लेंगे, 10/110 लेंगे. अगर 20% आफ्टर चार्जिंग सच कमीशन रहता था तब 20/120 लेते थे. अगर 30% आफ्टर चार्जिंग सच कमीशन रहता था तब हम 30/130 लेते. So the manager commission will be calculated on 1,54,330 as 1,54,330 into 10/110, which works out to be 14,030 rupees, which will be again subtracted from 1,54,330. So now the final net profit will become 1,40,300, which will be recorded as to net profit carried on brackets में लिखेंगे transfer to balance sheet और transfer to capital account. तो ये manager commission क्योंकि अभी हम पे नहीं करें क्योंकि net profit कितना आता अपने को भी नहीं मालूम था. जो net profit आएगा उस पे अपने को 10% देना था. So it will be shown on liability side as manager's commission 14,030 rupees. Now the capital value is taken as 45,000, which is given in the question on credit balances. Now profit will be added to it 140,300 rupees. So the capital value will now become 1,85,300 rupees, followed by other liabilities. Outstanding salaries 5,000, creditors 54,460, managers commission payable 14,030 rupees. The total on liability side of the balance sheet is 2,60,790, whereas the total on asset side of the balance sheet is also 2,60,790. Next, continuing with next problem, page number 343, question number 17. from the following trial balance and additional information of Lalita prepared trading and profit and loss account for the year ended 31st December 2018 and balance sheet as on the date. So we are required to prepare trading account and profit and loss account, then balance sheet. So the heading will be taken as trading and profit and loss account of Lalita for the year ended 31st December 2018. The format for trading and profit and loss account will be particulars amount rupees, particulars amount rupees. Towards section left will be writing DR debit, towards section right will be writing CR credit, and the heading for balance sheet will be taken as balance sheet of Lalita as on 31st December 2018. The heading will be taken as liabilities amount rupees, assets amount rupees. First we'll start with opening stock. We'll be writing it as to opening stock 26,760. Then we'll be writing it as purchases. Purchases will be given as debit balances, which will be recorded as 156.75. Purchase returns will be given as credit balances, which will be subtracted from purchases as 600. Then the value will become 1,50,075 rupees. Then we'll be writing sales. Sales is a income. It will have credit balance. It will be shown on credit side as buy sales 268,780. Then from sales we'll be subtracting sales returns, which will be given as debit balance 2680, which will be subtracted from it. Then the final amount will be 2,66,100. Then we have closing stock. Closing stock will always be given on adjustment as it is given here as closing stock 28,800, which will be shown on credit side of trading account as by closing stock 28,800. The same will be shown on asset side of the balance sheet as closing stock 28,800. Now let us have a look of all the items. Then we'll have a look of the adjustments. So first cash in hand and cash at bank is given. Cash in hand, cash at bank. Cash in hand का मतलब अपने हाथ में पैसा है, cash at bank का मतलब अपने बैंक अकाउंट में पैसा है. तो दोनों पैसे अपने हैं. So cash in hand, cash at bank, both are assets. Both will be shown on asset side as cash in hand 840, cash at bank 15,630. Purchases was shown on debit side of trading account. Sales was shown on credit side of trading account. Accrued interest का मतलब ये interest के पैसे अपने को आना है. It will be shown on asset side of the balance sheet as accrued interest 800 rupees. Then we have sales returns. This was subtracted from sales on credit side of trading account. Purchase returns. This was subtracted on debit side of trading account. Wages. This will be shown on debit side of trading account. Discount as it is given on credit side, it will be shown on credit side of profit and loss account. Fuel and power. This will be shown on debit side of trading account 3730. Carrier outwards will be shown on debit side of profit and loss account 3200. Salaries will be shown on debit side of profit and loss account as 14,575. Stock will be shown on debit side as trading account as 26,760. Machinery will be shown on asset side of the balance sheet. Buildings will be shown on asset side of the balance sheet. Patents will be shown on asset side of the balance sheet. Bills payable will be shown on liability side of the balance sheet. Carriage inwards will be shown on debit side of trading account. General expenses will be shown on debit side of profit and loss account. Insurance will be shown on debit side of profit and loss account. Drawings will be subtracted from capital on liability side of the balance sheet. Capital will be shown on liability side of the balance sheet. Debtors will be 15,500 will be shown on asset side of the balance sheet. Creditors 7,700 will be shown on liability side of the balance sheet. तो हम ये सिर्फ रफली कौन सा आइटम किधर आता वो डिस्कस कर लेते. अब विल बी डिस्कसिंग एडजस्टमेंट्स. एडजस्टमेंट में क्या है? पहले चीज क्लोजिंग स्टॉक 28,800. तो 28,800 क्या करते हैं हम? एक बार ट्रेडिंग अकाउंट के क्रेडिट में लिखते क्लोजिंग स्टॉक, दूसरी बार बैलेंस शीट के एसेट्स में लिखते क्लोजिंग स्टॉक 28,800. Then after this we have another adjustment. Depreciate 10% on machinery, 20% on patents. So machinery की वैल्यू क्या है? It is an asset 50,000. 50,000 का 10% क्या होता है? 5,000. So subtracting 5,000 from 50,000, its value will come down to 45,000. So 5,000 is lost to the organization. It will be shown on debit side of profit and loss account as to depreciation to machinery 5,000 rupees. Then again we have an adjustment on patents. Patents पे 20% देना है. The value of patents is 7,500. 10% of 7,500 will be 750. 20% will be double of it, which will be 15%. So let's depreciation 1,500, which will be 1,500. So depreciation 1,500 will be subtracted from 7,500. It becomes 6,000. So again depreciation on patent, it is a loss to the organization. It will be shown on debit side as to depreciation on patents 1,500 rupees. Then we have an adjustment outstanding salaries 3,600. Salaries, it is a expenditure of office, so it will be shown on debit side as to salaries 14,575. Outstanding 3,600 will be added to it. It becomes 18,175. Then again outstanding salaries will be shown on debit side of profit and loss account as 3,600. Then again we have in adjustment as unexpired insurance 230. Insurance was shown on debit side of profit and loss account. Unexpired insurance is the other name for prepaid insurance. So prepaid insurance will be subtracted from it. 950 minus 230, it becomes 720. Unexpired insurance is an asset. It will be shown on asset side. जैसा हम prepaid insurance assets में बताते थे, वैसा अब इस बार unexpired बोला तो unexpired बताएंगे. Unexpired insurance 230 rupees. Then create 5% provision for bad and doubtful debts on debtors. Debtors की जो वैल्यू थी उसमें से अपने को 5% provision निकालना है. 15,500 का 10% 1550 होता है. 5% will be 775. So subtracting 775 from 15,500, the value will be 14,725, and the same will be shown on debit side of profit and loss account as to provision for bad debts 775. Then we have a adjustment as create 3% reserve for discount on creditors. Creditors it's a liability. अपनी liability कम हो रही तो अपने को अपने खर्चेदार कुछ पैसा कम कर दे रहे. So it is a gain to us. तो अपना 5% कैलकुलेट करें तो 231 हो रहा, तो 7,700 जो बनना था उसमें से 231 रुपए बनने की जरूरत नहीं है. देन विल बी पेइंग ऑफ 7469. So this 231 it is again to us, it will be shown on credit side of profit and loss account as by discount on credit as 231. So now we have completed all the items which were given as adjustment. को ना कोई ट्रायल बैलेंस का आइटम कोई छूट गया, ना कुछ एडजस्टमेंट का आइटम छूट गया. नाउ विल बी बैलेंसिंग trading account. The total on credit side is 2,94,900. Subtracting the total of debit from the total of credit, we'll be getting a gross profit of 89,815, which will be recorded as to gross profit carried down 89,815. Brackets में लिखेंगे transfer to profit and loss account. Total will be recorded 294,900, 294,900 on both sides. The gross profit will be brought down on opposite side as by gross profit 89,815. Then doing the balancing of profit and loss account, the total on credit side is 91,566. Subtracting the total of debit of profit and loss account from the total of credit of 91,566. First, we'll be writing the total as 91,566 on both the sides. Subtracting the total of debit from the total of credit. The net profit amount is 49,196, which will be recorded as to net profit carried down. Brackets में लिखेंगे transfer to balance sheet. So this amount will be added to capital account as at net profit 49,156. So capital amount is 83,000. Net profit is 49,196. Then the total amount will be 132,196. Then drawings amount will be subtracted as 16,240, which will become 1,15,956. Followed by other liabilities. Outstanding salary is 3,600. Credit are 7,469. Bills payable 5,000. The total of liability side of the balance sheet is 1,32,025 rupees. The same is the total of asset side of the balance sheet as 1,32,025 rupees. Continuing with the last problem for the entire syllabus of first year accountancy, page number 345, question number 19. From the following trial balance, we have final accounts of Sri Raja Rajeshwara Traders as on 31st March 2019. Here is the trial balance given, provided with some adjustments. So first we'll be preparing trading and profit and loss account of Sri Raja Rajeshwara Traders for the year ended 31st March 2019. The format will be particulars amount rupees, particulars amount rupees. Towards section left we'll be writing DR debit, towards section right we'll be writing CR credit, and the balance sheet heading will be taken as balance sheet of Sri Raja Rajeshwara Traders as on 31st December 2019. The format will be liabilities amount rupees, assets amount rupees. So first we'll be starting with opening stock, which will be given on debit balances as 5,600. Then we'll be writing it as purchases, which will be given as debit balances 11,000. Subtracting purchase returns, which will be given as credit balances 500 from it. Then we'll be getting 10,500. Then we'll be writing it as sales. It is a credit balance. It will always be given as credit balances. It will be recorded as by sales 20,000. Then subtracting sales returns from it, it is given as debit balance, so it will be subtracted from it. Then the amount will be 19,400. Then we'll be writing closing stock, which will be given as adjustment. So closing stock 7,500 will be first shown on trading account credit side. Then again closing stock 7,500 will be shown on asset side of the balance sheet. Then let us have a look of all the items first. Then again we'll be discussing adjustments one after the other. So first, here it is given as purchases 11,000. So it will be shown on debit side of trading account. Cash, it is an asset. It will be shown on asset side of the balance sheet. Wages, it will be shown on debit side of trading account. Trade expenses 2,000. So trading expenses would have been shown on profit and loss account debit side. But in this problem, trading expenses is given as well as general expenses is given. So general expenses will be shown on debit side of profit and loss account, whereas trading expenses will be shown on debit side of trading account. So trading expenses will be shown on debit side of trading account. Carriage will be shown on debit side of trading account. Then we have opening stock, which was shown on debit side of trading account. Sales returns will be shown on credit side of trading account by subtracting it from sales amount. 5,650 will be shown on debit side of trading account. Salaries 3,500 will be shown on debit side of profit and loss account. Rent, rates and taxes will be shown on debit side of profit and loss account. Machinery will be shown on asset side of the balance sheet. Import duty will be shown on debit side of trading account. Furniture will be shown on asset side of the balance sheet. Insurance will be shown on debit side of profit and loss account. Debtors will be shown on asset side of the balance sheet. General expenses will be shown on debit side of profit and loss account. Then we have sales. It is an income. It will be shown on credit side of trading account. Creditors, it's a liability. It will be shown on liability side of the balance sheet. Bank overdraft, it will be shown on liability side of the balance sheet. Interest received will be shown on credit side of profit and loss account. Capital will be shown on liability side of the balance sheet. Purchase returns will be shown on debit side of trading account and will be subtracted from purchases. Commission received will be shown on credit side of profit and loss account. Bills payable will be shown on liability side of the balance sheet. Provision for bad and doubtful debts, it is old provision. If it is less than new provision, will be subtracting it on debit side of profit and loss account. If it is more than new provision, will be subtracting it on credit side of profit and loss account. So now let us discuss this. Closing stock 7,500. So closing stock discount 400. This was given as debit balance. So this will be shown on debit side of profit and loss account. Bills receivable, it is an asset. It will be shown on asset side of the balance sheet. Drawings will be subtracted from capital on liability side of the balance sheet. Closing stock will be first shown on credit side of trading account, followed by asset side of the balance sheet closing stock. Then we have आउटस्टैंडिंग वेजेस 400. सो वेजेस कहाँ लिखते हैं हम? ट्रेडिंग अकाउंट के डेबिट में लिखते हैं. कितना है वेजेस? इट इज 1000 rupees. So outstanding 400 will be added to it. So 1000 plus 400 it becomes 1400. So again outstanding wages 400 will be a liability to the business. It will be shown on liability side as outstanding wages 400 rupees. Then we have an adjustment accrued interest. तो यहाँ पे अपने को इंटरेस्ट के पैसे आ रहे थे. कितने पैसे आ रहे हैं? accrued interest अपने को पहले इंटरेस्ट के पैसे आए. कितने पैसे आए? 2500. This will be shown on credit side of profit and loss account as by interest 2500. Add accrued मतलब और 600 रुपए आना है. It becomes 3100 rupees. तो जो पैसे अपने को आना है हम उसको asset बोलते हैं. It will be shown on asset side as accrued interest 600 rupees. अपने को और 600 रुपए आना है. 600 rupees. Then after accrued interest we have an adjustment. Interest on capital 6%. Interest on capital will be first calculated on capital. The amount of capital is given as 25,000. 6% calculating 6% on it, it works out to be 1500. So interest on capital will be first added to capital, and then interest on capital will be an expenditure. So it will be shown on debit side of profit and loss account as to interest on capital 1500 rupees. Then we have another adjustment as after interest on capital we have write off 1000 rupees as bad debts and create 6% provision for bad and doubtful debts. So debtors की जो value है वो कितना है? इट इज 10,000 रुपीज. इसमें से अपने को 1000 रुपए बैड डेट्स प्रोवाइड करना है. मतलब ये 10,000 में 1000 रुपए आने वाले नहीं है, भूल जाओ. तो अपने को 10,000 में से 1000 कम कर दिया तो कितने पैसे बचेंगे? 9,000 बचेंगे, जिसपे से अपने को 5% प्रोविजन देना है. तो 10% ऑफ 9,000 इज 900. तो अपने को कितना प्रोविजन देना है? प्रोविजन इज 6%. 6% इज टू बी कैलकुलेटेड ऑन 9,000. सो 9,000 into 6 by 100, 90 into 6, it works out to be 540. तो अपने को ये जो 9,000 आना है उसमें से भी 540 डाउट पे है. तो अपने को फाइनल अमाउंट कितना आ रहा? 8,460 आ रहा. So the new provision is 5,040, whereas old provision given in the question is 3,000. तो old provision ज्यादा है. तो जब old provision ज्यादा है, new provision कम है, तो हम इसको प्रॉफिट एंड लॉस के क्रेडिट में सब्ट्रैक्ट करेंगे 3,000 माइनस 540. तो प्रॉफिट एंड लॉस ऐसा भी कर सकते हैं हम, या फिर जो प्रॉफिट एंड लॉस का जो प्रोविजन है उसको जैसा है वैसा लिख सकते हैं. प्रॉफिट एंड लॉस का प्रोविजन कितना है? जैसे कि यहाँ पे न्यू प्रोविजन कितना था? इसका 540 था. तो यहाँ पे टू प्रोविजन फॉर बैड डेट्स 1000 rupees 540. The total here is 20, 30, 36, 37, 38, 38, 39, 40, 43, 63, 64, 65, 69, 350, 69, 650 है टोटल 69, 650. तो मतलब ये जो प्रोविजन का अमाउंट है यहाँ पे एक जीरो गलती से 3000 ले लिए. एक्चुअली इट इज 300 रुपीज. 300 रुपीज. तो ओल्ड प्रोविजन 300 है, जबकि न्यू प्रोविजन अपने को कितना आ रहा? 540 कुछ आ रहा. अभी कैलकुलेट करें तो 500 न्यू प्रोविजन इज मोर देन ओल्ड प्रोविजन. सो इट विल बी सब्ट्रैक्टेड ऑन डेबिट साइड ऑफ प्रॉफिट एंड लॉस अकाउंट एज टू प्रोविजन फॉर बैड डेट्स. इस तरफ बताएंगे न्यू प्रोविजन अपना 540 है, जबकि ओल्ड प्रोविजन हम 300 रखे थे. तो ओल्ड प्रोविजन कम है तो न्यू प्रोविजन में से माइनस करके सिर्फ न्यू प्रोविजन मेंटेन करेंगे 240 रुपीज. Then we have another adjustment, depreciation on furniture 10%. So value of furniture is, furniture की value क्या है? It is 5,000 rupees. 5,000 का 10% क्या होता है? 500 rupees. Subtracting 500 from 5,000, we will be left out with an amount of 4,500 rupees, which will be recorded here as 5,000 minus depreciation 4,500. Depreciation 500, it becomes 4,500 rupees. Then depreciation on furniture, it is a loss to the organization. It will be shown on debit side of profit and loss account as to depreciation on furniture 500 rupees. Now we have completed all the items which were given as adjustments. So now let us balance the accounts. The total on credit side of trading account is 26,900, whereas the total on debit side is less than 26,900. So the total on debit side का total क्या है? 22,150 है. 26,900 is more than 22,150. So the total 26,900 will be recorded on both the sides of trading account, and subtracting the total of debit side from the total of credit side, we will be getting a gross profit of 4,750, which will be recorded as to gross profit carried down. Brackets में लिखेंगे transfer to profit and loss account 4,750. The same will be shown on opposite side as by gross profit brought down 4,750. Now it will be balanced down. It will be balanced as first we'll be doing the total on debit side of profit and loss account, which is 11,040 rupees, whereas the total on credit side of profit and loss account is 9,200 rupees. तो इन दोनों में कौन सा टोटल ज्यादा है? 11,040 rupees ज्यादा है. So 11,040 rupees will be recorded on both the sides, and then we'll be subtracting 9,200 from 11,040 rupees. Then we are suffering a net loss of 1,840 rupees, which will be recorded as by net loss carried down. Brackets में लिखेंगे transfer to balance sheet or balance transferred to capital account. If it is a profit, you would have added it to capital account, but as it is a loss, it will be subtracted from capital. So here it will be recorded as capital 25,000 plus a problem interest on capital tha 1500. So 25 plus 15 it becomes 26,500 minus net loss 1840, it becomes 24,660. Then again drawings, it will be subtracted 3,000, it becomes 21,660, followed by other liabilities. Outstanding wages 400, creditors 10,000, bank overdraft 6,000, bills payable 4,000. The total on liability side of the balance sheet is 42,060 rupees, whereas the total on asset side of the balance sheet is also 42,060 rupees. So with this, we have successfully completed all 152 problems from first year accountancy reader of Telugu Academy Publications for Telangana State Board of Intermediate Educations. So thanks for your cooperation. Stay healthy, stay safe, and stay connected to AIMS tutorial. Thank you for watching. Keep supporting us. Thank you.